Chapter 1651, Revive Sujuchi. Chapter 1651. Revive Sujuchi. Hanfei needed to give an explanation. After all, the rules were set by him. If he broke them and went to whichever starbead he wanted, although the people wouldn't say anything about it, they would still think that Hanfei didn't keep his word. However, if he explained it to these people, they wouldn't think Hanfei was going to embezzle anything. They would only think that Hanfei was already so strong, but he still explained to them how amiable he was. Therefore, when Hanfei activated a 9-star starbead, no one said anything. They even made way for Hanfei. What Hanfei looked at next was the Cao family's 9-star starbead. However, as soon as he entered, he found that there was no danger here. The opportunities inside had obviously been taken by the Cao family. He went into 3-star beads in a row, and only in the third one there was a crisis. The axe light would descend any time in this star bead. God knew where the axe light came from. Of course, this axe light was no longer useful to Hanfei now. After Hanfei finished searching, he guessed that the opportunities here should have been taken away by the Cao family. However, it did make sense. The opportunities in the 9-star starbeads were not difficult to get except for those in the corpse nurturing ground. Perhaps in the starbead of the City of Justice, the Blade of Hope had once slaughtered the Chu sect venerables before meeting him, but at least he didn't sense any danger. Hanfei walked into the Chu sect's 4th 9-star starbead, only to be shocked. This used to be the Giant King City. Yes, it was the Giant King City on the cliff. Hanfei found the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, the 3,000-mile part of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and the former City of Justice. Now, the Giant King City had finally appeared. There was more than just the Giant King City here. There was no telling how the Giant King did it. Was more. As soon as Hanfei entered the Giant King City, the shadow of the Giant King appeared. Hanfei was shocked because this was clearly a rule that could be repeated. He didn't know anyone, so he didn't know Hanfei. As soon as he came up, he used the 100 War Divine Hammer, which was certainly not a joke. When he left, the Giant King was probably a peak-level Advanced Venerable or a peak-level Venerable. However, after he left, did the Giant King make a breakthrough? Who knew? Therefore, Hanfei also carried a hammer. Knock, knock, knock. After several rounds, Hanfei confirmed that the power displayed by the Giant King here was that of a peak-level Venerable. It seemed that this 9-star starbead was extremely dangerous. Looking at the expressionless Giant King, Hanfei was about to destroy the Phantom. However, the Giant King roared, War God Possession. Fuck, Hanfei was shocked. So, was this where the Cao family's War God technique came from? However, what Hanfei didn't know was why the people of the Yang family also knew this trick. Could it be that the Yang family found this 9-star starbead at first, but then it was snatched by the Cao family and then by Chu sect? Sure enough, the War God Possession was actually the War God technique. But even so, the Giant King's strength was only raised to the level of a half-king, and he was still no match for Hanfei. Even if Hanfei didn't fight back much, after 100 seconds, the Phantom of the Giant King disappeared because of energy exhaustion or other reasons. Hanfei wondered, Old Yuan, what power can preserve a person's complete strength? The old turtle said, Oh, you know this person, right? Hanfei nodded. One of my teachers. The old turtle said, One way is the time-grade Tao you know. You can preserve one part of your power in a time-secret realm and the other, buzz. Hanfei suddenly woke up and shivered. He was surprised to find that he seemed to be in a trance. The old turtle said, The other way, like you are now, is not that you entered a different timeline, but that the soul is directly projected into your mind. Once you lose, your soul may die, and you will become nothing but a shell. So what he just experienced was not real. He was still wondering how the Giant King could preserve such a powerful force. When Hanfei walked into the palace of the Giant King, there was nothing special inside. Logically speaking, there should be various kinds of bones here. Because the Giant King liked to eat, there was actually nothing good in his palace. However, all the bones here had disappeared. They must have been taken away by the Cao family. This 9-star starbead was actually a test of the Giant King. This starbead was listed as a 9-star starbead probably because few people in the 1,000-star city could pass it safely. Therefore, the difficulty was definitely not low. After understanding this starbead, Hanfei marked it and took it out. When Hanfei appeared, his murderous aura surged and many people trembled in fright. More people sensed the murderous vibe from Hanfei and thought, Marshal Han must have trouble inside just now. But Hanfei took out another starbead without hesitation and entered it. The Thug Academy only had 2 9-star starbeads in total. The first one, which was the one that Hanfei had just entered, was a place full of death energy. As soon as Hanfei entered this place, death energy entangled him, trying to invade his body. If he guessed right, Hanfei knew why Li Daxian changed to an undead creature. This was the best place for an undead creature to cultivate. Cultivating in this place full of death energy would definitely be twice as easy. The old turtle roared, Leave now. Someone must have sealed this place, which is a bit similar to Death Valley in the cage. You can't touch any secrets about undead creatures now. Hanfei had just entered and the people who made way for him hadn't stood in formation yet, but Hanfei flashed and appeared again. This time, the death energy lingered on Han Fei and many people were shocked. Immediately, many people recognized that it was death energy. With a thought from Han Fei, a holy light descended and instantly dispersed the death aura. Seeing that many people were looking at him, Han Fei said without blushing, "Attention everyone, if you're not strong enough, don't enter some unfamiliar and dangerous star beads. Star beads are usually more dangerous than their corresponding star levels." With that, the space in front of Han Fei opened again, and he stepped in again. Many people waiting in line to enter the normal star beads looked at each other. Someone said, "The difficulty of 9-star star beads can be imagined. Even Marshal Han needs to warn us. It can be seen how dangerous they are." Someone agreed. "That's right. Few people in the entire 1,000-star city can enter a 9-star star bead. However, danger is accompanied by opportunity. There must be a lot of good things inside." Someone sneered. "Does Marshal Han care about the resources in the star beads? Do you know how many resources can be obtained from sweeping the big clans? I heard that Marshal Han donated all of them to the development of the Scattered Stars Island, the 36 towns, and the 1,000-star city. Look, this is called charisma. This is the king's aura. Why would Marshal Han covet the things in the star beads?" Someone echoed. "What this brother said is right. Marshal Han may have already become a king. He's just keeping it a secret." The last 9-star star bead was a puppet secret realm, the only combat-oriented secret realm that Han Fei had encountered in the 9-star star beads. There were puppet arrays here which combined killing arrays and maze arrays. Its strength reached the half-king realm. Yes, this was a venerable level star bead. Its real strength was terrifyingly dangerous. After exploring all the star beads, Han Fei didn't intend to explore the 8-star ones anymore. In the 10th star bead, Han Fei and the others came to the coffin carved with the sun calendar. Han Fei returned here many years later. Opening the coffin lid, Su Juqi lay quietly in the coffin. Han Fei extended his hand and gently tapped the jade slip that Su Juqi was holding. "Master, did you come back to see me?" Han Fei thought to himself. "In a sense, I am indeed Little Ti's young master." Han Fei said, "Yes, Little Ti, I can revive you now. However, Ren Tianfei told me that you aren't in a good state. Although you have a sealing coffin to protect you, it has been too long a time. There may not be much time for you to revive." "So, are you going to cultivate a reincarnation body or revive?" Su Juqi asked in delight. "Master, have you met the controller? Has Master been to the Heavenly Palace?" Han Fei said. "The Heavenly Palace is still enshrouded by the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye for the time being. I still need to find a way to break the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye and become a king. Let me ask you, do you want to revive or choose a chance to reincarnate? No matter what, I will take you away from here today." The jade pendant in Han Fei's hand immediately glittered and Su Juqi's soul fluctuated greatly. "Master, I want to come back to life first. I haven't seen you in a long time. As for cultivating a reincarnation body, I can live for hundreds of years anyway. I can cultivate my reincarnation body by myself." "Okay, I'll take you out first before you wake up." Pure Sun Island, Thug Academy. Since Han Fei swept through the big clans, the Thug Academy had returned to the 1,000-star city again. At this moment, Old Zhang was baring his teeth and saying to Old Bai, "So, to recruit people, we should recruit heavenly talents." If it weren't for Han Fei, when would the Thug Academy have returned to the 1,000-star city? Old Bai said, "How can there be so many heavenly talents? We've searched the entire 1,000-star city but only found a few seedlings. In the end, we still had to lower the standards. In the forest, Yi Xian, Su Daiji, and company were setting up a maze array. It was the maze that Han Fei had designed. At this moment, they were trying to restore it. Back mountain. Han Fei stood with the coffin on his shoulder and opened his arms. Buzz. In the sky, a pure white pillar of light descended to the back mountain. Instantly, everyone including Old Bai and Old Jiang looked at the back mountain. The two of them scanned around with their perception and were stunned to see Han Fei. Chu Jinan and the others had already rushed to the back mountain. At this moment, they didn't know that Han Fei had returned. When everyone sensed Han Fei, they all exclaimed, "Junior brother. Senior brother Han Fei." Yi Xian ran and shouted, "Senior brother Han Fei, have you become a king? I saw you transcending the tribulation." It lasted more than an hour. Chapter 1652, Secrets of the East. Chapter 1652, Secrets of the East. This was the first time Han Fei had seen the Thug Academy so lively. Apart from his team, everyone was here. The first thing Chu Linyuan and the elder others noticed was the coffin in front of Han Fei. From its strange shape, they knew that there couldn't be an ordinary person in it. Old Bai shouted, "Be quiet, don't disturb Han Fei. Buzz." The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique restored Su Juqi's vitality by 5,000 years. Of course, this was only vitality. Su Juqi's problem was that her soul was greatly damaged. Therefore, even if Han Fei woke her up, it was impossible for her to return to the venerable realm. Su Juqi was puzzled for a long time and exclaimed, "Master, how did you become a man?" Han Fei said with a black face. "I never said that I was your original master. The master you mentioned should be my mother." Buzz. Su Juqi flashed from the coffin and appeared 10 meters away from Han Fei. She said solemnly, "You're talking nonsense." Master left, passing through the river of time. How could she have a son? But why do you have Master's aura?" Han Fei shrugged helplessly and summoned Little Black and Little White. When Su Juqi saw Little Black and Little White, she exclaimed, "Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. Are you really Master's son? Did Master come back after I fell asleep?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "I don't know. Anyway, you just need to know that the person who talked to you last time and saved you just now is me." Su Juqi's face immediately dimmed. In the end, she sighed. Master still hasn't returned? Su Juqi must know something, which was why Han Fei had to revive her. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry, because he still had a long way to go. Even if Su Juqi had gone to cultivate her reincarnation body, as long as she didn't die, he would still know what he should know from her. But since Su Juqi wanted to live, he was happy to find out in advance. Han Fei said, "She hasn't returned yet. I want to know where she is." Su Juqi had already believed Han Fei when Han Fei summoned the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. However, Su Juqi was just Zhangling Xian's maidservant. She knew limited information. Su Juqi shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that it was a very ancient era." Han Fei frowned and said, "What was she going to do? She couldn't just go there and do nothing, right?" However, Su Juqi still shook her head. "I don't know. Oh, Master said before she left that everything has a source. I don't know what it is, but I think it should have something to do with what Master was going to do." "Source?" Han Fei said. "Then what else do you know? For example, does my mother have any enemies? Did she say anything special?" Just as Su Juqi was racking her brains and thinking, suddenly, space trembled. Buzz, Han Guanshu walked out of the void leisurely. When he saw Han Fei, he smiled and said, "Actually, she doesn't know much. Some things may seem complicated, but they're actually simple. In the world of cultivation, all complicated things are actually just because you're not strong enough. I'll take care of your mother's matters. You have your own matters to tend to. That's the real business." When Su Juqi saw Han Guanshu, she bowed slightly and said, "Nice to meet you, Master of the Nine Palace World." Puff, Han Fei almost vomited blood. "What? The Master of the Nine Palace World? Nine Palace World? The Master of the Nine Palace World?" Han Fei was shocked. Only a king was worthy of becoming the master of a world, and old Han was indeed from the Nine Palace World. So, he was once a king? Han Guanshu grunted and then looked at Han Fei. "Your mother's problem has nothing to do with the 36 mystic worlds. What's really related is that she was accidentally involved in some secret matters." With that, Han Guanshu said casually, "Little C, stay with me from now on." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey, old Han, let's talk. You took her away as soon as I woke her up. Aren't you going to say something?" Han Guanshu said with a faint smile. "Then how about letting her go with you?" "Ah." Han Fei choked, thinking, "This is not what I'm asking. I want to know what secrets you are hiding." Han Guanshu looked at Old Bai and the others and said, "Excuse me, I need to talk to him about something." With that, Han Guanshu looked at Su Juqi. "Leave and take a rest." Obviously, Su Juqi knew Old Han and seemed to be used to taking orders from him. But before she left, she said to Han Fei, "Young Master, I really don't know where Master is." After Su Juqi left, Han Guanshu smiled. "Would you like to cook 2 dishes?" Han Fei smiled. "Okay, then I'll make 2. In the school, before Yi Xian ran to Han Fei, she was pulled back by Old Bai. Old Bai said, "Han Fei has his own business to tend to. When he's done, he will come to meet you. How about you guys? Have you all become stronger? Dashuai, take care of them for a while." Boom, Wang Dashuai put the big door on his shoulder and said, "Come on, junior brothers and junior sisters, today's training begins." Back mountain, Han Fei cooked a few dishes. The two sat opposite each other. Han Fei was eating and drinking happily while Han Guanshu just had a taste of the dishes. Halfway through the meal, Han Fei couldn't hold it anymore and finally said, "Can you tell me now?" Han Guanshu smiled. "Logically speaking, you should have experienced a lot. I know part of it, but I don't know the whole story. Well, do you know that some ancient people traveled to the east?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, some powerhouses created a peerless huge boat, Creation Divine Boat, with the intention of crossing the sea. Those people are explorers of the sea, but there are also people who stayed and created the 36 mystic worlds for the human beings and other races who can't leave here." Han Guanshu asked, "What else?" "The east is dangerous." This was not the first time Han Fei knew that the east was dangerous. However, Han Fei didn't know what the danger was exactly. After hearing Han Fei's words, Han Guanshu smiled. In fact, the people who stayed behind didn't create the 36 mystic worlds right away. Knowing that their strength was limited and they had no choice, the remaining human experts also traveled to the east, intending to explore their new home. Han Fei was shocked. "Huh, the rest of them went east too? Then why?" Han Guanshu said casually. "Why did you come back?" "Because we were caught in a weird place on the way." Vite we Han Fei frowned. "What place?" Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. "I'm not a god. I can only guess. Maybe that place found us." Although it was the Age of Doom, there were still many real experts and even a few kings. At that time, 1818 Venerables tried to open up a route but ended up being trapped in a strange place. Only 102 of them survived. As if reciting a piece of history, Han Guanshu said leisurely, but you definitely didn't expect these 102 people all became kings. Huh? Han Fei widened his eyes and took a deep breath. 102 kings? Han Guanshu nodded. 102 kings, what does it mean? They could almost wipe out all the sea demons here. Han Fei thought to himself, yes, I've experienced how strong a king is. There are more than 100 of them. Wouldn't this power easily sweep across the sea? However, Han Guanshu said, these people chose to stay because someone got power and always hoped to get more. These people didn't plan to create the 36 mystic worlds. However, since the kings had the strength, they naturally consolidated and supported the human race. Therefore, during that period of time, the kings of the human race and sea demons fought intensely. The human race won and nearly half of the sea demons were eliminated by the kings. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, then, where did you go? Han Fei's attention was now focused on the magical and weird place in the east. As for the sea demons, Han Fei was no longer interested. Han Guanshu glanced at Han Fei casually. The human heart is greedy, so at that time, the kings were united and tried to explore a new place. However, this time, only 36 kings came out. Gulp. Old Han said it casually, but Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. So many kings died? Han Fei asked. Then, Han Guanshu, then there were the 36 mystic worlds. Han Fei was surprised. They didn't leave anymore? Han Guanshu asked. Did you hear anything wrong with my story? Pondering for a moment, Han Fei asked, where did the creation divine boat go? Old Han immediately chuckled. That's the problem. That weird place was very attractive to many venerables. How could others not covet it? Had they never encountered that place? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you mean? Chapter 1653, Saeed Goodbye to His Father. Chapter 1653, Saeed Goodbye to His Father. The little bit of history revealed by Han Guanshu seemed to have nothing to do with Han Fei's mother. From his tone, if he wanted to know more about his mother, he would have to start from the mysterious place in the east. Indeed, Han Guanshu's story completely moved Han Fei. At least, that mysterious place was very attractive to Han Fei. After all, it was a place where people could become kings. It seemed that as long as one came out of that place, he could become a king. Otherwise, how could the 102 survivors all become kings? Of course, Han Fei was only interested and didn't intend to go there now. He had already confirmed his path. It was only a matter of time for him to become a king. After walking through the cage and witnessing Xuanhuan's tribulation, Han Fei knew that becoming a king wasn't as difficult as others said. However, it just so happened that no one could transcend the tribulation to become a king in the yin-yang world. Therefore, becoming a king became the ceiling for cultivators in the yin-yang world. Under Han Fei's watch, old Han said, after all, some people have already gone east. The people who left the earliest are not weak. We've deduced two conclusions about the reason why they could resist such temptation and continue to explore the infinite ocean. Han Fei, Han Guanshu continued, firstly, someone found a better place in that mysterious place, which is even more tempting than becoming a king or even an emperor. Secondly, the departure of those people not only exposed themselves but also exposed us to the vast sea, and the mysterious place was actually arranged by someone. Hiss! Han Fei gasped hard. Arranged 100 people to become kings? Who could do that? Han Guanshu said leisurely. In this world, there are countless strong masters. A king sounds powerful, but to put it bluntly, it's just a sea establisher. There are countless strong masters in the infinite ocean, as well as countless mysterious places. If it's really the second case we guessed, then the entire 36 mystic worlds is actually an enclosure of someone. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and asked subconsciously, then what are human beings and sea demons? What is this huge sea area? A breeding farm. Han Fei had an idea. I have a question. Why weren't the people who boarded the creation divine boat first swallowed by the mysterious place? Han Guanshu said, there were more than 1,000 people who entered the mysterious place, but none of them were kings. Ordinary venerables can survive. How could the first group of venerables who were stronger die? Han Fei asked. Then why didn't you go around that place? Han Guanshu took a deep look at Han Fei. We couldn't, Han Fei asked. Why didn't you change direction? Why not simply give up going to the east? Han Guanshu, no matter how hard we tried, we would be lost and return to the eastern route in the end. Han Fei asked in surprise, is it so weird? Why didn't you use the sun as the reference object? Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. How could you judge that? It was in the right direction. Han Fei said. There's no compass? Han Fei said. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. The vast ocean navigator. How was such a magical human sacred weapon produced? Why did someone pay such a high price to create such a navigator? Seeing that Han Fei seemed to have thought of something, Han Guanshu couldn't help but smile. You guessed it, the vast ocean navigator is meant to guide the way. It's a sacred weapon that can guide the way without any reference object. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, did my mother make this vast ocean navigator, or did you? Han Guanshu heaved a sigh. Actually, it was made by 4 kings. The Golden Crow, the 9 palaces, the Waterwood, and the Yin-Yang worlds created it together. To make this thing, the kings of the Golden Crow world and the Waterwood world perished, and your mother and I were trapped in a corner of time. Han Fei's heart was pounding. It turned out that the vast ocean navigator was the work of the 4 kings. However, Han Fei couldn't help but look at old Han. A corner of time? Then how did you get back? Han Guanshu smiled. That's another story. Being trapped in the river of time and having you and Yinger, we can't go on like this. That's why you saw me kill you. Only by dying can we not be restricted by time. Therefore, you, I, and Yinger have all died once. Han Fei, didn't know the whole story until this moment. It was like doing one thing and triggering another thing, like the butterfly effect. There was nothing that could be done. Since it had happened, people had to find a way to resolve it. Hence the series of events followed. However, hearing what old Han said, Han Fei immediately said, "The river of time? I know it." Han Fei paused. "Old Han, do you know the time dragon carp?" Han Fei thought to himself. Since old Han had been staying in the yin-yang world for so long, it was impossible for him not to know about the specter in the abyssal chasm. Therefore, old Han should also know about the time dragon carp. Sure enough, Han Guanshu said indifferently, "I met her once, but I don't know her very well. I know that she has the ability to travel through time. However, this time is different. It can't save your mother by crossing the river of time. In fact, some other changes happened after that. As for what those changes were, you don't have to worry about them." "Are you going to do these things on your own? If you get lost or die, no one will come to collect your body," Han Guanshu said. "It's in your own memory. It's just that you're not strong enough to open it. If I can't, my suggestion is that you don't come to us. Think of a way to become stronger. Don't aim to become a god, but to become a monarch." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Old Han, you really think highly of me." Han Guanshu rose unhurriedly and chuckled. "At least in the first half of your journey, although there were twists and turns, it's almost perfect. I bet that there are very few people in the same realm who can beat you." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "So there are still some people who can beat me?" Han Guanshu chuckled. "That can't be helped. Sometimes, the restrictions on race are innate and can't be changed by human strength. However, no matter what race you are of, you have to grow up. The stronger you are, the less advantage you have in race and bloodline. When you become a monarch, remember, only the strong can change the rules. This is my only suggestion for you in the future." After a long silence, Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, got it." Han Guanshu smiled and stepped to Sujuchi without looking at the dishes on the table. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared without a trace. After Han Guanshu left, the old turtle said, "What your father said is probably right. Being sucked into the river of time without dying means that your father and mother's strength might have exceeded that of a king back then. They might even have reached the emperor realm. Even I dare not say that I can return alive after entering the river of time. Before you can become a monarch, don't touch such things." After a long time, Han Fei's eyes glowed fiercely. "They're forcing me. My goal is the infinite ocean, but growth has become a necessity. Since the road ahead has so many difficulties, why can't I set the rules?" At this moment, Han Fei's mind suddenly became clear. This was not a matter of Dao heart, but of mentality. The moment his mind became clear, Han Fei felt the desire to make a breakthrough again. It was like a feather tickling his heart, making Han Fei want to make a breakthrough immediately. However, Han Fei clenched his fists. At this point, he was only one step away. He was not in a hurry. He must repair his body first. The old turtle said, "If you want to set the rules, you have to be very strong. Just like your father said, you have to be at least a monarch. However, if you can rescue my true body first, it might be very helpful." Han Fei grinned. "Don't worry, I'll do it when I can." Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Han Fei appeared at the foot of a mountain where the Thug Academy was located. Senior brother Han Fei. Junior brother Han Fei beckoned. Senior brother Dashuai, why don't you have a child yet? Huang Dashuai was embarrassed. "It means that he can't." Looking at Wang Dashuai, who was blushing, Han Fei stopped teasing him and looked at Chu Jinan with a cunning smile. "Little nun, I've got a good knife technique recently. I'll teach you later." Chu Jinan shivered. Han Fei wanted to teach him a knife technique that would never be a simple knife technique. He still remembered how the invincible knife Qi almost traumatized him and Ling Yuan. However, this time, Ling Yuan said, "Senior brother Han Fei, remember what you said. This time, we want real combat skills, not your training." Han Fei chuckled. "Naughty, however, as you wish, I have a knife technique for you. I used this technique when I was an explorer. This powerful technique is called the draw technique." Then Han Fei casually threw a jade slip to Qu Jinan and Ling Yuan. However, the moment Han Fei threw out the draw technique, Su Daiji extended her hand, and Yi Xian screamed, "Senior brother, we are your junior sisters too, and we are your youngest junior sisters." Han Fei scoffed. "Is it appropriate to ask senior brother for something? You have to go out to gain experience. However, I have a body tempering technique suitable for Daji." With that said, Han Fei tapped his finger in the air, and Su Daiji fell asleep on the spot. The ancient desolate war body submerged into her soul. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Don't ask me for anything else. I've donated everything. Your senior sister Xiaobai is now the richest woman in the world. You can try to cozy up to her." Chapter 1654, Projections Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Since he was here, Han Fei chatted with Chu Jinan and Yi Xian for a while. And then he made the cube library he created before and joined Old Bai and Old Jiang. As soon as Han Fei came over, he saw Old Jiang's gloomy face. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Old Jiang, aren't you happy that you've become a venerable? Why the look?" Old Jiang snorted. "Who dares to do that? Everyone knows how powerful you are. You've even conquered the 1,000-star city. Who still remembers us?" Old Bai said leisurely. "Han Fei, I'm not criticizing you, but the big clans have been oppressing the Thug Academy for a long time. Can you give some of their money to us? You donate everything." Han Fei was speechless. It tuned out that these two old men wanted the money of the big clans. If it were before, Han Fei would have put all the good stuff home. However, at some point in time, Han Fei suddenly realized that many things had lost their effect on him. He didn't feel anything about the so-called resources anymore. It didn't matter whether he donated them or not. After all, the entire yin-yang world was his, and he didn't care about these trivial benefits. From this, it could be seen that Old Bai and the others were too petty. Han Fei said, "Do you need any resources now? As for Chu Jinan and the others, just let them find the resources themselves." Old Bai said leisurely, "Do you know how many trial grounds you have destroyed? How many secrets do you think there are in this sea that the people of this world can share?" Han Fei grinned. "Actually, it's not a small number. There are actually many secret realms below the Venerable Realm. 8 million kilometers of territory is definitely not small." "Are you two overthinking?" Old Jiang said. "Do you mean to let them go to the deep sea?" "That's fine," Han Fei said. "Of course, there may be another war soon. An unprecedented war." Old Jiang sneered. "You said the battle between the Scattered Stars Island and the Sea Demons is unprecedented. There is going to be another one soon?" Han Fei's lips curled. "Yes, there will be. This will be a peerless battle that kings will participate in. At the same time, it will be a war to expand the human domain and change the world." Old Bai and Old Jiang looked at each other. Old Bai reached out and stroked Han Fei's head. "Are you dizzy? How can there be a king in this world?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Okay, you two, prepare to. Take them to the Scattered Stars Island. There is also a Thug Academy there. The one on the Pure Sun Island is dispensable and will probably not be used in the future." Old Bai immediately said, "That's impossible. Pure Sun Island is the root of our Thug Academy. I will never abandon it." Han Fei smiled. "Are you really sure that Pure Sun Island is the root of the Thug Academy?" Old Bai blew his beard in anger. "What do you mean? Buzz!" At this moment, the void vibrated and a black-robed man walked out of the void. It was none other than Li Doxian. "Heh, he's right. Pure Sun Island is indeed not the root of the Thug Academy." With that, Li Doxian looked at Han Fei. "Tell them about it." Li Doxian's arrival attracted everyone's attention. This big shot had once joined their battle, but Wang Dashuai and the others hadn't seen him before. They didn't even know the real Li Doxian. At this moment, seeing everyone pricked their ears, Han Fei said out loud, "The Thug Academy, originally named Pure Sundao Palace, is located in the central holy city. Along with Pure Sundao Palace, there is also an academy named Grand Yin Academy. Pure Sundao Palace, Grand Yin Academy, these two academies were the two strongest academies in the former yin-yang world. In other words, this sea area. Later, they collapsed in war and Grand Yin Academy disappeared. Pure Sundao Palace still exists to this day. Therefore, the original site of the Thug Academy isn't on the Pure Sun Island, but in the central holy city." Hiss, Old Bai and Old Jiang widened their eyes and looked at each other. This was a secret that even they didn't know. They didn't expect the Thug Academy to have such a background. The two couldn't help but look at Li Doxian, who nodded and said, "I didn't want to tell you because it's too embarrassing. I'm at fault for the Pure Sundao Palace's decline. However, the central holy city is about to see the light of day. This secret will be revealed anyway." Old Bai and Old Jiang were stunned for a long time. As for the others, they were also stunned. But they were all from the Thug Academy. There was no need for Han Fei to lie to them. For example, Xing Yue, Guqi, Su San Chen, and company came from mediocre backgrounds. They never expected that one day they would enter the strongest academy in the world. In the end, Old Jiang took a breath. Son of a BHTG. Old Bai came back to himself. "I always feel that the Thug Academy has too many advanced techniques." "So that's the reason. Then why can't we go to the central holy city now?" Li Doxian looked at Han Fei. "At least wait until he becomes a king." The central holy city was connected to the heavenly palace, and the crisis was not over yet. Besides, it wasn't the time yet. Han Fei wasn't a king yet. Seeing that the two old men were shocked, Han Fei said with a smile, "Okay, President Old Jiang, I should explain to everyone about this matter. All secrets in this world will be revealed someday." Han Fei was about to leave when Li Doxian said, "By the way, Han Fei, Zhu Yinling is in the cloud-soaring town. Visit her when you're free." After a brief stun, Han Fei nodded. "I'm leaving." Buzz. With the near-at-hand technique, Han Fei disappeared from Pure Sun Island. Seeing Han Fei's performance, Old Jiang and Old Bai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He was truly a strong master now. In the sky above the 1,000-star city, Han Fei stood proudly in the void, his eyes closed, and his body was trembling slightly. There were multiple clones of his swaying left and right on his original body, trying to squeeze out of his body. After trying for a moment, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes. It seems that it's a little difficult to split 38 clones in the junior venerable realm. Han Fei sensed that although his real combat strength might have reached the level of a fake king, his real level was only that of an advanced peak-level venerable. It was still difficult for him to split dozens of junior venerable clones. However, Han Fei could now create hundreds of half-venerable clones. Swish, 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 swish. In the sky, identical clones appeared out of nowhere. Han Fei said casually, "Unfortunately, the range I can see is only more than 300,000 kilometers. Otherwise, I could have activated Void Descending. I don't know what spell xuanhuan used to make one of his projections descend," the old turtle said with a black face. "You're already good enough. A perception range of 100,000 kilometers is comparable to a king's. When you can see 500,000 kilometers at a glance, you can barely reach the king level. What else do you want?" Han Fei didn't believe him. "You must be talking about an extremely weak king." However, Han Fei felt that if his clones could only appear in the range he could see, wouldn't the range be too small? When xuanhuan awakened the heavenly silkworm, xuanhuan's clone arrived a moment later. Although that clone should only have the strength of an explorer back then, it was already very strong. He sent his projection from an unimaginable distance and took xuanhuan away. Han Fei couldn't do that with the void descending art. Of course, xuanhuan was definitely a king. Therefore, Han Fei confirmed that the king the old turtle mentioned was definitely an extremely weak king. The range they could reach was only hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Aerial expert might be able to ignore space and arrive directly with a certain signal as the basis. However, he didn't care. The fact that he had so many clones meant that the void descending art was already very powerful. The old turtle said, "How far do you think a king can see? In fact, it's only 1,000,000 kilometers at most. Don't overestimate this realm." The difference between it and the venerable realm is just the difference in realm, level, and the difference in the great Tao. Han Fei curled his lips and didn't respond. Han Fei's large number of clones tore through the void and disappeared into the sky. Han Fei's original body also tore through the void. After splitting 50 clones, Han Fei's strength was reduced to that of a junior venerable. Therefore, although the void descending could give his clones combat power, it would also consume his original body's strength. Especially the soul power, it wasn't distributed evenly. In fact, the soul of his original body would control the souls of all his clones. There was a potential connection between these souls. 1,000-star city, 36 towns, scattered star island, level 3 fishery, Han Fei covered all the areas he could. Of course, Han Fei's clones didn't descend directly from the void. He had too many clones, so he could directly go over. At this moment, the billions of humans in the yin-yang world were still doing their own things. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky and an intimidating voice suddenly sounded. "TM Han Fei." At this moment, the entire human world, the billions of human beings, everyone, if you have nothing to do, listen to me about the secrets of this world. At this moment, the entire yin-yang world was in an uproar. Many people's first reaction was that Han Fei was not dead. Therefore, the great Tao crack they saw before was indeed not Han Fei's. The first reaction of countless people in the 1,000-star city was that Han Fei had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Did he become a king now? As for most ordinary cultivators, their thinking was relatively simple. Han Fei said, "At this moment, the entire human world." What did this mean? It meant that all the places, including the 36 towns, the scattered stars island, and the 1,000-star city would be informed. How could ordinary venerables possibly do this? Therefore, many people believed that Han Fei had already become a king. Everyone was shocked and worshipped him. Chapter 1655 announced the secrets of Yin-Yang World 1 translator Henyi Translations editor. Henyi Translations Han Fei's voice floated above the 1,000-star city, the scattered stars island, and the 36 towns. At this moment, anyone who wasn't fighting in the sea stopped what they were doing. Even in the middle of a battle, someone shouted, "Quickly end the battle, let's fight later." Only the venerables and explorers in the yin-yang world who hid among the people looked up at the sky and listened when they sensed the arrival of Han Yi's clones. Han Fei said, "When I swept through the big clans in the 1,000-star city, I said that I would share with you the secrets of this world. Countless people live in this world, but they live in ignorance. For example, before I announced the existence of Scattered Stars Island, the people of the 36 towns thought that the Scattered Stars Island was an unknown place that was a taboo. Everybody perked up when they heard that. In the Blue Sea Town, Li Gang and the others stopped doing business. Even the diners and the hot pot restaurants were all looking at the sky and listening. In the Heavenly Water Village, the village leader and the others all stopped what they were doing. Since Han Fei swept through the 1,000-star city, the Heavenly Water Village had become popular. The village leader of the Heavenly Sun Village even took the initiative to invite the Heavenly Water Village to move to the central position, but was rejected by the old village leader. And the reason for refusing was very strange. The old village leader said, "I'm afraid that Han Fei won't be able to find his way when he comes back. So, we can't move the Heavenly Water Village away." It was not hard to imagine how traumatized the village leader of the Heavenly Sun Village was when he heard what the old village leader said. In the hut where Han Fei once lived in the Wind Rain Town and the Cloud Soaring Town, Zhu Yinling raised her head and scanned around with her perception, but unfortunately she didn't find Han Fei. From the moment Han Fei swept the Thousand-Star City, Zhu Yinling deeply realized that she was too weak. After all these years, she was only a peak-level explorer, still a little bit away from becoming a half-venerable. As for Han Fei, he had already surpassed the entire Thousand-Star City. Therefore, although Zhu Yinling was also invited to go to the Thug Academy when old Demon Chu announced to be a king, she didn't want to go to the Thug Academy without Han Fei. Therefore, she came to Wind Rain Village alone and began her cultivation life. The people on the Scattered Stars Island worshipped Han Fei with fanaticism. On the street, someone shouted, "Shut up and listen to Marshal Han. This is a secret that you couldn't have heard before." The city guards and their captains were all yelling, "Listen carefully, don't talk." Shui Shengyi was also listening and he was exclaiming in his heart. He discovered, to his surprise, that after the Scattered Stars Island fell into Han Fei's hands, human beings became stronger much faster than when he was the supreme commander. Even the big clans didn't know much about these secrets, but now Han Fei had announced them to the world. How bold and ambitious was he? In fact, Shui Shengyi didn't know that in the world Han Fei came from, knowledge was always shared. Luo Xiaobai and the others were also gathered. Zhang Xuanyu and Li Renquang put their arms around each other's shoulders. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "I can't imagine how many girls are attracted to him," Li Renquang said hopefully. "I really want to be like Fei Fei one day, like a king, admired by everyone." Han Fei said unhurriedly and solemnly, "My fellow countrymen, I'm not lying to you, which is unnecessary. I'm going to tell you a lot of things." "Please listen to me," Han Fei said. "The area covered by the 36 towns, the Thousand-Star City, and the Scattered Stars Island is limited in size, only spanning 8 million kilometers. Everyone is locked in this sea area. Some people will ask, what is beyond this sea area? Let me tell you, 8 million kilometers away is a circular cage. If it's the first cage, the sea area we live in is the second." Han Fei revealed the greatest secret in this world without any hesitation. It was not hard to imagine that the whole world was shocked and the entire yin-yang world was in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "What? Does Marshal Han mean that we have been living in a huge cage?" Someone was shocked. "This is really incredible." Someone swallowed. Those who are weak may never discover this secret. However, this secret doesn't seem to affect ordinary people. Han Fei certainly knew that 99% of ordinary people couldn't touch this secret at all, but it didn't change the fact that they were imprisoned here. Han Fei said, "Perhaps you don't think the secret matters. Many people think that 8 million kilometers is already too large for them to explore. However, if I tell you that in the first cage, 8 million kilometers away, hidden fishers and law enforcers are like fish in the sea, and there are millions of explorers and thousands of venerables, what would you think?" "What? Shoot. Explorers, millions? Is Marshal Han serious? Gulp. What is that place?" Old Bai, Old Jiang, and the other teachers and students who were listening were all dumbfounded. The big clans who had almost been destroyed were also dumbfounded when they heard the news. In the past, they could gain a place in the Thousand-Star City just with several venerables of their family. Now they seemed to have suffered an unprecedented blow. Even Cao Tianzi of the Cao family was trembling. If Han Fei dared to tell the whole world, it meant that he was not lying. He was going to become a king, so he should be responsible for every word he said. He certainly wouldn't lie to anyone about this. Even Ningjing was dumbfounded. She muttered, "Thousands of venerables and millions of explorers? This is crazy," Han Fei continued. "Of course, you don't have to worry too much. Although there are enemies there are also allies. However, if the human race doesn't strengthen ourselves, when the seal is opened, we may lose our dominant position, because at that time you will encounter new races. And the seal of that cage may break within 100 years or even decades. So I want everyone to work hard to become stronger. Including myself, I need to become stronger too. Therefore, I've invested the resources snatched from the big clans in the Thousand-Star City into the 36 towns, the Level 3 Fishery, the Scattered Stars Island, and the Thousand-Star City. If the human race wants to become stronger, go for it." This news aroused the enthusiasm of countless people. Because the danger that Han Fei described was unimaginable, who would dare to imaginable would appear to imagine that millions of explorers would appear in this world. In many villages, people didn't even know the realm of law enforcers and explorers. Some people were still asking each other. A child asked, "Father, what is the explorer realm?" The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Son, I don't know what the explorer realm is, but Hidden Fisher is the angel that comes every year." In the sky, Han Fei paused for about 10 seconds for people to think, understand, and share information. After a minute, Han Fei said with a smile, "Okay, this is the first secret I wanted to tell you. By the way, many people in the Thousand-Star City are speculating whether or not I've become a king. Want to, but I'm still not there yet. It was my spiritual beast that was undergoing the tribulation, and I was practicing a thunder-tempering technique there. When I become a king, I'll announce it to the world." What Han Fei said was interesting. Although he explained the fact that he hadn't become a king, he said that he was only a bit away from it, especially since Han Fei had just swept through the Thousand-Star City and killed the super expert who claimed to be a king. Han Fei should have had the strength of a king. Therefore, most people thought that Han Fei was just one step away from becoming a king. Someone laughed. Who else can be a king in this world other than Marshal Han? Who else can suppress the Thousand-Star City? Someone was very keen and caught the loophole in his words. He said, Marshal Han said that when he became a king, he would announce it to the world. This means that Marshal Han is preparing to become a king. Someone agreed. It's obvious that Marshal Han's goals are to protect the human race and become a king. On the Scattered Stars Island, Yuling Yun, He Xiaoyu, and the others who had spent a long time with Han Fei were all amazed by Han Fei's words and wanted to pursue what they wanted. Of course, at this time, they were no longer pursuing love. After all, they weren't young anymore. What they frantically wanted to pursue was increase in the realm. Of course, no matter what, Han Fei was their role model. At this time, Han Fei said, all right, let's talk about the second secret. Just now, I said that the sea area we live in extends for 8 million kilometers. In fact, there used to be a king in this sea area, and the king lived in a place called the Heavenly Palace. 70,000 to 80,000 years ago, our ancestors fought sea demons, created floating islands, and established the Thousand-Star City. Therefore, above the Thousand-Star City, there is a king's residence, which is the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace controls the Thousand-Star City, then rules the 36 towns and the entire human world. Amidst another round of exclamations, Han Fei said leisurely, however, the wars never stopped, and even the king couldn't last for hundreds of thousands of years. Also, the war between humans and sea demons has never ceased. Therefore, the heavenly palaces in our sea area have declined. However, though that you can remember the name of this heavenly palace because it was it that created the current human race. It's called the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, and the world we are in is called the Yin-Yang World. Chapter 1656 announced the secrets of Yin-Yang World 2. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The secret of the Yin-Yang World had already been announced. Of course, this didn't mean much to ordinary people. For example, in the Heavenly Water Village, even a mere hidden fisher would be respectfully called as an angel. It was not hard to imagine that the Heavenly Palace had always been a legendary existence. So, why did Han Fei tell the secrets to the world? After going through countless hardships, Han Fei knew that people shouldn't look at the present. What they should look at was the future. If ordinary cultivators didn't know this, the children wouldn't be able to hear the stories that fascinated them. This would form a vicious cycle. As long as there was a desire in one's heart, one could become a strong master. Therefore, Han Fei told the secrets today to motivate the human beings in this world. Han Fei explained the secrets of the Yin-Yang World and the Heavenly Palace. Many ordinary people still didn't feel anything when they heard it. After all, they had been fishermen for a lifetime. What did the matters of the Heavenly Palace have to do with them? Perhaps they would just tell them as stories to their children. At this moment, the people who had a greater reaction were the descendants of the big clans. Those of the same age as Han Fei, such as Yang Deyu, Mo Feiyan, Li Haiye, Li Baizhou, Zhang Wen, Wang Zitian, Chen Aochen, Cao Chu, Cao Tian, and Cao Jiaren, etc. After hearing Han Fei's explanation, they finally understood what their families had been vying for so many years. Han Fei felt that old Demon Chu should have known about these things earlier. Unfortunately, if old Demon Chu knew that his direction was wrong from the beginning, what would he think? Old Demon Chu wanted to find the entrance to the Heavenly Palace from Sujuqi. However, although he did find Sujuqi, so what? Ren Tianfei was the controller. If he said that there was no road here, there was no road. No one in Chu checked could step into the Heavenly Palace in this lifetime. Although people were talking about the secrets with shock, Han Fei knew that it was far from exciting enough. Therefore, Han Fei added, there are 36 heavenly palaces like the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace in this world. Yes, they correspond to 36 sea areas. These heavenly palaces are collectively called the 36 mystic worlds, and our Yin-Yang world is one of them. Many people were stunned. Someone was dumbfounded. What? The Yin-Yang world alone stretches for 8 million kilometers, and there are 36 of them. Someone took a deep breath. How big is this world? 36 mystic worlds? Doesn't it mean that there should be 36 kings? Someone was puzzled. Why haven't we seen other strong masters from the 36 mystic worlds yet? Han Fei said. Because the Yin-Yang world declined, it was moved out of the infinite ocean and sealed here together with the Heavenly Palace. Its purpose might be to continue the human race. However, the human race will rise in the end, and the Yin-Yang world will welcome a golden age. Han Fei went on and on alone, not knowing how many people had really taken his words to their hearts. In fact, Han Fei knew that only 1% of the people in the entire Yin-Yang world would care about what he said. Most people's spiritual heritage wasn't high enough, so they didn't think this kind of matter had anything to do with them, as they probably wouldn't be able to become strong in their lifetime. However, that 1% was enough. These people were the future hope of the Yin-Yang world. In fact, Han Fei didn't underestimate the determination of people in a world where everybody cultivated. Otherwise, why would Han Fei donate and distribute all the resources? Wasn't it to arouse the fighting spirit of countless people? Old Jiang and the others were really narrow-minded on this matter. At this time, Han Fei painted a grander world. Even Han Fei himself realized how small he was. As he talked, he couldn't help but become excited. At this time, Han Fei suddenly changed the topic. Everyone, the yin-yang world has been declining for too long. In the current yin-yang heavenly palace, it hides the secret why our world doesn't have a king. In the future, we should work separately. You work hard to become stronger, and I work hard to break the rule that the yin-yang world cannot have a king. Who dares to answer my call? Han Fei asked out loud. In an instant, countless echoes shook the entire world. Someone shouted, Marshal Han is already the strongest venerable but is still so persistent and hard-working. How can we relax? On the Scattered Stars Island, countless people cheered. We must work hard to become stronger. For the rise of the human race, hundreds of thousands of people on the dragon boat shouted in unison. The rumbling voice scared the fish below the dragon boats away. Hearing people's exciting shouts, Han Fei knew that it was about time. Now he could tell them about the last thing. Yes, these secrets were just for some of the people to hear. What Han Fei needed to mobilize now was only the emotions of those people. At the same time, he told them all the secrets so that they could be passed down and told to others. And he was also preparing himself for the tribulation to become a king. At this moment, Han Fei said leisurely, Now, let me tell you the last secret. This may change the fate of many people. Han Fei said, Next to our yin-yang world, there is a sealed place called Cage, besides which, there is one of the 36 mystic worlds named Waterwood World. Huh? What? There are really other heavenly palaces? Someone sighed. What Marshal Han said is really unheard of. I wonder what the Waterwood world looks like and how strong the humans there are. Han Fei's voice echoed. The Waterwood world once had 3 kings. A few months ago, 1 died. Now, there are still 2 kings there. Yes, you heard it right. There are 2 kings in the Waterwood world. 1 king is our ally, while the other is a sea demon king. I have made a deal with Queen Life in the Waterwood world, promising to help her sweep through 2 royal cities in that world. Now, I've destroyed one of them, and we still need to destroy the Sea Clan's royal city. Gulp. 3 kings? And Marshal Han has dealt with them? Ningjing was shocked. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? I've contacted the queen. I've never heard of this happening. Someone asked, Is Marshal Han strong enough to cooperate with a king now? Someone was suspicious. What does Marshal Han mean? Why did he tell us about that kind of battle? Han Fei said, I want to renew our old alliance with Waterwood World. Therefore, I propose that anyone above the level of Hidden Fisher can volunteer to explore that world with me. Listen, it's voluntary. The reward is that I'll propose to Queen Life that you can stay in Waterwood World for a few years to blend with the alien species. It depends on your capabilities how many opportunities you can get in the Waterwood World. Now, although there were still a large number of sea demons in the deep sea of the yin-yang world, those sea demons could pose no threat. Besides, at least 20% of the sea demons that used to reach more than 3 million had been killed by human beings. Since the sea demons were weak, the Waterwood world was an excellent place for training. Han Fei knew very well that the quality of the spiritual energy in the Waterwood world was slightly higher. Besides, there were 4 battlefields for people to gain experience. In the future, if there was a full-scale battle, this would be an opportunity. Of course, opportunities were accompanied by dangers. If one wanted to get an opportunity and grow quickly, he had to survive first. It was inevitable for people to die. But even in the yin-yang world, such deaths were inevitable. Ningjing soon found Han Fei's original body in the sky above the cloud-soaring town. She said, Han Fei, are you crazy? Are you going to attack the White Shell Royal City with the yin-yang world soldiers? Does the queen know about this? Han Fei grinned. Do you think she will refuse? Once the White Armored Emperor died, Queen Life would dominate the entire Waterwood world alone. And once the White Armor Emperor died, his energy would return to the world. The one who could get the most benefits would be Queen Life. Besides, Han Fei wasn't worried that Queen Life would attack the yin-yang world. First of all, it was unnecessary. Secondly, she couldn't come over. Otherwise, the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye would definitely take action. And if Queen Life wasn't an idiot, she wouldn't let the venerables and explorers of the yin-yang world come over either. Han Fei's experience and growth told her that his identity as the master of yin-yang world had basically been confirmed. There was no benefit in pissing Han Fei off. More importantly, Queen Life was Han Fei's junior sister after all. No matter how much she didn't want to admit this fact, she couldn't deny it. Of course, some people would doubt it. In the Thousand Star City and the Scattered Stars Island, voices rang. This voice came from Cao Tianzi and Shui Shenqi. Shui Shenqi asked, Will the king of the Waterwood world covet the yin-yang world? Cao Tian asked. Since you haven't become a king yet, how can he cooperate with a king, Marshal Han? Many people fell silent. Those who dared to question Han Fei must be very strong, at least in the venerable realm. Han Fei said with a smile, Someone is wondering, if I form an alliance with Waterwood World, will it endanger the yin-yang world? Since someone has asked, I'll answer their question. The yin-yang world has had no king for tens of thousands of years because the great Tao here is sealed and this world is being watched by the rules of the heavenly Tao. In fact, no king dares to enter the yin-yang world. Even the black evil conch king that once fought me on the Scattered Stars Island only sent his projections over. Since no king can come here, I'll bluntly say that no one under the king realm can beat me. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Han Fei had said enough today. There always had to be someone who made decisions. Now, he was the only one who could make such an important decision. If he succeeded, he would become the uncrowned king of the yin-yang world. In the future, when the heavenly Tao Dharma eye was gone, he would be king. Han Fei's words certainly worked. At this moment, countless hidden fishers in the Thousand-Star City, as well as a large number of retired experts in the 36 towns, all set off. Their visions were certainly different from ordinary people's. They knew that if they wanted resources, they had to fight for them on their own. Now Han Fei had helped them get an opportunity. No matter what, they had to take a look. After all, Han Fei was the only super powerhouse who had swept the Thousand-Star City and dominated the yin-yang world. Besides, the title of the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island was even more convincing than Han Fei's name. They had to believe it. Chapter 1657, Let's Sweep the Royal City Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. With Han Fei's status now, there was no need for him to lie about these things. The collision between different areas and races was actually an excellent opportunity, but not many people could figure it out quickly. The first reaction of most people, especially ordinary cultivators, was fear. Han Fei didn't want to waste time. If they were given multiple choices, they would probably hesitate for at least a few months. Therefore, Han Fei simply gave them two choices, either go or not go. They would bear the consequences on their own. He did this to avoid many people who were hesitant. If they didn't have the heart strong enough, what could they do even if they went with him? What Han Fei wanted was people with desire. Cloud-soaring town, wind-rain village. Zhu Yinling was also listening to Han Fei. She knew that she would definitely go to the Waterwood world, not because of Han Fei, but to become stronger. When she saw Han Fei sitting in the yard, skillfully peeling the clamshell, she was stunned. After a long time, Zhu Yinling said, why are you here? Han Fei raised his head and smiled. You're already a peak-level explorer? It seems that it's only a matter of time for you to become a half-venerable. Zhu Yinling said, That's only a half-venerable. Why are you suddenly here? You should have a lot of things to do now, right? Han Fei smiled. Xiaozhu, we've known each other for 15 years, right? You must have gone through a lot of things to become a peak-level explorer so quickly according to the records in the Heavenly Music Book. Zhu Yinling nodded. Yes, humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only by going through the vicissitudes of life can I make breakthroughs in the mortal world. However, the hardest part is to transcend the love tribulation, which invaded my heart when I was young and has never been tackled. Han Fei clearly discovered that Zhu Yinling was different. Even though she had disguised herself as an ordinary woman, her extraordinary aura was getting stronger and stronger. This meant that Zhu Yinling could break the mortal barrier at any time. At the same time, Han Fei remembered that the Heavenly Music Book was extremely difficult and time-consuming to practice. Obviously, the Heavenly Music Book wasn't easy to practice. In just a few years, Zhu Yinling had reached this point. Her speed had amazed many people. In fact, it wasn't that Zhu Yinling hadn't grown fast enough or been strong enough. Han Fei still remembered how he was shocked when he saw she became an explorer. Therefore, it was not that she was too slow, but that Han Fei was growing too fast. Therefore, even if others grew rapidly, they didn't seem to grow fast enough. Luo Xiaobai and the others were already advanced explorers. Who could say their growth was not fast? And this was because of the lack of spiritual energy and energy in the yin-yang world. If they were in the cage, with their talent, they would probably be half-venerables, or even venerables. Seeing that Han Fei didn't seem to know how to answer, Zhu Yinling chuckled. Don't worry, I won't chase you now. What you said just now made me understand that the world is huge. The 36 mystic worlds must be full of venerables. If you don't become a king, how can you conquer the world? So, just go. I have my own path. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What's your path? Zhu Yinling blinked naughtily and said, I'm not telling you. Han Fei was slightly relieved. It was a good thing anyway. Zhu Yinling was no longer conflicted about feelings. This was good for her and for him. Han Fei handed over a jade slip. Zhu Yinling tilted her head but didn't immediately take it. Han Fei explained, Among the 36 mystic worlds, there's a world called the Sanskrit music world. I guess it has something to do with the ancient heavenly music sect. If you want to enter the Great Tao with the Heavenly Music Book, you need to obtain the Heaven and Earth Blessing Music Book. It might not be easy to obtain it in the Sanskrit music world. I happen to have it. Han Fei's guess was not unreasonable. Among the 36 mystic worlds, the Sanskrit music world was the only place that was good at music. If the yin-yang world returned to the 36 mystic worlds, Zhu Yinling would definitely go there. As for the Heaven and Earth Blessing Music Book, he could easily get it through deduction. Therefore, there was indeed no need for Zhu Yinling to go to the Sanskrit music world to seek opportunities. It was like if Luo Xiaobai and the others had to wait dozens or even hundreds of years to find opportunities in a certain place, but Han Fei could give it to them now. Why not give them now? After all, time was the most precious thing for cultivators. If Han Fei didn't even give Zhu Yinling this, how could he be called her friend? Zhu Yinling accepted it without any struggle. She held the jade slip and smiled. Sanskrit music world, I'll remember it. Well, since you're already here, why don't you have a meal with me here? Okay. Han Fei didn't go with Zhu Yinling. Now, countless people were heading to the Scattered Stars Island, but Han Fei came to the level 3 fishery, the Abyssal Chasm. In the 9-Palace World Secret Realm, Han Fei skillfully passed 2 checkpoints in a row, turned the wheel, and came to the resting place of the Water Immortal. In this paradise-like place, the speed of growth of the Water Immortal exceeded Han Fei's imagination. In just 4 years, the Water Immortal grew from a seed into a huge green lotus. This green lotus might not be very strong, but it occupied 1/10 of the space. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn, if he put the Divine Sun here too, would the Water Immortal and the Divine Sun fight? If the green lotus grew at this speed, it might produce consciousness in 10 years at most. After pondering for a long time, Han Fei felt that there was probably no better place than this place for the growth of the Divine Sun and the Water Immortal. Therefore, Han Fei placed the seed of the Divine Sun at the furthest place from the Water Immortal and buried it. By the way, Han Fei set a barrier between them. Han Fei said, "Teacher, Divine Sun, just pray that I can come back within 10 years. This is already the best place I can find for you two in the yin-yang world. Although it's not a big place, bear with it for now. When I return, I'll find you a better place." Han Fei had planned to put the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm here too. However, seeing that the Water Immortal was growing so fast, he decided to drop it. Few creatures in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm were still alive. He didn't let them out because there were too many humans in the yin-yang world. It wasn't appropriate to release a bunch of ancient demon plants here. Perhaps they would be used as training objects by others and end up in disaster. After planting the seed of the Divine Sun, Han Fei didn't go to the Scattered Stars Island immediately. Instead, he summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Fatty and Little Gold out in the Abyssal Chasm. Earlier, Han Fei hadn't had the time. However, this time, Han Fei had to do all the necessary things at one go. These contractual spiritual beasts had to do one thing today, to transcend the tribulation. With Han Fei here, their tribulation would definitely be very smooth. After all, Han Fei was much stronger than them now, sure enough, only 3 hours later. The 4 contractual spiritual beasts all successfully transcended the tribulation. The Abyssal Chasm was remote, therefore only a few people knew about this tribulation. Ordinary people couldn't sense the tribulation here at all, at this moment. A string of information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name 9, 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Introduction. Its 9 tails can turn into 9 divine chains, and it has extremely strong combat power. A level 75 Cs20C, Wasti Cs20C Cs20C, Legend Immersing Law, Soul Hammer CCCCCC 8C73 points, 8C73 points, First Storny Feasers 20Cs DCs. Omnivorous prefers Shrimp East 20 Drance East 20 seized. Wasp drains 9-tailed soul stabbing, Soul Lock East 20 Stactions, Growth Period, a maimed feather god. Our introduction ancient exotic species, a flying fish with 2 wings and 2 feet. Its wings are as sharp as blades and can break gold and crack stones. Feather god Ray can fly into the sky or dive into the sea. Its speed is extremely fast. Its head is as firm as a mountain, and it is good at hitting things with its head. When it has fully grown up, it can gather the power of heavenly thunder. TH Ni serves E. Level 70 serves EH Nis. Legend R Enforcing Law. Lightning Escape, a spiritual energy, 78,032. Food carnivorous, prefers large fish H me serbs serbi serbs. H ni serbi serbs. H me serbi serbs. H me serbi serbs. Quality, lightning domain, ultimate thunder scar, remarks turret status, growth periods, name T death. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, death soul splitting, octopus introduction. Ancient exotic species with a weak divine beast bloodline. Its sucking disc can absorb spiritual energy, and essence blood. The 9 death soul-splitting octopus's spiritual power is extremely strong, able to ignore the mental attacks of all creatures within 10 levels of itself. It also has great strength and can deflect 90% of the attacks when attacked. It also has a super strong self-recovery ability. A level 70 H quality, Arcatient, Exotic, and Crow. TAF. REN. Soul attraction, a spiritual energy, 96,852. R. Food, 40 carnivorous, prefers shrimp and crabs, a battle technique lead EF, limb regeneration, blood rebirth, soul hunting tentacle, divine sea strike. R. Note. The host can share blood rebirth with the 9 death soul splitting octopus. It can only be used 9 times in a lifetime, with 5 left. 8 name AAA, heavenly dog. 1 introduction, ancient exotic species that likes to inhabit turbid waters and dark mountains. They look like white dogs and have black heads. Their sounds are varied and often reduce their sense of threat by pretending to be cats. Heavenly dogs have wings and blue feathers like sharp blades. They can twist the void and escape extremely fast. They are good at stealth and like to bully the weak. Heavenly dogs have the ability to devour the sky and the sun, but the ability needs to be activated passively. A level 70 Squality, Was Ancient Mutant. Was enforcing law os water barrier. Water barrier contains spiritual energy. It can swallow spiritual energy infinitely. Food omnivorous. Prefers meat. Os a battle technique. Sky escape technique. Heavenly demon body transformed into a heart demon. Heritage breaking claw remarks current status growth period. At this point, all of Hanfei's contractual spiritual beasts had reached the realm of explorers. Perhaps, after the tribulation, there would usually be great gains. At this moment, these contractual spiritual beasts all had one or two combat skills more. For example, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's soul lock was a combat skill that could lock the enemy's soul. In the same realm, even if the enemy could break free, it would take a lot of time, and in a battle between strong masters, every minute and second determined where the balance of victory was tilted. Little Gold's combat skill was easy to understand. It was the ultimate Thunderscar. Its speed was extremely fast. However, this was relative. For him, it was dispensable. Little Fatty surprised Hanfei most. It had evolved from a legendary creature to an ancient exotic creature. Besides, it also had a combat skill that could attack the soul. Sure enough, this guy specialized in soul attack. As for the licking dog, although he hadn't fought once, his growth was very fast too. However, although their growth was very fast, Hanfei was still regretful. Other people's spiritual beasts were as strong as their masters, but it was impossible for him and his spiritual beasts for the time being. Therefore, Hanfei didn't intend to summon his pets in battle, mainly because they were too weak now and couldn't grow as fast as him. After these contractual spiritual beasts transcended the tribulation, Hanfei went to the Thousand-Star City, corpse nurturing ground. Hanfei left all the pets here. Yes, even Little Fatty was left here. Hanfei hesitated for a long time, but then he realized that he could hardly die now. Hanfei was already familiar with the Waterwood world. As long as he didn't fight the White Armor Emperor, there was no one in the Waterwood world who could kill him. Huffa! After Hanfei was done, he stood in the sky above the Thousand-Star City, and an old turtle appeared beside him. The old turtle had signed a master-servant contract with Hanfei. Without the suppression of the demon purification pot, he'd completely melted into Guai Songying's body. Of course, there was also an old turtle soul in Hanfei's body, which was for the convenience of communication. Hanfei grinned and said, "Let's sweep the royal city." Chapter 1658, Waterwood World Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations, Scattered Stars Island. When Hanfei returned here again, he finally saw the scene of hidden fissures everywhere. Although it was not as good as the Waterwood world and the Cage world, it made the Scattered Stars Island the strongest island in the Yin-Yang world. Hanfei scanned with his perception and could be sure that there were nearly 100,000 hidden fissures coming from the Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns. On the past Scattered Stars Island, hidden fissures were already strong. Even if all the hidden ones were added up, there might not be 10,000 hidden fissures. Therefore, the situation was much better now. And this was only on the second day after Hanfei announced that he was going to the Waterwood world. There were already as many as 100,000 hidden fissures gathered here, and it didn't include the cultivators of the big clans. If those people were added, the number of hidden fissures would be doubled. At this moment, people were still coming from the Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns. Hanfei nodded slightly. Suddenly, Hanfei raised his head, because he felt that 10,000 kilometers away, the cloud whale had swept across the sky. Then, Tang Yan's voice came. "Your strength is improving at an incredible speed. It's difficult for you to grow so fast even if you can use the power of wish. It seems that you do have other opportunities," Hanfei thought to himself. "You didn't come out when old Demon Chuk claimed to be a king. Why did you come out now?" Hanfei smiled. "I was lucky and happened to encounter some opportunities." Tang Yan didn't dwell on this question but asked, "Did you really communicate with Queen Life? Do you think I would lie?" Tang Yan said, "Not really. Many people know about the channel you mentioned, but no one seems to be able to pass it." Hanfei thought to himself, it seems that Tang Yan and Old Han are not really on good terms. At least, Old Han didn't tell Tang Yan about this. As if knowing what Tang Yan wanted to ask. Hanfei said, "I know that you have the experience in tribulation transcending, and it may be more than once. However, there's something I have to warn you about. Don't think about transcending the tribulation in the Waterwood world. I won't let you and Cao Tianji go there now." Tang Yan was silent for a while. "Are you afraid of causing a conflict between Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world?" Hanfei said. "We need the absolute trust of each other. Besides, if anyone dares to cause trouble at this critical moment, I'll kill him." At this moment, Hanfei was no longer afraid of Tang Yan. He could tell the difference between Tang Yan and Tang Ji. Even if Tang Yan died, Tang Ji wouldn't be affected. In fact, it might even be better for Tang Ji. In fact, Shui Fan was equivalent to Tang Ge in identity. Wasn't his achievements higher than his original body? After all, reincarnation bodies had their own consciousness. The only pity was that if the two parties fused in the future, there was no telling who would dominate the body. At this time, Tang Yan said, "You mean we have to wait for you to break the Yin-Yang world's heavenly Tao Dharma Eye?" Hanfei nodded straightforwardly. "That's right. Although Queen Life is our ally, she is not a human. Apart from all other relationships, any action that exceeds an ally may have unimaginable consequences. In fact, Han Fei thought to himself, you want to become a king before me? In your dreams. And Tang Yan did want to go to the Waterwood world to transcend the tribulation. He knew very well that once he fell into a king-level heavenly tribulation, even if the other party was a king, it would be extremely difficult for him to intervene. However, just as Han Fei said, this was definitely a provocation to the Waterwood world. After all, it was their territory, and he would use their energy. Why should they let him become a king there? Wouldn't it be great if they saved all the energy resources for themselves? Even if they couldn't use them, how many half-kings could the resources and energy create? Therefore, this was indeed a provocation to them. Therefore, Han Fei really couldn't let them go there ahead of him, otherwise he might fall out with Queen Life. Seeing that Tang Yan was silent, Han Fei asked, "Where is Tang Ge?" Tang Yan said, "He's transcending the tribulation. I don't think he can participate in this battle." Han Fei frowned. "It's longer than I expected. The longer, the better." Han Fei didn't talk to Tang Yan anymore. Immediately, Han Fei went to the refining hall in the City of Justice and found Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, all the refiners in the refining hall were having a meeting. After so many years of development and investment in various resources, there were already more than 100 Fei Yanmu furnaces. However, as more and more people poured into the Scattered Stars Island, it was obvious that the Fei Yanmu furnaces were running at full capacity, and the weapons they were forging were limited. Luo Xiaobai was now requesting to build some more Fei Yanmu furnaces. At the same time, she wanted to sell some of the weapons in the warehouses of the big clans. A moment later, Han Fei found Luo Xiaobai. As for Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang, they had been arranged by Luo Xiaobai. One was responsible for deploying resources, personally supervising them, and the other was responsible for arranging newcomers on the Scattered Stars Island. When Luo Xiaobai saw Han Fei, the first thing she asked was, "When are we going to fight?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then grinned. "Not that fast. Although more and more experts are gathering on the Scattered Stars Island, the number is not enough. Besides, the overall mobilization is a big problem. It seems that the former management method of the Scattered Stars Island has to be used again." Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, "I've already used it. As for the big clans, I've designed an implicating mechanism. Otherwise, it's really difficult to control those families who are used to playing dirty and running amok." Han Fei shrugged. "Oh, that's great. By the way, I'm here to ask if you have time now." Luo Xiaobai, "Huh?" Han Fei said, "I'm going to Waterwood World to discuss the battle situation with Queen Life. Would you like to go with me?" Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. "Then here." Han Fei said with a smile, "We'll be back soon. I'm taking you there because I have something to do. Once everyone arrives, you'll be in charge of everything. Even Shui Shenqi can't shake your commanding right. So, I'll show you the way in advance and introduce you to the venerables of Waterwood World." Luo Xiaobai immediately said, "Wait for me for an hour. I'll arrange some follow-up matters." Luo Xiaobai had no intention of rejecting Han Fei. After hearing about the existence of the Waterwood World from Han Fei, she had long wanted to explore it. Now that she had this chance, she certainly wouldn't miss it. To be honest, in terms of managing the army, Luo Xiaobai didn't look down on Han Fei, but Han Fei liked adventure too much. So, should Han Fei be in charge of the army? Luo Xiaobai thought that it would be better for her to do it. Since Han Fei had given her power, she must be in total charge of the planning and dispatch of all personnel on the Scattered Stars Island. In an underground cave in the Transverse Mountain, just like the 10,000 Demon Valley, it could directly connect the two worlds. At this moment, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were already in the cave. Ningjing was still shopping on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei couldn't help but say with a black face, "Hey, don't think I don't know. You brought back a lot of ingredients and seasonings. Yin Yang World is going to suffer a huge loss if you keep doing this," Ningjing snorted. "Petty, I don't know when I'll be able to come next time. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't prepare some?" Han Fei was lost for words. "I can assure you, you'll have plenty of time to come to the Yin Yang World soon." Swish Ta Ningjing appeared directly in front of Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai. Although Luo Xiaobai had heard Han Fei mention Ningjing, when she saw Ningjing, she couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This girl was so beautiful. Ningjing looked at Luo Xiaobai and said graciously, "Hello." Then she looked at Han Fei. "Really?" Han Fei shrugged. "Of course. Maybe the Waterwood World and the Yin Yang World can be connected in the future. What do you think?" Ningjing's eyes lit up. "Let's go." When Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and Ningjing entered the passage, Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, "Is this the passage to the Waterwood World?" Luo Xiaobai had no idea that this channel was actually a channel to the Waterwood World. As soon as Han Fei came in, Chen Shu had already sensed him. Because Qian Shu was connected to the ground veins, he could see Han Fei from a distance. When Qian Shu's face appeared on the tree, Luo Xiaobai looked at it in surprise. She immediately looked at Han Fei. "Isn't this the leafless tree?" Han Fei nodded. "The leafless tree has gone out. This senior is called Qian Shu." With that said, Qian Shu's old voice said, "Qian Shu greets you, Messenger Jing." Ningjing was speechless when she sensed that she was a hanging fisher now. she responded casually. Open the channel. I'm going to see the queen. Yes, Messenger Jing. Messenger Jing? Luo Xiaobai silently watched all of this. Sure enough, as Han Fei said, Ning Jing's status was extremely high. The speed of a hanging fisher was always a little slow. When Han Fei and the others arrived, 6 hours had passed. Although Han Fei and Ning Jing both knew the near-at-hand technique and carried Luo Xiaobai with them, water would whirled. When Luo Xiaobai appeared on the Sea of Clouds divine tree, she saw the huge tree bark wall. She looked at Han Fei in surprise. Is this a trunk? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. The trunk. Luo Xiaobai said, I once thought that the ancient tree I saw was already very big. Is this the Cloud Sea divine tree? Ningjing said, of course, this is the Cloud Sea divine tree. Its branches and leaves stretch out for 500,000 kilometers the furthest. After they appeared, the leafless tree said, Hi, Messenger Jing. Han Fei, the queen asked you to go straight there. Chapter 1659, Negotiation with Queen Life Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. This time, when Han Fei came to the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, the Bat Venerable who was responsible for guarding the gate was shocked to see him. When Han Fei first came, he was only a peak-level law enforcer, but now, he was almost a peak-level Venerable. This growth speed was unheard of. It was simply incredible. Because Han Fei and the others went directly to the Heavenly Palace, Luo Xiaobai hadn't met the other races on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree yet. Waterwood Heavenly Palace. As soon as Jinger came in, she disappeared with a step and shouted, My queen, Jinger missed you so much. Jinger brought you a lot of things from the yin-yang world this time, all strange little things from the yin-yang world, including a flying boat. Be quiet. With a look from Queen Life, Ningjing immediately fell silent. She stood under the tree obediently and looked at Bai Suzhen. Ningjing couldn't help narrowing her eyes. She felt that she had met an opponent. Bai Suzhen's temperament seemed to be similar to the queen's. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were at the end of the road. Luo Xiaobai sensed the terrifyingly rich spiritual energy here. There were spiritual fruits everywhere, and all kinds of rare spiritual fruits here. However, Luo Xiaobai was very calm. Since Han Fei could negotiate with Queen Life, he must be on good terms with her. Seeing Luo Xiaobai staring at the puppets, Han Fei explained, In the Heavenly Palace, there are many strong puppets. After all, kings need to maintain their mysteriousness. In the hearts of the people, kings are like gods. Luo Xiaobai nodded and followed Han Fei unhurriedly. A moment later, when Han Fei saw Bai Suzhen, he found that her pupils were constricted slightly and she closed her eyes. Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Bai Suzhen had awakened the memories of the water immortal so quickly? In the next moment, someone said, Suzhen, visualize the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Yes, teacher. Then, Queen Life said casually, Come up. Han Fei moved, and Luo Xiaobai appeared in the little yard of Queen Life before she realized what had happened. Queen Life was still taking care of her flowers gently, like she was petting her child. Luo Xiaobai looked straight at her, her eyes slightly dazzled. When Han Fei was about to do something, Luo Xiaobai's hands were wrapped by brambled vines and she suddenly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she no longer dared to look at Queen Life. Luo Xiaobai was shocked. She's so beautiful. She had never thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in this world. She couldn't help but glance at Han Fei, thinking that Han Fei was quite popular with women. Queen Life didn't know what Luo Xiaobai was thinking. She stopped what she was doing and stroked the branch with one hand, and her other hand fell naturally. She looked at Luo Xiaobai casually. A born human manipulator has a heart of nature. Little girl, do you want to be my disciple? Luo Xiaobai was stunned. Ning Jing and Bai Suzhen under the tree were both taken aback. Ning Jing was still thinking, what's wrong with the queen? Why is she recruiting so many disciples? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he immediately said, Luo Xiaobai is my teammate. Queen Life chuckled. Then she should be less than 100 years old. She has great potential. Seeing that Han Fei was frowning, Queen Life said casually, Let's talk about our own business. Besides, you're not qualified to talk about this with me. Han Fei rolled his eyes and looked at Luo Xiaobai. It's up to you. Han Fei wondered if his junior sister was obsessed with taking disciples. Luo Xiaobai was very special. Han Fei knew that not only did she have a growing spiritual heritage, but she was also a genius of the family mastering the divine manipulation technique. Furthermore, she had awakened her Dao seed early. Even if she didn't become Queen Life's disciple, her future achievements couldn't be bad. Sure enough, Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. Thank you, senior. However, I've already entered a sect, so it's inconvenient for me to acknowledge you as my teacher. Please forgive me. Han Fei seemed to have expected this result, so he wasn't surprised at all. Queen Life was taken aback, and Ningjing's eyes widened. Queen Life didn't expect that Luo Xiaobai would refuse her so quickly. Ningjing was shocked. This person rejected the queen? Is she stupid? Only Han Fei knew very well that Luo Xiaobai was a very principled person. Whether this principle was right or wrong, what she insisted on was always what she thought was right. Since childhood, Han Fei certainly knew that it was unlikely to make Luo Xiaobai succumb to others. Queen Life smiled. What a pity. Okay, tell me. You're not here just to visit me, are you? Han Fei said. I think the queen has already known about what happened in the yin-yang world recently. Han Fei believed that the Sea Cloud Tower must have a way to communicate with the Waterwood world. In the past, old Han could turn a blind eye to it, and now he could do the same. Luo Xiaobai's pupils were constricted. This made her feel extremely surprised. Was there someone from the Waterwood world in the Yin-Yang world? This matter was neither big nor small. The main reason was that there was no king in the Yin-Yang world. It was not good to be watched by a king. However, judging from Han Fei's reaction, this matter didn't seem to be serious. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have come here, let alone sit idle. Queen Life said, yes. Your strength has already exceeded Jinger's, but it's not enough yet. Han Fei smiled and said, how is the hunt going for the venerables in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? Queen Life said, most of them didn't die at the hands of us and the White Shell Royal City. Those who escaped have all died. Han Fei certainly knew what Queen Life meant. Before the tribulation, xuanhuan might have completely parasitized a portion of people. Therefore, there were actually very few people who could resist his parasitic abilities. After all, it was impossible for a venerable to not know he was parasitized. xuanhuan still needed subordinates, so some venerables managed to escape from his control. Most venerables weren't that lucky. When xuanhuan's parasitic technique was fully activated and they died, there was no telling if there were any Grey Dao cracks. It was possible that they had been completely parasitized by xuanhuan and became his clones. Han Fei wasn't surprised to hear that all the venerables in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had died. After all, neither the Waterwood world nor the White Shell Royal City dared to use the venerables from the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Once the venerables died, the scattered blood demons were nothing to worry about. Luo Xiaobai was shocked. Han Fei had mentioned the Blood Sea Divine Wood City to them. Han Fei mentioned that he was forced to transcend the king-level tribulation, so he talked about the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. How could a powerful royal city be destroyed in such a short time? It could be seen how powerful the Waterwood world and the White Shell Royal City were. Therefore, unlike her beauty, Queen Life was not harmless. Han Fei grunted and said frankly, I promised you to destroy the other two royal cities. Now that the Blood Sea Sacred City is destroyed, it's the turn of the White Shell Royal City. 1. Queen Life stood upright and her temperament was immediately different. She was elegant and solemn now. She said, you should know the history of the battle between the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. It's extremely difficult to decide the winner. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, in the White Shell Royal City, is there another king besides the White Armor Emperor? Queen Life shook her head slightly. Of course not. Han Fei asked again, are there any fake king-level experts? Queen Life was already shaking her head. There's actually something wrong with the fake king realm. At least, there has never been a fake king in the Waterwood world, Han Fei said. Since there is no second king in the White Shell Royal City and there is no fake king, with the help of our Yin-Yang world, what will be the result of this battle? Queen Life looked at Han Fei. Will the Yin-Yang world help us? Han Fei grinned. You don't know yet? Queen Life, I didn't get the news as fast as you think. Han Fei said. I'm here to help. You should be able to think of that. Queen Life looked at Han Fei deeply. Do you know how many soldiers are needed to fight such a battle? How many of them will die? Han Fei said. Better to accomplish the whole task at one stroke. Besides, the top priority of the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world is not the White Shell Royal City but the cage. Luo Xiaobai thought to herself on the side. Han Fei was a tough and adventurous guy as always. As for Queen Life, she was obviously tempted. If she wasn't tempted, she would have already refused. Sure enough, Queen Life smiled casually. How many soldiers can you send over? Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai will deploy the troops of the Yin-Yang world and even their future battles in the Waterwood world. Luo Xiaobai replied, the Yin-Yang world can send a total of 250,000 hidden fishers, 7,000 law enforcers, 300 explorers, and 15 venerables. Queen Life looked at Han Fei. Is the Yin-Yang world so weak now? Han Fei grinned. Count me in. Queen Life looked at Han Fei deeply. There are probably 5 half-kings in the White Shell Royal City. Han Fei said unconcernedly, as it happens, there are 3 half-kings in Yin-Yang world. Queen Life shook her head and said, half-kings are not allowed to enter the Waterwood world. Han Fei thought to himself, as I expected. Once a half-king transcended the king-level tribulation, even a king couldn't interfere. Therefore, how could Queen Life allow it? Han Fei was already prepared. Han Fei said unhurriedly, if the White Armored Emperor doesn't come out, I alone will be enough. Queen Life suddenly changed the topic. Are you sure you sent so many people here just for the battle? Han Fei smiled and didn't answer the Queen's question directly. Instead, he said, if the seal on the cage disappears one day, the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world will meet sooner or later. Besides, the Waterwood world is actually not much better than the Yin-Yang world. Look at the world inside the cage, and everything will be clear. The outside world may be beyond our understanding. Cooperating to deal with the outside world should be our best choice. Queen Life chuckled. Okay. Since you dare to bet, I dare to fight. Chapter 1660, Scattered Stars, Expeditionary Force Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After the two sides came to an agreement, Han Fei said, although we're going to fight, it may be more effective if you wait for me for a while. Queen Life looked at Han Fei. What are you going to do? Han Fei grinned. I'm going to the White Shell Royal City. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise. Why are you going there? Han Fei grinned. There is a forbidden level trial field in the White Shell City that is very suitable for my cultivation. If I go there, I can reach the peak. Luo Xiaobai remembered that Han Fei could transform into an inferior manfish, and her heart did a flip. It seemed that Han Fei had already been to the White Shell Royal City. Queen Life asked, how many years do I have to wait? Queen Life had already had conservative estimates of the time. It might take 100 years or even longer for a normal person to become a peak-level venerable from an advanced peak-level venerable. However, when it came to Han Fei, Queen Life felt that it might take a few years or even shorter. Han Fei said, I'm not sure how long it will take, but it won't be too long. My suggestion is that let the people of Yin-Yang world come first. This kind of war requires cooperation and familiarity with the geographical environment. We can't fight unprepared battles. Queen Life didn't refuse this time. As long as there were no half-kings, it didn't matter how many people came here. Therefore, she replied straightforwardly, okay, you don't have a lot of people. The 11 human units can totally accommodate them. However, are you sure you can still sneak in without the White Armor Emperor knowing? Han Fei smiled. That's my problem. After leaving the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, Ningjing took the two of them to the human territory. This time, she still went to Wushang Shui. Based on Han Fei's understanding of Ningjing, it was definitely because they were close. When Wushang Shui saw Han Fei again, she said in surprise, your strength. Han Fei smiled politely. I got some opportunities. Wushang Shui really wanted to roll her eyes. What kind of opportunity could make a person grow so fast? After Ningjing talked to Wushang Shui via voice transmission, Wushang Shui widened her eyes and looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. If she didn't know Han Fei, she would have thought that Han Fei was crazy. This guy was negotiating with the queen to destroy the White Shell Royal City. Glancing at Luo Xiaobai, Wushang Shui said, the queen will directly inform the Cloud Sea Divine Tree of such a big event, right? Han Fei smiled. Of course. I just took the command of tactics of the Yin-Yang world to visit the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Luo Xiaobai was lost for words. Han Fei had invented a new term, command of tactics? That sounded weird. In fact, Han Fei knew that it would work. As long as Queen Life wasn't stupid, she wouldn't refuse him. After all, destroying the White Shell Royal City would bring her too many benefits. Han Fei's purpose was actually very simple. He needed to use the Lightning Prison. Since he was already here, why not destroy the White Shell Royal City, by the way? Besides, this could also promote the relationship between Yin-Yang World and Waterwood World. In the future, if something happened to the cage when he wasn't around, Queen Life could take care of the Yin-Yang World. As for Queen Life coveting the Yin-Yang World, that was nonsense. If she coveted it, she would have done so a long time ago. Besides, with the Sea Cloud Tower in the Yin-Yang World, Queen Life was very clear about the situation in the Yin-Yang World. Half a day later, Dark Warport. Han Fei took Luo Xiaobai to explore the 4 battlefields. There was no telling if it was because the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had been destroyed, but the battle in the Fiery Sea had become smaller. When Han Fei finished telling Luo Xiaobai about the Dark War Port, Luo Xiaobai said, well, I've already figured out the situation here. I'm just curious. Our strength is clearly not enough. Hundreds of thousands of hidden fishers are just a drop in the bucket for them. The ones that are really useful are the explorers and the venerables. And Queen Life didn't agree to let the hidden fishers come, which weakened the advantage of our yin-yang world. She seems to be only interested in you. Han Fei grinned. At least I've got the result I want, Luo Xiaobai asked. You didn't do that to make them fight the war, did you? For the Waterwood world, it doesn't matter whether or not the people of the yin-yang world come to help. Queen Life just wants your help, so even if you don't take anyone with you, she will still agree to this war. Han Fei said indifferently, do you think the Waterwood world is very strong? In fact, it's not. After going to the cage, I knew that both the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world had declined. There were pitifully few strong masters, and there were 36 heavenly palaces. I suspect that there are still many powerful heavenly palaces as powerful as the cage. Can you imagine? Even if the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world are combined, they might not be 10 or 20% as powerful as the other heavenly palaces. Maybe the other heavenly palaces have already unified their respective worlds. In that case, even the cage might not be comparable to them, Luo Xiaobai said. Do you think the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world will inevitably collide with other heavenly palaces in the future? So, the current alliance is inevitable? Han Fei nodded. Yes, Waterwood Heavenly Palace. Ningjing was asking the same question. Queen Life said indifferently, you have to look into the future. A moment of gain or loss doesn't mean much. Even if the White Shell Royal City has always existed, it's not a big deal. I'm betting on Han Fei. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai stayed in the Waterwood world for less than a day before they returned to the Scattered Stars Island. On the Scattered Stars Island, the City of Justice was crammed with people. For people who didn't see many strong masters before, they could see strong masters everywhere now. The carnival shops and the like were already full. Zhang Xuanyu and Loreng Kuang were quite busy and didn't even know that Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai had left. 5 days passed. On the Scattered Stars Island outside the City of Justice, Luo Xiaobai arranged 25 formations, each with 10,000 soldiers. The number of estimates didn't exceed Luo Xiaobai's expectations. Even if all the hidden fishers in the entire 1,000-star city were added up, the number of hidden fishers might reach nearly 1 million. However, excluding the old ones and those who were scared, according to the statistics, there was probably only one person per 4 to 5 people who was willing to join this adventure. Luo Xiaobai knew very well that the people who went to the Waterwood world the earliest would definitely get the most benefits. There was more spiritual energy there, and there were too many things for the human race to learn. There was also the Cloud Sea Divine Tree where they could crazily cultivate. All in all, the 250,000 people's vision and courage decided that they would rise quickly. But in Han Fei's eyes, even 1,000,000 hidden fishers were very few, let alone 250,000. Could 1,000,000 hidden fishers be compared to 1,000,000 explorers? It was simply an insurmountable chasm. In fact, the rise of a race with a population of billions wasn't something that could be achieved easily. It required generations of hard work and time. In the past few days, a very appropriate name spread among these armies. This name was Scattered Stars Expeditionary Force. It was impossible for everyone who participated in the expeditionary army to not be nervous. However, most of the people's hearts were filled with anxiety, excitement, and curiosity. During this period, some simple information was slowly revealed. Now, at the resting place of the expeditionary force, someone murmured, "Hey, have you heard? It's said that there are many races in the Waterwood world. Apart from the human race, there are demon plants like tree demons, a large number of insects, and sky races like birds. Tieski. It's really hard to imagine why these races are on par with human beings." Someone sneered. "What do you know?" "I heard that Queen Life is not from the human race, but from the demon plant line." Someone interjected, "Keep your voice down. I have news that you will never expect." Everyone couldn't help but look at him, stunned. "What news?" The man grinned and said, "I heard the girls there are very beautiful." Hua, everybody despised him. Compared to most ordinary people, the people from the big clans had long been arranged into the army. It could be said that half of the people in the expeditionary army were actually from big clans, and most of the experts were from big clans. It couldn't be helped. This was the foundation accumulated over thousands or tens of thousands of years. They had resources and channels to advance, so they were not comparable to ordinary itinerant cultivators. Of course, the population of the 36 towns was huge, and many heavenly talents had emerged. In terms of strength, they were no weaker than the children of the big clans. Although Han Fei had defeated the big clans, it was impossible for him to wipe out these big clans. As long as the people left behind were obedient and didn't have any intention of betrayal, they were allowed to participate in the expeditionary army. This group of people was definitely the strongest in the yin-yang world. Even so, Han Fei still had requirements for the people of these big clans. Han Fei personally appeared and issued a rule. When a member of a big family comes to the Waterwood world, they must hunt a sea demon expert of the same level. Or they must hunt 10 experts 1 level lower than themselves, 100 people 2 levels lower, or 1,000 people 3 levels lower. These people were dissatisfied, but Han Fei didn't care. He didn't take these people there for a vacation. If you wanted to take off your identity as a descendant of a big clan, you had to work harder than ordinary people. Otherwise, wouldn't it be unfair and cause discord? Therefore, Han Fei had to temper these people. 7 days passed. When Ningjing appeared on the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei knew that the Waterwood world had been prepared to accept them. On this day, the City of Justice was as lively as before. Suddenly, a sky curtain opened in the sky. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai appeared in the sky. Everybody stopped what they were doing. Needless to say, they knew what Han Fei was going to say. Many people even ran directly out of the city to see the expeditionary force off. In the eyes of many people, to be able to have such courage to fight in another world was definitely worthy of admiration. Han Fei said, "I think you already know what I'm going to say. Human beings are not the only race in this world. In this sea, there are tens of thousands of races. We have to get out of here and become stronger. Expedition represents danger, but it also represents opportunity. On the day I leave, the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island will be Shui Shengi temporarily. Now, I announce, let's go on an expedition." Chapter 1661, Clash of Races 1. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As the army set off, countless people scrambled to send them off. Han Fei didn't take them to the passage on the Scattered Stars Island, but the one in the 10,000 Demon Valley. After all, he hadn't become a king yet, and there were some things he didn't want others to know. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was leading the army to set off. Han Fei closed the sky curtain and appeared on the top of the Empyrean waterfall. There was another person beside Han Fei. This person was none other than Cao Tianji, one of the 2 remaining half-kings in the yin-yang world. Han Fei said, "Everyone except you from the Cao family has gone over. This time, you have no choice but to pray that they don't die," Cao Tianji said with a sullen face. "I'm only a half-king. Even if I go there, so what?" Han Fei sneered. "I can tell at a glance that you're a half-king who hasn't transcended the heavenly tribulation. Not just you, Tong Yan can't pass it either. Be content. For your Cao family, this expedition is a great opportunity. Although I look down on the big clans, if there are no big clans in this world, I won't bother to pursue the past." Cao Tianzi said, "Since Marshal Han has made this promise, I'll stay in Yin-Yang world and wait for the return of the expedition army." The people of the Cao family were all in Han Fei's hands, so Cao Tian didn't dare to do anything. Otherwise, what if Han Fei arranged some dangerous battlefields for the Cao family? Therefore, he had to obey. In Yin Yang world, Cao Tianji couldn't use the people of the Thug Academy to threaten Han Fei. This was because in this operation, all the members of the Thug Academy were deployed and none of them stayed in Yin Yang world. After chatting with Cao Tianji, Han Fei came directly to the Cloud Whale's back. Tang Yan said, "So Queen Life really doesn't allow half-kings to go over?" Han Fei said, "You can wait a little longer for the cage to be unsealed or I become a king. To be honest, I don't mind having another king in the Yin Yang world. But the Yin Yang world's luck and spiritual energy are probably not enough for 2 kings to appear." Tang Yan said leisurely, "If you can break the heavenly Tao Dharma eye, aren't you afraid that I will snatch your opportunity to become a king? Haha, you can have a try." With that, Han Fei stepped into the void and disappeared. The Cloud Whale's huge body turned over in the sky and continued to swim in the clouds. Tang Yan, who was hiding in the Cloud Whale's body, didn't doubt Han Fei's words. The Han father and son weren't so petty. However, Cao Tianji had better not stand in his way. Otherwise, if Han Fei didn't slaughter him, Tang Yan would slaughter him. In the demonic plant channel, when the venerables entered, they were shocked. Their strength had been suppressed to that of a hanging fisher. They had never felt so weak since they became strong. If someone attacked them at this moment, they probably couldn't resist it. Fortunately, everyone's strength was suppressed to that of a hanging fisher. At this moment, Han Fei held the sky-hanging mirror and used it without hesitation. In the sky curtain, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Because of the seal on the channel, your strength is temporarily suppressed to the hanging fisher level. Don't panic. Also, when we reach Waterwood World, the 25 squads will be temporarily broken up and integrated into the 11 divisions of the human race in the Waterwood World. However, you must remember that in Waterwood World, no matter who you are, even if they are in the Venerable Realm, your supreme commander is Luo Xiaobai. She will preside over your division of labor. When the battle starts, Luo Xiaobai will be in charge of the expeditionary army." With that said, the sky curtain fell on Luo Xiaobai like a camera, and Luo Xiaobai looked up at the camera. Beside Luo Xiaobai was the group of people from the Thug Academy. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but sigh. "I'm a little excited." Beside Zhang Xuanyu, Yi Shiyan snorted coldly. "When you get there, remember not to fall for any girls. Let me tell you, although they look pretty, they are already old enough to be your grandmother. Unlike me, I'm still young." Zhang Xuanyu, now that Yi Xian had grown up, she was slender and supple. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't resist her charm anymore, so he reluctantly gave in. However, along the way, Yi Xian had said this several times. This made Zhang Xuanyu even more curious what the girls over there look like. A bold person couldn't help shouting, "Marshal Han, will we be bullied when we reach the Waterwood World? I heard that there are insect race, sky race, and demonic plants there. They are all natives." Han Fei immediately shouted, "I'm telling you that when you reach the Waterwood World, you will go directly to the human race of the Waterwood World. The commander, Luo Xiaobai, has already arranged everything for you. After you arrive, seize the chance to exchange experiences with them. For example, the Waterwood World's bow technique is unparalleled. In addition, the insect race is simple and honest, the demon plant race is easygoing, and the sky race is interesting. These are very friendly races. Don't pick fights and cause conflicts. If anyone messes up, be careful. Commander Luo will send you back to the Yin Yang world." Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei, who was bragging at the sky-hanging mirror not far away, and really wanted to go up and kick him. "Commander Luo? That sounds so embarrassing." Old Zheng roared at Han Fei. "Brat, where did you arrange for us?" Han Fei closed the sky curtain, turned around, and grinned. "I certainly will arrange a good place for you. Flying Feather Division of the human race, their venerable Wushang Shui is on good terms with me." Old Bai grunted. "That's good. We'll visit her when we get there." However, Ningjing was stunned. "When did you get on good terms with Wushang Shui? It seems that you only know Wushang Shui among the venerables in the Waterwood World. Oh no, and Yi Yuchen and Zhang Yao, whom you brought back, half a day later, buzz." The Waterwood World, which had been preparing for days, had dozens of teleportation arrays set up at the passage. It was specially prepared for the people of the Yin Yang world. When Han Fei came out of the teleportation array, he was stunned. Damn, so many people? Han Fei saw that the Sky Clan was flying everywhere. On the main trunk of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, it was densely packed with the insect race because they wanted to see what the people of the Yin Yang world looked like, and on the branches of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, various treemen with messy branch heads were also watching. However, how many treemen could stand on the tree? Therefore, a lot of vines and branches were drooping in all directions. Anyway, they were all demon plants, so they didn't need eyes. As for those who didn't occupy the best positions, they had already filled the surrounding branches and trunks, watching with their perception. Of course, on the main road, it was the human beings from the 11 divisions of the Waterwood world. After all, Han Fei represented the Yin Yang world. Therefore, the venerables of the 11 divisions were all waiting here. Behind them were a group of explorers. Just like the people from the Yin Yang world, the people from the Waterwood world had heard the stories from the Yin Yang world for tens of thousands of years. However, this was the first time they met on a large scale. This was a historic meeting. At this moment, at least hundreds of thousands of eyes were gathered here, waiting for the people from the yin-yang world to come and talk. Buzz. The moment Han Fei appeared, the crowd burst into an uproar. All kinds of whispers and buzzing sounds were heard. A member of the Sky Clan shouted, "Huh? Isn't that Han Fei?" Abug hummed. "Ah, I haven't seen him for a long time. He seems to have become stronger," a tree demon mumbled. "He's still ugly, but he seems to be more majestic than before." Han Fei's face was black. "Isn't this fucking welcome a bit too much?" Ning Jing appeared with Han Fei. Seeing Ning Jing, countless people shouted, "Messenger Jing! Hi, Messenger Jing!" Hill hearing the rumbling noises, Ning Jing immediately said, "Keep your voices down. Those big bugs, shut your mouths. Sky Clan, stop chattering." Buzz. Then Old Bai and the others appeared. The moment Old Bai and Old Jian appeared, they were all stunned. Old Bai took a deep breath. The first to be caught in their eyes were the strange species. When they looked up, the dense insects were like stacked city walls, so high that they couldn't see the top. However, Old Bai immediately discovered that there were many strong masters in the Waterwood world. There were as many as 11 human venerables in front of him, including more than 100 explorers. The number of hidden fishers here was almost comparable to the number of the expedition army coming from the yin-yang world. Wow, look, there are so many humans. Wow, these people are as ugly as Han Fei. No, there are beautiful ones inside. Look at that one, and that one. Zhang Xuanyu, Yi Xian, Su Daiji, and company were all dumbfounded. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Fuck, are they humans? He immediately felt a sense of crisis. Those people were too handsome. Also, those women, holy Sheshti, how can they be so beautiful? Each of them is comparable to Yi Xian, gulp. And among Han Fei's team, the one who received the most attention was none other than Wang Dashuai. An insect exclaimed, "Look at the fatty carrying the big iron block. He's so fat," Abug exclaimed. "I bet his stomach is comparable to that of an insect queen." A member of the Sky Clan chattered. "Look, there are still people coming in from behind. Oh, they're so ugly. It turns out that there are only a few good-looking ones in the front. Everyone from the Thug Academy, Chapter 1662, Clash of Races 2 Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations, after all, the size of the exit was limited. There were still people maintaining order in the passage, and people kept coming out from it. Most of the newcomers were shocked. For example, the first batch of people to come out was the team led by the Thug Academy. Except for the people from the Thug Academy, everyone who was related to Han Fei in the past was in this team, like the Hidden Fishers from the Skeleton Shore, Yuling Yun, and the others. Also, the people who once stayed in the Empyrean Waterfall, the Scattered Stars 4th Unit, the Refining Hall, Zhu Yinling, He Xiaoyu, and the other people from the 36 towns. All in all, those who were related to Han Fei were the first batch to come. There was no such thing as pulling strings. After all, coming earlier or later didn't make any difference. Of course, this was also related to Han Fei. After all, Han Fei was very popular in the yin-yang world. They had a good relationship with Han Fei, so they certainly wouldn't deliberately alienate him. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai simply arranged these people to be together. Among the 25 teams, Luo Xiaobai had absolute control of these teams through the commanders of the various levels of the Scattered Stars Island. Otherwise, such a huge army couldn't be managed by one person. At this moment, Qing Chen, Yu Ye, Nameless, Ning Jingyao, and the others finally reunited. They were chatting. Ning Jingyao said, "Qing Chen, why are you in our team instead of staying with the people of your academy?" Qing Chen grunted, "I can't help it. I'm isolated in the academy. Besides, since you're all here, why am I still there? Well, it's our turn soon. I'm really looking forward to it." Yu Yi said, "Don't be stupid. Calm down. After all, this is their territory. Don't let them look down on us." Wu Ming held his longsword and said coldly, "That's right. Don't let them look down on us." A moment later, Swishtra, when Wu Ming and the others walked out of the channel, they saw light. Upon closer inspection, everyone gasped. Fuck, what were those wall-like bugs? Also, the dense branches and vines made it as if they had entered an undersea jungle. Hiss! Qing Chen took a deep breath. "There don't seem to be many humans. Is this the insect race?" Yu Ye asked. "Spiritual plants, hiss, if I'm not mistaken. We're standing on a tree, right? How big is this tree?" Immediately afterward, a burst of buzzing sounds filled their ears. A buzzing voice said, "The one holding the sword is cool, but the thin one is skinny and ugly, much uglier than Han Fei." Qing Chen looked around. "Are they talking about me?" A tree demon shook its leaves. "I sensed the vibe of demonic plants from that girl. She must be a powerful human manipulator. She's not as pretty as us, but she's better looking than men." Yu Yi's face turned green. Did she have to compete with men in beauty now? However, when Yu Ye noticed the fairy-like Waterwood Heavenly Human Clan, she gasped. Especially the woman from the Waterwood world. God, the skins, the figures, and the faces, Yu Ye didn't know what to say. Do all the human beings here look like this? Why is there not a single plain-looking one? Then, Zhu Yinling, Yuling Yun, He Xiaoyu, and the others walked out one after another. The moment Zhu Yinling appeared, countless bugs shouted in shock. "This one is beautiful." This one is the most beautiful. It seems that there are also beautiful people in the yin-yang world. This one is even more beautiful than our people. A bird said enviously. It seems that in yin-yang world, only women at the explorer level are beautiful, right? Although many people had exclaimed when they saw Luo Xiaobai and Yi Xian, however, when the insect clan, the sky clan, and even the waterwood heavenly human clan saw Zhu Yinling, they couldn't help but be attracted by her extraordinary temperament. Someone even sighed. Her temperament is even comparable to the queen. Who is she? The eyes of the venerables and explorers in the waterwood world were burning. With such a gorgeous face, Zhu Yinling was definitely worth their pursuit. A venerable even said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Han Fei, can we propose marriage to the women from the yin-yang world? Han Fei grinned and replied, which one do you like? The man said, there. The one in white? Han Fei's smile disappeared and he said coldly, fuck off. I brought my people here to fight a war, not to fall in love with you. Seeing that Han Fei refused, the venerable didn't take it seriously. He thought to himself, Han Fei, this ugly man, must have fallen for that girl too, so he doesn't allow me to pursue her. Humph, more and more people came out of the exit. As the representatives of the human race, Wushang Shui walked out. Han Fei used to be in the Flying Feather Division of Wushang Shui. Wushang Shui looked at Luo Xiaobai and said, the Flying Feather Division can accept 50,000 humans from the yin-yang world. The other 10 divisions will each accept 20,000. Shall we set off now? Luo Xiaobai nodded and turned to Old Bai and the others. President, please lead the team. As long as you follow the instructions of the teleportation array, there will be people guiding you along the way. Old Bai grunted and turned around. Follow me. People were coming out of the entrance faster and faster. Shocked cries were heard almost every moment. Han Fei greeted Luo Xiaobai and slipped away. Half a day later, Flying Feather Division, 5 squads, which meant 50,000 people, were stationed in the Flying Feather Division. Their residence was on an unoccupied tree. It seemed that the Flying Feather Division had specially vacated it. On every leaf they could cultivate. There were no houses in the Sea of Clouds divine tree. They could sit on the leaves of the Sea of Clouds divine tree to rest. Even on the Scattered Stars Island, many people didn't sleep in houses. For example, the Dark Hunter Legion could sleep anywhere. Only camping required living places. Of course, when it came to the people of the Thug Academy, they had to have a house. According to Luo Xiaobai's arrangement, almost every person who reached the Waterwood world would be received one-on-one. Although there were many people coming from the yin-yang world, there were also a lot of people here. Each one from the yin-yang world could even be received by more than one person, but it was unnecessary. Although the people of the yin-yang world were here to prepare for war, they had to familiarize themselves with the environment here. The yin-yang world and the waterwood world needed to know each other better. According to Han Fei's guess, in the near future, the cage might collapse at any time. At that time, the yin-yang world and the waterwood world would collide and even join forces. In the future, the yin-yang world and the waterwood world might be invaded by other mystic worlds. Therefore, the friendship between the two was very necessary. At this moment, the people from the Thug Academy were eating hot pot on the leaves, including Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai didn't need to do anything. After all, there were people acting as guides for the people from the yin-yang world one-on-one. This time, even Han Fei didn't expect the waterwood world to be so friendly. He had thought that there might be fights between the two sides. After all, the people from the waterwood world would despise the ugly people from the yin-yang world. Just like when he first came here, how many people despised him for his ugly appearance. To Han Fei's surprise, the people from the yin-yang world didn't get angry when they were called ugly. Many people even admitted that they were ugly. Zhang Xuanyu said, Yi Xian, sit down. Why are you sitting so close to me at dinner? Yi Xian snorted and said, I'm having dinner with you. What are you looking at? Zhang Xuanyu flatly denied it. Watch your tongue. Please don't ruin my image. I'm just appreciating. Hey, don't attack me. Do you think I can't beat you? Hey. While Han Fei and the others were eating hot pot, suddenly, Han Fei looked up at a leaf not far away. On that leaf, a black-cloaked man was sitting cross-legged. The void trembled and Wushang Shui appeared. Wushang Shui looked at Han Fei. Who is this? Han Fei said casually. A grand venerable of the yin-yang world. There's no one in the entire yin-yang world that you need to suspect. Would you like to come over for a hot pot? Wushang Shui glanced at Han Fei and then at the black-cloaked man. I can eat it myself. The appearance of Wushang Shui made all the members of the Thug Academy look at the black-cloaked man. Han Fei shrugged helplessly. Junior Uncle Faceless, have you been exposed so quickly? Hiss, Junior Uncle Faceless? Yi Xian and company looked at each other. Who is Junior Uncle Faceless? In fact, when this name was mentioned, other than Qiu Jinin, Yi Xian and company, the others immediately knew who he was. Zhang Qin, Yang Xie, Wang Dashuai, and the others all stood up and bowed. Greetings, Patriarch. Hehe, just now I went to the Grand Void Illusionary Realm to take a look. I didn't expect to be discovered. However, there are indeed many strong masters here. This leader of the Flying Feather Division is not weaker than me, Han Fei said. When you return to your peak state, it won't be a problem for you to suppress Thousand Star City again. Hehe Fiend, you eat. I'll continue to explore the Grand Illusionary Land. After dinner, Han Fei greeted Old Bai and the others and then went to the side with Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Le Renquang. Han Fei said, Xiaobai, it's not wartime yet. Let's get familiar with the battlefield in the Waterwood world first. At the same time, we'll announce the arrival of the Yin-Yang world to the White Shell Royal City. If any of our venerables are disobedient in my absence, you don't have to tolerate them. With Patriarch here, you can either fight or kill them. You have to establish absolute authority. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Zhang Xuanyu immediately said. Where are you going? Le Renquang also said. What do you want to do? Han Fei grinned. I'm going to the White Shell Royal City. Zhang Xuanyu, Le Renquang, Chapter 1663, Sneak In, Chapter 1663, Sneak In. According to Han Fei's plan, the most important purpose of the so-called expedition was not to fight a war, but to promote communication among the races of the two worlds. The people from the Yin-Yang world were relatively weak, but they were the pioneers of the Yin-Yang world to get in touch with the outside world. In any case, this trip was of great significance. Han Fei specifically communicated with Luo Xiaobai for this. At this time, after arranging everyone, Han Fei left a projection and left. And this projection only had the strength of a half-venerable, which basically didn't affect Han Fei's real strength. The White Shell Royal City was 1,000,000 kilometers away. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and searched for other entrances to the lightning prison. In fact, if Han Fei wanted to go to the lightning prison, he could either kill a heavenly talent from the White Shell Royal City, disguised himself as him and sneak in, or find other entrances. At first, Han Fei thought that he hadn't left the Waterwood world for long, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to disguise himself as Zhang Xiaotian and sneak in. However, Zhang Xiaotian was a reincarnated old man. God knew what was the relationship between him and the White Armor Emperor. If he was seen through, he probably couldn't escape. As for the other heavenly talents, if they rashly said that they wanted to open a forbidden level trial, it would attract attention. After all, not everyone was qualified to enter the forbidden level trial. He had made a lot of preparations when he pretended to be the Fish Dragon King. Therefore, after considering everything, Han Fei felt that it was better to find another entrance. Was there only a small entrance from the White Shell Royal City to the vast lightning prison? Obviously not. Every space had its weak points. It was just like the cage. The seal of the cage was strong enough, right? The stronger one was, the harder for him to enter. However, it was only a special kind of space. If one reached the peak of the space gray Dao, he could easily break through. For example, Chunhuangdian had easily cast a projection into the Yin-Yang world despite the space barrier. It wasn't a problem for these powerhouses to pass through space barriers. Therefore, Han Fei believed that he should be able to find a way to get in if he searched with the vast ocean navigator. 2 days passed. Han Fei was getting farther and farther away from the White Shell Royal City. In a mist near the cage seal, there was a dangerous place with a radius of about 50,000 kilometers. Han Fei vaguely remembered that this place had once been marked as a forbidden place on the map given to him by Queen Life. Although it was far from the White Shell Royal City, it was even farther from the Sea Cloud Divine Tree, so Queen Life wouldn't explore it easily. However, although Queen Life wouldn't explore such a place personally, it didn't prevent her from sending people to explore it. Therefore, it was marked on the mark, indicating that this dangerous place might have been explored. Han Fei was surprised. Was the lightning prison here? Han Fei thought to himself, the lightning prison is such a weird place of thunder. It's so obvious. How can Queen Life not notice it? Perhaps they hadn't finished exploring it. Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler and activated it. When the ruler's marker fell on the ominous, Han Fei smiled. It seemed that it was not a problem. Buzz. As soon as he entered the forbidden area, the sea was full of turbulence. This was a bit like the abyssal chasm in the level 3 fishery, surrounded by a gale and a strange space. This space was the same. After Han Fei entered it, he found that his perception was caught by the vortex here, and his perception couldn't get in further. The old turtle said, my perception was also sucked, but there are creatures here. Huh? It was only natural that there were creatures in the sea. However, there were very few creatures in such a dangerous place, unless they were completely adapted to the environment. Han Fei didn't hesitate. Although the sucking power of the vortex was very strong, it couldn't shake Han Fei at all. After traveling more than 10,000 kilometers, when the vortex here had reached the level of a junior venerable, something strange happened. Boom. There was a muffled thunder at the bottom of the sea, and an electric arc hit Han Fei from a distance. No matter how fast Han Fei was, he couldn't be faster than a flash. Therefore, even if the attack wasn't too powerful, Han Fei was still blown back more than 100 kilometers. When Han Fei stabilized himself, he was surprised to find that his left arm was completely cut apart. There was even a shallow white mark on the bones of his indestructible golden body electric arc. Hell, the electric arc tried to penetrate me? It can't be an electric arc. Besides, the attack is too powerful. With a thought, Han Fei switched the Great Dao of Heaven Enlightenment to the Great Dao of Time. Boom. When the electric arc appeared again, a blue barrier suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. At that moment, a huge flat fish 30 meters long appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. A name, Thunder Emperor, Belt. Introduction. Because it has been absorbing the power of thunder for a long time, its soul and body were scattered when it was young, but it survived by a fluke. The Thunder Emperor Belt's intelligence is not high, but it is very aggressive. It likes to fight and likes thunder. Because its speed is as fast as thunder, its sharp blade can break ultra-quality divine weapons. Level Ever 84. Quality, Legend Upgradable. Atrol's S. Tao entering spiritual energy. 3825, 1045. Bottle technique, rumbling flash, collectible. Thunderbone, shadowless scales, swift eyes, king tendon, absorbable, are remarks. The Thunder Emperor Belt is extremely rare. Among the countless species in the sea, its speed can enter the top 10,000. Han Fei was surprised to see this information. Our realm, the second intermediate venerable. An intermediate venerable can cut my flesh. It's hard to imagine how much combat power its speed has brought it. It could be seen that when the speed reached a certain level, the combat power could soar. He couldn't cut open his indestructible golden body purely because of his realm. After all, in a sense, Han Fei's indestructible body was comparable to a king. If it could be cut apart by a mere intermediate venerable, how strong was that intermediate venerable? Chila. The moment the Thunder Emperor Orbelt encountered the time barrier, it twisted his body and immediately prepared to dodge. However, Han Fei cast the void lines immediately. The Thunder Emperor Orbelt turned into an electric arc and escaped again. Han Fei didn't even have the time to shout as he activated the Great Tao. All laws forbidden in this space. That was not enough. Han Fei stomped, and the space around him shortened. Hiss. At that moment, after Han Fei did so many things, the Thunder Emperor had run dozens of kilometers away the moment he attached the void lines to it. Roar. The 100-beast soul devouring went straight to the soul of the Thunder Emperor Belt, causing its body to freeze. Han Fei cast all the void lines on it and caught it, without giving it any chance. Huff. Han Fei was slightly relieved. It seemed that this thing was only fast, but not as fast as the speed of light. If it was just the normal speed of lightning, Han Fei would be much faster than it was now. After all, the normal lightning speed was only several hundred kilometers per second. This was a venerable level sea beast that was good at speed. Its speed was much faster than the theoretical speed of lightning, at least 10 times faster, but it was still within an acceptable range. If it hadn't met Han Fei, if it hadn't been so bloodthirsty, it wouldn't have ended up like this. The old turtle said, "Well, I haven't seen this creature before. It's as fast as a bolt of lightning. If it grows up, its strength must be unimaginable. Unfortunately, you caught it." Han Fei thought to himself, now that the demon purification pot's small vines are still incomplete, I can't continue to synthesize new contractual spiritual beasts, so I'll use this Thunder Emperor Belt for Little Gold's improvement. Little Gold and the others could continue to fuse. For example, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was also forcibly fused into 9 tails by him. As for the Thunder Emperor Belt, although it was also a legendary creature and could grow, it wasn't domesticated. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care. After going another 8,000 kilometers deeper into the dangerous place, Han Fei sensed that the vortex attraction force here had reached the level of an intermediate peak-level venerable. In other words, only intermediate peak-level venerables could come to this place. Generally speaking, it might require advanced venerables. Obviously, if the creatures living here wanted to resist the power of lightning and quickly escape the suction force of the vortex, they either had extremely fast speed, such as the Thunder Emperor Belt, or had enormous strength to escape the suction force. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Han Fei was standing above a vortex. This was the path pointed out by the vast ocean navigator, which meant that he should be able to enter the lightning prison from here. Han Fei couldn't help guessing that there were countless vortexes here. Could it be that every vortex here led to a different place? Of course, this was just Han Fei's guess. After all, there were hundreds of such powerful vortexes on his way. At this moment, Han Fei didn't panic. The 9 Palace Luck Ruler's ominous result might be very dangerous to others, but it was nothing unusual for him. Without hesitation, Han Fei jumped into the vortex. When he entered the vortex, the crazy suction force caused Han Fei's blood to flow faster, and the chi and blood in his body began to spin like blades. If it were someone else, even an advanced venerable might have been minced by the flesh and blood in their body. Han Fei instantly understood why such a place was rarely explored. Buzz. When Han Fei began to spin with the vortex, the space at the bottom of the vortex was opened by the vortex. It was equivalent to a teleportation array that sent him out of this space. Buzz. When the suction force disappeared, Han Fei saw nothing but darkness. Han Fei was surprised to find that there was an endless void here. However, on the other side of the void, Han Fei saw a white spot. Needless to say, it was the exit. Boom boom boom. Han Fei entered the white light spot. Instantly, dozens of lightning bolts struck down at Han Fei. But Han Fei was overjoyed. He took a long breath and said, "I'm in." The old turtle said, Why don't you find a place where the power is slightly weaker and let my Gi-San-Qing's body come out? Chapter 1664, Lightning Prison. Chapter 1664, Lightning Prison. Boom boom boom. Having experienced the Lightning Prison once, Han Fei knew that this was an excellent place to cultivate. As long as he could withstand the lightning strikes here, his physique would be improved a lot. The power of lightning that Han Fei had sensed was equivalent to that of an advanced peak-level venerable. Perhaps the direction given by the vast ocean navigator was a place suitable for Han Fei to cultivate. Therefore, as soon as he came out, the old turtle wanted Han Fei to find a safe place. Han Fei also needed the old turtle's help. He couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, are you going to use Gui-San-Qing's body from now on?" "It seems that its potential is not great, right?" the old turtle said. "Before I meet the most suitable turtle clan, I'll have to use it. Otherwise, if I really go to the outside world, won't I be at the mercy of others? I also have a way to quickly cultivate. In the future, when I find a turtle clan with greater potential, I can possess them." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He was indeed a devil. This old turtle always wanted to possess other people's bodies. However, in terms of cultivation speed, possession was indeed the fastest. Of course, Han Fei knew that possession was not without risk. Other people's bodies were ultimately other people's bodies. If possession was so useful, then immortality would be a joke, and the longevity realm would be meaningless. Half an hour later, Han Fei braved the lightning along the way and sent the old turtle to a place whose lightning power was only at the level of an intermediate venerable. Boom boom boom. As soon as the old turtle came out, he and Han Fei were bombarded by hundreds of bolts of lightning. Buzz. After a few breaths, the old turtle returned to its original form. An array appeared on the turtle shell. Then, as if attracted by the turtle shell, many lightning bolts struck the turtle shell, and the old turtle seemed to be relieved. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. As expected of an emperor. Gui-San-Qing's body was only at the half-venerable level, but it had reached the peak of the junior venerable not long after it was possessed by the old turtle. At this moment, the old turtle was swallowing lightning crazily. This growth speed was probably not slower than his. Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei said, "I'm going to cultivate until I reach the peak." 1 month passed. He went nearly 20,000 kilometers deep into the lightning prison. There were thousands of lightning strikes here, and spirit-gathering arrays that kept popping up and disappearing like raindrops. Under the lightning strikes at the peak-level advanced venerable level, Han Fei's body surged with countless electric currents, and the flesh on his body scabbed and fell off again and again. The surrounding spirit-gathering arrays maintained the supply of spiritual energy, supplying the consumption of Han Fei's body during the baptism of lightning. In fact, half a month earlier, Han Fei's body had almost been repaired, and he was almost at his limit. In fact, the lightning in the lightning prison was very different from the lightning that fell from the sky. For example, when Han Fei deduced the void fishing art, the power of lightning contained the power of the great Tao. In a sense, it was a much weaker heavenly tribulation. However, the lightning in the lightning domain lacked the power of the great Tao. Therefore, Han Fei spent a whole month cultivating. Crack. Hearing a crack, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the accumulated power in his body had a vent. It was like a river overflowing, opening a new water channel. The power of a peak-level venerable was spreading throughout his body. At this moment, although Han Fei was still bathed in lightning, his flesh, blood, soul, and bones were transforming at the same time. In other words, at the moment Han Fei broke through to the peak of the venerable level, his flesh and blood finally caught up with his soul and bones. At this point, there was only one thing that Han Fei could do: truly unify the three. Let flesh and blood nourish the bones, and let the soul seep into the bones. This step was also what Ren Tianfei was doing. Boom boom boom. Bevier, after an hour of bombardment, his realm finally stabilized. Han Fei immediately looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei level, 89, peak venerable, chaotic chi, 957, spiritual power, 47 to 11 perception range, 50,000 kilometers, strength, 16,122, waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 78, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 70, main art, the 7th level of void fishing, void descending art, king level, divine quality, huff. Han Fei's eyes glittered. As he expected, peak level and advanced venerable were completely different. His spiritual power had increased by more than 10,000, and his strength had increased by 1,500 waves. What surprised Han Fei was that Little Black and Little White had also grown by 1 level. However, this was not the key. After breaking through to the peak of the venerable level, Han Fei's strength soared. Earlier, Han Fei had only narrowly reached the level of a fake king, but now he had completely reached the level of a fake king, or even stronger. Han Fei was not overjoyed. Reaching the peak-level venerable realm was just a matter of course for him. In fact, the fusion of flesh, blood, bones, and soul should be a matter of course too. Ren Tianfei had once said that when these three were perfectly compatible, he would immediately become a half-king. Han Fei looked up, only to see bolts of lightning striking down one after another. He thought to himself, is there a better cultivation environment than this? Why don't I try to fuse the three now? Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged in the lightning prison and let the lightning strike down. When Han Fei tried to invoke the power of the three, he felt that his blood was boiling, his bones were itchy, and his soul was pricked. Cougher Han Fei subconsciously coughed and blood oozed out of his mouth. Han Fei looked up at the lightning in the sky. Immediately Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "This lightning is actually useless for the last step of cultivation?" The old turtle, who was still in contact with Han Fei, said, "The combination of these three powers is disrupted by the power of thunder. You can try it in your calabash space." Han Fei thought to himself, "That's all I can do. This is related to me becoming a half-king. If it's possible, I'll be able to reach the peak level venerable and the half-king realms at the same time." Creating an array for himself and buying himself 3 seconds, Han Fei immediately entered Forge the Universe. Forge the Universe was very quiet at this moment. Only Little Black and Little White were swimming in the pool. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others had all been thrown into the corpse nurturing ground by Han Fei. Han Fei could only cultivate with his own resources. Fortunately, he kept a sun moon shell from the Zhang family's resources. It was full of spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, and spiritual stones. Han Fei sat cross-legged again. A moment later, the feeling came back. His blood was boiling, his bones were itchy, and his soul felt like being pricked by needles. That feeling was very uncomfortable, and his soul was itchy and painful, making Han Fei almost unable to concentrate. However, this little pain was still bearable. This time, without the interference of the lightning strikes, Han Fei finally felt that his flesh, blood, and soul were being sucked and shivering. During the cultivation, Han Fei didn't dare to move at all. Han Fei discovered that his indestructible body was also undergoing changes. It was as if every inch of it was being polished again. His bones were affecting his flesh and blood with the soul power. At this moment, Han Fei realized something. When he finished this step, he didn't need to consume additional energy. His body could be reassembled instantly even if it was shattered. Yes, reassembly, not rebirth. This was clearly different from the blood rebirth of a venerable. In terms of being reborn with a drop of blood, after he mastered it, he could be reborn with every drop of flesh and soul, unlike ordinary venerables who needed to hide the power of rebirth in a wisp of soul and flesh. Besides, Han Fei's recombination was a recombination where all his body parts could sense each other even if they were thousands of kilometers away. In a battle, unless the opponent crushed his flesh and bones bit by bit, it was impossible to kill him. Of course, although this recombination ability was much more powerful than blood rebirth, if his opponent was much stronger than him, he still couldn't escape the opponent's suppression. Therefore, this technique wasn't invincible. However, this method greatly ensured Han Fei's survival rate. After a long time, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling as if one of his finger bones could escape from his body. Han Fei suddenly woke up. Huff! Han Fei immediately looked at his finger bone. With a thought, a bone popped out of his right finger. Han Fei felt that his consciousness could be completely injected into this finger bone. At the same time, Han Fei also felt that this finger bone seemed to be indestructible. At this moment, the old turtle suddenly said, "It seems that you've understood the true meaning of cultivation." Han Fei was stunned. "What do you mean?" the old turtle said. "It can be said that this is the longest time you are immersed in cultivation in seclusion. For 3 months, your mind has been completely focused on cultivating." Puffed, Swished Han Fei jumped up and widened his eyes. How long have I been cultivating?" the old turtle said leisurely. 3 months. To be precise, 3 days and 3 months. Han Fei, Chapter 1665, Half-King, Chapter 1665, Half-King. When Han Fei heard the old turtle say that he had been in seclusion for 3 months, he was dumbfounded. He thought that it would take him half an hour at most, but 3 months had passed. "Are you kidding me?" Han Fei said with a black face. "Old Yuan, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Did I really cultivate in seclusion for 3 months? The old turtle said. "Of course. However, only less than 6 days have passed in the outside world." Han Fei was shocked. Even if he was in Forge the Universe, so what? It took him 3 months to polish a section of a finger bone. It was just a section, not a whole finger stone. How long would it take to polish all the bones in his body? According to this speed, it would take him 52 years to polish all his bones. In an instant, Han Fei understood why Ren Tianfei stayed in the central holy city every day, because this guy was polishing his bones. God knew how long he had been polishing his bones. Logically speaking, Ren Tianfei's talent should be weaker than his. After all, Ren Tianfei didn't have an emperor's great Tao as his meridian. Even he needed 52 years to cultivate from a peak-level venerable to a half-king. Then, it could be imagined that it would take others several hundred years to cultivate the indestructible overlord body. Hiss! Han Fei gasped and then looked at his resources. However, his eyelids twitched. He had consumed about 2% of his resources. In order to refine a section of a finger bone, he consumed as much as 2% of his resources? Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. The last step of the indestructible body must be very powerful. If a finger bone consumed so many resources, how much power would it increase? When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that his strength had increased by 10 waves. Yes, Han Fei saw it right. He spent 3 months polishing a section of an indestructible finger bone and increasing his strength by 10 waves. Han Fei frowned. Was this number small? In fact, no. If the power of a small piece of finger bone could increase his strength by 10 waves, then, after the whole body was tempered, his strength would increase by 2,000 waves at least. With his current strength and the power of 2,000 waves, he could almost sec-kill all power-type half-kings. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Anyway, the battle in the Waterwood world hadn't started yet. Why not give Luo Xiaobai and the others more time? The communication between the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world was definitely a process for the strong masters on both sides to grow rapidly. Just like when he first came here, if he hadn't remembered to transcend the tribulation and explore in the outer sea, he would definitely have gone to the human beings of the Flying Feather Division to learn the bow technique. At this moment, although the resources on him weren't enough for him to cultivate, he could still cultivate as much as he could. Every time he tempered a piece of bone, his strength would increase by 10 waves. This was also an improvement after all. Besides, in addition to the increase in strength, this indestructible finger bone must have other powers. Therefore, it wouldn't be a loss if he delayed for a while longer. Besides, 3 months, in his opinion, was like only half an hour. Why didn't he simply take 3 months as half an hour? After thinking it through, Han Fei felt that even if he exhausted all his resources, it would only take him more than 3 years to complete the cultivation. 12 years later, about 7 months passed in reality, Han Fei suddenly woke up from his cultivation. For him, it seemed that only a few hours had passed. When Han Fei woke up, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. With the resources of a whole sea-swallowing seashell, plus the resources that he had stored in Forge the Universe, he couldn't even finish tempering his 2 arms. Now, Han Fei discovered that one of his arms was very powerful, and his other arm, his other hand was tempered by less than half. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, how long have I been cultivating?" The old turtle roared, "Less than 8 months. Han Fei, glanced at his information, only to find that his strength had been increased by 482 waves. Wait, Han Fei was a little surprised. His soul power had also increased by nearly 3,000 points. This surprised Han Fei. Not only did the cultivation of the indestructible overlord body not consume the power of the soul, but it could even improve it so much. Han Fei subconsciously clenched his fists, only to hear a crisp sound. After the joint movement, Han Fei felt that his arm was extremely powerful now. Han Fei was silent for a moment and was surprised. "I fused a lot of soul power into my bones. Is it the soul power?" Off, but no blood flowed out. The arm floated in the air, but he could still control it. Han Fei flexed his fingers and clenched his fists. It felt like his arm had never left his body. The body disassembling technique? How did you cultivate the body disassembling technique? Is your body already so strong? The old turtle was stunned. Although he knew that Han Fei was in seclusion, he didn't know what Han Fei was doing. At this moment, the turtle couldn't have looked. Han Fei was also puzzled. "What do you mean by the body disassembling technique?" The old turtle said. "Generally speaking, this is a great technique that only body refiners can practice. And to practice it, one needs to be at least a king and not a new king. Only a king who has had a lot of related experiences can practice it. After practicing this technique, one's physique will be extremely strong and it'll be extremely difficult to kill him." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Really? I'll be happier if you say only an emperor can cultivate it. I thought I had got some awesome technique." In fact, Han Fei thought to himself, that's right. No matter how strong the indestructible overlord body is, it's still a body tempering technique at the venerable level. Can it be stronger than a king level body tempering technique? Although he said that, Han Fei was still quite excited. At least he had mastered a king level technique. When he really reached the sea establishment realm, he would be much stronger than others. Buzz, Han Fei left Forge the Universe and reappeared in the lightning prison. He had no choice. His resources were exhausted and he had to come out. If he had known this, he wouldn't have given all his resources to Luo Xiaobai. He had thought that these resources weren't very useful. He didn't expect that he could continuously break through to the peak of the Venerable Realm and the Half-King Realm. It seemed that no matter what, he needed to prepare enough resources. Han Fei was not in a hurry to find the old turtle. Instead, he took out the 9-palace luck ruler, and the marker began to spin. A moment later, when the marker fell on Greatly Ominous, the corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. It seemed that robbing the Whiteshell Royal City was a bit difficult. However, since it was Greatly Ominous, not impasse, it meant that he still had a chance. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the chess piece that he had buried was about to take effect. A moment later, when Han Fei found the old turtle, he found that the old turtle was 2,000 kilometers ahead of where he was before. The old turtle's strength had reached the intermediate venerable level from the peak of the junior venerable level. Also, it seemed that he would make another breakthrough soon. Han Fei asked in shock, "How can you cultivate so fast?" The old turtle said, "Is it fast? My secret technique of swallowing energy is not a joke. It's just that Gishenqing's talent is too poor. If my original body were here, with this space, my strength would have recovered to the peak of the venerable realm." Han Fei curled his lips. "Okay, stop bragging. Let's go. I'm going to the Whiteshell Royal City to do something." Cough, cough, tea. The old turtle asked in surprise. "Whiteshell Royal City? How did you go there?" Han Fei smiled. "Make a guess?" The lightning prison in Hanfei's view was a place of pure cultivation. Hanfei had no intention of going further. Hanfei's current goal was the Whiteshell Royal City. Of course, it was not to cause himself trouble. A moment later, Hanfei braved the lightning and came to the edge of the lightning prison under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator. The entrance to the Whiteshell Royal City was here. The forbidden level trial ground couldn't be opened until it was reviewed. Only when a heavenly talent wanted to enter the city would the city be opened. Buzz. Hanfei activated the twin god techniques. The probability of Hanfei being discovered was extremely low now when he used the twin divine technique. Unless it was the white-armored emperor himself on the other side of the entrance, it was difficult for anyone to find him. Even if the other party was Hai Tingley, he wouldn't be able to discover Hanfei. Buzz. Hanfei's black mist body quietly disappeared into the entrance. Hanfei was relieved to see that nobody was guarding this place. It seemed that nobody was guarding the forbidden level trial ground. Hanfei looked at the most difficult of the 4 forbidden level secret realms in the Whiteshell Royal City, the Godfiend Sea secret realm. Yu Tianxin once told him that the Godfiend Sea might be connected to the Wall of Death. He said that the seal was damaged and then repaired by the White Armor Emperor. A big demon tried to rush out but was killed by the White Armor Emperor. Haha, since I can't break the seal of the forbidden area and enter the Whiteshell Royal City from inside, then I'll let you open this passage from outside. With this in mind, Hanfei didn't even use the 9 Palace Luck Ruler and directly entered the Godfiend Sea secret realm. For Hanfei, he knew very well what was inside the Wall of Death. With Hanfei's current strength, he wasn't afraid of beating the Black Evil Conch King. Could a mere Godfiend Sea do anything to him? Chapter 1666, Godfiend Sea Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Godfiend Sea. This trial ground should correspond to the Explorer realm. As a place personally sealed by the White-Armored Emperor, it shouldn't be simple. When Hanfei entered this so-called Godfiend Sea, he was surprised to find that this was clearly the raging sea in the cage. Yes, this turbulent sea area was filled with chaotic spiritual energy and energy, accompanied by the scourge of the desolation water. Generally speaking, it was difficult to survive here unless one was an explorer. Just like in the Immortal City, the humans needed to set up a large guardian array on the island they lived on. Hanfei spread out his senses and didn't find any creatures. If it was just the raging sea, this place couldn't be a forbidden level secret realm. What was slightly better than the raging sea was that the spiritual energy here was more sufficient, about 5 times more. Hanfei saw many arrays in this area. He was surprised to find that these arrays were all absorbing energy like spirit-gathering arrays. Swish! Suddenly, Hanfei slightly tilted his body and felt a force brushing past him. What entered Hanfei's eyes was a space crack. However, this was clearly different from spatial cracks. After all, this power flashed past Hanfei, which meant that it was actively attacking Hanfei. Fuse. In the secret realm, Hanfei was not afraid of being discovered by the White Armor Emperor. However, after the fusion, Hanfei was surprised to find that there seemed to be invisible shadows appearing in the void. Furthermore, these shadows were all strange-shaped. Swish, 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 swish. Something weird suddenly jumped at him like a bolt of lightning. In Hanfei's eyes, this gave him a familiar vibe. At this time, in front of Hanfei, several invisible shadows appeared at the same time, and there were thick and thin spatial cracks appearing beside Hanfei. However, the power of these space cracks wasn't very strong. Hanfei flicked his finger and bounced off an invisible figure. As soon as the black shadow bounced away, Hanfei saw a big horn-like thing stabbing at him, and in the real world, a space crack that instantly appeared slashed at Hanfei. Huh? Hanfei suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Old Yuan, why do I feel that this is the combat style of the unicorn rhinoceros? And the one just now is a bit like the Thunder Leopard's Thunder Soul Claw." As soon as Hanfei said so, he twisted his body slightly and stomped, and a coiled turtle array appeared. Clang, clang, clang. Hanfei looked back and found that hundreds of cracks appeared at the same time. This technique was exactly like the Monkey King's 3,000 stick technique. Immediately, Hanfei seemed to have discovered something. This demon sea was probably connected to the territory of the Demon Beast Union in the cage. However, for some reason, this Godfiend Sea and the people on the other side seemed to be separated by an invisible space film. Both parties seemed to only sense each other and could attack. However, they couldn't see each other. The old turtle said, "You might be in an overlapping space. It seems that someone is right next to you. You can sense him, but you can't see him. You can only attack each other through the space cracks." Hanfei asked in surprise, "If there is a problem with this space, will it be broken?" The old turtle shook his head and said, "Theoretically, it won't. It's like 2 pieces of fish skin stuck together. The space here is thicker than the space in other places and not easy to break through." This White Armor Emperor used this overlapping space to absorb the power of the other space for his own use. He's quite a genius. The corners of Hanfei's mouth twitched. Genius? He just stole something through space. However, Hanfei had to be cautious. TT hadn't been long since he left the Demon Beast Union. Now, he was surprised to find that the Demon Beast Union actually had a space overlap with the Whiteshell Royal City. How could he not worry? The White Armor Emperor was a real king. If he could really break into the cage from here, who could be his opponent in the entire cage? Therefore, with a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water floated out, and thousands of blades began to cut the water. On the other side, in a forbidden area between the Demon Beast Union and the Forest of Terror, a group of demon beasts was shouting. Our rhinoceros roared, "Not good, someone is here. It must be a monster from the outside. Thunder Leopard, go to the island and inform the experts to come." An ape screamed, "This man is extraordinary. He didn't even move when we attacked him together. It seems that we can't hurt him at all." A little wolf shouted, "Look, there are more space cracks here. Is the person on the other side trying to break out of the cage?" "Wait a minute," the ape roared, and all the beasts gathered together, only to find that the spatial cracks kept producing, and a line of words appeared in the void. It read, "I'm the Bull Demon King. Tell little Thunder Leopard to find Old Sheep. Hurry up!" Instantly, the demon beasts were stunned. The Bull Demon King was very famous. He killed 7 sea demon venerables in a row, which shocked the entire demon league. "Who didn't know this?" the little wolf said. "Is this guy a swindler? Why is Grand Venerable Bull Demon King on the other side of the cage?" The rhinoceros pondered and said, "How did he know Thunder Leopard?" "He can't see us, can he?" the ape said. "If he's an outsider, he shouldn't know Venerable Sheep, right? Is he really the Bull Demon King?" The Thunder Leopard said, "Whatever, I'll go back and call for reinforcements. With Venerable Sheep's extraordinary means, he can definitely tell who this person is." On the 10,000 Beast Island, Sheep Shenji stood on the platform of the Grand Splitting Canyon, looking into the distance. This was Sheep Shenji's inherited habit, looking into the distance. Suddenly, a lightning bolt cut through the sky. It was Venerable Thunder Leopard. Bear Handsome roared, "Lightning, why are you running?" Lightning said, "Old Sheep, there's news about the Bull Demon King. He seems to have left the cage." "What? Huh? What happened?" "Lightning, make yourself clear." "What? Didn't he go to the Immortal City?" The old sheep was also dumbfounded. "Why didn't I calculate anything?" Lightning said, "I just got the news from the Space Valley. Someone appeared in that place again. This time, it's suspected to be the Bull Demon King. He even asked for a meeting with you." Fierce Lion shouted, "Seriously? Aren't there enemies in the Space Valley?" The old sheep thought of something. "Let's go and take a look." 2 hours passed. When Sheep Shenji and a group of venerables came to the Space Valley, Han Fei's heart stirred. He saw some people coming. Pinching his fingers to calculate, Han Fei grinned. Infinity water stirred the void and words appeared in the cage. "Old Sheep, it's me." Everybody gasped. "New Dali carved words first. Can you see here?" Han Fei replied, "You're New Dali." "I can see you vaguely, if I've guessed right. Fierce Lion and Bear Handsome are here too." Fierce Lion was about to write when Bear Handsome shouted, "Come on, ask him how to get out." With 2 bangs, the 2 of them were slapped away by the old sheep. The old sheep's eyes flickered. After a minute, he confirmed, "It's him." "Huff," Bear Handsome said in a hurry, "then ask him how to get out. Come on." Fierce Lion roared, "Ha ha ha ha. It seems that there is indeed a way out of the cage, damn it. I don't have to stay in the cage anymore." However, in the next moment, words appeared in the void. Han Fei said, "This place is connected to a forbidden-level secret realm of a sea demon royal city outside. There are real kings here. Be careful." In addition, the fake king of the Forest of Terror has died, and 36 venerables have died. You can try attacking them. The people on the old sheep's side looked at each other in shock. "Are you kidding me? If there was such a big commotion in the Forest of Terror, how could we not know?" The old sheep trembled and secretly calculated. After about a minute, he suddenly opened his eyes. "It's true, the fake king of the Forest of Terror has indeed disappeared." "What?" the others all exclaimed. The 4 major powers were called the 4 major powers because each party had a fake king. However, the old sheep continued. "However, the Forest of Terror is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Their fake king has never been of much use. Those few half-kings are already a headache." Old Sheep wrote, "How did you get out?" Han Fei said, "It's a long story. By the way, I need you to do me a favor later. I'll lure the king of the Sea Demon Royal City over. I need you to confront him for a while and create a chance for me. Remember, stay far away. Once you attack, escape. You're no match for the king." "Okay!" Buzz. Han Fei simply collected the infinity water. Although he could chat here, he couldn't open the cage yet. Besides, stirring the void in the God-Fiend Sea was also a risk. If he attracted the white-armored emperor's attention and was discovered by him, he wouldn't be able to escape. After Han Fei disappeared, Yu Dali frowned. She was only an intermediate peak-level venerable. She didn't have much say on this matter. Fierce Lion shouted, "Old Sheep, why didn't you ask me how we can get out?" Bear Handsome also said, "Old Sheep, since we've confirmed that the man is the Bull Demon King, why did you finish the conversation so quickly?" Old Sheep said unhurriedly, "The Bull Demon King must have taken the risk to talk to us. Besides, it's useless to ask him now. When we can get out, we can all go out." "Okay, New Dali, retreat. Fierce Lion and Bear Handsome are with me. But if anything goes wrong, retreat first. Let me see how powerful a Sea Demon King is." Chapter 1667. Taking the White-Armored Emperor's Treasure Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Han Fei didn't expect that he could talk to people in the cage here. Of course, this kind of conversation could only be done by the strong. Those who were weak couldn't cut the space here through the void cracks, let alone cut them into words. After informing the old sheep, Han Fei stopped communicating. After all, cutting the void would damage the surrounding arrays. In the end, Han Fei sneered. So the God-Fiend Sea was not as dangerous as he thought. Perhaps, in the beginning, there might really be strong masters in the cage trying to escape from here. However, as the cage seal was continuously being strengthened, this possibility became extremely low. This God-Fiend Sea was indeed dangerous and challenging for explorers. Perhaps the white-armored emperor cultivated here when he was weak. Although they couldn't see each other through the space barrier, it was easy to judge whether the opposite part was an enemy or a friend. For example, Old Sheep could calculate it. Therefore, the sea demons that appeared in the God-Fiend Sea would only be besieged by countless demon beasts of the Demon Beast Union. When Han Fei was in the Demon Beast Union, apart from staying on the 10,000 Beast Island, he had only stayed in the Life and Death Gorge. At that time, he didn't even take a look at the Forest of Terror, so he didn't know that there was a space valley. Thinking about this strange space, Han Fei suddenly remembered the multidimensional space theory. It was said that space was actually a way of stacking the universe strings. You thought you were lying on a large lawn, but this place might actually be a busy market or a battlefield. It was useless to think too much. Han Fei was now thinking of a way to enter the White Shell Royal City. After chatting with Old Sheep, Han Fei had already come up with a plan. He could use Old Sheep and the others to attract the attention of the White-Armored Emperor, and then he would have a chance to plunder the White Shell Royal City. There were many ways to break the seal on the array, so Han Fei certainly couldn't break the array left by the White-Armor Emperor himself. There was so much violent energy here that it was easy to guide it to corrode one or two of the core arrays here. Once the array was damaged, the other arrays would be unstable and broken. Therefore, he just needed to destroy some of the arrays. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, stirring the desolation water in this space. Han Fei kept brushing the array seal with the power of the desolation water. After a while, with Buzz, the space trembled. Buzz, seeing this scene, Han Fei knew that it was enough. He immediately activated the Twin God technique and left his black fog body outside. Han Fei stepped out of the God-Fiend Sea and appeared at the crossroad of several forbidden-level secret realms. Sure enough, only 2 seconds after Han Fei came out, the void trembled, and a man in a silver battlesuit appeared. It was none other than the White-Armor Emperor. The White-Armor Emperor didn't find Han Fei lurking on the stone wall. He stepped into the God-Fiend Sea directly. In the next moment, with a buzz, the entrance to the forbidden-level secret realm was opened, and Hai Tingley appeared. Following him were 2 advanced venerable-level sea demons. One of them asked, "Grand Venerable Tingley, what happened?" Hai Tingley looked straight at the God-Fiend Sea ahead and said, "The king is here, come with me into the God-Fiend Sea." However, what he didn't know was that when he led his men to the God-Fiend Sea, Han Fei had secretly left through the seal. After leaving the forbidden level trial field, Han Fei could truly fly freely. At the first moment, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and activated the vast ocean navigator. After a while, Han Fei found a mountain in the White Shell City and found an undersea volcano that was covered in rock fire. There, a huge shell was nesting in the cave, and the direction the vast ocean navigator pointed at was in the huge shell. Han Fei secretly cursed. "Why did you set up a seal on your own home?" The reason why Han Fei went to the White Shell Royal City was to loot their treasure trove. Who could have known that the White-Armored Emperor would seal the treasure trove? With this seal, as long as Han Fei broke through it, even if he snatched the White-Armored Emperor's treasure, he might be caught and killed. While Han Fei was hesitating, the old turtle suddenly roared, "Turtle Shell Sky Sealing Technique." Instantly, this space was sealed. Although it looked normal, what happened here couldn't be sensed from the outside world anymore. The old turtle said, "Be quick." To be honest, Han Fei had never visited a king's cave before. Taking this chance, he must snatch all the White-Armor Emperor's treasure, but the old turtle really impressed him this time. The moment Old Yuan took action, Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate, piercing through the seal top down. Han Fei's current strength had already reached the top of both the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world below the King realm. The White-Armor Emperor was powerful, but he never expected that someone would rob him of his treasure when he was away from the city, breaking the seal with a spear. Han Fei used the near-at-hand technique. Han Fei was surprised. The giant shell was still alive? Han Fei had no time to think. He simply transformed into a white mist and quickly entered the shell, and his black mist body chose to retreat immediately. When Han Fei landed in the shell's mouth, he found that he had entered a small world. This small world was hundreds of kilometers wide. This size stunned Han Fei. In this small world, countless resources were placed in an organized way. There were places where high-quality demonic stones and ultra-quality demonic stones were stored. There were tons of weapon materials, which were at least high-quality divine-level materials. There were spiritual springs, just like his Forge the Universe, where the spiritual spring was made into a river. The spirit awakening fluid also filled a big pool. In addition, there were various kinds of spiritual fruits, which were piled up like mountains. In fact, there were many things here of no use to the White-Armor Emperor. Most of them should be used to reward his subordinates. The old turtle's first reaction was, "Hurry up, take away all the demonic heritage essence. This thing is as valuable as the earth vein spring water." Not only can it restore vitality, but it also contains a lot of chaotic chi. This pile probably weighed 1,000,000 kilograms. Wow, it seems that there are good things in the wasteland. Han Fei didn't ask what the demonic heritage essence was at all, where old Yuan pointed to, where he popped up and stuffed all the demonic heritage essence into the Forge the Universe. Then, ultra-quality demonic stones, high-quality demonic stones, spirit awakening fluid, divine weapon materials, spiritual spring, cultivation techniques, spiritual fruits, weapons. Anyway, Han Fei was frantically stuffing everything he could into Forge the Universe. Although it was quite enjoyable, Han Fei was still lost for words. This 100-mile area was too big. Even though he was very fast, he only collected less than 1% of the resources here in 100 seconds. When he saw the old turtle roll up countless resources with a black fog and run into Forge the Universe, Han Fei summoned a void hand and kept grabbing. Han Fei also discovered that the old bastard, the white-armored emperor, had cut a large piece of the Blood Sea divine wood branch and stored it here, God-fiend Sea. When the white armor emperor appeared, he could vaguely see a figure standing on the other side of this space. This wasn't the first time the White Armor Emperor met these people. However, they were hostile from the beginning and he couldn't chat with them at all. He also tried to break through the space here. However, even if he broke through the void with the power of a king, he still couldn't break through this space. Instead, he would be shaken by the power of the void. The White Armor Emperor had tried for hundreds of years here but still failed to break the seal. However, it was not like he had gained nothing here. A tremendous amount of violent energy would continuously gush out of the void here. The more this energy accumulated, the more intense the energy in this God-fiend sea would be. Harvesting the energy here once every few hundred years, it was greatly beneficial to his realm before becoming a king. Even people like Hai Tinglei and Changshui-Chin didn't know that before the White-Armored Emperor became a king, he relied on the power of the God-fiend sea to grow rapidly. At this moment, Hai Tinglei stood respectfully behind the White-Armored Emperor and said, "My king, there seems to be someone in the depths of the void, and he is quite strong." The White Armor Emperor said indifferently, "Yes, but this space can't be broken. The reason why they appeared should be that the seal has aged. It seems that I need to repair it for a while. It will be done soon." But when the White Armor Emperor was repairing the array, he saw words appear in the void. "How dare you absorb the spiritual energy of my world? Don't let me find a chance to break the seal, otherwise I'll kill you." This was the first time Old Sheep took the initiative to talk to the White Armored Emperor. He had seen it more than once. However, Old Sheep knew very well that the White Armor Emperor was an enemy, but the White Armor Emperor didn't know. This time, the Old Sheep pretended to be a king. The words he wrote made the White Armored Emperor narrow his eyes. Seeing these words, Hai Ting frowned, and the White Armor Emperor snorted and pointed his finger at the void. "Then I hope you can break the seal soon." The repairing speed of the array wasn't slow, or to be exact, it only took half an hour. In the cage, Bear Handsome was still talking. "Old Sheep, we just need to say a few words like this. Didn't Brother Bull ask us to hold him off so that he can do something big?" The Old Sheep said leisurely, "It's almost about the time. If we continue to hold him off, he will be suspicious. Then we'll have to fight him." "Do you want to fight a king?" Bear Handsome said. "But we've never fought a fight. What if we can last 2 rounds? The Old Sheep said indifferently. "How many rounds can you last in my hands?" Bear Handsome scratched his head. "Well, forget it. After all, half an hour has passed. It should be enough." And the White Shell Royal City. The White Armored Emperor left the God-fiend sea and said to Hai Tinglei, "For some reason, the other party's experts are paying attention to the God-fiend sea. Arrange for someone to stay here and check in every once in a while to prevent any accidents." Hai Tinglei cupped his hands. "Yes." As they talked, they left the forbidden level trial ground. The moment the White Armored Emperor left the God-fiend sea, his face suddenly changed. In an instant, he appeared above the volcano. Behind him, a giant shell appeared and closed. "How dare you? Who dares to break into my residence?" Chapter 1668, Lurking Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei kept collecting the resources. At first, Han Fei used the absorption power of Forge the Universe. Later, he cooperated with the old turtle and grabbed the resources with the void hand. Then, he used the sea quelling painting to store them in the sea quelling painting. After Han Fei looted 90% of the resources in this place, he thought to himself, "The White Armored Emperor is not back yet? I have to leave quickly." Therefore, Han Fei punched the shell, intending to blow it away. However, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that his power disappeared from this space without causing any damage to this giant shell. The old turtle said, "It's a space-type living shell. This is a large star shell. For ordinary void shells, they will only die when the small world or space in them collapses. You can only crush them with a space technique. Normal power doesn't work on them." "Is this the star shell? Can it be taken away?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Yes, but only when you are outside." Han Fei was speechless. "Then why did I come in when I was outside? I could have just moved the whole shell away." The old turtle sneered. "How can it be so simple? To take away a star shell, first of all, you need to master a certain space technique to grab its original body out of the void. Secondly, if you want to use a star shell, you have to make it recognize you as its master. Of course, if he just wanted to destroy it, he could detonate the remaining spiritual spring and demonic stones here. Although it might not be able to destroy this small world, the huge explosion power could damage this small world and prevent it from continuing to grow. Han Fei smiled. Can a small world be damaged? The old turtle said. Even the origin sea can be shattered, so why can't a small world? To put it bluntly, if you were in the king realm, it wouldn't be difficult for you to take away this star shell. Unfortunately, you aren't a king, so you can only come in to snatch the resources. Besides, this star shell isn't alive. It contains a wisp of the White Armor Emperor's essence, blood, and soul, but it was covered by my turtle shell sky sealing technique. Otherwise, the White Armor Emperor would have known it. Han Fei immediately sneered. Blow up one star shell? That's not appropriate. With so many resources, I should blow up the entire White Shell Royal City. Han Fei chatted with the old turtle while collecting some scattered resources. At this moment, Han Fei's black mist body had found a protective umbrella, and he could leave at any time. Suddenly, the old turtle said, "The White Armored Emperor is back." Han Fei threw out a massive spiritual spring and detonated it. Although Han Fei couldn't take the star shell away, there were still some residual resources here. He couldn't leave them to the White Armor Emperor. The moment the White Armor Emperor left the Forbidden Level trial field, he came to the star shell, destroyed the turtle shell sky sealing technique, and rushed into the star shell in the next second. However, as soon as he entered, there was a violent explosion and a phantom dissipated in this world. Thief, leave your life. Bang, shell shakes the world. Void barrier. Han Fei thought that he was fast enough. From the moment the old turtle said that the White Armored Emperor was back, Han Fei only detonated the spiritual spring, but the White Armored Emperor caught up with him. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the White Armor Emperor failed to really seal him. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the White Shell Royal City. Almost at the same time, everyone looked at the void. The White Armor Emperor's voice echoed in the void. Hai Tinglei, seal the entire royal city immediately. No one is allowed to leave the city. The White Armor Emperor was angry. He only caught a glimpse, but unfortunately he didn't see anyone. He was a king, but someone had stolen his countless treasures and detonated tremendous resources right under his nose. As a result, the star shell was in a mess, and only less than 1% of his resources that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years were left. Even a king would go crazy, right? On the other side. After a lot of difficulties and going through several masters, Yu Keiling finally broke through the barrier of the law enforcer realm and became an explorer with the technique left behind by the Fish Dragon King. Yu Keiling, who had reached the explorer level, could immediately find a new master. However, when she reached the explorer realm, she could have more choices. In this realm, she could explore outside or continue to cultivate in the royal city. For example, Lan Shuer, who was with Yu Keiling, also made a breakthrough to become an explorer with the resources left behind by Han Fei. However, her resources were not as good as Yu Keiling's, so she chose to continue looking for masters. And for sea demons, your master could almost own you and could do whatever he wanted to you. Lan Shuer was used to it. But Yu Keiling not. She had several masters because she was unwilling to cooperate. Fortunately, she could be said to be talented in this realm. TT couldn't be said that she was very talented, but many people knew her. At this moment, Yu Keiling had basically settled in the royal city. Yu Keiling had nothing to worry about after the Fish Dragon King died. As long as she cultivated slowly, with the cultivation method left behind by the Fish Dragon King, she might not be able to become a venerable, but it was completely possible for her to become a peak-level explorer or even a half-venerable. At this moment, Yu Keiling had just returned home from the trial field when Lan Shuer came to visit. Yu Keiling was puzzled. "Shuer, didn't you go to the trial?" Lan Shuer chuckled. "Sister Keiling, all you know is cultivation. In fact, sometimes being flexible is a good choice. I'm here to tell you that I'm about to break through to be an intermediate explorer." Huh? Yu Keiling looked at Lan Shuer in shock. "So fast?" Yu Keiling smiled charmingly. "You know, half a month ago, my master explored a secret realm and got a lot of benefits. He gave me some of them, which worked very well." Yu Keiling narrowed her eyes and said, "Humph, your master is not a good person." Yu Keiling said, "Sister Keiling, that's all a man can think about. In fact, we're not exactly beautiful. It's difficult for us to really rise if we don't try our best to improve ourselves. By the way, I heard that another war broke out on the front line. A brand new human race appeared on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, a rather ugly human race. When the war breaks out, my master may have to join the army. It's definitely much better to stay with a heavenly talent than to go to the front line alone." Yu Keiling said, "I heard about it. However, no soldier hasn't been recruited yet. I'm going to continue the trial." Alas, Lan Shuer heaved a long sigh. "Sister Keiling, you're just a little bit stubborn. If you can sacrifice your body, with your talent, you'll definitely grow much faster than me." "Got it. You can go back. I'll consider it." After Lan Shuer walked past, Yu Keiling quietly looked at the direction where Lan Shuer left. After about 10 seconds, she let out a sigh of relief, shook her head, and continued to cultivate. Boom. A violent explosion resounded throughout the White Shell Royal City. Immediately afterwards, the White Armor Emperor's angry voice echoed. "Hai Tinglei, seal the entire royal city. No one is allowed to leave." For a moment, countless people looked around in panic. Immediately afterward, a violent earthquake took place in the White Shell Royal City, which lasted for hundreds of seconds. Yukaling, like most ordinary people, went out to see what happened. Someone exclaimed, "Hiss, it's the king's voice. What happened to make the king so angry?" Someone was shocked. "Living in the royal city, we've got to be careful. Master Hai Tingley wants to seal the city. He must be searching for something. Be careful. Don't get ourselves implicated," someone sneered. "Who cares what happened? What does it have to do with small potatoes like us?" What Yukaling didn't know was that a shadow was lurking in the shadow in a corner of her residence. The old turtle said, "This chess piece is still alive." "Ha, have to say, you're quite lucky." Han Fei replied, "You don't understand the tragedy of small potatoes. In order to become stronger and rise, they will try their best to survive. Therefore, I'm not surprised that they survived these trials in the White Shell Royal City." Then, Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, it shouldn't be too loud this time. That explosion didn't even blow up the star shell." The old turtle said, "That's because you took away too many resources. Otherwise, the star shell would have been damaged." Han Fei grinned. "It's okay. I haven't left the White Shell Royal City yet. I'll detonate it again." The old turtle had nothing to say to Han Fei. He was truly bold. Did he think he had money to burn? The old turtle asked. "When will this chess piece be used?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait. It's best that she doesn't know anything. I can cultivate for a few days while they search the royal city. I'll come out when this matter quiets down. Old Yuan, help me keep an eye on Yukaling. Also, once the white-armored emperor relaxes, tell me, Chapter 1669, Han Fei appeared translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. The search in the White Shell Royal City lasted for 3 months. Han Fei was lost for words. This white-armored emperor was even more persistent than human beings. However, the home of a king had been emptied. How could he not be obsessed? This time, even a minor character like Yukaling was investigated 3 times, and Yukaling's residence was also searched. The old turtle said that the white-armored emperor even removed the seal on everybody's residence and scanned it dozens of times himself. Han Fei felt lucky. Fortunately, he had a treasure like the demon purification pot that even a king couldn't find. If Yukaling didn't know he was hiding here, no one could find him. Han Fei was still cultivating, but outside, the war between the Cloudsea Divine Tree and the White Shell Royal City was in full swing. Since Han Fei left the Cloudsea Divine Tree almost 5 months ago, the people of the Yin-Yang world gradually got used to life on the Cloudsea Divine Tree. As soon as they went out, everyone used teleportation arrays. Looking at the coordinates on the teleportation array, they could know the direction. The 4 battlefields were all visited by the humans from the Yin-Yang Heavenly now. Under Luo Xiaobai's deliberate arrangement, the human experts led the human hidden fishers to rotate the battlefields. At the same time, while learning the Waterwood world's combat skills, Yin-Yang world also provided combat skills and teamwork. In the eyes of Luo Xiaobai and the others, the humans on the Cloudsea Divine Tree lacked the sense of cooperation. Even though the people here also practiced the 5 major professions, perhaps because they had lived with other races for too long, they were unfamiliar with teamwork. During this period, Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world had an exchange battle. From a hidden fisher to an explorer, they competed in the arena. In the end, a surprising result came out. Yin-Yang world won the match of all realms. Especially the law enforcer and explorer realms, the powerful combat power of the human race was fully revealed. Unlike the humans in the Yin-Yang world, although there were 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world, they still had Queen Life and the Cloudsea Divine Tree. However, the people on the Scattered Stars Island only had 1 island. If they couldn't defend it, they would die together. Therefore, the determination of the people from the Yin-Yang world that fought to the last person shocked many people from the Waterwood world. It was not that there were no strong masters in the Waterwood world, but the living conditions on both sides were different. The people of the Yin-Yang world were more aggressive and crazy. Not only that, on the human side, the disciples of the Thug Academy were also participating in the arena battles. In addition, a large group of descendants of big clans had been raised with a massive amount of resources. Besides, most of the people who participated in the arena were the elites of the big clans and the 7 major sects. If they lost, they would probably be scolded to death. This battle lasted for more than 3 months. After only 3 months, the strong masters of Yin-Yang world appeared in any place on the 4 battlefields. On the battlefield, the soldiers of Yin-Yang world were also really brave. The resources in the Waterwood world were too abundant. In terms of spiritual energy, they were almost twice as abundant as those in the Yin-Yang world. Besides, as long as one killed an enemy on the battlefield, all the gains would belong to him. This was different from the Scattered Stars Island. After all, the Scattered Stars Island was more disciplined. Although the spoils of war didn't have to be handed over, they were mostly used to exchange for the resources one needed. But in the Waterwood world, everything was much more free. After all, there were more races here. Many people went to the market to exchange for various resources. The 4 major races of the Waterwood world, those insects and the sky race, had accumulated a lot of things. Therefore, on the street, the people of Yin-Yang world were literally in a shopping paradise. What? You want to forge weapons but have no materials? Then trade with the insects. What? You lack spiritual fruits? Trade with the demonic plants? What? You feel that you don't have enough combat skills? Trade with the human beings of the Waterwood world for combat skills? The soldiers of the Yin-Yang world were mainly from the Scattered Stars Island, the Thousand Star City, and the 36 towns. The people on the Scattered Stars Island had the habit of exchanging resources with the logistics division. Over the years, there were fewer and fewer resources in the sea, and they couldn't go to sea at will. Therefore, their access to resources was actually very limited. As for the cultivators from the Thousand Star City and the 36 towns, they were either frequent visitors to the Thousand Star Proving Ground or the Level 3 fishery. Ordinary cultivators in the Thousand Star City rarely obtained the qualification to go to the small worlds in the Starbeads. Even the children of the big clans had very few opportunities, and how much resources could ordinary cultivators from the 36 towns obtain in places like the Level 3 fishery? Therefore, in the Waterwood world, these people were like fish in water. The dark battlefield port, the most dangerous place in the Waterwood world, now became the residence of the descendants of the big clans. As the saying went, the talented were bold, and some heavenly talents could do whatever they wanted here. The Fiery Sea had always been a place of challenge. Now it was almost occupied by the heavenly talents of the 7 major sects. Especially a young swordsman from the Heavenly Sword sect, he fought 10 alone. Since the people from the Yin-Yang world came, the sea demons of the same realm finally knew that these humans from the Yin-Yang world were indeed very powerful. The humans of the Waterwood world had completely accepted the humans of the Yin-Yang world. The bugs that liked to gossip couldn't help but sigh. The human race of the Yin-Yang world was really powerful. For example, during a battle in the Fiery Sea, a human from the Yin-Yang world was locked in a pitched battle with a sea demon. In the end, the human was defeated, his body was pierced, and his legs were broken. Under such circumstances, the man hugged the sea demon and detonated himself. This scene was very shocking. These touching scenes completely won the respect of the major races of Waterwood world. There was also something commendable about the Waterwood world. The bow technique of the human race in the Waterwood world was very powerful. The combat skills of the various races were also strange and impossible to guard against. Also, perhaps because of the nourishment of spiritual energy, the Waterwood world humans were generally faster. Therefore, this joint operation ignited the soldiers' morale. The White Shell Royal City kept putting pressure on the front line. At first, the Royal City sent 3,000 law enforcers and 100,000 sea demons at the level of hidden fishers. However, the sea demons didn't take the initiative to attack. After all, they found that since the people of Yin-Yang world came, the battle had been intensified. Some sea demons were even speechless. These beasts were too damn good at fighting. Most of the conflicts between the two parties were just tentative. The sea demons also wanted to know how many humans from the Yin-Yang world had come. In fact, there were countless strong masters in the Waterwood world. The 250,000 soldiers of the Yin-Yang world were scattered on various battlefields, but they didn't contribute much to the increase in number. However, this didn't stop the probing army of the White Shell Royal City. They set up small battlefields again and again, hoping to test the strength of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, and to see how many human beings the Yin-Yang world had sent as reinforcements. Flying Feather Division. Wu Shangshui directly asked Luo Xiaobai, "The White Shell Royal City is provoking us. Should we respond?" Luo Xiaobai said, "No. This kind of test doesn't have any significance for the final battle. Slow down the pace of the battle and use a year to gnaw away these people." Wu Shangshui was surprised. "In this way, it won't be able to show your role. Perhaps it will enhance the morale of the army of the White Shell Royal City." Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "Morale can be boosted soon, but it can also be thwarted soon. Now is not the time to start a large-scale war." Wu Shangshui, wait for what? Wait for Han Fei to attack? Wu Shangshui had long known that the body Han Fei left behind was just a projection or a clone, and this clone had never fought and had been sitting cross-legged. 1 year later, Han Fei had been cultivating and forged the universe for a full 20 years. For a time, he wanted to consume all the chaotic chi. However, when he thought that the chaotic chi might be extremely useful for becoming a king, he held back. Han Fei was not in a hurry at all. If they didn't fight, it would be a good chance for the people of Yin-Yang world to communicate in Waterwood world. In this way, it could facilitate the cultural communication of the two worlds. Han Fei didn't need much time. He only needed another year. Han Fei's arms had been tempered, and one of his legs was almost tempered. This speed was extremely fast and consumed a lot of energy. Almost 10% of the energy-type resources he looted from the White Armor Emperor had been consumed. About 3 months later, the front line finally asked for reinforcements from the Royal City. Last time, the White Armor Emperor increased the number of soldiers. Han Fei knew that everyone had been seen through by the White Armor Emperor. Yes, the White Armor Emperor didn't believe that anyone could escape from the White Shell Royal City in such a short time. He believed that the person who looted him was still in the Royal City. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai and the others thought that the army was testing the power of the Yin-Yang world, but Han Fei knew that it was the White Armor Emperor tempting him to leave. If he really left, the White Armored Emperor might not necessarily discover him, but Han Fei didn't want to bet on it. He would come out after he became a half-king. On this day, after Yu Kaling returned from the trial, Lan Shuier came again. She said, "Sister Kaling, I heard that you're going to the front line to kill enemies?" Yu Kaling nodded. I feel that my strength has improved greatly, and I need actual combat to achieve a breakthrough in the realm. This time, I heard that 300 explorers, 5,000 law enforcers, and 200,000 soldiers will be selected. Therefore, the status of each explorer is very important. We can try. Lan Shui'er immediately said, Sister Kaling, do you know the situation on the front line? Most of the people who went to the front line died. Although the number of soldiers doubled this time, and there were over 200 explorers more, the soldiers sent over last time were killed in only 1 year. I'm afraid it won't be much better this time, right? Yu Kaling smiled casually. People like us have to take a bet. After Lan Shui'er left, Yu Kaling was about to get rid of the wild thoughts and enter a cultivation state. Suddenly, a voice rang in her ears. Yu Kaling, you will die if you go to the battlefield this time. You'd better stay, Buzz. Yu Kaling was refreshed. She wanted to shout, but her soul trembled and she seemed to be rendered speechless. Heh, don't make any unnecessary movements. Keep cultivating. I can sense your mental waves. Who are you? Yu Kaling replied quickly after the initial shock. Han Fei grinned and said, Me? I'm the Fish Dragon King. Why don't you remember? The essence blood of you and Lan Shui'er is still in my hands. Yu Kaling's pupils were constricted. Didn't you die? Han Fei imitated the Fish Dragon King's tone and said, Die? How can Jue die so easily? Those are just a show. Yu Kaling was shocked. At the same time, she was also desperate. If the Fish Dragon King wasn't dead, she wouldn't be free. What should she do? Seeming to know what Yu Kaling was thinking, Han Fei chuckled. Yu Kaling, don't say that I didn't help you. I can help you make a breakthrough, but you need to tell others that you're going to cultivate in seclusion to make a breakthrough. Yu Kaling was not stupid. Could the Fish Dragon King really be so good? Besides, he suddenly appeared secretly. Did he do something? At this point, Yu Kaling was horrified. Could it be that the person the king was looking for was the Fish Dragon King? What did he do to make the king so angry? Chapter 1670, Explosion of the White Shell Royal City. One translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei's sudden appearance disrupted Yu Kaling's original plan. Yu Kaling didn't know that Han Fei was the Fish Dragon King, and she thought that the Fish Dragon King was still alive. This situation was very strange. Even if the Fish Dragon King pretended to die, what was his purpose? Why did he come to her at this time? Just to help her make a breakthrough? Sure enough, Han Fei said, I don't care what you're going to do in the future, but in the next 2 years, you must make a breakthrough in seclusion. Yu Kaling said, Master Dragon King, you should know that no matter what reason I have, unless I go out to fight, I have to go to the trial field every month, right? If I don't go to the trial field for 4 months, it will be regarded as that I want to challenge a forbidden level trial field. At that time, the challenge will be compulsory. Han Fei thought to himself, damn, how did I forget this? It was exactly because he didn't know this rule that he entered the forbidden level trial field. Han Fei thought of something. Of course I know. I mean, apart from the trials, you'll have to spend all your time in seclusion. Hee, to avoid some problems, I'll use some means on you. Yu Kaling felt that a massive soul had entered her mind. Although her soul tried to resist, she was completely powerless against the terrifying soul. Yu Kaling was horrified. Master Dragon King, what are you doing? Han Fei said casually. As long as you're obedient, I can guarantee that you'll make a breakthrough within 2 years. I can also give you some resources for your cultivation. Master Dragon King, what do you want to do? Han Fei said. You don't need to know what I want to do. You just need to know that no matter what I want to do, the only thing you can do is to obey. Otherwise, you will die. What can Yu Kaling do? At this moment, she had no choice but to obey. She could confirm that the weird soul in her head could easily control her and even kill her. Therefore, she couldn't tell the secret that the Fish Dragon King was still alive and was hiding in her residence. The only person who cared about Yu Kaling's cultivation in seclusion was probably Lan Shui'er. During this period, Lan Shui'er came once. Yu Kaling said that she felt that she was about to make a breakthrough, so she probably couldn't go to the front line to fight. She needed to consider going to the front line after the breakthrough. Although Lan Shui'er was a little puzzled, she didn't doubt her. After all, she was too familiar with Yu Kaling. Among the people in the Ice God Strait, only she and Yu Kaling had survived. Therefore, she cherished this friendship. The second batch of soldiers left the White Shell Royal City 20 days after Yu Kaling went into seclusion. On this day, the old turtle said, The White Armored Emperor still hasn't given up. He personally glanced at everyone who went out today. Although you shouldn't be afraid of being seen by him, this person is quite meticulous. Han Fei smiled. Good lord, so what? Even if I finish my cultivation, do you think I'll leave? The old turtle, another year later, it was said that there were 3 large-scale battles between the White Shell Royal City and the Sea Cloud Tree. 7 or 8 venerables from both sides had died. As for the explorers, more than 300 had died. And hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers had died. During the 9th month of Han Fei's cultivation here, the conditions for entering the White Shell Royal City were relaxed. In addition, a large number of law enforcers and explorers were brought back from the sea. Obviously, the White Shell Royal City didn't expect that the Cloud Sea Divine Tree would fight so hard this time. More than half of their second batch of soldiers were killed. This finally made the White Armor Emperor's heart ache. Han Fei was refining his spine. In Forge the Universe, 30% of White Armor Emperor's energy-type resources had been consumed. Han Fei still had his head and 7 spines that hadn't been tempered yet. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor seemed to have given up searching for Han Fei. With the power of the old turtle's soul, they found some information. And this information was that the White Armor Emperor was preparing to launch a super war. Generally speaking, every 1,000 years, the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree would start a great war, mainly to show the strength of the two sides and prove that they were still the overlords of their respective waters, the strongest enemies of the other party. This time, the White Armored Emperor was going to mobilize more than half of the people in the White Sea Royal City at once. All venerables would go to the battlefield. The White Armor Emperor wanted to see by himself why the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had been growing stronger and stronger in the past 2 years. If a war broke out, some people might die. However, both sides were afraid that too many strong masters would die, therefore they would stop at a proper time. The White Armor Emperor had the same idea this time. Perhaps Queen Life just wanted to see how his injuries were recovering. Besides, the White Armored Emperor was also wondering if the person who sneaked into the White Shell Royal City this time had anything to do with Queen Life. Or was that person related to the people on the other side of the Godfiend Sea? This time, there were even more people participating in the battle. Xuanhuan was selected to participate in the battle. After only 2 months of preparation, the whole army was ready to set off. But Han Fei still had 11 head bones that hadn't been tempered yet. This made Han Fei very worried, knowing that he had to take action. Although he was still a little bit away from becoming a half-king, he definitely couldn't let these people launch an all-out attack. Han Fei knew that in every big war per 1,000 years, 10 or so venerables would die. If it weren't for the suppression of kings, more venerables would die. As for the death of ordinary powerhouses, the White Armor Emperor didn't care at all. Therefore, there would be countless casualties. Han Fei remembered that xuanhuan once told him that once in a big battle, they were ambushed by a strong master and nearly 1 million insects died, losing a lot of insect queens, which caused the strength of the insect race to drop by several levels. Han Fei thought that there were only 250,000 people here from the yin-yang world. If they fought a battle of this level, they would lose at least 70 or 80,000. But these people were all seeded players of the yin-yang world. 70 or 80,000 dead? This was something Han Fei couldn't accept. Therefore, Han Fei came out of seclusion. The old turtle said, "You're still in the royal city. If you attack now, the White Armor Emperor will definitely seal the royal city again. At that time, he won't let you go even if he has to risk his life." Han Fei grinned and said, "It's not important. As long as he can't catch me, even if I'm trapped here, so what? This is a war of races. I stand on the human race's side and am natural enemies with sea demons. Even if the White Armored Emperor wants to fight, he has to ask for my permission." On this day, Cheng Shui-Chin personally presided over the royal city, Hai Tinglei supervised the army, and the 2 half-kings of the White Shell Royal City came out at the same time. Hai Tinglei ordered, "All soldiers in the White Shell Royal City gather outside the Sky Trial Ground in half an hour. Anyone who violates the order will be executed." The Sky Trial Ground was located in the sky above the White Shell Royal City. Basically, it had always been guarded by sea monsters. As soon as Hai Tinglei issued the order, the entire White Shell Royal City was filled with people, and watermarks cut through the seabed and rushed towards the trial field. Xuanhuan said, "Master Dragon King, I have to go. Otherwise, someone will definitely notice something." Han Fei smiled. Wait, Xuanhuan was scared. What was the Fish Dragon King trying to do? "Master Dragon King, what do you want to do?" Han Fei grinned. "Well, it's still too early. Let's wait for half an hour." In a moment, within 100 seconds, as many as 50,000 people had gathered outside the training ground in the sky. It must be noted that there were only 100,000 people in the entire White Shell Royal City. Now, 50,000 people had gathered. There were still people on their way. More than 10,000 people came one after another. This was the number of soldiers the White Shell Royal City sent this time. They didn't all go because they were afraid that someone would sneak up on them. Of course, it didn't matter if the White Armored Emperor didn't care. If he was like xuanhuan, willing to sacrifice the entire Blood Sea Divine Wood City to become a king, if he had the courage, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree would have long been destroyed. Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Go, find Lan Shuier. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Try to stay close to the strong." Xuanhuan was stunned, but she didn't think much about it. In her opinion, no matter how strong Han Fei was, he was only a half-venerable now. No matter how fast his cultivation speed was, it was impossible for him to break through to the venerable realm in a few years. Besides, even if Han Fei became a venerable, so what? A merry venerable couldn't shake so many venerables in the White Shell Royal City. Besides, with a king here, Han Fei couldn't do anything, right? A moment later, Xuanhuan found Lan Shuier. Seeing Xuanhuan, Lan Shuier's master, a handsome half-mermaid, grinned and said, "Huh, you made a breakthrough with your own strength? Not bad. However, Xuanhuan, you'd better follow me this time. This is a great war per 1,000 years. If you don't have me protect you, you may be sent out to fight." Xuanhuan frowned and remembered Han Fei's words that stayed close to the strong. Here, there happened to be a venerable standing in front of a group of heavenly talents. Xuanhuan hummed softly, which made Lan Shuier raise her eyebrows. Did Yu Kaling change her personality? Lan Shui's master was also stunned, but then he licked the corners of his mouth and thought to himself, these women from outside are really afraid of death. If it weren't for this 1,000-year war, I might not have been able to take this woman down. Buzz. A giant shell appeared in the sky. The White Armor Emperor stood on the giant shell with his hands behind his back. He said, the soldiers of the royal city, 1,000 days one nurtures his soldiers and all for 1 day's battle. The battle of 1,000 years is coming. In this battle, someone will rise and someone will die. This is a test for you. If you survive this battle, it will be the pride of your life, huh? The White Armor Emperor suddenly lowered his head because he sensed a slight spatial vibration. However, in the past 2 years, the White Armor Emperor had been unusually vigilant. Who dared to break the void when he was giving a speech? When the White Armor Emperor lowered his head, he saw a familiar face appear in the crowd. Han Fei? However, Han Fei raised his head, smiled at the White Armored Emperor, and grinned. Bang Yi, Chapter 1671, Explosion of the White Shell, Royal City 2 Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations Bang. Rumble, rumble. Han Fei's appearance made the White Armored Emperor realize that something was wrong. He controlled the field with the Great Tao, preparing to control Han Fei in an instant. However, dozens of Han Fei appeared in all directions. The moment Han Fei grinned, countless people felt that a crisis was coming. It was like the summoning of the god of death. Only a small number of strong people knew to mobilize all their strength, to resist and defend. Most people didn't even have the time to react. Boom, boom, dozens of deafening sounds erupted, including those who were going to stay and guard the White Shell Royal City. Han Fei had activated the void descending art, so he certainly wouldn't miss the places that were almost empty. Han Fei felt that since he had decided to destroy it, he couldn't let half a piece of tile in the city remain intact. The White Armor Emperor was quite fast. 1 shell to suppress all directions. He blocked the 3 shadows of Han Fei, but some were too far away for him to catch up. A terrifying explosion instantly swept across the city. The explosion came too fast. Hai Tinglei and Changshui Qin only had time to protect a portion of people. Most of the venerables could protect even fewer people. Rumble, rumble. The whole sea was rising. God knew how many resources Han Fei had exploded. Anyway, Han Fei had exploded about half of the energy resources in the shell of the White Armored Emperor, and he still had about 10% of them left. This 10% was enough for Han Fei to temper himself to the half-king level. Resources were for use anyway. Although he didn't use the resources himself, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives in the Waterwood world and Yin-Yang world. Otherwise, if these strong masters rushed to the Waterwood world, who knew how many people would die in that 1,000-year battle? The White Armor Emperor's big shell flew across the sky and resisted most of the explosive power alone. The big shell swallowed nearly half of the explosive power. However, there were too many resources detonated. The moment he saw Han Fei, the White Armor Emperor knew that Han Fei was behind all these matters. His treasure house was probably also stolen by Han Fei. However, the White Armor Emperor was shocked. Didn't Han Fei die in Xuanhuan's tribulation? Why was he still alive? Unfortunately, he had no time to think. His army was going to set off, but at this moment, the White Shell Royal City was destroyed. Almost half of the army of 100,000 soldiers were killed. Even though a few of Han Fei's clones failed to set off the explosion, more than 30,000 or 40,000 soldiers were annihilated. These 30,000 sea demons were not hidden fissures. In the White Shell Royal City, there were no hidden fissures at all. The sea demons here were at least law enforcers. Han Fei had thought that his sudden attack could annihilate at least 50,000 soldiers of the White Armor Emperor, but now it seemed that it was not enough. At that moment, even the White Armor Emperor, a king, was stunned, let alone the others. For a moment, countless people couldn't even cry or scream because they were directly crushed by the terrifying power. In an instant, they were shattered. There were also tens of thousands of people that were seriously injured by the explosion. Fortunately, this time, the White Armored Emperor had almost brought most of the venerables with him. The 3 half-kings took action at the same time, including nearly 80 venerables and hundreds of half-venerables, who tried to protect the soldiers. Only then did they protect half of the people in the White Shell Royal City. Yu Kaling was dumbfounded. Although she was protected by a venerable, she still crashed heavily into the seabed. After she got up, she looked at the sea demons around who had the same expression as her and was relieved. Just now, she failed to control her expression and almost exposed herself. She knew that this explosion was caused by the Fish Dragon King, and she was even more certain that the Fish Dragon King was the person the White Armored Emperor was looking for. Besides, such an explosion made her feel very familiar. She seemed to have encountered such an explosion when she was in the Ice God Strait. At this moment, Yu Kaling had great doubts about the identity of the Fish Dragon King. It seemed that after returning from the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, the Fish Dragon King had changed. At that time, she asked herself several times, was this the real Fish Dragon King? But now, Yu Kaling was almost certain that this Fish Dragon King was fake. This had been a fake since the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. She had reason to suspect that the Fish Dragon King had been possessed as early as in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Unfortunately, she failed to discover it back then, which made her regret it now. Seeing so many people die, Yu Kailing's mind went blank and tears flowed down. Why am I so afraid of death? Isn't this all because of me? If she hadn't cooperated with the Fish Dragon King from the beginning, would this explosion still have happened? The White Armor Emperor attacked immediately. Unfortunately, dozens of Han Fei's clones suddenly descended and detonated themselves. Unfortunately, none of them were Han Fei's real body. If Han Fei was right in front of him, why couldn't he recognize him? Roar. The White Armor Emperor roared. Everybody stand where you are and accept my investigation. Han Fei hid in Forge the Universe and didn't come out. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei said, Old Yuan, deprive Yu Kailing of her memories over the past year. The old turtle asked, Why? Are you still going to use her now? Han Fei said, Although she's an enemy, this woman's personality is not bad. I used her because in a battle, I won't hesitate to do whatever I can. However, now that I've used her, even if I want to kill her, I'll just kill her on the battlefield later. The old turtle said, The noises here are too loud. The Waterwood world will definitely take action. Will someone come to save you? There were only 100,000 people in the Whiteshell Royal City. Except for those who went to the battlefield and were just killed by Han Fei, there were only 50,000 people left. The White Armor Emperor was extremely exasperated. He wanted to investigate them one by one. In fact, it wouldn't take long. If he could find out Han Fei this way, the White Armored Emperor was willing to try. On the other side, on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the projection left by Han Fei suddenly jumped up from his cross-legged position and shouted, All armies fight! Old Jiang was taken aback. What the hell? I thought you were dead, Old Jiang asked. What happened? Why did you suddenly say this? Han Fei said. Old Jiang, believe me. Although I can't feel the exact situation my original body is M, I can tell that it's time for a full-scale war. Old Jiang frowned. He knew that something must have happened to Han Fei's original body. He immediately said, I'll inform Xiaobai and the Patriarch. You go find Ningjing. In the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, Queen Life, who was watering the flowers, suddenly raised her head and looked at the distant territory. Buzz. In the next moment, Queen Life disappeared from the Heavenly Palace. Of course, Queen Life could sense the violent shock. However, a moment later, when Queen Life was more than 800,000 kilometers away from the Whiteshell Royal City, she felt a faint blast from the void. Then she was shocked to see the terrifying scene in the Whiteshell Royal City. Buzz, Queen Life returned to the Waterwood world. She didn't know Han Fei's situation, but it was obviously not a good time to save him. Besides, she didn't sense that Han Fei used the Venerable Token and asked for Ningjing's help. If Han Fei was really in danger, at least he could think of this. Therefore, Queen Life immediately returned to the Waterwood world. A moment later, Luo Xiaobai had just heard the news brought by Old Jiang when the voice of Queen Life came from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. 72 Venerables of Water, Wood World attack quickly and prepare for a full-scale war. Luo Xiaobai and Old Jiang suddenly raised their heads, stunned to hear what Queen Life said. But in the next moment, a phantom of Queen Life appeared in front of Luo Xiaobai. We can let the people of Yin-Yang World take action. Now it's time for war. Although Luo Xiaobai knew that the top priority now was to organize the army, she still asked, Your Majesty, what happened? Queen Life said leisurely, Han Fei blew up the Whiteshell Royal City. Luo Xiaobai, Old Jiang, everyone, Luo Xiaobai's head was buzzing. What do you mean by Han Fei blew up the Whiteshell Royal City? Are you kidding me? If he could have blown up the Whiteshell Royal City, do we still have to fight this battle? However, Luo Xiaobai quickly came back to herself and asked, Your Majesty, is Han Fei in danger? Should we rescue him? Yes, Luo Xiaobai asked the second question. At that time, Queen Life shook her head. There shouldn't be any danger for the time being. Even if there is, you can't do anything. Only by launching a full-scale battle and killing the sea demons in the Waterwood world can we force the Whiteshell Royal City to send reinforcements to help them. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I see. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Xiaobai bowed and turned around. Patriarch, please inform all the Venerables in the Yin-Yang world that we'll start a war in the Dark Warport, a voice said leisurely. Leave it to me. A great battle was about to break out, but Han Fei hid in Forge the Universe and concentrated on cultivation. He was only 11 bones away from becoming a half-king. His whole body had been tempered, except for some of his head bones. He was going to be a half-king. As long as the White Armor Emperor didn't appear, he would just concentrate on cultivating. But Han Fei didn't know that people would go crazy, and sometimes even kings. The White Armor Emperor was on the verge of going crazy. Chapter 1672, Half-King, Chapter 1672, Half-King Waterwood World. The four major races of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree launched a joint attack. At this moment, Queen Life took action and slaughtered the 6 sea demon Venerables in the Dark Warport alone, causing great Dao cracks and a heavy rain of blood. The 72 Venerables of Cloud Sea Divine Tree attacked on the 4 battlefields at the same time. However, Venerables were much weaker than kings. Apart from the Dark Warport, there were only 4 Venerables who died on the 3 battlefields. One of them was killed by Patriarch Thug. At this moment, the ultimate battle had been unilaterally initiated by the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Therefore, Queen Life didn't hesitate to take action. If possible, she would rather sweep all the sea demon Venerables on the 4 battlefields first. Unfortunately, this obviously wouldn't work. Once a venerable died, a great Dao crack would appear in the sky, causing a blood rain. In this way, it would alert the enemy. The sea demon venerables weren't fools and would choose to escape immediately. In the 8 million kilometer sea area of the Waterwood world, the venerables scattered and escaped through the void. Even if Queen Life chased them, she could only chase 1 or 2 of them. Queen Life didn't chase them. She needed to force the White Armored Emperor to take action. If the White Armored Emperor took action, he would have no time to care about the White Shell Royal City, and Han Fei's danger could be resolved. The venerables of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had all attacked, causing the venerables and explorers at the front line of the White Shell Royal City to flee. If they didn't flee now, they would be wiped out. Therefore, the Waterwood world followed up the victory with hot pursuit. In each of the 4 battlefields, there were figures of the humans from the Yin-Yang world. As for how to distinguish the people of the Yin-Yang world, you just needed to see whether they used fishing boats or not. Although the fishing boat was slower than running, it was much easier. Therefore, whenever there was a fishing boat in the Sky Clan would land on it. Those big birds hitched a ride and chatted with others to kill time. Luo Xiaobai led an army to chase the enemies outside the Dark War port. This kind of chase war didn't require much planning. Everyone was fighting crazily. The fleeing sea demons were all resources. In the past 3 years, the Yin-Yang world had been in continuous battles. After 3 or 5 battles, although countless people gained a lot, there were still a lot of casualties. Among the 250,000 people, nearly 20,000 people died on the battlefield in the Waterwood world, and the casualty rate was close to 10%. Of course, after paying such a high price, countless people made breakthroughs. In less than 3 years, almost everyone in Yin-Yang world had advanced by 2 minor realms. Among the 250,000 people, more than 10,000 had advanced to become law enforcers. This ratio had stunned the 4 major races of the Waterwood world. Although it wasn't particularly difficult for a hidden fisher to become a law enforcer, this growth speed was simply incredible. However, what the people from the Waterwood world didn't know was that this was the first time that the human race of the Yin-Yang world used resources so unscrupulously. As long as they had battle records, it meant that they would have resources, and having resources meant that they could grow. In addition to these more than 10,000 people who became law enforcers, there were also nearly 50,000 people who became peak-level hidden fishers. This was much stronger than when they fought the war on the Scattered Stars Island. To grow on the Scattered Stars Island, one needed to go through complicated procedures to exchange for resources. After all, the resources of the entire Yin-Yang world were not as good as the Waterwood world, and the Wall of Death's grabbing of the energy of the 2 sides wasn't balanced. Besides, on the Scattered Stars Island, while the human beings were cultivating, they still had to guard the island. Although this situation was much better after Han Fei liberated the Scattered Stars Island, and most people could get a lot of resources if they dared to fight, it was still incomparable to the resources of the Waterwood world. At this moment, the people who came to the Waterwood world all knew how right their choice was to follow Han Fei to here. When the 2 worlds communicated and fused with each other, not only could they learn each other's combat skills and methods, but their consciousness would also be greatly boosted. Therefore, in the past 3 years, almost everyone had advanced by 1 or 2 minor levels. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lirenquang were attacking a half-venerable. At this moment, the strength of these 3 people could already fight a half-venerable. Zhang Xuanyu's spear flashed, and the spear in his hand turned into nothingness. The soul spear blasted the half-venerable until he vomited blood. A shadow appeared behind Lirenquang and bit off one of the half-venerable's arms. Luo Xiaobai set up a spirit plant array, making the half-venerable completely lost. The skin and internal organs of the sea demon were quickly possessed, and the blood he vomited turned into dense green moss. Immediately afterward, his body began to rot as if it were molding. In the end, his vitality was completely devoured. Retracting his attack, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Xiaobai, I still can't believe that Han Fei blew up a king's den." Lirenquang said with a trembling face, "Yes, that's a king. Isn't it a disgrace for him to be successfully ambushed?" Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at them. "Do you want Han Fei to lose?" Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "Of course not. It's just that it's really a pity that we didn't participate in such an exciting thing." Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "All right, let's hunt more experts. Queen Life and the Venerables will attack the Sea Demon Venerables at most. They won't attack anyone below the Venerable realm. These sea demons are whetstones for the 4 races of the Sea Cloud Divine Tree. They are also chasing them frantically. We can't lag behind. Let's take this opportunity to quickly plunder as many resources as possible." Lirenquang mumbled, "I only took a little bit of the Zhang family's resources. I should get more." Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Lirenquang. "You can only improve yourself by obtaining resources on your own. If you don't even need to fight, when can you become a strong master?" Zhang Xuanyu said. Hey, all right, at least we got some. The resources of the 3 of us are enough to cultivate to the half-venerable realm. As for becoming a venerable, it's still early. On the day of the explosion, more than a dozen venerables escaped from the front line. "King, Queen Life broke the rules and took action personally. We were really no match for her. If we hadn't run faster, we would have been killed on the spot, King. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree has launched a full attack on us. The front line has suffered heavy casualties. We can't hold on. Buzz. The White Armor Emperor's eyes were cold as he roared. Has our army retreated? A venerable said. The army has retreated. Although Queen Life attacked us, she didn't attack explorers. Therefore, the soldiers on the front line are retreating while fighting. Even so, our escape will definitely cause great damage to the morale of the soldiers. The White Armor Emperor snorted. Mu Wu Hua doesn't need to attack ordinary people. She just needs to sweep away the venerables. The entire Waterwood world, 8 million kilometers of sea, has become the whetstone of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, a venerable said. But my king, if we retreat in such a way, we'll lose at least 30% of our soldiers. The White Armor Emperor knew the terrible consequences of not appearing. If there was no king on one side, the army would collapse. However, Han Fei was still alive. In the eyes of the White Armor Emperor, Han Fei alone was comparable to an army. Back in the heavenly tribulation of Xuanhuan, the White Armor Emperor clearly knew that the two of them both had the potential to become a king. Xuanhuan was right. He couldn't allow Xuanhuan to exist, and he couldn't allow Han Fei to exist either. Both of them were monsters. Now, one of them had died, and Han Fei survived. This meant that when Han Fei transcended his own heavenly tribulation in the future, there was almost no reason for him to fail. Therefore, at this moment, the White-Armored Emperor didn't immediately respond to the attack of Queen Life. Instead, he checked the people in the White Shell Royal City one by one. It was also because of the explosion that many people in the White Shell Royal City, probably for the first time, faced the White Armor Emperor head-on. Their anxiety and fear were obvious. For example, Yu Kaling was very nervous when she saw the White Armor Emperor for the first time. The White Armor Emperor's eyes flickered with a strange light. He didn't need to ask anything but directly examined Yu Kaling's soul. The White Armor Emperor said, "Open your mind. Don't resist." "Yes, my king." In Forge the Universe, the old turtle said in surprise, "It seems that this White Armor Emperor really hates you. Even if he needs to peep at these people's souls one by one, he must catch you, you know. While peeping at the soul, he will also see many memories that he shouldn't see. The more he sees, the worse it will be for him. Fortunately, he is a king. Otherwise, if he saw the memories of all the 50,000 people, his brain would have been destroyed." Han Fei frowned. "Are you sure you erased Yu Kaling's memories? Otherwise, if the White Armor Emperor finds out, we'll be in danger." The old turtle said with a smile, "Don't worry. No matter how powerful the White Armored Emperor is, his soul power is only in the sea establishment realm. It's impossible for him to see anything wrong. Just cultivate. At his speed, there's a limit to how many people he can investigate every day. He won't be able to finish this job in a month." Han Fei immediately said in delight, "Oh, are you sure it will take him so long?" The old turtle said. "If he really wants to check these people's memories one by one, his soul will be muddled if he reads them too fast." "That's great." 3 months later, Han Fei had tempered to the last piece of his skull, but this one was extremely difficult. This one affected all the bones in his body. Once this bone was tempered, Han Fei would become a half-king. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent. When less than 1/3 of the White Armor Emperor's energy was used, Han Fei's body suddenly exploded with a bang. However, a magical scene appeared. Han Fei's body was separated into dozens of pieces. His head rolled on the ground, but his eyes were still blinking. "Wow, so this is the indestructible body?" Chapter 1673, Crazy White Armor. Emperor Ka. Han Fei's shattered body trembled, quickly flew together, and regathered. Immediately afterwards, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be a powerful force in his body. When he looked at the demon purification pot, information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei Level, 89 Half-King Chaotic Chi, 957 Spiritual Power, 89,696 Perception Range, 78,000 kilometers, Strength, 2,971 Waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 78. Second Spiritual Beast, Deke Level 72 Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King Level, Divine Quality, Hiss. Han Fei took a slight breath. He knew that when he became a half-king, he would be very powerful, but he had never thought that the gap of one small realm could make him grow so much. The power of his soul had increased by more than 40,000 points. Even if the fused soul replenished his body, this increase was too much, right? Besides, Han Fei's perception range had significantly increased, reaching almost 80,000 kilometers. This meant that everything within 80,000 kilometers could be seen by him. His perception range was 80,000 kilometers. At this moment, Han Fei could see at least 300,000 to 500,000 kilometers away. In addition to the increase in spiritual power, Han Fei's strength increased by more than 4,800 waves. Back when he just came to the Waterwood world, his strength was only about 70 waves, but now it was completely different from before. A breakthrough of one realm brought him a terrifying increase of 4,800 waves, which was comparable to the full power of an advanced venerable. With such power, Han Fei could no longer be considered a regular venerable, or even a regular half-king. In extreme situations, Han Fei might even be able to exert the combat power of a king. Han Fei said, Old Yuan, how many waves is the strength of an ordinary sea establisher? I mean a new sea establisher. The old turtle knew that Han Fei's strength had improved greatly, so he didn't hide it and said, generally speaking, about 50,000 waves. The level of life will change when you transcend the king-level tribulation and open your origin sea. This is the benefit you get from the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this level of life can't be eternal. For example, your vitality will begin to decline after 5,000 years in the venerable realm, and you will definitely die after 10,000 years. The level of a king can allow him to live for hundreds of thousands of years. The difference between a king and a venerable is like clouds and mud. The growth of a king's strength isn't that exaggerated. Generally, stronger one's strength is about 50,000 waves, and there is no king whose strength is lower than 40,000 waves. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what was your strength when you were in the sea establishment realm? The old turtle said, of course, much stronger than the so-called heavenly talents. Back then, I had nearly 80,000 waves of power, which is 1 in a million. Now, even if your life level changes after the tribulation, I'm afraid yours will be similar to mine. How much? Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Are you kidding me? 80,000 waves of power for a king? That's 4 times more than a fake king, the old turtle said. Don't be too surprised. Just because I have 80,000 waves of strength when I reach the sea establishment realm doesn't mean everyone can have such great strength. Normally, it's only about 50,000 waves. Han Fei was speechless. Do you think 50,000 waves is too little? Han Fei asked. What about your strength when you were a half-king? The old turtle said leisurely, the half-king realm, cough, cough, about 25,000 waves. I slept for 10,000 years before transcending the tribulation. This power is already the limit I can reach by sleeping. As for you, although you are indeed talented, your level of life is lower. I think you should be about the same as me after you reach the sea establishment realm. Han Fei was lost for words. But I have 2 heavenly spiritual heritages. The old turtle said, so what? One of them is made of my great Tao, therefore your talent is just unparalleled in this sea area. Perhaps you can reach the peak for a while in the sea establishment realm. However, if you want to go further and become a real peerless heavenly talent, I'm afraid you'll have to improve your life level. Han Fei was surprised. Can the life level be improved? The old turtle said leisurely. Of course. Transcending a king-level tribulation will improve one's life level once. There's a world of difference between a king and a venerable. Otherwise, how can one's strength improve greatly after transcending a heavenly tribulation? This is the result of a change in the life level. Hiss, Han Fei's eyes flickered. So, in the end of the cultivation path, someone would be called a god? Now, Han Fei didn't care about the level of life. He had to become a king first. Only when he became a king would his level of life change. In addition to his own improvement, what surprised Han Fei was that in the past 3 years, the Emperor Sparrow had broken through another 2 levels. It had to be said that the Emperor Sparrow was the creature making breakthroughs the fastest Han Fei had ever seen. 3 or 5 days later, 3 months passed outside Forge the Universe. Han Fei couldn't wait to go out, but the White Armor Emperor still didn't intend to leave. Han Fei was lost for words. Didn't the old turtle say that it had been more than a month? Why did this beast-starred stall for over 3 months? Since Han Fei didn't intend to go out, in boredom, he spent some time absorbing the dragon bones. It wasn't until Han Fei absorbed more than 50 dragon bones and his chaotic chi had exceeded 1,000 that the White-Armored Emperor made a new move. This movement startled Han Fei. On this day, a huge shell suddenly opened its mouth. The White Armor Emperor roared, I am the White Armor Emperor, the king of the White Shell, because there is a strong master of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in the royal city. Now, anyone below the venerable realm, enter my shell. Han Fei was surprised. Is he crazy? Does he not want his nest anymore? He's going all out. Han Fei was horrified. So what if there were only 50,000 people left in the city? How could he underestimate these 50,000 people? Although the city had been destroyed by his previous explosion, it wouldn't be hard to rebuild it. But now, the White Armor Emperor just abandoned the city and took everyone with him? Even the White Armor Emperor himself didn't expect himself to be so bold. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to leave, but that he was in Forge the Universe. The shell felt like the origin sea, or the real body of the White Armored Emperor. How could Han Fei dare to enter it? Although Han Fei had reached the level of a half-king wasn't a king. Although his strength at its peak might be comparable to a king, so what? Strength was strength, and the Great Tao was the Great Tao. The Great Tao could crush anything, the old turtle said. Generally speaking, the origin sea won't reveal itself, so the giant shell is either his true body, his domain, or his companion spirit. Once you go in, your concealment might be invalid. Han Fei said, he's smart. This method can indeed screen me from his people. However, the old turtle said leisurely, maybe it's more than that. Don't you think the White Shell Royal City is too small? Huh? You can blow up the White Shell Royal City, but what about the White Armored Emperor? The next second, the White Armor Emperor ordered more than 90 venerables to enter the shells, each venerables leading 500 or so people. In such a way, even if Han Fei attacked again, he wouldn't be able to hurt many people. Under such circumstances, Han Fei certainly couldn't attack. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the White Armor Emperor's trap. A moment later, everybody including Yu Kaling entered the giant shell space. At this moment, the city had become empty. At this time, above the White Shell Royal City, the voice of the white-armored emperor spread out. Han Fei, I know you are still in the city. You want the White Shell Royal City? Fine, I'll give it to you. Then die with the White Shell Royal City. Buzz. At that moment, in the void, the huge mouth of the giant shell opened and closed as if it wanted to eat the entire White Shell Royal City. The white-armored emperor's voice was cold. Han Fei, are you still not coming out? I will throw you, along with the entire White Shell Royal City, into the endless void. You will be lost in eternal darkness, and Mu Wu Hua still can't kill me. Although this domain is not big, there are countless sea spirit level demons in it. Do you really think the death of tens of thousands of people can shake me? The old turtle said. Sure enough, his purpose is not to take his people out. He is still trying to kill you. But this time, he paid a huge price. Even if he has to destroy the White Shell Royal City, he must force you out. Han Fei was lost for words. Old Yuan, I'll get lost in the endless void, right? The old turtle said. Of course. Not every time there will be an exit for you to come out. The endless void is indeed only endless darkness. Even if I go in, I will be lost, let alone you. There is no concept of time there, nor is there any direction. The greatest possibility is that you will die of old age in the endless void. Han Fei frowned. So, I can only go out? The old turtle also said solemnly, maybe that's true. This is probably the only way. While the old turtle was talking, hundreds of fish skins floated around Han Fei. Hundreds of arrays appeared on the fish skins. At Han Fei's waist, Ning Jing's venerable token had already been hung up. Buzz. Activating the twin divine technique, Han Fei grinned. Then, let's go out and have a try. Let's see how strong a real king is. Chapter 1674, Slaying a Half-King with One Hand. Chapter 1674, Slaying a Half-King with One Hand, the White Armor. Emperor seemed to expect Han Fei to come out, so he was not in a hurry at all. In fact, if the White Shell Royal City was completely thrown into the endless void, he would lose more than just a little bit. It could be said that all the trial secret realms in the White Shell Royal City needed to be rearranged. The entire ground veins of the White Shell Royal City would have to be abandoned, and the forbidden level trial fields might disappear forever. However, the White Armor Emperor didn't care. As long as he could kill Han Fei, he didn't mind destroying the entire White Shell Royal City. Han Fei had no choice but to go out. However, going out meant fighting, and the opponent was a king. There might be a few half-kings more. Although half-kings were no longer Han Fei's opponent, as long as the other party stalled him for a little while, the White Armor Emperor would have a chance. Swish to Han Fei's figure appeared outside Forge the Universe. Since he was destined to go out, it didn't matter if he went out early or late. The moment Han Fei came out, beside his white mist body, 100 fish skins unfolded at the same time. Then, he used the near-at-hand technique and punched at the defense array of the White Shell Royal City. The moment Han Fei appeared, the White Armor Emperor's eyes flashed and he grinned coldly. The shell shakes the void, swallows the sea, and eats the soul. The White Armor Emperor's voice was icy. Do you think you can escape? Even if you might be the strongest venerable in this world, you are only a venerable. You have no idea the difference between a king and a venerable. Seeing that the void was blocked, Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. Only by piercing through the White-Armored Emperor's shell could he escape. Han Fei had witnessed the terrifying power of the White-Armored Emperor in Xuanhuan's tribulation. Therefore, Han Fei had to create an opportunity for his black fog body with this blow. Therefore, from the beginning, Han Fei had already used the power of his great Tao. The ancient desolate war body erupted, and the chaotic energy steamed. At the same time, he gathered the arrays on his fist and condensed his invincible will into a punch. The White Armor Emperor watched this scene indifferently. Holding two large circular blades, he had already come to Han Fei's side. Boom, cracked a bang. How was that possible? The White Armored Emperor suddenly widened his eyes. How could the power of a venerable break his shell seal? Even if the 5 half-kings of the White Shell Royal City attacked at the same time, they couldn't break his shell space. Pfft. Although he protected himself with 100 arrays, Han Fei still couldn't resist the power of the White Armored Emperor's attack. His white mist body and the void shattered together. Therefore, when Han Fei punched through the shell space, the White Armor Emperor shattered a large area of the void. Even Han Fei's white mist body was shattered, but the White Armor Emperor was still stunned. There were 2 reasons for his being stunned. On one hand, Han Fei broke through his seal. On the other hand, it was done by a clone of Han Fei. This was the most intolerable part for the White Armor Emperor. It was too fast. Han Fei's growing speed was too fast. It had only been a few years. Last time, Han Fei was only an advanced peak-level venerable, but his current strength was comparable to a king? Yes, the White Armor Emperor could confirm that Han Fei's strength had almost reached the Sea Establishment realm. This almost meant that in this sea area, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had just been destroyed, but another king would appear soon. And this king was a human, Mu Wu Hua's ally. In the White Armor Emperor's opinion, there were only a few heavenly tribulations between Han Fei and a king. He watched Han Fei pass the 9-level tribulation of Xuanhuan. At that time, Han Fei was still a peak-level advanced venerable. At this moment, Han Fei was already a half-king. It would be as easy as pie for him to transcend the tribulation. Thinking about that, the White Armor Emperor scanned the void, searching for Han Fei's real body. If Han Fei wanted to escape quickly, he couldn't be too slow. The White Armor Emperor didn't try to perceive Han Fei, but the changes in space, sure enough, in an instant, the White Armor Emperor stepped through the void and slashed 800 kilometers away. At this time, Han Fei's black mist body knew that it couldn't escape and simply appeared. After escaping 3,000 kilometers, Han Fei was still caught up by the White Armored Emperor. Bang! Han Fei turned around and punched. On his fist, time flowed, and the crazy power of the White Armor Emperor cut the air open. Han Fei stepped back and activated the near-at-hand technique continuously. But no matter how fast Han Fei was, the White Armor Emperor was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared thousands of kilometers away. In the sky above the White Shell Royal City, the 5 half-kings were dumbfounded. Is this guy still a human? They had never seen a venerable fight a king before. Because Han Fei, Little Black, and Little White were getting stronger and stronger, the distance between the two clones could be larger. 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei shouted, "White Armor Emperor, I'm here. Let's see if you can catch me." Humph, go to hell, suppress. An invisible force ignored the existence of space and fell on Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the area within 100 meters was sealed by an invisible seal. Buzz, his black mist body turned into a cloud of black fog. The black mist swirled crazily and devoured half of the seal in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the fist mark of the White Armor Emperor had already blasted over. However, at the same time, Han Fei reappeared in the place where his white mist body collapsed. Not only did he appear, but a teleportation array also appeared. This was a long-distance random teleportation array with a teleportation range between 200,000 to 500,000 kilometers. The moment his white mist body appeared, the White Armor Emperor roared, "Hai Tingley!" Boom! Before the White Armor Emperor said anything, a lightning bolt had arrived, trying to stop Han Fei. Behind Hai Tingley, the other 4 half-kings also came to help him. Half of Han Fei's white mist body had already entered the array. He shouted, "Time, the draw." In front of Han Fei, time was reversed. Han Fei drew out a saber from it. Perhaps when facing the White Armor Emperor, Han Fei didn't show much strength. However, Hai Tingley's Thunder Scar became very slow in front of the Time Blade. The Time Blade didn't give him any chance at all. It shattered Hai Tingley with one slash, and his flesh and blood quickly decayed. Boom. Not that a great Dao crack appeared, but Han Fei's black fog body collided with the White Armored Emperor. Although most of his black mist body was blown to smithereens, Han Fei still grinned. I wondered how strong a king was. It turns out that it's nothing more than this. As he spoke, Han Fei's black fog body roared, "All laws forbidden in this space." In the next moment, he extended his hand into the void and grabbed the corpse, 3 wisps of soul, and a sun-moon shell of Hai Tingley into the teleportation array. Twin in one. Swish. In the next moment, Han Fei's twin bodies fused and became one. The moment he stepped into the void, he turned back and extended his hand, turning time to accelerate the closing of the teleportation array. Even though the White Armor Emperor's blow had touched the teleportation array, it still missed. In the void, Han Fei's void line stabbed at Hai Tingley. Hai Tingley, who was trying to be reborn, was shocked. How is it possible? How can this person be so strong? I couldn't even block a single blow of his. Is this guy a king? A few seconds later, Han Fei jumped out of the void and pointed the vast ocean navigator in his hand in the direction of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. In the blink of an eye, before Han Fei had the time to kill Hai Tingley, he dove into the void again and fled frantically. Illically. Of course, before entering the void, Han Fei's soul collided with the White Armored Emperor's soul on the sea. The old turtle said, "Don't fight head-on. Go to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree." A distance of more than 300,000 kilometers was nothing to a king. However, what chilled the White Armor Emperor was the ability of Han Fei's clones. A clone could break his shell seal. A clone could block his blow head-on. Han Fei's strength had already exceeded that of a half-king, and he was already a real king. Han Fei was also measuring the strength of the White Armored Emperor. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, didn't you say that the power of ordinary kings is only about 50,000 waves? The power of the White Armored Emperor is at least 60,000 waves." The old turtle snorted and said, "He has been a king for tens of thousands of years, okay? Besides, his strength is not 60,000 waves, but at least 70,000, and I'm afraid his strongest power may be 80,000 waves." Boom. At this moment, Han Fei had killed Hai Tingley, and a great Dao crack appeared in the sky. A half-king was killed with a single blow just to stop Han Fei for a moment. A half-king had died anyway. It was impossible for the Cloud Sea Divine Tree not to notice anything. Han Fei's clone roared, "Your Majesty, help!" Lidoxian was alarmed and looked at Han Fei. What happened? Boom. At that moment, when the great Dao crack appeared, Lidoxian disappeared with a swoosh and rushed out of the Dark War port. When Han Fei was 1,000,000 kilometers away from the White Shell Royal City, the White Armor Emperor had already caught up with him. They were only 100,000 kilometers away from each other. Han Fei had used all his strength, but the Heavenly Void Divine Movement didn't work at this moment. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Void Divine Movement was, it was only a speed secret technique in the Venerable Realm. Faced with the pursuit of a king, Han Fei kept using a raise to increase his speed. When he escaped 1,500,000 kilometers, the White Armor Emperor had already caught up. Han Fei activated the Twin Divine Technique again, intending to use the same trick. However, this time, a huge shell turned into a person. The White Armored Emperor roared, "Han Fei, do you really think I'm weak?" Chapter 1675, Shook the King. Chapter 1675, Shook the King. Did the White Armored Emperor also have a clone? No, this was the White Emperor Armor's spiritual beast. In Han Fei's eyes, information appeared, an sea-controlling white shell, White Armor Emperor's companion spirit. What introduction. This is an ancient shell that's inherited from ancient times. It can turn the sea into a shield and defend itself. It can resist attacks 10 times stronger than itself. The sea-controlling white shell is good at shield attacks and likes to crush its opponent with absolute strength. A level weight 89, half king. Quality. I, Ancient Mutant, a great Tao, sea-controlling. We contained chaotic, Ch526 strands. I, edible effect. I, inedible, a collectible, sea-controlling shell. I, unabsorbable. IR, remarks. It's extremely difficult to escape when you're trapped by the sea-controlling white shell. Han Fei was surprised to see this. What kind of creature could resist an attack 10 times stronger than itself? Didn't it mean that the defense power of this sea-controlling shell was comparable to that of a king? The moment the sea-controlling shell appeared, Han Fei saw that within 1,000 kilometers, water curtains rose. At first, Han Fei avoided it, but how much time would it take to avoid it? Swish, his twin bodies became one. Han Fei had to do it. It was not that he was afraid of the sea-controlling white shell, but that the White Armor Emperor's purpose was to stall him. If the defense power of the sea-controlling white shell was really so strong, it was indeed possible. Of course, Han Fei couldn't believe that the companion spirit had reached the level of a king. In that case, the White Emperor Armor should be able to easily beat Queen Life, right? After all, the odds of winning would be much higher if 2 kings fought against 1. At this moment, Han Fei was at his peak state, so his speed was much faster. Of course, Han Fei was still slower than the White Armor Emperor. Therefore, after only another 300,000 kilometers, Han Fei and the White Armor Emperor finally collided head-on. Bang! Han Fei didn't hesitate to use 2 wisps of chaotic chi. At the same time, his body glowed with golden light as he punched. Sacrificing punch. Or, as a king, the White Armor Emperor certainly knew how powerful Han Fei's current strength was. This person couldn't be treated as an ordinary venerable. He was simply a fucking sea establisher. At that moment, the White Armor Emperor was holding a giant shield and sneering. Han Fei, do you really think it's so easy to be a king? I'd like to see how long you can last. Shield counter. Han Fei was still surprised. Why did the White Armored Emperor raise his shield to block it? Was he really so powerful? But the next scene stunned Han Fei. The power of the sacrificing punch was swallowed by the shield and bounced back. Shoot, Han Fei had tried this move before, but how strong was he now? To attack him with his own strength, and more importantly, the sacrificing punch was a locking technique. Even if it was his own combat skill, it would take him some time to block it. There was no doubt that if Han Fei blocked this sacrificing punch, the White Armored Emperor would definitely get a chance. Therefore, at this critical moment, Han Fei didn't intend to resist, but a yin-yang diagram suddenly appeared. Fuffed! The supreme yin-yang wheel forcibly cut the sacrificing punch, and Han Fei collided head-on with the White Armored Emperor. Sizzle ka-ka-ka-I, or at that moment, the White Armored Emperor was horrified. The sea-quelling bizarre treasure shield that he had been working so hard to refine had cracks under Han Fei's weird technique. Within 10,000 kilometers, the seawater turned into a vortex. The huge force surged between Han Fei and the White Armored Emperor. All the creatures and reefs within 1,000 kilometers were instantly reduced to powder. The battle between kings certainly had such terrifying destructive power. Sea controlling. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor didn't want to sacrifice his sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level shield, but fused with his companion spirit. The seawater around him knocked as if the world was closing. If Han Fei didn't come out in time, he would be squeezed into pieces by the power of this space. Buzz. Han Fei tried to perform the star teleportation technique, but he found that the void here was blocked, and the star teleportation technique was useless. Therefore, Han Fei made up his mind and tried to dig a hole with the infinity water. The level of the infinity water was closely related to Han Fei's strength. Now, Han Fei's strength was infinitely close to that of a king, so the infinity water was infinitely close to that of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The sea-controlling technique was drilled through by Han Fei. The White Armor Emperor was lost for words. Why did Han Fei have so many means? At this moment, the White Armor Emperor could only fight Han Fei head-on. Bam, bam, bam. For a time, golden fist marks and shield armor collided continuously. In an instant, the terrifying powers collided as many as 100 times. Han Fei was horrified. He found that even with the desolate war body, he was still weaker than the White Armor Emperor. Therefore, in every clash, Han Fei was actually the one at a disadvantage. With such a powerful attack, Han Fei's great Dao power could only last for 10 seconds at most. Han Fei thought to himself, why hasn't Queen Life come yet? Haven't I caused enough noise? Besides, I've already run more than half the distance. If Mu Wu Hua still doesn't come, she'll be suspicious. Sure enough, when Han Fei was waiting anxiously, Queen Life finally appeared. In the void, countless giant dragon beasts appeared out of thin air. Countless huge vines wriggled like dragons. Huge sunflower-like flowers appeared, sweeping crazily at the space where Han Fei and the white-armored emperor were. Swish, 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 swish. The white-armor emperor's sea-controlling technique was instantly riddled with holes, and that was not the end of it. How could the demon plant's means be so limited? The sharp blades that spewed out like rain exploded in the void like seeds, producing vines one after another. The vines formed a net, cutting apart the white-armored emperor's sea-controlling technique. Han Fei took the opportunity to escape. He clenched his fist, and the time fist flew half a meter out of his body. He grabbed at the time with his other hand, drew a time blade, and slashed at the white-armor emperor. For a moment, even Queen Life was dazzled by Han Fei's moves. When did Han Fei master the great Dao of time? How could he wield this high-level great Dao so proficiently? Han Fei roared, let's join hands and kill him. With that said, Han Fei grabbed the infinity water and gathered 100,000 blades into one, unleashing a 1,000-kilometer-long saber beam. He looked so intimidating that people might think he was a real king, Queen Life said. Go back and stop fighting. Countless shells appeared around the white armor emperor and quickly interweaved on his body, quickly forming a layer of armor-like defense. With this shell armor, the white armor emperor resisted Han Fei's terrifying knife flight with both hands, stomped on the seabed, and smashed Han Fei's attack with his shoulder. Boom. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water returned. Han Fei ran wildly. Let's go, the white armor emperor snorted. You want to leave? You have to ask if I agree. This time, the white armor emperor seemed determined to take Han Fei down. He knew that this was his only chance. Once Han Fei escaped and returned to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, there was nothing he could do. It was almost certain that Han Fei would become a king. If Han Fei became a king, he wouldn't have to do anything but wait for death. Therefore, this time, no matter what the price was, he had to kill him. Even if he had to sacrifice everyone in the White Shell Royal City, this battle was inevitable. Therefore, the white-armored emperor avoided Queen Life and chased Han Fei. Originally, the strengths of kings were basically the same. It was meaningless to fight such a battle. The White Armor Emperor and Queen Life had fought more than once. The two were already very familiar with each other. Therefore, while he avoided Queen Life, the sea-controlling White Shell appeared. The White Emperor armor intended to use the sea-controlling technique to block Queen Life for a moment to buy himself time to kill Han Fei. However, the White Armor Emperor underestimated Han Fei's shamelessness. Han Fei hurriedly performed the star teleportation technique and came directly to Queen Life. Hey, although I can't beat you, the one beside me is about the same strength as you. It's impossible for you to kill me now. Han Fei shouted at the white-armored emperor without the air of a strong master at all. You big seashell, I'll challenge you in person in a few years. Do you dare to accept my challenge? The White Armor Emperor sneered coldly. It seems that you don't want the Cloud Sea Divine Tree anymore? The White Armor Emperor suddenly grinned, and as the shadow of the sea-controlling white shell appeared in the sky, the White Armor Emperor shouted, Sea suppression! In an instant, under the pressure of 1,000,000 times the power, the White Armor Emperor disappeared into the void with a swish. Queen Life's face changed drastically. Not good. The White-Armored Emperor sacrificed the sea-controlling white shell and poured all his great Dao power to trap me for a moment. He's trying his best. Han Fei was also shocked. I was too careless. This guy even gave up his companion spirit whose defense had reached the level of a king. Is he heading for the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Although the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was also a king, its body was too big. What if the White-Armored Emperor really attacked the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? He still had a 50,000-strong army after all. Han Fei asked, can you break this sea-controlling white shell? Queen Life bombarded the shell and shouted, if you attack it too, we can break it in 100 seconds. Han Fei was stunned. 100 seconds? Are you kidding me? This place is only 2 million kilometers away from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Within 100 seconds, with the speed of a king, he would have reached the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Han Fei's face changed greatly. He suddenly thought of an idea. Strike the sea-controlling shell first. Wait for me for a moment. Buzz. With that, Han Fei disappeared. Under Queen Life's surprised gaze, Han Fei simply entered Forge the Universe. Chapter 1676, Jing-Er, Retreat. Chapter 676, Jing-Er, Retreat. Entering Forge the Universe, Han Fei summoned the Green Jade Bridge. This sea-controlling shell was strong in defense, however, the Water Immortal once said that it would only take a moment to shatter it. But now they were fighting for time. This moment might affect the battle result in the Waterwood world. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized that the White-Armored Emperor had really gone crazy. He even abandoned his companion spirit. On the Green Jade Bridge, Han Fei had already decided to reverse time. Yes, when he fought old Demon Chu, he was only an advanced peak-level venerable. Now, he was already a half-king. Old Demon Chu could reverse time when he was a half-king. Why couldn't he? In Forge the Universe, 1 second could be used as 16 seconds. On the steps of the Green Jade Bridge, Han Fei set his Great Tao as time warping, which would enable him to enter a timeline similar to reality. When Han Fei walked to the steps, he felt that the pressure was more than twice as great as before. However, Han Fei was no longer the same as before. He walked past 6 steps in a row. At this moment, Han Fei's legs were shaking, and he used almost all his strength. It seemed that copying other people's Great Tao required proficiency and understanding. It was difficult for him to comprehend such a powerful Great Tao of time out of thin air. Sure enough, when he reached the 7th floor, Han Fei lost his balance and the Green Jade Bridge collapsed. Huff, again. This time, Han Fei went up to the Green Jade Bridge again. The Great Tao that Han Fei wanted to copy was the power of Old Demon Chu that could reverse time infinitely. Seeing that this road was blocked, Han Fei walked 7 floors in a row. Although he had reached this point, he seemed to have reached his limit and couldn't continue to climb the 8th floor. In the end, the Green Jade Bridge collapsed for the 2nd time. For the 3rd time, Han Fei continued to cross the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Because there was no concept of time on the Green Jade Stone Bridge, therefore it basically wouldn't consume time on the bridge. This time, Han Fei smiled self-deprecatingly. Old Demon Chu probably didn't reverse time infinitely. He must do it with a condition, and this condition was either to consume spiritual energy or chaotic chi. This was because in the Venerable Realm, this was all he could consume. As for the power of the soul, this shouldn't have anything to do with the time technique. It was a spiritual power exclusive to cultivators. This time, Han Fei's plan was to reverse time with a condition. Sure enough, unlike the previous 2 times when he paid a price, this Jadestone Bridge was much easier to walk. Although the pressure was still huge, Han Fei managed to walk down the 8th floor. At that moment, countless questions about time filled Han Fei's mind. From this moment on, Han Fei was also a freak who could reverse time. Han Fei knew that copying other people's Great Tao required continuous polishing and understanding. For example, although he was much stronger than Old Demon Chu's comprehension of the Great Tao of time was at least 2 levels above his. However, Han Fei's current power of time was enough. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, how long has it been outside?" The old turtle asked in confusion, "Not even 1 second. What power did you acquire on the bridge?" Last time, Han Fei walked on the Green Jade Bridge and comprehended the Great Tao of time, which shocked the old turtle. Was the cost of comprehending a Great Tao so low? Therefore, this time, the old turtle was mentally prepared. As soon as Han Fei heard that, he appeared outside. At this moment, Queen Life was still bombarding the sea-controlling white shell. She didn't know where Han Fei went. However, no matter where Han Fei went, what ability did he have to leave this sealed space earlier than her? Buzz. However, a second later, Han Fei suddenly appeared. "Queen Life, hurry up, help me." At this time, 5 wisps of chaotic chi in Han Fei's body suddenly shattered. The tremendous power of the Great Tao directly shattered Han Fei's body, turning it into a faint blue light. The next moment, Han Fei appeared outside the sea-controlling white shell. Queen Life was stunned and exclaimed, "The Great Tao of time?" Han Fei held the void with one hand, and a complicated oriented teleportation array was being carved. Han Fei said, "Junior sister, you owe me a lot this time. I can block the White-Armored Emperor for 100 seconds. Hurry up and kill this sea-controlling white shell. By the way, you must give me a share of his shell. Ka-ka-ka-I." The moment a complicated array appeared, Han Fei stepped in. In the next moment, Han Fei disappeared. Queen Life, the old turtle, was equally shocked. What was Han Fei's Jadestone Bridge? If Han Fei had been capable of that, he wouldn't have waited so long. Therefore, the old turtle was quite sure that Han Fei's Jadestone Bridge was extremely monstrous. It had only been 5 seconds since the White Armor Emperor left and Han Fei drew the oriented teleportation array. The White Armor Emperor was fast, but not to this extent. Han Fei was quite anxious, and the old turtle said, "Fortunately, this is a barren land. The kings here have limited means. Otherwise, he would have arrived in just 5 seconds. Han Fei didn't have time to ask the old turtle anything. With a swish, he appeared at the Flying Feather Division of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Han Fei's clone was shattered into nothingness when it saw Han Fei. Han Fei was holding the Vast Ocean Navigator. When the Vast Ocean Navigator pointed at the Dark Warport, Han Fei drew an array again. Outside the Dark Warport, countless people were preparing for a great battle, and Queen Life was arranging for that just now. How could Queen Life not know of the super battle between Han Fei and the White Armored Emperor? However, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had to be well prepared. At this moment, the 72 venerables from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the 15 venerables from the Yin-Yang World, and the 4 venerable level sea demons from the Demon Subduing Tower were guarding the area. Among them, outside the Dark Warport, almost half of the combat power of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was poured in. This must be the battlefield between the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Although they could fight in other places, the Dark Warport had a route through which people could quickly go to the other 3 battlefields. Therefore, it was no surprise that there were the most soldiers in this critical place. In fact, the Sea Demon army had already retreated. In the past 3 months, everyone in the Waterwood world had been exploring the sea area and looting resources. Just now, under the command of Queen Life, everyone outside returned. Luo Xiaobai was a very strict commander. She knew that Han Fei came here to communicate and fight, not to lead these people to hunt treasures. Therefore, when many people in the Waterwood world went out to hunt treasures, no one from the Yin-Yang world went out. Although some people complained about Luo Xiaobai's harshness, they didn't lack resources. Since they couldn't get out, they could only cultivate. Fortunately, there were constant battles in the dark waters outside the dark warport, so they could find some resources here. Suddenly, the voice of Patriarch Thug spread out. All human beings of the Yin-Yang world, return to your positions immediately. Everybody was shocked. Someone's heart stirred. Ha! Are we going to war again? Brothers, abandon the dark waters and fight our way out. Someone grinned. We haven't fought for 2 months. I wonder how many sea demons will come in this time. I'm waiting for you here, actuals. The hidden fishers from the Yin-Yang world all rubbed their hands in excitement. They were still immersed in the illusions when the law enforcers had already rushed to the periphery of the Dark Warport. Outside the Dark Warport, countless people had been prepared to receive the attack of the Sea Demon Army. But suddenly Ningjing, Insect King, Patriarch Thug, and the others changed their minds and shouted, "Retreat!" Perhaps influenced by Han Fei, Ningjing stood proudly in the void, and her voice spread tens of thousands of kilometers away. Everyone, retreat to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Hurry up. After that, a spear appeared in Ningjing's hand. She gathered her momentum and burned her essence blood to push her strength to the peak. At this moment, she didn't have time to think whether she would die or not. The White Armor Emperor was right in front of her. Li Daxian appeared beside Luo Xiaobai and said solemnly, "The Sea Demon King is here." Luo Xiaobai was stunned. Who? Luo Xiaobai seemed to be in disbelief. She couldn't understand why this person came. Wasn't the White Shell Royal City blown up by Han Fei? Just now, Queen Life shouted and disappeared. It seemed that she was going to intercept the White Armor Emperor. But now, Han Fei didn't appear, nor did Queen Life. But the White Armored Emperor appeared? She couldn't help but wonder what happened. If both Han Fei and Queen Life were killed, the Waterwood world would be doomed. It would make no difference whether they escaped or not. In front of a king, who could escape? However, it was too late for Ningjing and the others to discover it. When they found the king, the White Armored Emperor was already 50,000 kilometers away. When they shouted to inform others, no one would have a chance to run anymore. Ningjing felt that she had never been so serious before. She had already been prepared. If she died heroically, someone might remember her bravery in the future. "Ah, ha!" Ningjing shouted and activated the Great Tao of Space. Her body flew thousands of kilometers, and the spear mark pierced through the void and was about to collide with the White Armor Emperor. However, just at this moment, buzz! An array appeared in the sky, and a figure broke out of the array and shouted, "Jinger, retreat." Chapter 1677, Undying Marshal Han. While countless people were wondering why they were ordered to retreat, the sky was torn apart, a huge array appeared, and Han Fei had already stepped out of the array. Jinger's spear had already been thrust out, and Han Fei extended his hand and drew a saber out of the void. The saber tore through the void and cut through the night sky, as if it tore a gash in the night. How was that possible? The White Armor Emperor was shocked. In order to trap Mu Wuhua and Han Fei, he sacrificed his companion spirit and sealed it with his great Tao to buy the time of 100 seconds. The White Armor Emperor believed that if the venerables of the Waterwood world dared to fight, within 100 seconds he could slaughter more than half of them. At the same time, the aftermath of the battle could wipe out all the creatures in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The White Armor Emperor was going to show Queen Life that when a king was angry, millions would die. He wanted Queen Life and Han Fei to regret offending him. However, the White Armor Emperor didn't expect Han Fei to come so quickly. However, when Han Fei appeared alone, although the White Armor Emperor was surprised, he was delighted. If Han Fei died, he would win. He was not afraid of Queen Life nor the 4 major races of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. What he was afraid of was Han Fei, a peerless heavenly talent. This kind of person would have no limit when he grew up. Now, he could fight a king, maybe he could pass a king, level tribulation in a few days. The White Armor Emperor casually threw out a spear, and Jinger's spear shattered instantly. Jinger was horrified, but not surprised. Other people didn't know the difference between a venerable and a king, but she did. That was the difference in the life level. As soon as one became a king, he could even awaken a special technique that was related to his own level. It was just like the defense power of the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life's life spring water. Han Fei knew that the gap between a venerable and a king was huge. How could Jinger resist the White Armored Emperor? Therefore, Han Fei drew out a saber the moment Jinger thrust her spear out. This saber cut across the sky. It contained invincible saber intent and was magnificent. Clang! The White Armor Emperor's spear shattered, and Han Fei slashed with all his strength, causing terrifying ripples that swept more than 8,000 kilometers. Huff! Han Fei took a long breath. Fortunately, it wasn't too late yet. If he had been one step slower, Jinger wouldn't have survived. Han Fei shouted again. Everybody, retreat 100,000 kilometers. Jinger was stunned to see that Han Fei had shattered the attack of the White Armor Emperor. However, she had no time to think and quickly stepped back. Everyone, retreat for now. Li Daxian jumped over only to see Han Fei rush towards the White Armor Emperor from a distance, and he was shocked. Li Daxian roared, Han Fei, can you handle it? That's a real king. Behind Han Fei, the infinity water triggered huge waves in the sea, which were thousands of meters high, and slashed at the White Armor Emperor like a blade. Han Fei replied without looking back, I know I'm fighting a king. Li Daxian, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Han Fei and the white-armored emperor collided. This might be the first time that Han Fei had fully used the great Tao of invincibility, which he didn't know well yet. Because he didn't know it well, he didn't use it much. But now, Han Fei was shining like the sun in the night sky, lighting up half of the sky with his power. Knock, knock, knock. Boom, 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 or the white armor emperor was good at close-quarter combat. Seeing Han Fei didn't retreat even in the face of death, he wanted to kill Han Fei even more. Although Han Fei's strength was beyond his imagination, he found that Han Fei's strength was weakening and he was retreating. Behind Han Fei were the billions of creatures on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. If he retreated, what would happen to them? The White Armor Emperor was sure that Queen Life couldn't come over. He wondered how Han Fei escaped from his sea-controlling seal. However, Han Fei was alone. How could he resist him? Therefore, Han Fei must die in this battle. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Han Fei couldn't hold on anymore. Even a terrifying combat skill like Monkey King's 3,000 sticks was repelled by the shield. This caused Han Fei to retreat again and again. After 10 seconds, he had retreated 6,000 kilometers. At that moment, Han Fei was exhausted. Ning Jing, Insect King, Insect Queens, Wushang Shui, Li Daxian, and the others were all shocked to see Han Fei attacking the White Armor Emperor. To be able to block the White Armored Emperor for so long with the power of a venerable, Han Fei must be the strongest person under the King realm. The White Armor Emperor roared, Han Fei, you haven't become a king yet. How can you stop me? Since you overestimate yourself and insist on fighting, just die. Boom. The White Armor Emperor's hysterical voice was filled with madness and fury. Countless people stopped and looked at the sky. Ningjing shouted, Han Fei, retreat, but Ningjing felt that she was too late. She saw that Han Fei's breath disappeared in the terrifying explosion. In the next moment, a blue halo circulated, and Han Fei appeared in a blue light curtain in an instant. At this time, Han Fei's strength had returned to its peak. However, Han Fei wasn't very happy, because he found that the longer he reversed time, the more chaotic energy he consumed. On average, he would have to consume a wisp of chaotic chi to return to 1 second ago. If he wanted to hold on for 100 seconds, it meant that almost 100 wisps of chaotic chi would be gone. If he fought the White Armored Emperor in the wild, no matter how much chaotic chi Han Fei had, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Han Fei couldn't help thinking of old Demon Chu's methods. It seemed that even if old Demon Chu comprehended the great Tao of time better than him, the amount of chaos energy he consumed was also massive. The great Tao of time? The White Armored Emperor was a king anyway. No matter how remote the place he lived was, he knew the time great Tao. In fact, almost every king had considered practicing the time great Tao. However, who could really comprehend the great Tao of time? Anyway, he couldn't. Therefore, seeing that Han Fei's strength instantly returned to its peak, the White Armor Emperor couldn't feel worse. Han Fei roared, White Armor Emperor, since you can't kill me, go back. Bring your army of sea demons and attack again. Or, if you have the ability, release the army in your body now. I'll kill them all. Humph, humph. Maybe you know the great Tao of time, but so what? I don't believe you can reverse time infinitely. Bang, bang, bang. As they talked, the White Armor Emperor and Han Fei collided again. This scene stunned Ningjing and the others. Li Daxian looked at this scene in shock. Reverse time? What kind of magical ability did Han Fei learn? That was the great Tao of time. With Han Fei buying time, the army of the Dark War Port was retreating frantically. No one was an idiot. Judging from the sound, it seemed that Han Fei and the White Armor Emperor were fighting fiercely. Thousands of kilometers away, a wisp of power that was released in their battle could sweep in all directions. A bug hummed, Can Han Fei fight a king now? A member of the Sky Clan said, Han Fei's original body is a member of our Sky Clan. A human said, come on, Han Fei just turned into a bird once. How can you count him as a member of your Sky Clan? Someone asked worriedly. Why is Han Fei fighting the Sea Demon King? Where's the Queen? Someone said, the Queen was here a moment ago. Maybe she has something important to attend to, so Han Fei fights the king first. As for the humans of the yin-yang world, they sighed while fleeing. Someone exclaimed, Marshal Han is only 1 step away from becoming a king. Now, he can already fight a king. Someone laughed. That's right. Who is Marshal Han? He is a peerless heavenly talent that hasn't appeared on the Scattered Stars Island for tens of thousands of years. The big clans have existed for tens of thousands of years, but Han Fei has easily crushed them all. The people from the big clans all had complicated feelings. In the crowd, Yang Dayu said, Sister Nanxi, I think you'd better not take revenge on Han Fei this life. He's already fighting a king. Do you know what realm he's in? Yang Nanshi snorted. Of course I know. I'm as talented as him. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and said, shut up, how can you be so naive? Yang Nanshi, if you want to bring disaster to Han Fei, there is another way, that is to find a way to marry him, then he'll be doomed. Ha ha ha, Shu Qingyan's expression was ugly. Is there no hope for revenge in this life? Besides Cao Chu, Cao Jiren said lightly, Chuer won't lose to him in the future. Cao Qian didn't speak, still looking simple and honest. A trace of struggle appeared in Cao Chu's eyes as he muttered, the bloodline of the god of war. Why do I have to become the god of war instead of him becoming me? Bang! After dozens of seconds, the insect queens all started chattering. An insect queen said, is the great Tao of time so terrifying? Han Fei has been destroyed 5 times, but he can still reverse time. Seeing that Han Fei was so good at fighting, Li Daxian simply accepted the request of Luo Xiaobai and the others and led them to the sky. The corners of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched and he said, how is it possible for us to catch up with him? Lu Renquang said, I don't know. Maybe I can catch up with Fei Fei after swallowing the white-armored emperor. Li Daxian squinted at Lu Renquang. It's useless even if you swallow 100. Ku Jinan looked at Ling Yuan. Is that the knife technique senior brother taught us? Ling Yuan shook her head. I can't see how they are fighting at all. What's the use of asking me? As for Yi Xian and company, they looked eagerly at the void, trying their best to extend their perception range to the max. However, it was useless. How could they watch a battle between kings? In the rear, hundreds of thousands of human beings who had retreated hundreds of thousands of kilometers suddenly shouted, Marshal Han, Marshal Han, Marshal Han. In the distant void, Han Fei reversed time again, stood in front of the White Armor Emperor and shouted, White Armor Emperor, if you can't kill me today, in the future, I will tear off your shell and forge a weapon with it. Chapter 1678, The White Armored Emperor Ran Away. Chapter 1678. The White Armored Emperor ran away at this moment. Han Fei needed to use chaotic qi to fight and reverse time. He had never felt that chaotic qi was so important. In fact, Han Fei already knew that the chaotic qi was equivalent to the compressed power of the Great Tao, which could stimulate his own Great Tao. Now, when he really used it, he realized that it could never be enough. Queen Life hadn't returned yet. The White Armor Emperor's face, which was calm at first, became twisted and he looked a little crazy. Han Fei realized that this guy might go crazy. Sure enough, when Han Fei reversed time for the 6th time, the White Armored Emperor pushed Han Fei away. In the void, a huge shell appeared and spat out, and then 50,000 soldiers and nearly 100 venerables appeared. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He roared, White Armored Emperor, the half-kings of the White Shell Royal City are not here. You asking to be killed if you attack now. 2 projections appeared out of thin air, and 5 White Armor Emperors appeared in the void. Han Fei looked at them. Half-venerable realm? This guy actually used half-venerable projections in the battle with him? The White Armor Emperor roared. Han Fei, since I can't kill you, let's see if I can kill these people. Then the White Armor Emperor roared, everybody in the White Shell Royal City, attack with all your strength. Kill as many as you can in 50 seconds. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the White Armor Emperor was crazy. When fighting Han Fei clearly felt that the White Armor Emperor was weakened by about 20%. After all, he had just produced 5 half-king clones. It was not hard to imagine that back then, the Black Evil Conch King's loss was probably much greater than the White Armor Emperor because he had lost 3 half-king clones in the Yin-Yang world. However, since the White Armor Emperor was weakened by 20%, he couldn't suppress Han Fei anymore. Whether it was speed, strength, or defense, the 2 of them were now equal. Even so, if they fought for a long time, Han Fei's Great Tao could only last a little longer. Han Fei didn't really have such strong power all the time. Fortunately, it would be fine as long as he fought until Queen Life returned. This meant that Han Fei didn't need to consume his chaotic qi anymore. The moment the White Armor Emperor released these people, Jingler, Insect King, Wushang Shui, and Li Daxian, a total of 13 venerables jumped out. Among them, only Jinger and Insect King were in the half-king realm. There was also a half-king of the Sky Clan. The others were either peak-level venerables or advanced ones. Just when Han Fei felt that the Waterwood world might not be able to resist 5 half-kings at the same time, 22 insect queens rose into the sky at the same time. The insect queens formed a large array, and someone shouted, "Leave the remaining 2 half-kings to us," at this moment. The old turtle said, "This kind of projection is the most meaningless kind of projection. It will consume the power of the original body. But at this moment, it is indeed very useful." At this moment, the White Armor Emperor is weak, so it's the best time to kill him. Han Fei was lost for words. How can I kill him? Even if he has produced 5 projections, his strength is still comparable to mine. Obviously, he has planned everything. How would he give me a chance to kill him? The old turtle pondered for a moment. Let me prepare, my emperor. Level soul can shake him. However, there's only one chance. I can't guarantee it. Besides, my attack this time will definitely damage my soul. I need to swallow at least 10 advanced venerables soul power. Han Fei's heart stirred. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's just 10 advanced venerables. Once the White Armored Emperor dies, all the venerables in the White Shell Royal City will be ours. The old turtle said, although I can shake his soul, it will only take 1 second at most. Can you break his defense within a second alone? Do you want to wait for your junior sister to come? Gritting his teeth, Han Fei looked back. The Waterwood world could narrowly block the 5 half-king clones, but the premise was that the Waterwood world had to pay 25 high-level combatants to block them. The remaining venerables had to face nearly 100 venerables from the White Shell Royal City. The Waterwood world was at a huge disadvantage. If there were venerables who, maliciously massacred, the Waterwood world would suffer heavy losses. And now, there were still at least 40 or 50 seconds before Queen Life returned. She had to rush back after breaking the array. Han Fei couldn't help but shout at Jing'er, "Jing'er, is it really impossible for the Cloud Sea Divine Tree to attack?" Ning Jing gritted her teeth. She had explained this question to Han Fei before. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree could attack, but it could only protect itself. Besides, the power displayed by the Cloud Sea Divine Tree wouldn't be very strong. Its main power was to maintain the existence of a world and provide the habitats of billions of creatures in the Waterwood world. Because of the different direction of evolution, its effects were naturally different. The old turtle said, "I suggest we wait." Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Old Yuan, can't you use this secret method twice in a row?" The old turtle was lost for words. Then he buzzed, "I only have one soul. If I use it twice in a row, I'll fall into a deep sleep. Then I don't know when I can return." Han Fei was lost for words. "I can summon part of your soul with the Demon King contract," the old turtle said leisurely. "My soul is all here. It has been suppressed for too long, and most of my soul has been obliterated. I can only use this wisp of soul and my body. Unfortunately, I can't summon my body." The old turtle had a lot of uses. He still needed to use the old turtle a lot. Besides, when he left the yin-yang world, he would need the old turtle to provide him with various suggestions. So, let the old turtle sleep? Han Fei certainly wouldn't agree, but now he seemed to have no choice. The White-Armored Emperor had obviously given up on the entire White Shell Royal City. He was trying to buy some time to crush the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The White Armor Emperor roared, "You want to kill me? Then die with me." At the moment when the two parties collided, Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Old Yuan, do it." The old turtle didn't know what Han Fei was up to, but no matter what, he was not in a hurry. Han Fei's potential was beyond doubt. It didn't matter even if he was delayed in the yin-yang world or the Waterwood world for a while. For the old turtle, even if Han Fei failed to kill the White-Armored Emperor now, it would only delay some time. In the sky, boundless black gas suddenly emerged. Swish, 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 swish. 12 black chains were attached to the White Armor Emperor. At that moment, the White Armor Emperor's eyes turned black. Seeing this scene, Han Fei knew that it was time. Twin Divine Technique. His white mist body and black mist body attacked at the same time. Because he had been prepared, he easily activated the power of time again. Then he grabbed the time and entered the void. A half-king clone of the White Armor Emperor was horrified and shouted, "Dodge Han Fei." However, Han Fei used the old turtle's only chance to attack. How could the White Armored Emperor dodge it so easily? Even Han Fei, who had activated the Twin Divine Techniques, could easily kill a half-king. Therefore, Han Fei approached the projections of the White Armor Emperor in an instant. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 2 projections were killed. Because it wasn't the White Armor Emperor's true body, there was no blood rebirth, nor would there be great Dao cracks in the sky. Therefore, when the 2 half-kings were killed, they were simply killed. As for the other 3 half-king clones, they had already begun to flee the moment Han Fei attacked. But Han Fei's black mist body was invisible, so the White Armor Emperor couldn't avoid it. At this moment, Han Fei only had time to attack the 3 projections of the White Armor Emperor. Or, when the black mist body turned to the 3rd projection, Han Fei's figure broke out of the void with a buzz. With the thought of him, the strength of his white mist body was greatly reduced. However, in the void, 4 different projections of Han Fei appeared in different places. Together with Han Fei's white mist body, 5 Han Fei in the peak-level Venerable Realm appeared. Even if the strength of Han Fei's projections was only at the peak of the Venerable Realm, they were not weak. Under the void descending art, everyone heard boom boom in the sky. 5 consecutive great Dao cracks appeared, appearing almost at the same time. The great Dao cracks were crisscrossed in the sky, looking very weird. Li Daxian muttered to himself. As expected of, the future master of the Heavenly Palace, Ning Jing, Insect King, and the others were already at war. They were both delighted and horrified at Han Fei's move. Wasn't Han Fei too strong? 5 peak-level venerables had died at the same time, and Han Fei had even killed 3 half-king projections of the White Armored Emperor? Han Fei was about to kill a few more venerables with his black mist body when the old turtle said, "The time is up, hurry, Krakta." As soon as the old turtle said so, the 12 black chains shattered. Seeing this scene, the twins combined and all the projections were broken. Supreme yin-yang painting. He could do a lot of things in 1 second. For example, the scale of victory that decided a super battle. The White Armor Emperor already knew what happened. Unfortunately, the moment he broke free from the soul restraints, a black and white picture appeared and pressed against his body. Sizzle, ka. Under the yin-yang great Dao, the White Armor Emperor could hardly break free from the soul restraints. All he could do was to resist. However, he knew that with the destruction of his 3 half-king projections and 5 peak-level venerables, not only a half-king, but also 22 venerables from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree were freed. This caused the peak combat power of both sides to return to balance. The White Armor Emperor's heart was bleeding. The situation was hopeless. If the combat power in the Venerable Realm was equal, he wouldn't be able to win quickly. This put the White Armor Emperor in a dilemma. Queen Life was coming back. Han Fei was like a piece of plaster, fighting to the death without retreating. He had no time to take the people of the White Shell Royal City away. And now, the White Armor Emperor knew that if he didn't leave, the consequences might be that he would be suppressed by Queen Life and Han Fei together. At this moment, the demonic Great Tao swallowed his heart, and the White-Armored Emperor seemed to understand why Xuanhuan sacrificed so many people to help him become a king. Because no matter how many people he nurtured, it was not his own power. Then why didn't swallow them all? In this way, he could become an extremely powerful king. Unfortunately, he understood the truth of the evil Tao too late. At this moment, he had to run. The White Armor Emperor said telepathically, "All venerables, flee." After that, the White Armor Emperor broke into the void, and Han Fei followed him in. However, the White Armor Emperor turned around and ran. Yes, a king ran away. Chapter 1679, A Big Victory and Cultivation. Chapter 1679, A Big Victory and Cultivation. At the moment when the White Armored Emperor escaped, Han Fei was stunned. Do you know that if you escape, the White Shell Royal City will be gone? More than half of the venerables in the Royal City will be annihilated. When the White Armor Emperor tried to escape, Han Fei's first reaction was not to stop him, but to speak to Ningjing and Insect King, block the White Armor Emperor's projections. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned back and attacked like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Han Fei's sky-hanging mirror reflected the sky. The White-Armored Emperor of the White Shell Royal City fled in defeat. Everyone, let's kill our way into the sea. The venerates of the Waterwood world hold back the sea demon venerables, Ningjing added. Hold them back. Don't let any of them escape. If the commander fled, the army would be devastated. No matter what the situation was, it was the same in a pitched battle. Therefore, when Han Fei shouted that the White Armored Emperor had escaped, the entire Waterwood world went crazy. Kill, buzz. The overwhelming number of insects flew out, some flying into the sky and some fleeing to the seabed. The swarms of the Sky Clan almost covered the sky and rushed into the sea too. The humans from the Yin-Yang world roared, "Marshal Han is invincible," and rushed into the battlefield. In just a few seconds, the two half-king projections of the White Armored Emperor was killed by Han Fei. Ningjing turned around and asked Han Fei, "Where is the queen? She'll be back soon." Ningjing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. Then she charged angrily at a sea demon, Venerable. Han Fei and his 9 peak-level Venerable projection chased the sea demons into the void. The old turtle must have consumed a lot of energy to control the White Armor Emperor just now. He had to replenish his energy. After all, the old turtle was his servant now. At the moment when the White Armor Emperor had no choice but to flee, it had been only less than 80 seconds since the battle between Han Fei and the White Armor Emperor started. Queen Life returned 18 seconds after the White Armored Emperor escaped. This meant that Queen Life must have paid a heavy price to return 10 seconds earlier. When Queen Life returned, after only dozens of seconds, there were great Tao cracks in the sky one after another. On the way, Queen Life killed 2 venerables from the White Shell Royal City. The White Armored Emperor escaped, and the army of the 50,000 soldiers of the Royal City began a large-scale battle with the cultivators of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, the king of the White Shell Royal City had already fled, and the venerables had scattered and were being chased crazily. The army of the White Shell Royal City lost their morale and scattered. However, unexpectedly, apart from a few venerables hunting down some explorers, no one touched the sea demons below the explorer level. When Queen Life returned, less than 10,000 of the 50,000 soldiers had escaped. Queen Life roared, "All venerables, listen up. Don't hunt sea demons below the explorer level. These sea demons will be the whetstone for the rise of Waterwood World." The perspective of the strong was naturally different. The Waterwood World won. Billions of creatures slaughtered their way into the sea, and the sea demons left behind couldn't escape. Those who could escape certainly wouldn't dare to retaliate in the short term. They didn't have the ability or courage to do that. After all, even their king had been defeated. Somewhere 500,000 kilometers away in the Waterwood world, in a secret array, Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, have you recovered?" The old turtle said, "Not so fast. Even with these venerable corpses, it might take 10 years. Han Fei sneered. "Can't you enter my calabash? You can just cultivate there." The old turtle said, "I can only see that world, but I can't enter it. That's your world. Only with your permission can outsiders enter it." Han Fei wondered if he could let the old turtle enter Forge the Universe. This time, something strange happened. Han Fei realized that after the old turtle became his servant, he could directly absorb the old turtle into Forge the Universe without consuming a massive amount of resources. Han Fei immediately realized that it seemed that only by acknowledging him as master could the old turtle come in. However, if he reduced the 10 years to about half a year, the old turtle would be able to control the White Armor Emperor again. Then, the White Armor Emperor would be doomed, therefore Han Fei was not in a hurry. In the sky above the Waterwood world, when Han Fei returned, he saw that Queen Life seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Queen Life threw a huge piece of broken shell to Han Fei and said, "The sea-controlling white shell detonated itself. This whole piece of shell and some broken flesh, except for the thousands of kilograms of flesh given to Jinger, Su Zhen, and the Golden Crow, are all here." Han Fei accepted it. How many venerables have died? Han Fei knew that a total of 42 venerables had died. If he guessed right, they were all sea demon venerables. Queen Life, 24 venerables from the White Shell Royal City died. 2 junior venerables and 1 intermediate venerable from the Waterwood world were killed. Queen Life seemed quite satisfied with this number. Han Fei, on the other hand, frowned and said, 3 venerables of us died? It seems that there were a lot of subsequent battles. Are there still nearly 60 sea demon venerables left? Queen Life said. I've confirmed the hidden places of some of them. In the coming year, at least 10 to 20 sea demon venerables will die. As for the rest, we'll search slowly. Anyway, this sea area is only so big. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, I'll solve 10 venerables. I'll find them myself. Oh? Queen Life didn't know how to look at Han Fei now. When they first met, Han Fei was pitifully weak and could be squeezed to death with one finger. Now, even she probably couldn't kill Han Fei. And Han Fei was only a half-king. If he became a king, there was no way she could defeat him. Queen Life said, Unfortunately, I came too late. As long as the White Armored Emperor is alive, the Waterwood world can't explore the outside world. Han Fei smiled. Half a year. Give me half a year and I'll find the White Armor Emperor. However, the corpse of the White Armor Emperor should belong to me. With the death of the White Armor Emperor, the hundreds of millions of creatures in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree could go out. The sea was huge and had countless resources. They would enter a period of rapid rise. However, he couldn't give all the benefits to the Waterwood world. Therefore, Han Fei wanted the corpse of the White Armored Emperor. Queen Life was lost for words. You want the corpse of the White Armored Emperor? Aren't you afraid that he will blow himself up? The power of a king's explosion may be beyond your imagination, Han Fei said. The White Armored Emperor is very timid. How many strong masters did he abandon just to survive? Such a person weighs the pros and cons too much. Can he blow himself up? However, if he does, the Waterwood world must allow the human beings of the Yin-Yang world to come and cultivate. After all, the death of xuanhuan and the White Armored Emperor is all because of me. The Yin-Yang world should get some benefits. Queen Life smiled casually. Okay, I have no problem with the connection between the two worlds. Just as you said, what we need to deal with next is the crisis in the cage. But the half-kings are not allowed to come to the Waterwood world. Of course, Han Fei knew the danger of the cage. However, hearing that Queen Life seemed to acquiesce to the connection of the two worlds, he immediately said, Okay, the day the White Armored Emperor dies will be the day the two worlds are officially connected. As for whether the half-kings could come to Yin-Yang world or not, it didn't matter. With old Han gone, Yin-Yang world only had 2 half-kings. Half a year passed. Han Fei quietly came out of Forge the Universe. Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and the entire Thug Academy didn't have the time to pay attention to him. This was because everyone was busy entering the sea to kill enemies and hunt for treasures, to cultivate and make breakthroughs. Naturally, no one had the time to pay attention to him. Because too many powerhouses had died in the Waterwood world, the spiritual energy here was richer and richer. Of course, there were also a lot of resources scattered here. In Han Fei's words, where there were sea demons, there were resources. Luo Xiaobai and the others had gained a lot in the past 6 months. The reason was simple. None of the venerable level sea demons dared to come out. Once they came out, they would be killed. Therefore, few people could resist Luo Xiaobai and the others. 8 years had passed in Forge the Universe. In the past 8 years, Han Fei had learned the Heavenly God Stab and the 10,000 Dao patterns. Of course, Han Fei had also deduced the indestructible Overlord body. However, after deducing it in the Demon Purification Pot, he got a new technique that made Han Fei very conflicted. This technique was as follows. Supreme Mystic Divine Body, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Introduction. This technique is the deduced art of the indestructible Overlord body art. You have to comprehend it on your own. This technique can help you cultivate your Dao body by fusing chaotic Qi into your body. This technique ranks 5 size 09th in the body refinement technique in the infinite ocean. Its strength is immeasurable. Deduced art, unable to be deduced. First of all, what Han Fei could be sure of was that this Supreme Mystic Divine Body was definitely not a simple technique. The old turtle had said that there were millions of races in the infinite ocean. Ranking the 5,000th was enough to prove the power of this technique. But Han Fei despised it. If you give me a top 100 body refining technique, I can try to cultivate it. However, you're giving me a body refining technique ranking behind the 5,000th. Even if I practice it to the highest level, it's impossible for me to rank among the tops among the thousands of species in the sea. Therefore, Han Fei decided not to cultivate first. Have you finished your cultivation? Behind Han Fei, the voice of Queen Life suddenly sounded. Han Fei said casually, "Well, it's about time. It's time for the white-armored emperor to die." Queen Life said, "Are you sure you can find him? It's actually very difficult to find a king who hides himself. Besides, you killed 5 half-king projections of the white armor emperor. His strength should be greatly reduced now. It will take him 100 years to come out of seclusion." Han Fei grinned. "How dare you let a king lurk in this world? Queen Life, let's go. We have to try." Chapter 1680, Death of the White-Armored Emperor. Chapter 1680, Death of the White-Armored Emperor. Nobody knew where Han Fei and Queen Life were going, not even Ning Jing. Ning Jing was sent out by Queen Life to hunt the sea demon venerables. Half a day passed. Han Fei and Queen Life came to the Vortex Sea where Han Fei entered the Lightning Prison. Han Fei had felt that this place was weird the first time he saw it. This place could be connected to the Lightning Prison. Could it be that these vortices were actually connected to one place? Han Fei made up his mind that he would try exploring this place after finishing killing the White Armor Emperor. "Is it this sea?" Queen Life said in surprise. "I've been to these vortexes before. Back then, there were many vortexes here, but they're gradually dwindling now. Those who can be explored have basically been explored. The rest are mostly problematic. None of them should be useful." "Is there a problem?" Queen Life, some vortexes are connected to shattered small worlds. Once you enter them, you may accidentally fall into the endless void. Han Fei frowned slightly. However, when Han Fei used the vast ocean navigator, there would be no mistake, and it pointed exactly at the vortex that led to the lightning prison that he had been to. At this moment, he knew where the white-armored emperor was. Han Fei said, "Since I found this place, I can be sure that this road is absolutely clear. Let's go." With that, Han Fei stepped into the vortex. Queen Life was naturally not afraid of the vortex. She knew this place, which meant that she had been here more than once. When the two of them were deep in the endless void, Han Fei was still rushing in a direction. This made Queen Life rather curious. Why was Han Fei so sure that this place was safe? A moment later, when a white light appeared, Queen Life was surprised. "An exit?" Han Fei grinned. "Yes, swish." A moment later, the two quickly left the exit. In the next moment, dozens of thunderbolts bombarded them with bangs. Queen Life was stunned. "It's the power of lightning. It's not heavenly tribulation, but pure lightning. The power of the great Tao it contains is limited." "Where is this?" Han Fei didn't explain. In Forge the Universe, the vast ocean navigator didn't spin. As he expected, Han Fei grinned. "Follow me." Queen Life was suspicious. Han Fei seemed to be familiar with this place. The two quickly left the lightning prison through the teleportation array. When they reappeared, Han Fei found that the teleportation entrance to the forbidden level secret realms in the White Shell Royal City was gone, and there were no traces of arrays. Obviously, the White Armor Emperor had destroyed the entrance to the Forbidden Level trial ground. Without the seal, Han Fei didn't know how he got here. Fortunately, Han Fei found another entrance to the Lightning Prison. Otherwise, he might not have been able to find the White Armored Emperor in the Godfiend Sea. The White Armor Emperor was lying there. In the corresponding cage, the old sheep moved. He was guarding this place personally. Who knew what the purpose of the person opposite him was? After more than half a year of recuperation, the White Armor Emperor's fury was finally appeased. However, he made a decision that even he himself found terrifying. He was determined to take another path, a path of blood sacrifices to devour creatures. In this battle, the White Armor Emperor discovered that his methods were too merciful. All this time, he had thought that he was smart, strong, and capable enough. However, after seeing xuanhuan, he didn't think so anymore. xuanhuan's courage to swallow an entire race shocked him. If xuanhuan triggered the evil thoughts in the White Armor Emperor's heart, then Han Fei was a fuse. This fuse ignited the White Armor Emperor's thirst for power to the point where he could do anything for it. However, this desire had just been aroused. Buzz. The White Armored Emperor, who was cultivating, suddenly came back to himself. The next moment, the White Armor Emperor looked surprised. Han Fei, Mu Wuhua, the White Armor Emperor, was very surprised by the arrival of Han Fei and Queen Life. However, he quickly reacted. He looked at Han Fei and the corners of his mouth twitched. "So, it was because of you that the seal on the Godfiend Sea had something wrong." Han Fei grinned. "Oh, did you find out?" The White Armor Emperor drew a round scimitar with one hand and held a shield in another, ready for battle. Han Fei grinned and 2 white scimitars appeared in his hands. However, these 2 knives were not ordinary weapons, but the blade of hope that wouldn't be damaged. After all, he was facing a king, and he was only a half-king. Snowmorn should be easy to damage. Although the embroidery needle wasn't weak, it wasn't something he was best at. Then, the blade of hope became the best weapon. Queen Life said leisurely, "White Armor Emperor, do you know that you will have this day?" The White Armor Emperor chuckled. "Heh, do you really think you can kill me just by joining hands?" Bang! The White Armor Emperor took the lead to attack. The shield flickered with blue light, as if infinite power was pushing the seawater into huge waves. Pooh, 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 pooh! Demon plants and vines were growing under the whole Godfiend Sea. In an instant, the raging sea was covered by demonic plants. On the side of the cage, the old sheep shouted, "Retreat, all of you, retreat! Give up guarding this place. There are kings fighting here." Old Sheep was speechless. What had Han Fei done outside? It had only been half a year. Why was there a king-level battle here? Lightning said in shock. Old sheep, will this place collapse? Are you sure that there are kings fighting here? The old sheep shouted. Of course, how can I not know this? Bang! The surrounding void was suddenly torn apart by countless void cracks. Bear Handsome and the other people guarding here looked at each other in bewilderment. Fierce Lion exclaimed, how can the aftermath be so powerful with this space in between? Are kings still human? In the God-Fiend Sea, the two parties were fighting fiercely. The white-armored emperor had lost 5 half-king projections earlier, so his strength was at the same level as Hanfei's now. For the first time, Hanfei saw that the combat weapon of Queen Life was a small stick about a foot with a half-inch long branch on it. However, this small stick was completely controlled by Mu Wuhua with the power of her soul. In a second, she struck 800 times in a row, and the power made the white armor emperor keep retreating. After all, Queen Life was in her best state, while the white-armored emperor hadn't recovered yet. After fighting over 50 seconds, Hanfei didn't even use the Great Tao of Time. Under normal circumstances, Hanfei could still maintain his peak state for another 50 seconds. Even if the time was up, he could still restore his peak combat power by reversing time. Hanfei asked, Old Yuan, when are you going to attack? The old turtle said, wait, the energy in this space is limited. We have to consume all the energy in this space so that he can only use his reserve power. Huff! Hanfei opened his mouth and swallowed crazily. What the old turtle said was easy to do. With his current body, even the power of the entire God-Fiend Sea wouldn't be enough for him to absorb. The white armor emperor's face changed drastically. As if he had made a decision, he roared, my shell. At that moment, the sky above the entire God-Fiend Sea was covered by a white shadow. Haha, Hanfei, you destroyed the seal on the God-Fiend Sea. Have you ever thought that this is my final trump card? This is my origin sea. Hiss, Queen Life exclaimed. Not good. My power is being sealed. Even Hanfei felt an inexplicable power obliterating his power. He felt that the power of his great Tao couldn't even last 50 seconds. It would collapse within 10 seconds at most. Hanfei's face changed greatly. Origin Sea? What should I do with it? The old turtle said. Don't panic. As I said, although he can do many things in his origin sea, he is not absolutely invincible. In this space, he can attack indiscriminately and unrestrictedly. However, don't forget, the origin sea is also his great Tao. You just need to cut off his great Tao. Your little calabash can absorb my great Tao, so it can definitely deal with the white-armored emperor. Besides, even in the origin sea, I can still freeze him as long as he shows up, Hanfei said. Demon purification pot, absorb. Hanfei's wrist was heating up, and he felt that surging spiritual energy, mixed with a bit of chaotic chi, was entering his body. Sure enough, the old turtle had a deep understanding of the demon purification pot. He knew that the demon purification pot would attack under such circumstances. Queen Life looked at Hanfei in surprise. How could Hanfei crazily grab power in someone else's origin sea? Buzz. With a thought, the white armor emperor separated Hanfei and Mu Wuhua. He just wanted to interrupt Hanfei from swallowing energy. However, as the old turtle said, as long as he appeared, it was a chance for the old turtle to attack. Hanfei roared, Old Yuan, Soul Lock, ka ka ka. The 12 chains clutched the white armor emperor again, freezing him in midair. In an instant, Hanfei flashed and appeared in front of the white armor emperor. The power of his soul controlled the infinity water to enter the white armor emperor's body and spread out. Knock on the heavenly gate, heavenly god stab, draw, slash, crack, boom. The barrier that blocked Hanfei and Mu Wuhua was opened. On Mu Wuhua's side, it had completely turned into green and winding vines. Seeing that the barrier was opened and the white-armored emperor was nailed to the void, without hesitation, Mu Wuhua held a longbow and shot a wisp of dark green liquid at him. Withering arrow. Bang! A film-like crust on the white armor emperor's body began to decay. Mu Wuhua roared, his armor has been broken. Now let me break his body. Hanfei was briefly stunned. Seeing that the old turtle's soul-locked chains were cracking, he roared, explode, boom, crack, yeplode, let's so. At that moment, the God-Fiend Sea, which was the origin sea of the white armor emperor, was full of cracks. The white armor emperor's body was dripping with blood and riddled with holes. In 1 second, the situation was reversed. The white-armored emperor was dying, but he was still alive. But at the last moment, a small branch extended out of Hanfei's glabella and clasped this space. With a jerk, it took out a shell phantom and pulled it back into Hanfei's glabella. Mu Wuhua stared at the center of Hanfei's eyebrows in shock, and the old turtle roared, go, go. His great Tao has been snatched by the calabash, and his origin sea is about to collapse. Hanfei grabbed the white armor emperor with the void lines and shouted at Mu Wuhua, run, rumble, rumble. Above the Waterwood world, covering the entire Waterwood world, a blood-colored great Tao crack stretched across the entire sky. The sky seemed to have opened up a huge crack. At this moment, the white armor emperor died. Chapter 1681, Return of his Avatar. Chapter 1681, Return of his Avatar. The most important reason for the white armor emperor's death was that this guy thought that he could control everything by sealing Hanfei and Queen Life in his origin sea. However, he didn't expect Hanfei to have the help of the old turtle and the demon purification pot. From this, it could be seen that the Origin Sea wasn't necessarily safe. For example, the Origin Sea of the Divine Sun was also occupied by xuanhuan. Of course, the death of the White Armored Emperor was also caused by the dazzling arrow of Queen Life. The corrosive power on the arrow even broke the defense of the White Armored Emperor, which showed how poisonous it was. The Godfiend Sea was the border between the Origin Sea of the White Armored Emperor and the Space Valley in the cage. Therefore, when the White Armored Emperor died, although there were no exaggerated Great Dao cracks in the cage above the Space Valley, there was a shadow of a shocking Great Dao crack. Of course, only the Venerables could see this. The entire Waterwood world was in an uproar. It had only been half a year. Although a Venerable would die almost every month, the shocking Great Dao crack was unprecedented. Someone exclaimed, "Who died? Why such a huge uproar? It's even louder than the death of a half-king," someone sneered. "Have you ever seen a half-king die?" someone said. "But this is indeed the greatest Great Dao crack we've ever seen." Only a few Venerables looked at the void and signed with mixed feelings. Ningjing murmured, "This must be the legendary death of a king." Lidoxian was chasing a sea demon who was at the peak of the advanced Venerable level. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "A king died? The White Armored Emperor is dead?" Luo Xiaobai and the others were exploring the old site of the White Shell Royal City. Seeing this scene, they looked at each other in shock. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Did Feifei just kill a king?" Lu Renkuang asked, "It's been only half a year. How could it be possible?" Zhang Xuanyu sneered, "How could it be possible? It's entirely possible. I even believe that he can become a king tomorrow, not to mention killing a king." Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "Don't worry about him. The ground veins of the White Shell Royal City are still here. This time, we'll intercept the ground veins and improve our strength to that of peak-level explorers. Next, we should hunt sea demons and prepare to advance to the level of a half-venerable." As the Godfiend Sea collapsed, the channel to the Godfiend Sea disappeared. However, the entrance to the other 3 forbidden-level trial grounds was still there. Han Fei looked at the entrance of the demon-subduing tower and thought, "This entrance was filled with void storms last time. I wonder how it is now?" The corpse of the White Armor Emperor was collected by Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei looked at Queen Life and said, "Go back to the Heavenly Palace to deliver the message. Now we're going to greet a golden age that will last for tens of thousands of years. I still have something to do." Faced with Queen Life, Han Fei was no longer as cautious as before. Queen Life was no stronger than the White Armor Emperor, so Han Fei was not afraid of her at all. This was the confidence of a strong master. And Han Fei knew that once he became a king, his level would be at least comparable to the old turtles, much stronger than the White Armored Emperor and Queen Life. Queen Life glanced at the forbidden level trial grounds but didn't pay much attention. The White Armored Emperor had died. So what if Han Fei was given these secret realms? From then on, the entire Waterwood world would have no enemy. On the Sea Cloud Divine Tree, billions of creatures would quickly rise. Okay. After Queen Life left, the old turtle said, "That White Armored Emperor is a little weaker than I imagined. However, his strength is not bad. An existence like him is the most common kind of king in the infinite ocean. It's not that he's not strong, but he's just ordinary. If they survive the long time, they might have a chance to become an emperor. However, they won't be very strong. And such a person has almost no chance of becoming an emperor." This time, after the White Armor Emperor died, the old turtle explained the White Armor Emperor's status among the millions of races in the infinite ocean to Han Fei, probably to let Han Fei know that the White Armor Emperor was just an ordinary king, and it was not a big deal to kill him. Han Fei nodded and summoned a peak-level Venerable projection. The peak-level Venerable projection directly entered the demon-subduing tower. On the 7th floor of the demon-suppressing tower, Han Fei's projection looked around and found no suppressed sea demons. However, in the blink of an eye, a silver light stabbed over. Clang! Han Fei's projection had independent thoughts. The projection drew out a saber and blocked it. The attacker only attacked once and didn't attack again, but Han Fei felt as if he was fighting against himself. It was a very strange feeling. Yes, his projection saw an identical version of Han Fei standing opposite him as if looking at himself. Han Fei's avatar issued an order in his heart, and the peak-level Venerable projection dissipated. Then, a wisp of soul and surging energy was absorbed by the avatar. With a crack between the eyebrows of his avatar's strength suddenly broke through and reached the half-venerable realm. Han Fei grinned. "I didn't expect to complete the last step of the breakthrough in such a way. Hiss, my original body is already a half-king? Feck, it's a whole realm higher than half-venerables?" Han Fei's avatar looked confused at this moment. All these years he had been fighting, comprehending, and making breakthroughs, but he always lacked some opportunities. Therefore, Han Fei immediately figured out the key. After absorbing the projection, Han Fei, who was in the Demon Suppression Tower, understood what had happened over the years. The big clans were wiped out, there were 4 major powers in the cage, and the White Shell Royal City was annihilated. Everything seemed so simple and natural. In addition to his experiences of these years, there were also some new great techniques and combat skills, which Han Fei's avatar all obtained by reading his memories. He learned some knowledge that he didn't know before. Immediately, an idea popped up in his avatar's mind. His original body was going to explore a new world. Yes, Han Fei still stayed here after killing the White Armor Emperor just to release his avatar. Otherwise, even if his avatar could come out in the future, he would have to face the Vortex Sea area. That wasn't something ordinary half-venerables could tackle. Han Fei waited outside the entrance of the demon-subduing tower for about half an hour, waiting for his avatar inside to absorb the memories and power of the projection. At this point, taking the spot where his projection just landed as the reference point, Han Fei thrust his spear out. At the same time, a void turbulence appeared in the passage of the demon-subduing tower. As the turbulence surged out, a figure holding double knives and stepping on a large array struck over with clangs. At Han Fei's current level, with the power of his great Tao, he could display the power of a king for a short time, so he could clear the passage of the demon-subduing tower. When his avatar appeared in front of Han Fei, strangely, Han Fei's thoughts began to synchronize with his. The combat experience and combat comprehension of his avatar in the demon-subduing tower appeared in Han Fei's mind, and Han Fei's combat experience and combat talent also appeared in the mind of his avatar. In fact, when the two of them stood together, they didn't look like two different people at all, but like a man and his mirror image. Almost in a few seconds, the memories of the two were completely synchronized. At this moment, Han Fei discovered another problem. His avatar couldn't have three great Taos at the same time, but could only choose one. Han Fei frowned slightly. He had passed on his understanding of the power of the Great Taos to his avatar, but it remained to be seen which Great Tao his avatar would take. At this moment, the Great Taos that Han Fei could use was the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment, the Great Tao of Time, the Yin-Yang Great Tao, the Great Tao of Invincibility, and the Great Tao of Metal Swallowing of Jin Shanghai. The Great Tao of the White Emperor armor had been absorbed by the Demon Purification Pot. Apart from that, his original body's Great Tao of producing something out of nothing couldn't be inherited by his avatar. Han Fei thought for a moment. In the end, he decided to let his avatar study the Great Tao of space based on the near-at-hand technique. Han Fei felt that as long as he was given time, he could master this Great Tao. The problem was that he had so many Great Taos, so he didn't have the time to study the space Great Tao. How great would it be to let his avatar master this Great Tao? Then he would just master it by fusing his memory with his avatar's. His avatar had just broken through to the half-venerable realm and needed to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, the tremendous resources in Forge the Universe could also provide for his avatar's cultivation. He hadn't left yet, so he wouldn't release his avatar for now, so as to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Half a month later, Han Fei and Queen Life summoned most of the people scattered outside the sea. That was Han Fei's opinion. Compared with temporary gains and losses, the connection between the two worlds must be put on the agenda immediately. Han Fei was eager to become a king. At this level, he knew that only when he became a king would he feel safe. Otherwise, he would forever be a caged bird in the cage of the yin-yang world and water, wood world. In the past half-month, Han Fei had tried to find a way out of this cage with the Vast Ocean Navigator. Unfortunately, this time, the Vast Ocean Navigator didn't give an answer. Han Fei even discovered in shock that he couldn't find the way to the cage from the water-wood world. Earlier, Han Fei and the old turtle had guessed that it would be more difficult to enter the cage as one became stronger. It was almost impossible to enter the cage when one reached the king realm. Zhao Shenglong could enter it probably because tens of thousands of years ago, the cage was not as powerful as it was now. The water-wood world was already of no use to him anymore, so Han Fei was about to return to the yin-yang world. He still had some things to arrange. After finishing those matters, he would have to find his way to become a king. Chapter 682, Interconnected of the Two Worlds. Chapter 682, Interconnected of the Two Worlds. The yin-yang world was booming now. The City of Justice had become the second largest city in the yin-yang world. The experts in this city even exceeded the Thousand-Star City. Although Han Fei wasn't around these past few years, Fishing Ch1651 took Han Fei's place in dealing with the related matters. For example, independent teleportation arrays were built between the 36 towns and the Scattered Stars Island. So were between the 36 towns and the Thousand-Star City. There were also as many as 36 long-distance teleportation arrays established between the Thousand-Star City and the Scattered Stars Island. It could be said that Fishing Ch1651's main job all these years was to repair roads. Han Fei was the one who proposed that. When the teleportation arrays were all opened, it was unbelievably convenient to travel among the Thousand-Star City, the 36 towns, and the Scattered Stars Island. Before, the teleportation cost was quite high, but now special subsidies were provided. Therefore, people could travel among these places freely. Of course, development would also bring some problems. There would also be some special situations, such as the strong bullying the weak. Although Fishing Ch1651 had tried his best to register the entrances and exits of various places and reorganize the law enforcement teams in various places, these kinds of problems were still endless. It could only be said that in a world of cultivators, the strong could always despise the weak. Therefore, this world was still not safe. In terms of the system, there were a lot of loopholes to exploit. However, this didn't affect the rise of most people in Yin Yang world. At least, the rise of fishing masters and great fishing masters was dozens of times easier than before. On this day, on the Scattered Stars Island, fishing boats were coming and going in all directions. There were people fighting on the coastline of the Scattered Stars Island. Some needed resources, and some needed to rise. People from the City of Justice came and went, taking missions from the mission hall. Boom, 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 boom in the sky. There seemed to be a drum beating like thunder. Countless people on the Scattered Stars Island looked up, only to hear nothing. However, the drum beats lasted for hundreds of seconds. On the west side of the Scattered Stars Island, countless people who were hunting were horrified. Someone exclaimed, "What is that?" "Those flying in the sky, those are insects. So many insects." Someone was horrified. "There are birds. My sea god. So many birds. Buzz." The sky curtain suddenly opened in the sky. Seeing the sky curtain, many people were relieved. In recent years, only Marshal Han liked to use the sky curtain. The appearance of the sky curtain meant that Han Fei was not far away. Sure enough, in the sky there were nearly 200,000 human beings who spread their wings and flew in the sky like heavenly soldiers. Beside the human race, countless big birds were flying, covering the sky. On the other side, densely packed beetles of various colors were flying with buzzing sounds. On the backs of many beetles there were some tree demons poking their branches. Some insects that couldn't fly were marching on the sea. Someone was hunting on the surface of the sea. Who could have expected so many terrifying insects? These people looked at the sky in shock. In the blink of an eye, a dense mass of insects rushed over on the surface of the sea. They bared their fangs, waved their claws, and marched on the waves, looking really scary. When the insects passed by them, they circumvented them and looked at the people blocking their way now and then. All these people could hear was buzzing sounds, and an insect buzzed. Is this yin-yang world? Sure enough, ugly people everywhere here. The spiritual energy here seems to be scarce. A bug replied, "Spiritual energy is only one aspect. We haven't met any enemies here. It seems very safe." A bug said, "I heard that there are islands flying in the sky here. Where are they? I don't think I see any." There were also insects who shouted to the passing crowd, "Humans, hello. Humans, have you had your dinner today? Humans, don't look at us with that expression. We don't eat humans." In the sky curtain, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai appeared on the back of a big insect. Han Fei shouted, "All compatriots of the human race in the yin-yang world, I'm Marshal Han. More than 3 years ago, I led an army on an expedition. During the 3 years, under the leadership of Commander Luo Xiaobai, the 250,000 soldiers of the yin-yang world fought bravely and killed a king, dozens of sea demon venerables, and hundreds of thousands of sea demons in the battle. Now we have returned," Han Fei said solemnly. "In more than 3 years, more than 60,000 people were injured or died in our expedition. They created a glorious era for us. They're worth honoring. With their efforts, 32 people in the expeditionary army became explorers. 13,568 became law enforcers. 58,624 became peak-level hidden fishers, and the rest were at least intermediate hidden fishers. This is a sign of prosperity for our human race. Hiss." In City of Justice of the Scattered Stars Island, the moment Han Fei reported the numbers, countless people gasped. How could they not know what an explorer meant? There weren't many explorers on the Scattered Stars Island in the first place. Now there were over 30 more of them? How enviable. More shockingly, now they had over 10,000 law enforcers more because of this trip. Was it so easy to become a law enforcer now? Someone exclaimed. More than 10,000 law enforcers. It's only been more than 3 years. What kind of godly place is Waterwood World? Just 3 years and more than 10,000 law enforcers have been produced? A hidden fisher who didn't go was horrified? Is the probability of a breakthrough so high? It seems that I should have gone there. Otherwise, I might have become a law enforcer. Chen Sanbai and Shui Shenqi stood in the transverse mountain, quietly watching this scene. Shui Shenqi said, "Elder Chen, the two worlds are connected." Chen Sanchen nodded slightly. "This is a good thing. According to history, we once joined forces with that side. However, it's been too long, so long that people have forgotten about it. I never expected to see such a grand occasion again today." Cao Tianji watched this scene from a distance. When he saw that Cao Chu and the others were fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Cao Tianji was shocked by the news that Han Fei had slaughtered a king. Although most people were surprised at Han Fei's slaughter of a king, they didn't know much about kings. After all, old Demon Chu had once claimed to be a king, but ended up being killed by Han Fei. However, Han Fei declared that he had killed a king as if he killed a venerable. However, Cao Tianji was different from Tang Yan. He thought this news might be true because it had been admitted by Han Fei. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be fake. He could just ask someone. Han Fei continued, "Everyone, the people around me are the allies of the Waterwood World. They are the insect clan from the Waterwood World, who are very powerful yet friendly to us. Whenever the insect race army marches, all creatures will make way for them." When Han Fei introduced them to this point, countless insects couldn't help but raise their horns and flap their wings proudly. The buzzing sound was even louder. Countless insects thought to themselves, Hanfei was really good at wording. Whenever the insect race army marches, all creatures will make way for them, which sounded so domineering, Hanfei said, and the Sky Clan. They are the overlords of the sky and have unparalleled speed and air combat ability. After all, as the first races to come to the yin-yang world to communicate, knowing that there were almost no Sky Clan here, the Sky Clan enlarged their bodies. Each of them was extremely huge, covering the sky and sun. Hanfei continued, and the demonic plants. They are born manipulators. The tree men waved their vines and echoed the atmosphere. However, the tree men were more like curious babies, waving their tentacles wildly, unable to show any momentum. In the end, when the sky curtain fell on the bodies of the humans of the Waterwood world, including xuanhuan and the others, everyone on the Scattered Stars Island exclaimed, "Damn, aren't they too beautiful? Fuck, are they really humans?" "I think they are fairies," a female cultivator said in shock. "Wow, so handsome. Is that really a man? Why is he more beautiful than a woman?" Countless people couldn't help but smile stupidly. Someone licked his lips. "I admit that I'm tempted." The people of the yin-yang world were excited, while the people from the Waterwood world were all amazed. They were also curious about human society in the yin-yang world. When they flew past the sky of the Scattered Stars Island, Luo Xiaobai and the others were all puzzled. "Hanfei, why are you still flying?" Zhang Xuanyu said. "Feifei, you'll be leaving the Scattered Stars Island if you keep going." People on the ground and in the sky were all puzzled, wondering where Hanfei was going with these people. In the sky curtain, Hanfei walked thousands of kilometers with each step. Stepping on the void, Hanfei walked to the south of the Scattered Stars Island and stood on the shallower waters. Hanfei shouted, "Human beings of the yin-yang world, I announce that in half a month, I will open a channel between the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world, and the two worlds will be connected. Now, please allow me to waste some time." Hanfei stood still in the air, and a white lotus suddenly appeared in his hand. Everyone was wondering what kind of a treasure it was. Hanfei waved his hand and threw it into the void. The white lotus slowly grew larger and larger in midair and gradually bloomed. When the white lotus floated thousands of kilometers away and fell on the sea, it shattered with a bang. Buzz. In the next second, the seabed was shaking slightly. In the void, mist swirled and mountains seemed to appear in the mist. Everyone's eyes were full of shock, and they saw a large number of mountains emerging. On an extremely tall mountain, there was a storm raging, and 9 huge snakeheads extended into the sky. On the other mountain, there was a huge vine that reached into the sky, its vines swaying between the clouds. There were cone-shaped grasses all over the mountain, dancing in the sky like hundreds of swords with swishes. It was Sky Survey Sisal. Hanfei shouted, "From now on, another place will be built outside the Scattered Stars Island, which will be used as the connection area of the two worlds, and this place is called Grand Myriad Mountains." Chapter 1683, Hanfei resigned. Chapter 1683, Hanfei resigned. There would always be an uproar when something big happened. The return of the expeditionary army was definitely a big event. In the entire Scattered Stars Island, those who should go out to accept missions were basically not out at this moment. Many people wanted to go to the Grand Myriad Mountains. In a moment of impulse, Hanfei released the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. However, the problem of the death aura in it hadn't been resolved yet, so people still couldn't live in it for now. However, this didn't hinder the status of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Soon, it would be the place where the major races were most willing to stay. As for the subsequent matters, they were all left to Luo Xiaobai. For 7 consecutive days, Luo Xiaobai didn't sleep at all. Luo Xiaobai didn't take a break, neither did Hanfei and the others. They were all helping to plan the new layout for the Scattered Stars Island. Finally, on the 7th day, Luo Xiaobai asked the people who had been to the Waterwood world to act as guides, leading the various races of the Waterwood world to enter the Scattered Stars Island. As soon as they entered, the Scattered Stars Island immediately became a place where the major races converged. Although the human beings from the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world were both human, due to the difference in their appearances, they were still considered another race. Since then, the 5 major races had gathered, and the whole City of Justice was very lively. And during this period of time, the trading business became prosperous. Both worlds had their own specialties. The City of Justice had many combat skills. Although there were not many resources, everyone had different resources, which didn't affect the exchange of resources. Because there were too many races, the arena naturally grew. The merchants of the Million Gold Town developed their business onto the Scattered Stars Island. All kinds of living facilities for cultivators were being built. However, the land on the Scattered Stars Island was limited, and every inch of it was precious. Even so, the related departments were popping up like mushrooms after a rain. 7 days passed. In the Thug Academy, the 4 of them, plus old Jiang, were preparing to cook. Oh, there was also Li Daxian. At this moment, he was dealing with the death aura of the Grand Myriad Mountains. There was too much death energy there, suitable for Li Daxian to cultivate. When he finished absorbing the death energy there, the Grand Myriad Mountains would be officially open to the public. At this time, there were only 6 people from the Thug Academy in Yin Yang World, and the others including Old Bai, Xiao Zhan, Wenren Yu, Zhang Qin, Yang Xie, and Su Daiji were all left in the Waterwood World. For them, the Waterwood World brought them an explosive period of cultivation. In fact, for the expedition army who returned, there weren't many who really wanted to come back. However, under Han Fei's command, they had to come back. In Han Fei's words, they came back to serve as the bridge between the two worlds. The 200,000 people were shocked. I've become a bridge? Since they were given such great responsibility, many people thought that they were very important and had even been involved in the course of making history. Therefore, almost all the people who could return had returned. Those who didn't come back simply couldn't be found. Anyway, Old Bai and the others all used this excuse. At this moment, Lu Renquang was preparing barbecue and Luo Xiaobai was preparing spiritual fruits and drinks. Old Jiang was preparing his dumplings. Zhang Xuanyu didn't want to do anything and said, Fei Fei, you must have collected some high-end ingredients, right? Give us some venerable level seafood to taste. Cough, cough, Old Jiang rolled his eyes. These beastards, venerables are not your food. Han Fei curled his lips and said, Quang Quang is roasting one. Lu Renquang was unhappy to hear that and said, Fei Fei, what kind of meat is this? It's so tough. I've already brushed half venerable level fish oil on it several times. Han Fei said carelessly, this is the meat of the white armored emperor. It may be tough, but it should still be edible. Puff, clang, shoot Luo Xiaobai spat out the spiritual fruit in her mouth and stared at Han Fei speechlessly. Old Zhang was so angry that his beard was raised. He roared, you spendthrift, how can you just give a king's flesh to this little fatty to roast? Give it to me. I'll do it myself. Zhang Xunyu's eyes widened, and he swallowed. Can we eat this? Han Fei laughed and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. That's the flesh of the half-king level C controlling white shell. Each of you can eat about 5 skewers. Let's eat hot pot as the main food. Make it with a lobster at the junior venerable level I caught. Huff. Everybody was relieved to hear that. A king's flesh? They almost peed in fright. 2 hours passed. Next to the hot pot, everybody chewed the clam meat with difficulty. Zhang Xuanyu said, if we eat this thing every day, we'll probably become venerables in a year. Luo Xiaobai said, you're exaggerating. It will take 3 years. Lu Renquang was speechless. Is there a big difference between 1 year and 3 years? However, he glanced at Han Fei and was immediately discouraged. Okay, the difference seems to be huge. When they were full, Luo Xiaobai and the others stopped eating. Only Han Fei and Old Zhang were still stuffing themselves. Luo Xiaobai said, Han Fei, where are you going next? Luo Xiaobai and the others could guess what Han Fei was thinking. Han Fei was never the kind of person who would stay in one place for a long time since he was a child. Now, the Yin Yang world was peaceful, the big clans had been cleared, and the Sea Demon Royal City on the Waterwood world had been destroyed. Now, it had almost become a paradise for adventurers. With Han Fei's strength, only Queen Life could be his opponent in the two worlds. Old Jiang said, Han Fei, when can we go back to the Central Holy City? Han Fei said, the problem of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace hasn't been resolved. The Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye is still there. Next, I have to find a way to leave the Water Yang world and the Water Wood world. Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, are you going to the cage? Luo Xiaobai keenly realized something. Are you going further out of the cage? Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei. He grinned. I'll try if I can get there, hiss. Everyone gasped. Go out of the cage? It was a brand new world. What awaited him there might be a crueler environment than the Yin-Yang world and the Water Wood world. Han Fei said, I'll stay here for the next few days. From now on, Xiaobai, you'll still be responsible for the Scattered Stars Island. Luo Xiaobai said, I'll manage it for you temporarily. Han Fei grinned casually and took out a few star beads. These are star beads of the Chu sect, the Cao family, and our Thug Academy. Among them, the Chu sect's star beads are the best. This is why the Chu sect had been able to do whatever they wanted those years. Luo Xiaobai and the others were surprised. 9-star beads? No matter how good the star beads are, we can't use them, right? Han Fei took one out and held it up. This star bead is very safe inside. The time ratio inside to outside is 10:1. In other words, 10 years pass inside, but only a year passes outside. Hiss 11 port 811 ni. Hun 11111111 ni d. Hiss 111. Old Jiang grabbed the star bead and said, really? Isn't this something that can only be done by the great Tao of time? Seeing Old Jiang looking at the star bead up and down, Han Fei said with a smile, even the great Tao of time can't do this. This kind of great Tao rule has already exceeded the power of ordinary kings. Therefore, let's keep this star bead for ourselves. Old Jiang, Luo Xiaobai, and the others all nodded. Who in this world was truly selfless? Of course, Han Fei had his own selfish motives, so did Luo Xiaobai and the others. Besides, there was only one such star bead. Only by holding it in their hands could they help the human race rise. If he released it now, there might be a big problem 3 days later. In the past 3 days, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping with Luo Xiaobai and the others, Han Fei only wandered in the City of Justice occasionally. Even Han Fei couldn't believe that he had created such a prosperous era. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have a great sense of accomplishment. On this day, Luo Xiaobai was dealing with the problem of opening a passage between the two worlds when Han Fei suddenly appeared. Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Han Fei said. "Look at the sky." In the sky curtain opened again. Yes, the public didn't know how many times they had seen the sky curtain opened. Basically, whenever the sky curtain opened, something big would happen. When Han Fei was in position, this became a tradition. Therefore, when the sky curtain opened, people put down what they were doing and looked up. This time, Han Fei, dressed in green, said unhurriedly, "My fellow soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island, I, Han Fei, have swept through the 10,000 Demon Valley, annihilated the army of the Black Evil Conch King, and raised the big clans in the Thousand Star City during my 9-year reign. And I've established a friendly relationship with the neighboring Waterwood world and slaughtered a Sea Demon King. Today, I'm very glad to see the City of Justice, the 36 towns, and the Thousand Star City, peaceful and prosperous." The people on the Scattered Stars Island seemed to realize something and became solemn. Han Fei said, "However, there is one last thing that I need to do for the yin-yang world. That is to break the rule that the yin-yang world can't have a king. I don't know how many years it will take me, so I'll pass on the position of Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island to Luo Xiaobai, who was also the commander of the expedition army." Husa, Shao, countless people were shocked. Someone shouted, "What? Marshal Han wants to quit." "It's only been 9 years, someone sighed. "What do you know? The position of the Supreme Commander has clearly limited Marshal Han's development. Marshal Han wants to become a king," someone exclaimed. "Although I knew that Marshal Han might retire early, I didn't expect it to be so early," someone asked. "Is it really appropriate to pass on his position to his junior sister?" someone sneered. "Do you know who Luo Xiaobai is?" "She's from the Divine Manipulator family of the Thousand Star City and has mastered the Luo family's divine technique. She's a heavenly talent of the Thug Academy and has reached the peak of the Explorer realm. It's said that she's about to become a half-venerable." Someone was surprised. "How do you know that?" the man said with a smile. "The news has spread secretly in the expeditionary force. Many people know about it now." The man was puzzled. "Isn't she still much weaker than Marshal Han?" The others all looked at the person who spoke as if looking at an idiot. "Marshal Han, how can he be considered a normal person?" The former Supreme Commander, Shen Qi, was also an explorer when he took the position. "How old is Luo Xiaobai? With her monstrous growth speed, she would become a venerable soon." For a moment, everyone was talking and chattering. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You," Han Fei smiled in the sky curtain. "I didn't practice nepotism. Luo Xiaobai is much better than me in management, strategy, and planning. Her strength has reached the peak of the explorer level. It will only take a few years for her to become a venerable. As the saying goes, every generation brings forth a talent. In the future, if a heavenly talent catches Luo Xiaobai's eye, he may become the new Supreme Commander of Scattered Stars Island." With that, Han Fei grabbed the 13-star badge and handed it to Luo Xiaobai through the air, saying with a smile, "I'm done being the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Next, I'm going to become a king." Chapter 1684, The Time Dragon Carp Came to Han Fei. He didn't formally bid farewell to Zhang Xuanyu and the others, because these days, with them at the Thug Academy, were already a kind of farewell. After Han Fei closed the sky curtain, he chatted with Luo Xiaobai alone. Giving Luo Xiaobai a sun-moon shell, Han Fei said, "These things are for the Thug Academy. They have nothing to do with the people of Yin-Yang world. We deserve them. Don't donate them." Luo Xiaobai glanced at him and her eyelids twitched. "Okay, when will you leave? Now." Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, "Come back soon." Han Fei grinned. "I'll try my best. Right, there is one more thing. Luo Xiaobai? There is one more thing? Luo Xiaobai?" The void trembled and another Han Fei appeared. This Han Fei's skin was slightly fair, so he was naturally Han Fei's avatar. His avatar said, "I'll stay." Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but say, "This is..." Han Fei's voice came from his avatar. "I'm the avatar of my original body, and I'm now a half-venerable. Avatars have exactly the same souls as the original bodies. You can take this avatar as one of my trump cards." Luo Xiaobai smiled. "A dummy?" The avatar immediately said, "What are you talking about? I know everything about you, okay?" As I said, avatars are the same as the original bodies. Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but smile. "Then stay. We happen to need manpower. You are my guard from now on." Of course, Luo Xiaobai made a joke, but Han Fei still shattered the void and left. In the Sun Moon Shell, Han Fei left behind a half-king, 10 sea demon venerables, and more than 30 ultra-quality divine weapons. As for how to deal with them, it was up to them. Leaving the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei appeared on the back of the Cloud Whale 30,000 kilometers away. Han Fei sat cross-legged and grabbed the corpse of a venerable-level sea demon. "Would you like to eat this?" Tang Yan said. "Just with a venerable, you want me to help you guard the yin-yang world?" "Isn't it too cheap?" Han Fei asked. It's a peak level venerable, and you just need to watch the yin-yang world for me for several years. Is it too much? Tang Yan simply said, what if Cao Tianji suddenly launches an attack or tries to forcibly transcend the king-level tribulation? Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Even if I weren't here, would you dare to transcend the king-level tribulation? To be honest, even I wouldn't dare. Tang Yan paused for a moment. Are you sure you can leave this cage? Can you enter the wall of death now? Eve Han Fei said. I can try, but I didn't lie. Although that cage looks extremely tough and even a king can't break it, maybe it's really about to collapse. Oh, Tang Yan continued, I know a little bit about the outside world. The 36 mystic worlds is not a simple place. Take care. Han Fei smiled and suddenly asked, where is Tang Ge? Why isn't he out yet? Tang Yan, actually, he's already out. Huh? Han Fei asked in surprise. When? Why didn't I know? Tang Yan said indifferently. He has experienced some things and is almost a half venerable now. However, his perception of himself has some problems. Perhaps he doesn't know how to face you, so he went to the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei said casually. Was he torn about who he really was? Tang Yan nodded, for now. However, he has to get over it. Oh, by the way, he has found his sword Dao. After a brief stun, Han Fei smiled. That's good news. After chatting with Tang Yan, Han Fei was about to leave for the only exit. Suddenly, the time ring in Han Fei's hand flickered for no reason. The next moment, Han Fei felt that the time around him had changed. Now, Han Fei appeared in an independent timeline. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. He was already so powerful, yet he was taken to another timeline by Time Dragon Carp's Time Great Dao before he realized what was going on. And this space was the Coral Sea where Little Time was in the Abyssal Chasm. At this moment, Han Fei saw Xiaosei standing not far away. Beside Xiaosei, there was a little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old, adorable and chubby. There were a few faint blue lines on the girl's eyebrows, and her eyes were watery as if she had inherited the purity of fish eyes. Big brother, Han Fei grinned. Oh, Little Time, you have grown so big? However, Han Fei was shocked. Little Time could already transform into a human shape, although she was so young. Sure enough, the information reading ability of the demon purification pot didn't work at the moment. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know to which extent Little Time had grown up. How did she suddenly transform into a human shape? Little Time staggered over and said awkwardly, Big brother, are you here to bring me food? Han Fei thought to himself, I do have some food, but now that the food you eat has been upgraded, I really don't have anything suitable for you. However, Han Fei took out a cup of spirit awakening fluid and said, Little Time, I'll take you to eat something good later. Buzz. At this moment, the void trembled and a big fish emerged from a blue light hole. Little Time immediately shouted, Mommy, Mommy! The Time Dragon Carp turned into a noble woman in a red robe with 2 horns on her head. The woman gently picked up Little Time into her arms and said softly, Baby, be good. You can go out now. Follow Big Brother out to take a look at the world. Eat and play to your heart's content. Really? Can I finally go out? The woman said dotingly. Of course, provided that you don't abuse your time power. Baby, be good. I have something to say to your big brother. Play by yourself for a while. Little Time obediently ran to Xiaosei and looked at Han Fei and his mother who were enveloped by the blue light curiously. Han Fei asked in surprise, Senior, is it time? The woman said, At least you are indeed unparalleled in this savage land. For a long time, I have been paying attention to you. Although your personality isn't very good, at least you aren't bad to the people around you. Little Time will sign an equality contract with you. Promise me to help her become a king, okay? Han Fei smiled bitterly. Senior, I haven't become a king yet. The Time Dragon Carp said casually, If everything goes well, it's only a matter of time. As long as you leave this place, it won't be difficult for you to become a king. However, I suggest you become a king here. Tev, huh? Han Fei couldn't help but ask. Senior, what do you mean? The Time Dragon Carp said, Here, all the luck of the world is on you. All the things here are more or less related to you. But if you transcend the tribulation in the outside world, you'll just be an ordinary king. However, if you do it here, you will carry the luck of this world and become a king. Of course, the effect is different. Han Fei was shocked. Really? Han Fei didn't intend to transcend the tribulation in the outside world. After all, he hadn't reached the end of his half-king path yet, because he had basically reached the upper limit of all kinds of techniques. Now his advancement was already relatively slow. If he could go out this time, finding Yinner would be the most important thing. However, if possible, he still needed to polish his half-king realm to the extreme. For example, the technique of disassembling spiritual energy. Although he had accumulated a lot of power of faith, he didn't know how long it could support him. Because of this, Han Fei knew that this trip was very important. However, hearing what the Time Dragon Carp said, Han Fei had made up his mind. If becoming a king in his own home was better than doing it outside, then why did he become a king outside? Han Fei immediately cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your reminder, Senior. The Time Dragon Carp said, I won't let you bring my daughter to the king realm for nothing. You should have walked the Great Dao of Time, right? I can use the Great Dao of Time in exchange and help you improve your Great Dao of Time by 2 levels. In addition, you can learn all the time techniques my daughter uses. As long as you can comprehend them, you can learn any of them without any limit. Han Fei was secretly shocked. He knew how powerful the Time Great Tao was, 2 levels higher than now. Then wouldn't he be able to enter other timelines? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Little Time. Senior, is Little Time growing fast? The woman smiled. It will be beyond your imagination. My baby hasn't stayed here for tens of thousands of years for nothing. Han Fei nodded. Okay, no problem, Han Fei thought to himself. As long as she grew fast, it would be fine. If she grew fast, he could ask Little Time about the great Tao of time in the future. But if she grew too slowly, the roles might be reversed. He couldn't be a babysitter for hundreds or even tens of thousands of years, could he? As for the great Tao of time, with the ability of his green jade stone bridge, he actually didn't need the time dragon carp to help him improve by 2 levels. The woman said, besides, you can't use the great Tao of time easily. It's the same case for my daughter and you. The stronger the great Tao of time is, the less you should use it. Remember my warning. If you have to use it, you must be careful and make sure no one will notice you. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, why? Han Fei instinctively felt that this matter was not simple, and in Han Fei's heart a voice suddenly said, Tri-God Palace. Suddenly, the time dragon carp looked at Han Fei's chest. It turns out that this is an ancient turtle that knows these secrets. Han Fei was stunned. He knew about the Tri-God Palace. The old turtle had once explained it to him on the Forbidden Island. Since the old turtle had mentioned the Tri-God Palace, one of them must be the so-called Time Temple. The woman said, this isn't something you should know. The ancient turtle in your heart should know the danger, so I don't need to elaborate. Han Fei should have considered the pros and cons when it came to the Tri-God Palaces, but according to the old turtle, his Emperor Sparrow was no less dangerous than the Tri-God Palace. Han Fei thought for a moment. Anyway, he just needed to help Little Time reach the king realm. The old turtle had once said that being a king was just the beginning of the great Tao. There were countless kings in the infinite ocean. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be a problem. The main problem was that when Little Time became a king, it meant that the time great Tao he mastered might be beyond his imagination. After all, Little Time could travel the river of time. Han Fei cupped his hands. I know, Senior, don't worry. I will never use the great Tao of time easily. Even if I have to, I won't use it in front of many people. The woman said, as long as you don't use a heaven-defyingly powerful time technique, it won't be a problem. For example, no one will pay attention to a time reversal that consumes chaotic chi, even if it's already very rare. After confirming that Han Fei understood, the woman waved her hand and a large amount of blue light emerged around Han Fei. Some insights on the great Tao of time poured into Han Fei's mind. Chapter 1685, Crazily Making Breakthroughs. Chapter 1685, Crazily Making Breakthroughs. It was not the first time Han Fei signed a contract. Besides, this contract was just an equality contract, which was equivalent to Han Fei leading a sister. The relationship was just that of a brother and a sister, without any master-servant relationship. Xiaosei had no objection. He had already experienced Han Fei's uniqueness. However, after the contract was completed, Han Fei and Little Time were connected in heart. For a moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Nam dam 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 dam. A mom dam 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 dam. A mysterious creature living in the river of time, born with the great Tao of time. It was born with heaven-defying talent in the time great Tao. Time dragon carp is extremely rare. Because it's good at fighting with time, it has often been hunted by supreme existences since ancient times. A level 1 quality 1, mysterious. Our great Tao, Uptime Quan, contained chaotic Chi 1000 strands, a food omnivorous, our battle technique. Time reversal, time armor, time change, time travel, time displacement, time bind, time change, time steal, our remarks time trame, chuam quaps are extremely rare. You'd better not use it easily. Oh my god. Han Fei was shocked. Fuck, she is only level 1. The amount of chaotic chi that Little Time contains has reached 1000 wisps? Is this a joke? In addition to chaotic chi, the combat skills she had were also shocking. He seemed to only know one of the 8 or 9 combat skills. Even though Big Time had given him some insights on Time Great Tao, Han Fei had only mastered the Time Steal and Time Displacement, and was no match for Little Time in this respect. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. If he learned all the time techniques, his strength would probably soar by several levels. His escaping ability would definitely be first class. Even if he encountered a king, he wouldn't be afraid at all, because the other party couldn't kill him at all. As if knowing what Han Fei was surprised about, the woman said, "Don't be surprised at the fact that there is so much chaos chi in my baby, you'll find out soon. Don't let her use the chaotic chi easily." After that, the time dragon carp comforted Little Time and said dotingly, "Baby, be good and follow Big Brother from now on. Don't enter the river of time easily, and don't use complicated time techniques easily, understood?" Little Time said cutely. "Okay, Mommy, aren't you coming with us?" The time dragon carp sighed. "Baby, I have a lot of things to do. When you become a king, you can find me." Little Time immediately clenched her fists. "Then I'll become a king tomorrow." The time dragon carp stroked Little Time's head, chuckled, and looked at Xiaosei. "You've accompanied Little Time for a long time. Now you're free. If you're willing to follow my baby, you can follow her. If not, you can leave on your own." Xiaosei hurriedly said, I have watched little master grow up. It's been so many years. Please let me follow her. The time dragon carp nodded slightly. She pointed her finger, and runes like weird lines that looked like binding ropes appeared on the surface of Xiaosei's body. When the binding ropes shattered one after another, in Hanfei's eyes, Xiaosei's realm was soaring. Nas from a hanging fisher to a hidden fisher, then to a law enforcer, an explorer, a junior venerable. Finally, his strength stabilized at the intermediate venerable realm. Hanfei was surprised. He didn't know that Xiaosei was so strong. Hanfei certainly knew that it was not the time dragon carp that helped him upgrade, but that she removed the restraints on him. At this moment, the intermediate venerable realm was nothing to Hanfei. However, Hanfei suddenly had a thought. Since Xiaosei could serve little time, he should also be cultivating the great Tao of time, right? Considering the great effect of the great Tao of time, he could at least escape from a peak-level advanced venerable, so Xiaosei was not weak. However, Hanfei didn't take it seriously. Xiaosei would make no difference. Since Xiaosei wanted to follow him, just let him. Anyway, it was equivalent to having a guard. It just so happened that he couldn't fully reveal his strength in the outside world. Otherwise, if a king-level expert went to the glazed glass world, would others suspect him? At that time, he could pretend to be a descendant of a big clan. Hanfei couldn't help being secretly delighted. Forget about the time temple. It would be worth it if he could learn the time great Tao of little time. In the end, the time dragon carp said, okay, you can go now. Hanfei couldn't help but say, Senior, well, I still don't know little time's name. The time dragon carp said indifferently, her name is Nianair, Shiguang Nianair. However, you'd better just call her Han Nianair. That doesn't matter. Oh, okay. After the time dragon carp left, Hanfei felt that the space around him was dissipating. When he reappeared in the normal timeline, he was still in the place where he disappeared, near the Scattered Stars Island. However, as soon as he arrived outside, he heard a crack and saw Little Time make a breakthrough. Hanfei was stunned. Why did she suddenly make a breakthrough? Crack, 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 quack, quack, quack. Little Time would make a breakthrough every several seconds. And soon, she became a fishing master. Hanfei was still surprised when Xiaosei said, Little Master's body contains too much power. The place where she was before was the place where space and time converge, so her body is neither real nor fake. She can carry more power in this state. Now, once she appears in the outside world, she will make breakthroughs. Crack, crack, Nianair didn't stop at all. In less than half an hour, she became a great fishing master. Not only had she become a fishing master, but she had also grown about 5 centimeters taller. At this moment, Nianair looked at Hanfei and said eagerly, Brother, I'm hungry. Hanfei realized that she was making breakthroughs. It required a lot of spiritual energy. Hanfei casually threw out a large mass of spiritual spring, which enveloped Nianair. The spiritual spring was being consumed at a visible speed. The sound of breakthroughs didn't stop at all. Hanfei finally understood what the time dragon carp said just now. Why did Little Time's body contain so much chaotic chi? Nianair had clearly reached the venerable realm in some respect, but in reality she was only at level 1. Now that she had left the place where time and space converged, she would inevitably make breakthroughs crazily. After another half an hour, Nianair's strength was crazily increased to that of a dangling fisher. In another half an hour, Nianair's strength had reached the hanging fisher level. An hour later, Nianair became a hidden fisher. Hanfei almost had a breakdown. This little thing was even more monstrous than the Emperor Sparrow. A day later, when Nianair's strength reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, she finally stopped making breakthroughs. Because at this time, she needed to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Nianair must have had a premonition, so she stopped here. However, it seemed that she was still comprehending her realm. After all, she had crossed too many realms. One day earlier, she only had the strength of a baby, but a day later, she had extraordinary strength like Superman. However, after all these breakthroughs, Nianair didn't look as cute as before. When Nianair was only 1 meter tall, she was still a cute little girl. Now, she was more than 1.3 meters tall and looked like a teenage girl, and this was because she didn't transcend the tribulation or continue to make breakthroughs. Xiaosei said, in a short period of time, Little Master's strength should remain in this realm. Next, Little Master has to learn a lot. She needs time. Although I have taught you a lot, she has never interacted with anyone. There are many things that she doesn't understand. Please take her with you and slowly teach her. Hanfei nodded slightly. Okay, sure enough, although it took him 1 day, it was only 1 day. It only took Nianair an hour to slowly adapt to her current strength, and her voice changed slightly, becoming a little crisp. After Nianair adapted to her body, the first thing she did was look at Hanfei again. Brother, I'm hungry. Hanfei grinned. Don't worry. I'll find you some snacks. Hanfei took out his fishing pole and cast it away. Swish, swish, swish. Big fish, crabs, lobsters, starfish, sea urchins, lobsters, clams, conchs. Hanfei caught hundreds of them in a row. Hanfei said, Nianair, be good. I need to cross an area, so you need to stay in another space for a few days. When I cross that area, I'll take you out, Nianair. Will it take long? I want to stay outside. At this time, Xiaosei said, Little Master, the place where Master Hanfei is going to cross is very dangerous. Your strength is not enough. Therefore, you do need to wait for a few days. Nianer immediately said, "All right, I'll go." Han Fei naturally sent Nianer and Xiao Sei into the sea-quelling painting. He also made a lot of crisps for Nianer to kill time. When he was prepared, Han Fei quietly appeared on the Scattered Stars Island. He didn't find a way out in the Waterwood world. When he returned to the Yin-Yang world, the first thing Han Fei did was to find the way to enter the cage. However, the vast ocean navigator didn't turn, which made Han Fei's heart sink. In the Yin-Yang world, Han Fei tried to find a way to the outside world. To his surprise, he found it, and this road was the bottomless pit in the Transverse Mountain. Chapter 1686, Great Shift. Chapter 1686, Great Shift. The bottomless pit of the Transverse Mountain had been studied by countless people throughout history. Some people even tried it themselves, but none of them came back. Therefore, gradually, this bottomless hole became extremely mysterious. Over time, no one dared to enter it again. At this moment, Han Fei didn't inform Shueishan Qi. After all, he had said that he was leaving, so there was no need to say anything. With Han Fei's current strength, as long as he didn't deliberately expose himself, no one would discover him. After confirming that the vast ocean navigator was pointing at this bottomless hole, Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler and found that the marker fell on the ominous. Han Fei took a long breath. "Let's go!" Han Fei leaped and let his body fall freely. His body kept falling for an hour and still didn't reach the bottom. After only dozens of seconds, Han Fei was surrounded by darkness. At this moment, he could still get out. After another 100 seconds, Han Fei felt a force spinning out. A few wisps of Spirit Awakening fluid would float past here, and Han Fei certainly didn't have the time to grab the Spirit Awakening fluid. Han Fei was thinking about a question. Did the appearance of the Spirit Awakening fluid mean that a king had died here? At first, Han Fei suspected that this bottomless hole was connected to the Sky City, but he later confirmed that it wasn't. Spirit Awakening fluid was formed by the Tao runes of kings. It either came from living kings or dead kings. Why was there no king in Yin-Yang world, but Spirit Awakening fluid was never lacking? It seemed that many kings had perished in the Yin-Yang world. When the spinning power appeared, Han Fei still could go back. Although there was only endless darkness around, Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator. However, Han Fei had already made up his mind. How could he give up halfway? It was just an ominous divination, which was no different from an auspicious divination for him. After another hour, the spinning power became stronger and stronger, but after thinking about it carefully, Han Fei found that the pressure he felt was even stronger than the spinning power of this void. At this moment, the pressure coming at him was getting greater and greater. Those below the Venerable Realm couldn't resist this pressure at all. Han Fei had been sensing everything around him. An hour seemed to be a time node. After this node, the external power would change slightly. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the power was no longer spinning outward but sucking inward. Besides, in this space not only spiritual energy was absorbed, but also energy. There seemed to be some death energy, mixed demonic energy, and residual power of the Great Tao. There were also some energies that even Han Fei couldn't recognize. This feeling reminded Han Fei of the array eye of the Heaven and Earth array in the Forest of Terror. He had only seen such chaotic energy there. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, do you feel a sense of déjà vu?" The old turtle said, "Sort of." It might be related to the super array in the cage. As the suction force became stronger and stronger, it gradually reached the point where it was difficult for a beginner, an intermediate, or even an advanced venerable to escape. In the end, it was as if he had passed through the void. Under this terrifying suction force, Han Fei didn't resist but let this force suck him in. Bang! About half a day later, the suction power around him suddenly disappeared, and Han Fei seemed to have entered a vacuum. However, Han Fei found that something was obviously wrong. The energy in his body was flowing away. In Han Fei's eyes, a weird, huge millstone appeared. It was like day and night were changing, like black and white swirling around. What else could it be if not the yin-yang symbol? However, it wasn't a natural yin-yang symbol. Han Fei could vaguely tell that there were yin-yang images that were separated and revolved like two fish. As for the impurities in the outside world, they were immediately crushed by the millstone when they were sucked into it. The impurities were discharged from the middle, but the essence disappeared. Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. 3 array eyes? The yin-yang array in the cage has 3 array eyes. And this is the outer eye of the array. The array eye that jumped out of the array and suppressed the entire array. This array eye suppresses the 2 worlds. Oh no, it absorbs energy from the yin-yang world, the water-wood world, and the outer domain, and gathers it here to polish the essence energy. Is this array really made by my mother? If this thing was really made by his mother, why didn't she inform him in advance? Even old Han didn't tell him anything about it. The old turtle said, "Not necessarily. If your mother reached the longevity realm and created such a huge and complicated array, it would be reasonable. But if she is just in the sea establishment realm or the sky opening realm, it's extremely difficult to create such a huge array. I don't think I can." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "It doesn't matter whether my mother can create it or not. Although this array eye has been found, it can't be destroyed. Besides, I'm sure that I can't destroy it now. This place is like a vacuum. What I feel is not the suction force, but the impure energy outside." It seems to have fallen into some sort of spatial depression and flowed over spontaneously. This was a bit like the gravity space of a star. Hanfei thought that an array combined with the great Tao of space was definitely not something he could destroy now. The old turtle said, "This is the array of your yin-yang world, but it might not be created by your mother. However, since she took out the heaven and earth array, this array must have a lot to do with her. If you want to go out, you have to find a way. The energy absorption here is extremely fast. If it weren't for your strength, you might have been exhausted." Hanfei certainly knew. With a flip of Hanfei's palm, the vast ocean navigator appeared. As Hanfei issued an order in his heart, the vast ocean navigator pointed at the yin-yang millstone. Hanfei's face turned green. This was a millstone that could crush countless kinds of impure energy. If he went in, would he be crushed? This time, Hanfei was still scared, although he was guided by the vast ocean navigator. Hanfei's body trembled, and he activated the twin divine technique. Hanfei rushed in with his white mist body, but something unexpected happened. As soon as his white mist body entered, it was crushed into smoke. His black mist body wanted to fuse with his white mist body, but this time, instead of pulling the white mist body back, the black mist body was pulled in. Buzz. Damn the space. Great Tao, Hanfei was crushed directly in this space. At this moment, Hanfei's consciousness was clear. He wasn't sure if it was his idea or his body's spontaneous choice. The supreme yin-yang wheel was activated automatically. Then, Hanfei entered another void. After a long time, Hanfei felt that his head was dizzy. In the haze, he saw two light spots appear in the void. This situation was like looking for a way in the endless void, but there were two exits. One of the paths seemed to have a strong suction force trying to pull him over. However, Hanfei sensed danger and subconsciously calculated. Hanfei immediately had a bad feeling. He wondered if it had been a day since the last time he used the 9-Palace luck ruler. Without thinking, Hanfei took out the 9-Palace luck ruler and began to test his luck. However, it showed the impasse. Hanfei shivered in fright and quickly adjusted his strength to drill into another exit. However, Hanfei didn't know how dangerous this exit was. Fortunately, he still had a chance to use the vast ocean navigator. Halfway through, Hanfei issued an order in his heart. Point to a safer exit. The vast ocean navigator didn't disappoint Hanfei. The path he chose this time was indeed safer. However, when Hanfei entered the second path, in the next moment, Hanfei began to bleed from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and his body was unsteady. At that moment, the terrifying suction force seemed to pull Hanfei from one space-time to another. Hanfei felt that there seemed to be some power acting on him. Immediately afterward, Hanfei felt excruciating pain all over his body. The power in his body seemed to be restrained by a mysterious power. With this restriction, Hanfei's realm dropped from the half-king realm to the junior venerable realm, the kind that he had just entered. Shoot! Before Hanfei could ask what was going on, the old turtle said, "I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. The moment you left here, a huge power suddenly poured into your body. This power is so much that even you might not be able to withstand it. I had to suppress this power and seal it here temporarily with my soul. The result is that your realm has temporarily fallen." Hanfei was shocked. Could it be the backlash of the 9-Palace luck ruler? He couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Is this power good or bad?" The old turtle said leisurely, "It's a good thing in the long run. These powers can slowly improve your body." Hanfei's face changed slightly. "How long will it take?" After a moment of silence, the old turtle said, "Not very long. 10 years or so. Do you think it's long?" Hanfei's face kept changing, but he managed to hold himself back. "Fortunately, it will only take a few months in Forge the Universe," the old turtle said. "Also, there's bad news." Hanfei's face changed slightly. "What is it? Is there any news worse than this?" the old turtle said. "Why don't you feel your own body?" Only then did Hanfei notice that there seemed to be a huge mountain pressing on him, as if 1,000,000 times more power was pressing on him. Furthermore, behind him, there was a power trying to suck him back. Hanfei immediately sprinted towards the periphery, but his strength was no longer at the half-king level. Therefore, his speed was only equivalent to that of a hanging fisher or a junior hidden fisher. Immediately, Hanfei activated the near-at-hand technique, only to find that the space here was also triggered. Therefore, the near-at-hand technique was not much faster than normal swimming speed. Hanfei, who was used to traveling thousands of kilometers in the void, couldn't bear it. His face changed greatly. "Where are we?" the old turtle said. "If I've guessed right, we're only outside the cage." "You're right. The millstone is indeed absorbing power from the three worlds, but mostly from the outside world. Therefore, this terrifying suction power is caused by the suction force it exerts on the outside world." PL Hanfei asked. "Then, how long do I have to swim like this?" Old Yuan said. "I don't know. The millstone can absorb the power of perception, so I can't extend my perception out. But I think that since the yin-yang world and water-wood world are so large, the millstone's sucking range in the outside world should be at least 10 million kilometers. Hanfei's face turned green. With his current speed, how long would it take for him to swim tens of millions of kilometers? This was not a simple swim. He had to swim with all his strength, or he might be sucked back. Even if he used the power of the Great Tao, he would only be as fast as a hidden fisher. Hanfei seemed to be in a vortex. It seemed that this vortex had a great impact on space. Even if Hanfei wanted to enter Forge the Universe, he couldn't. However, as long as it was a vortex, the further away he was from its center, the less suction force he would be subject to. Therefore, as long as he persisted, his speed should be faster as time went by. But at this moment, Old Yuan said, "Well, I have a great technique here. You should be able to learn it," Hanfei said grumpily. "Why don't you finish it all at once? What's the great technique?" The old turtle said leisurely. "No hurry. You'll learn this technique sooner or later. You can use this time to practice it. This technique is called Great Shift." Chapter 1687, The World Outside. Chapter 1687, The World Outside. Great Shift? He couldn't enter Forge the Universe, nor could he restore his strength now. Since the old turtle proposed to teach him a great technique, he might as well learn it. The so-called Great Shift was supposed to be a great technique that traversed the void in the sea establishment realm. Everyone knew that cultivators could step into the void when they reached the explorer realm. However, most people could only enter the void the moment the void cracked. Or, they could use the spatial cracks produced as a special attack method. However, the real void technique involved a certain amount of space techniques. In this world, there were some abilities related to the void that one could learn without having to dabble in the great Tao of space. Just like this Great Shift, which was also known as Void Shift, it was the simplest space teleportation technique. With this technique, one could travel between the heavens and earth even if he didn't master the great Tao of space. It was indeed a heaven-defying technique. The old turtle said, "In the age of gods, this technique can actually be used by venerables. However, it consumes a lot of energy, so sea establishers use it more." After learning about the Great Shift, Hanfei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, how far can I teleport with this technique? Is it farther than my teleportation array?" The old turtle thought for a moment. "It can't be compared with the kind of super long-distance complicated teleportation array you made," Hanfei asked. "What about ordinary teleportation arrays?" The old turtle said, "Far better than those. Generally speaking, even the weakest king can teleport 1,000,000 kilometers away. According to the strength of the king, the distance of teleportation is also different. This technique is said to be able to teleport a sea establisher 5,000,000 kilometers away in one go. Besides, it's within 1 second. If it's an emperor, you might not believe it. It can even transport him to a star." Hanfei's eyelids twitched. "What, you mean go to space?" "Space?" Hanfei explained. "Didn't you say that it could transport an emperor to a star? Have you been there?" The old turtle said, "Yes, I've been there. However, there's nothing good on the big stars. Besides, once you go deeper, you may get lost. Most importantly, forget it. Come on, tell me," the old turtle said. "It's not too late to learn some things when you're strong enough. All you need to know is that the Great Shift is one of the most powerful techniques in the sea establishment realm and sky opening realm. So far, I haven't found a better teleportation technique than Great Shift." Hanfei couldn't help but ask, "What about the longevity realm?" The old turtle thought for a moment and said, "Monarchs have many more methods. They should have stronger techniques. As far as I know, monarchs seem to prefer the method of descent. I haven't seen a monarch rushing on his way." Hanfei thought to himself, "It seems that the old turtle is not particularly powerful in the emperor realm. Otherwise, he should know something about the longevity realm." But now, it was obvious that he didn't know much about it. 3 days later, Hanfei tried the so-called Great Shift technique. To test how far he could teleport, Hanfei also used the Twin Divine technique, Buzz. Hanfei felt that this was an advanced flash technique. However, unlike Flash, with the Flash, one could only teleport hundreds of meters away. But this Great Shift, Hanfei was amused. "Old Yuan, I only teleport 100 kilometers, the old turtle said leisurely. "It's mainly because of this suction force. Otherwise, you could have teleported 1,000 kilometers away at least." Hanfei was lost for words. Is 1,000 kilometers a long distance? I can cross it in one step with the near-at-hand technique. The old turtle sneered. The near-at-hand technique is a kind of great Tao of space. In reality, there are countless ways to crack it, but the Great Shift is only related to space and doesn't require the power of the great Tao of space. Unless someone seals space, makes space collapse, or catches up to you in the void, it's almost impossible to break it. That's the difference. Hanfei smiled and said, "You've already told me 2 ways to crack it. There must be many experts who can seal space or cause space to collapse, right?" The old turtle said, "You're not weak. Besides, this technique is meant to be used for traveling. You'll learn a lot of great techniques in the future." "Why are you afraid?" Hanfei thought for a moment. That's right, it's not a bad start to teleport 100 kilometers at a time. If he could teleport 1,000 kilometers at once, it would be easier for him to leave this sea area. Hanfei practiced for 7 or 8 days in a row. At first, he could only teleport 100 kilometers at a time, but now he could move 800 kilometers at once. However, this technique consumed a lot of spiritual energy. It could consume half of Hanfei's spiritual energy just to use it once. Therefore, the number of usage every day was limited. Such days lasted about half a month. On a certain day, half a month later, Hanfei suddenly said, Old Yuan, your strength has weakened. Han Fei was sure that his strength had weakened because his speed had reached the law enforcer realm. Of course, Han Fei's law enforcement realm was about the same as others' explorer realm. This was indeed good news. In the first half month when Han Fei swam out, he would be exhausted, but not now. The old turtle replied, "You can release your perception now." Han Fei released his perception. After extending more than 400 kilometers, he finally couldn't hold on anymore. It seemed that it would take him a few days to completely leave this sea area. Another hour later, Han Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void. He grabbed a void blade and slashed out, killing a green light. Han Fei turned aside and watched a green light flash past him. Information popped up in his eyes. 1. Nama Vortex Sea Emperor, or Introduction. This is an exotic fish in the vortex sea that likes to swim hard. It can avoid water obstruction when swimming, so its speed is extremely fast. The vortex sea emperor likes to use geographical advantages to hunt. Its blade is as swift as light, has the effect of breaking armor, and is poisonous. O level 85, quality exotic, quality aquatic, aquatic key contained to 16 wisps. Aquatic key contained to 16 wisps. Quai. Eating it can strengthen the bloodline. Quadaguadic blade, royal scale armor. Huadaguad. Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. Huadaguadaguan. Fadaguadagradaguadagrad. Absorbable Agrod X. Did this mean that he had already come to the outside world? However, was the outside world really so terrifying? The first creature he met was already so strong. Also, this guy contained 16 wisps of chaotic chi. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Can I absorb this chaotic chi? This tempted Han Fei. The demon purification pot showed absorbable. This meant that he could absorb the chaotic chi of this fish. In an instant, 3 terrifying blades came at him in a row. Han Fei pushed with one hand and destroyed the power of these attacks. This Vortex Sea Emperor had never seen such a technique. Seeing that Han Fei's strength was only at the level of a junior venerable, it thought that a feast was coming. However, it couldn't expect that this feast was so powerful that it actually broke its supersonic. At that moment, the Vortex Sea Emperor still wanted to roll Han Fei away with its body and kill him. However, Han Fei casually drew a knife from the sea and cut it into 2 pieces. Immediately afterward, the Vortex Sea Emperor felt that its soul was suppressed, invaded, and controlled, and the chaotic energy in its body was being absorbed uncontrollably. At this moment, the Vortex Sea Emperor was stunned. It had never encountered such a terrifying enemy since it started cultivating. Who was this guy? Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't give it a chance to ask. After Han Fei absorbed its chaos chi, he threw away the corpse of the Vortex Sea Emperor and let it be sucked into the infinite abyss and turned into the energy of the yin-yang mill. For the first time, Han Fei discovered that the demon purification pot's absorption ability had returned. He was overjoyed. As for the old turtle, his heart was trembling. This calabash was simply terrifying. He knew that this calabash could cut off other people's great Taos and destroy their souls, but now he found that it could also absorb other people's chaotic chi. What kind of divine calabash was this? Rumble, rumble. When the thunder rumbled in the sky, Han Fei suddenly realized something and said in surprise, "Old Yuan, after this venerable level demon died, no heavenly Tao cracks appeared." "Why?" the old turtle said. "It's simple. The space on your side is too small. It's not easy to give birth to a venerable, let alone a king. Therefore, when a venerable dies, there will be a great Tao crack. But where we are now, this is the outside world. In the age of gods, even if a king dies, the sky wouldn't change much. It's not strange. This shows that there are many strong masters outside." Han Fei, i.e. half a day later. Han Fei discovered that he seemed to have swum out of the terrifying suction abyss. The outer sea became clearer and clearer. Han Fei felt a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, and messy power pouring in. 1 day passed. Han Fei's speed returned to the explorer realm. It was not until this moment that Han Fei met the second creature, a big fish with a crescent-shaped head and a mouth full of sharp teeth. This big fish was a half-venerable named Dark Moon Wolffish. Its information was shown as followed: Aname and Dark Moon Wolffish. It has the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast and likes to swim towards the moon. It can swallow the essence of the moon and has powerful spiritual power. It's good at piercing souls and confusing enemies. While it has powerful spiritual power, its teeth are almost indestructible and can bite through high-quality divine weapons. These teeth can temper divine weapons. The pearl of the dark moon between its eyebrows can enhance the power of the soul. Level WC 79. Half venerable, quality exotic, work great Tao, supersonic, work quartual, energy, work close a 69,808 points, work close a 69,808 points. It can increase soul power. Pearl of Dark Moon, Pearl of Zerbable, remarks. Eating Pearl of Dark Moon can enhance the power of the soul. Buzz, first. First Horn 8, Fade activated the Great Shift and appeared in front of the Dark Moon Wolf Fish. The latter was shocked by Han Fei's sudden appearance. After all, it was a powerful, half-venerable creature and knew that Han Fei was not simple. Therefore, when Han Fei suddenly appeared, the Dark Moon Wolffish knew that something was wrong and immediately tried to escape. However, how could Han Fei give it a chance to escape? A moment later, on the turbulent sea, Han Fei put a crescent-shaped crystal into his mouth. Chapter 1688, Pirates? Chapter 1688, Pirates? After swallowing the Dark Moon Pearl, Han Fei checked his soul power, which increased by about 50 points. Hiss! Han Fei's eyes widened. A half-venerable could increase the power of his soul by 50 points? That was incredible. At his current level, Han Fei was already satisfied that the Dark Moon Pearl could provide him with more than 10 points of soul power. But this thing provided 50 points at once. This meant that as long as he killed 200 of them, his soul power could be increased by 10,000 points. Han Fei grinned. Although his level had temporarily dropped, there was still a pleasant surprise for him. There were too many powerful creatures in this world, and it was all about hunting and being hunted. At this moment, Han Fei was a hunter. 2 days later, Han Fei hunted about 50 Dark Moon Wolffish. This thing was relatively rare, not as many as he imagined. Besides, Han Fei discovered that not every Dark Moon Wolffish could enhance his soul power by 50 points. The lowest was only more than 30 points. In 2 days, Han Fei's soul power increased by about 2,000 points. This effect couldn't be said to be slow. After all, if Han Fei visualized and forged the universe, it might take him a year to increase so much soul power. Grinding a chopper would not hold up the work of cutting firewood. Han Fei's current soul power had reached more than 90,000. As long as he hunted here for half a month, his soul power would probably be able to touch 200,000 points. Han Fei could afford this little time. An hour later. While Han Fei was hunting, suddenly, his soul power exploration encountered a soul collision. Han Fei was intrigued. Someone is here? The collision of souls exposed him, but he also locked onto his target. As the saying went, the skilled were bold. Han Fei didn't believe that after he came out he could easily meet a king. Besides, the soul power of the person just now didn't seem very strong, and Han Fei needed someone to understand the outside world. Therefore, Han Fei didn't retreat but went straight up. A few seconds later, Han Fei bumped into 3 women. One of the 3 women was holding a Dark Moon Wolffish, and the other 2 were glaring at Han Fei ferociously. In terms of appearance, these people were much worse than the people of Waterwood World. They were no different from ordinary humans. One of the women said, "A junior venerable? Who are you?" Han Fei glanced at these 3 people. The strongest was an intermediate venerable, and the 2 others with him were half-venerables. Even if Han Fei was only a junior venerable now, he could easily kill these 3 people. To be honest, although Han Fei's level had temporarily dropped, in the venerable realm, even a half-king might not be able to catch Han Fei. However, what puzzled Han Fei was that the people outside were generally so strong. 3 random people he met were 2 junior venerables and an intermediate venerable. A younger woman said, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you dumb?" Han Fei chuckled. "Little girl, don't be so brutal. Be polite to an old man." The 3 of them were stunned. "Is this person very old? He looks very young." Another girl said, "How old are you?" Han Fei said leisurely, "Well, I'm more than 4,000 years old." The 2 girls asked in surprise, "Then are you going to die?" Cough, cough. Han Fei was embarrassed, and the intermediate venerable roared, "Shut up, don't mess around." The intermediate venerable leaned forward. "Where are you from? Which route did you take? Where is your boat?" Han Fei was stunned. It seemed that a boat was needed to get here. Besides, what was the route? Han Fei said unhurriedly, "I can travel anywhere in the world. I don't need boats. Where there is delicious food, where I am." However, as soon as Han Fei said so, the 3 girls' faces changed. One of the 2 half-kings shouted, "Liar." Another person shouted, "Sister Fawn, be careful. He must be from another pirate team." The intermediate venerable attacked Han Fei. The power that suddenly erupted was extremely powerful, far exceeding ordinary intermediate venerables. Han Fei was surprised. A pirate team? Are there pirates here? Let's capture these people first. When Han Fei took action, he discovered, to his surprise, that the people outside were stronger than those in the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. Logically speaking, if their realms were the same, there should be only difference in the polishing degree of strength. It could only be said that the people here had better aptitudes and potential than in the cage. Han Fei waved his hand and the great Tao of gravity descended. The intermediate venerable undulated up and down. She still wanted to break it with force. However, in the next moment, the woman was dumbfounded. This person's Tao was so tough, he could completely crush her, although he was only a junior venerable. In the great Tao of gravity, the woman suddenly turned into a shadow, shook the void, left Han Fei's attacking range, and appeared beside the 2 half-venerables. Han Fei smiled casually. "Little girl, I've told you that you should respect the elderly. Come on, tell me about Swishta." Just as Han Fei was about to speak, he saw that the woman crushed something in her hand. In the next second, the 3 people were rolled up by the void and disappeared. Han Fei moved very quickly and instantly arrived in front of the void with the near-at-hand technique. However, the other party still ran away. Han Fei, the old turtle, couldn't help but secretly smile. After all, here is not the savage land that you're from. There are more means outside. The one they used is just a small means, a treasure that can instantly change space. A teleportation can only reach 10,000 kilometers at most. If you look carefully, you should be able to find them. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Find them? Han Fei shook his head. From the questions they just asked me, I can tell that there are conditions to appear in this place. First of all, there must be a boat. Secondly, there must be a route. Otherwise, if my identity is unknown, I will only be suspected and won't be accepted. They won't tell me much about the outside world, but will only doubt my background. What Han Fei didn't say was that the girl asked him if he was from another pirate team. This meant that they were pirates too, and pirates had never been kind-hearted. Therefore, Han Fei needed to recover some strength. With a thought, Gi Sanqing appeared outside. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, cultivate outside for a few months. Let me recover some strength first. If the ordinary people outside are all so strong, I'm afraid my strength in the junior venerable realm isn't enough. I have to improve a few levels." Okay, for the old turtle, a few months was nothing but a drop in the bucket. He happened to need time to polish Gui Sanqing's body. Now, he had some time. Buzz, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Han Fei appeared in the sea-quelling painting. In the painting, where Earth 9 was, Nienner was playing hide-and-seek with a few rabbits, giggling. When Han Fei appeared here, Nienner immediately shouted, "Brother, you're here? Let's play a game." Han Fei smiled and said, "No, Nienner, be good. You may have to stay here for a year. The outside world is a little dangerous. When I settle the matters outside, I'll immediately let you go out." Nienner hummed in response, but there was no disappointment in her eyes at all, because two cats were sticking their heads out of a hole in a tree and staring at her with widened eyes. Although she was talking to Han Fei, her heart had already flown away. Han Fei was lost for words. So, was his worry unnecessary? He thought that Nienner was desperate to go out. However, she was obviously having a great time here. Maybe because she hadn't been in contact with the outside world for tens of thousands of years, she was already very happy to have such a fresh world to live in. Next to him, Xiao Sei asked, "Do you need me to go out to help you?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, not for now. Just take Nienner to play. This world is not small. It's not bad to walk around and appreciate the scenery of the land." After talking with Xiao Sei, Han Fei went to forge the universe. It would take him 10 years to recover and forge the universe. This made Han Fei a little speechless. What he hated most was cultivating in seclusion. If only time could fly. The old turtle said, "By the way, you can also improve your spiritual energy disassembling degree. After all, it can change your capacity for the great Tao. Maybe you can recover a year or two in advance." Han Fei immediately said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" With the old turtle's reminder, Han Fei directly activated the power of faith to disassemble the spiritual energy. 3 months later, Han Fei's spiritual energy was disassembled at 92%, only a little bit away from 93%. However, the power of faith had been used up, so Han Fei could only spend some time disassembling it. He had no concept of time when he was cultivating in seclusion. 5 years later, Han Fei had returned to the peak of the advanced venerable level and was about to break through to the peak level venerable realm. Suddenly, old Yuan shouted, "Han Fei, Han Fei, Han Fei, I'm being watched." Chapter 1689, Robbing a Pirate Boat. Chapter 1689. Robbing a pirate boat. When old Yuan asked him for help, Han Fei was a little stunned. "Wait, you're an emperor. Why are you being targeted?" Han Fei woke up from his cultivation and frowned. "What happened?" the old turtle said. "Someone found me when I was making a breakthrough. Those people have already found me and will arrive in a minute." Swish! Han Fei immediately appeared outside Forge the Universe. When he looked at Gui Sanqing, he was surprised. "You broke through to the advanced venerable realm so quickly?" The old turtle said, "Although this sea area is dangerous, there are indeed many good things outside. Apart from the dark moon wolffish, there are also some extremely rare Dao querying fish. I came into contact with those humans when I was catching the Dao querying fish. I didn't expect them to find me." Han Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes. It sounded like old Yuan robbed them. Otherwise, why would he be tracked? When he was making a breakthrough, Han Fei was helpless. Although his strength hadn't returned to its peak state, it would be restored soon. With this strength and his various means, as long as the other party wasn't a half-king, it shouldn't be a problem. A moment later, Han Fei saw a black shadow appear. However, the black shadow was too big. It was clearly a big ship nearly 100 meters long, and it was a sailing ship that was very fast. On the big sail of the sailing ship, there was a picture of a giant shark. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its eyeballs were red. And the bow of the ship was like a shark head. The big ship braved the wind and broke through the void. In this turbulent sea, it was like walking on flat ground. Suddenly, the boat disappeared. Immediately afterward, Han Fei felt the void tremble. In the next moment, a big ship appeared 100 kilometers away from Han Fei. When he looked closer, he saw that there were arrays around the hull. The array shape was like a sharp knife. This thing could actually break through the void and travel in the void. Interesting. The old turtle was making a breakthrough and absorbing tremendous spiritual energy. However, the old turtle left a wisp of soul in Han Fei's heart so they could still talk. The old turtle said, "Well, there shouldn't be any strong masters on this ship. The strongest one is only an advanced venerable, and the remaining one is an intermediate peak level venerable, an intermediate venerable, and 2 junior venerables. The rest are 6 half-venerables. So many venerables? Swish, 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 swish. The void trembled and 3 people appeared dozens of kilometers away from Han Fei. These people were wearing heavy armor with many barbed spikes on it. Han Fei could keenly see that there was poison on those saw teeth. The poison that could be smeared on the body by a venerable was probably not ordinary. In their hands they were all holding serrated scimitars, which were drawn by spiritual energy chains and looked like a standard weapon. In Han Fei's eyes they were not regular weapons but were as strong as high-quality divine weapons. A man in the advanced venerable realm said ruthlessly, "It turns out that this turtle demon has an accomplice. Brat, how dare you snatch our pirate team? You must be tired of living." Han Fei smiled faintly. "Oh, resources belong to whoever gets them. Are all the good things in the world yours?" The advanced venerable narrowed his eyes. "You're quite bold. Do you think you, a mere advanced venerable, can protect the turtle demon? Besides, when did human beings get together with sea demons? Are you, a merman?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did these people know about the merman tribe? It seemed that after he left the yin-yang world and waterwood world, even the merman tribe had appeared. This was indeed the outside world. Han Fei grinned. "It seems that you know a lot." The 3 people's faces changed slightly, and the middle-aged man raised his hand. Retreat. However, Han Fei had already come out. How could he let them retreat safely? Han Fei took a step forward and appeared directly beside the middle-aged man. Poison teeth, the middle-aged man's original intention was to give the other 2 a chance to escape. He pounced on Han Fei with his soul as a tooth, which was clearly poisonous. Han Fei certainly wouldn't swallow such a weird poison. Roar. At that moment, the 100-beast soul devouring erupted and shattered the poison-tooth soul. Han Fei counterattacked with a S. Pfft. The middle-aged man vomited a big mouthful of blood, withstanding Han Fei's soul-stirring spike, and wanted to retreat. However, Han Fei had already appeared in front of him and pressed a palm on his chest. Bang! In an instant, this person's battlesuit shattered, and his ribs were all broken. The middle-aged man was horrified. This guy is so strong. In the same realm, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. This kind of person was definitely not ordinary. The middle-aged man wanted to secretly crush a pearl, but Han Fei had been tricked once. How could this flashstone-like thing work on him again? As he drew his saber, the man's hand fell. Han Fei grabbed the pearl easily and looked at it, and information appeared in his eyes. Escape pearl. Introduction, this is a one-time consumable. It can break through the void and help you escape. As long as you crush this pearl, you can randomly appear somewhere within 10,000 kilometers. The pearl can break through the sealed void. This is its only advantage. R remarks. R remarks are 40 H per topshire of ordinary quality. Also Han Fei put on a smile. I thought it was something special. However, while this thing might be useful in a battle of equal strength, it was almost impossible for those who were crushed by the other party in strength to escape. In the next moment, Han Fei punched the middle-aged man and shattered half of his body. The void lines had already attached to him. Han Fei seemed to have just solved an insignificant opponent. After solving the middle-aged man, Han Fei said casually, "Well, this person's strength is not bad, his defense is quite strong, and his reaction speed and soul attack are good too. However, he can't be called a heavenly talent at all. He must be really old to be so strong." The old turtle, the other 2 escaped. "It's just an array. Let me see how powerful the boat array outside can be." Holding the middle-aged man in one hand, Han Fei came to the big ship of the pirates. When Han Fei performed the star teleportation technique, he found that it failed. Was the level of this array very high? Suddenly, Han Fei felt a sense of crisis. He saw a light surging on the bow of the ship. Immediately afterward, a spiritual energy shockwave comparable to the Half-King realm spewed out of the shark's mouth, which contained a lot of great Dao power. Sacrificing punch. Rumble, rumble. A terrifying explosion swept nearly 1,000 kilometers. Han Fei was knocked back nearly 100 kilometers. However, in the end, he still stood in front of the old turtle. Even the middle-aged man in his hand was intact. However, many people on the pirate ship exclaimed. Someone shouted, "How is it possible? This person, with the strength of an advanced venerable, actually blocked a Half-King level energy cannon head-on. Is he even human?" On both sides of Han Fei, the seawater was like a waterfall, and behind him, it was calm. Han Fei shrugged and stretched his body solemnly. Fuck, it's just a 100-meter-long ship. How can it be so powerful? How can this ship withstand the attack of a Half-King? No, it's because of the array. There's an array that can unleash the power of a Half-King. Interesting. I have to study it. With that, Han Fei disappeared again. Although the shark's mouth seemed to be charging, Han Fei had already punched it. The invincible fist mark bombarded the ship, but the boat array flickered and an energy shield protected the entire hull. This energy shield armor contained a trace of great Dao power, so Han Fei's invincible fist mark couldn't shake it at all. However, how could this be a problem for Han Fei? How could he expect to defeat his opponent with one punch? Bang, bang, bang. With the power of the great Dao added to his body, Han Fei's strength suddenly soared. He punched dozens of times in a row, causing the ship array to rumble and the entire hull to tremble. Some places had already cracked. Han Fei thought to himself, if I have this ship, I can form a one-man pirate team. After all, pirates were from the outer sea and nobody would doubt his identity. At this moment, someone exclaimed, Sir, don't go too far. Do you really want to become our enemy? If anything happens to us here, the fourth king will definitely retaliate against you. Fourth king? Han Fei thought to himself. I don't care about the fourth king or what. I'm never threatened by anyone. Knock, 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 crack. Although Han Fei guessed that this was probably just one of the pirates' ships, he had offended these pirates, so he had no scruples anymore. When the hull was blasted apart, Han Fei performed a star teleportation and appeared on the hull. The scene could be imagined. Han Fei's strength was comparable to that of a half-king. He defeated all those venerables quickly. The remaining half-venerable looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this guy so reckless? The predators can't even scare him away. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man back. The old turtle was still making a breakthrough on the sea, so Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. Han Fei sneered. Everybody, wait here. If anyone makes any moves, hey. Chapter 1690, Forces in the Raging Sea. Chapter 1690, Forces in the Raging Sea. As the #1 thug on the Avenger, Han Fei was definitely no joke. He certainly wouldn't lose to these people in terms of robbery. Therefore, those people didn't dare to move at all after Han Fei snatched their ship. After all, the only advanced venerable on the boat was easily taken down by Han Fei. Half an hour later, the old turtle broke through to the advanced venerable realm and came to the ship unhurriedly. At this moment, the old turtle really wanted to swallow these people. How dare they hunt him? Han Fei said. Help me watch them. I'm going to see this man's memories. Although Han Fei rarely used the soul-searching technique, it was useful at critical moments. For example, at this moment, Han Fei knew nothing about the outer domain. The only thing he knew was the name of the 36 mystic worlds. When Han Fei entered the middle-aged man's soul, he found that this person was also from the 36 mystic worlds. Apart from his growing experience, Han Fei quickly found a lot of useful information. First of all, Han Fei could confirm that the area he was in belonged to the infinite ocean. Yes, it was different from the infinite ocean in general. Generally, infinite ocean meant infinite ocean without end. However, the infinite ocean here was in a narrower sense. It had a range, space, and routes. For example, the infinite ocean was divided into inner and outer waters. People called this place Raging Sea. Just like the name of the cage, some people called the cage Raging Sea. Maybe this name was spread by Golden Boy and the others. Was a Lee Sea. What distinguished the inner and outer waters was a vast sea area where one couldn't tell the direction. If one didn't have a precise route, they would be lost if they entered that sea area from the outer waters. According to the middle-aged man's memory, there were a lot of ferocious beasts living in that sea area. Even if there was a route, they would be vulnerable to attacks, not to mention that there was no route. The difference between the inner and outer sea areas was that the outer sea area was full of energy, and the spiritual energy there was not as rich as in the inner sea area. Furthermore, terrifying hurricanes often happened there. Once these hurricanes were formed, they would be very unstable and unfavorable to cultivation. However, in the inner sea, there was rich spiritual energy. Although the energy was violent, humans had their own means to isolate the chaotic energy, just like the islands in the cage. Apart from that, there were abundant resources in the inner sea. Although there were mermen and other undersea races living there, human beings were as powerful as those marine races. Therefore, danger and opportunity coexisted. Although the environment was cruel, it was also very easy for people to grow up. After knowing this area was named Infinite Ocean, Han Fei clearly knew the human forces in the inner sea. In the inner sea, there were following human powers: supreme clearness, chaos, infinity, golden crow, dragon subduing, glazed glass, immeasurability, 9 palaces, sword god, dream weaving, supreme mystic, medicine king, and soul sealing, which are collectively called 13 worlds in the inner sea. And the human powers in the outer sea were thunder fire, ice snow, 5 elements, spirit refining, netherworld, mad corpse, blood fiend, wraith, 100 flowers, blue cloud, million poison, wind slashing, and Sanskrit music. They were also the 13 major powers, collectively known as the 13 worlds in the outer sea. Yes, in the entire 36 mystic worlds, only 26 worlds remained in the Raging Sea. As for the other 10 worlds, they disappeared without a trace. These 10 worlds were, respectively, Yin-Yang, Waterwood, Mindless, Silver Moon, Beast King, Parting Grief, Flying Feather, 10 Color, White Cloud, and Ashless. Han Fei knew about the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world. However, the remaining 8 weren't with the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world. Of course, apart from the human heavenly palaces in the Raging Sea, there were also a few super forces that couldn't be ignored here. Among them, the 10 great pirate groups were top forces that even human beings and sea demons couldn't ignore. Why were they called the 10 great pirate groups? In fact, this middle-aged man knew that there were more than 100 pirate groups, and there were thousands of pirate groups in the entire Raging Sea. They had already become a superforce. In the Raging Sea, there was a city of pirates that everyone knew, named Martial Emperor City. It was said that this city was protected by a monarch. Although there had never been a monarch in the Raging Sea, there was a legend about Martial Emperor City. It was said that the 3 kings of the Supreme Clearness, Chaos, and Infinity had tried to subdue the Martial Emperor City. However, after they returned, they each went into seclusion for 10,000 years. And in Martial Emperor City, pirates were still coming and going. Besides, it was said that after that battle, the Martial Emperor City not only allowed pirates to come and go, but also expanded its business to the 36 mystic worlds. In fact, many people knew that the three kings were probably beaten up. Later, the Martial Emperor City became more and more mysterious, and the business of the Martial Emperor City was booming. The Martial Emperor City had no principles. This was a paradise for pirates. They could trade with humans and sea demons. In fact, pirates and sea demons often traded. The Martial Emperor City was a special existence in the raging sea. Since it was established, no one could shake its status, whether it was the sea demons or the 36 mystic worlds. Therefore, it was not without reason that pirates abounded here. After all, the Martial Emperor City provided shelter for them. In the Martial Emperor City, the major pirate forces enjoyed absolute safety. No one dared to cause trouble in the Martial Emperor City. Those who dared to cause trouble were basically dead. After searching the soul of this middle-aged man, Han Fei even saw what the Martial Emperor City was like. It was a huge black city built in mist. Outside the city was a piece of land that stretched for less than 1,000 kilometers. And the most peculiar thing was that this Martial Emperor City was half on the land and half in the sea. Han Fei quickly remembered the names of the 10 pirate teams, because these 10 pirate teams had kings guarding them. These 10 pirate groups were respectively the Undead Pirates, the Divine Sect Pirates, the Peace Pirates, the Predator Pirates, the Mermen Pirates, the Misfortune Pirates, the Gale Pirates, the Ashura Pirates, the Crimson Fire Pirates, and the Devil Girl Pirates. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. According to the strength of the pirates, the Predators seemed to be ranked 4th among the 10 great pirate groups. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, he didn't kill these people now. Otherwise, if a king came because so many venerables died here, what could he do? In the middle-aged man's memory, the captain of the Predators was known as the Mad Fourth King. Just like his name suggested, this person was quite crazy. Besides, this guy really wanted to enter the top 3. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in. Hearing this name, Han Fei knew that this guy couldn't be a good person. Undead? He knew that it involved secrets. Han Fei had some impression of the Divine Sect. When he deduced the fish transformation technique, Han Fei knew that this sect was founded by humans who turned themselves into sea demons. The name of Peace Pirates was ridiculous. Peace, how did you get to the top 3? The Mermen Pirates were clearly a pirate team composed of sea demons. It seemed that not only humans wanted to be pirates, but also sea demons. There was nothing special about the rest. Except for the name of the Devil Girl Pirates, which sounded very feminine, there was nothing creative about their names. Apart from the 36 mystic heavens, the Martial Emperor City, and the 10 great pirate groups, the rest were naturally the sea demons. The sea demons were mainly divided into the Merman race, the undersea human race, the 100 demon race, and the giant beast race. Of course, Han Fei knew about the mermen and undersea human race. If he guessed right, xuanhuan was in the mermen race. As for the 100 demon race, they were a mixed blood race apart from the merman race, collectively known as the 100 demon race. There were also many sea demons who considered themselves talented and refused to submit to other forces, calling themselves the 100 demon race. Indeed, in this vast sea, who was willing to submit to other races? Therefore, the members of this race that was actually not a race differed greatly in strength. As for the giant beasts, they were a special kind of sea demon. They were few in number and didn't have a good relationship with humans, sea demons, and pirates. However, the giant beasts had their strong points. They could swim freely in the raging sea and often attack human routes. The giant beasts didn't like to transform into human shapes, but no one knew if they could. They were usually huge and brawny. In fact, they were extremely intelligent. However, this intermediate venerable didn't know much about them. There were no conflicts between the mermen, undersea human race, and 100 demon race. They often visited each other, but it was difficult to find their routes. In name, the 100 demons and the undersea human race lived in the outer sea, while the mermen occupied the inner sea, which seemed to show their dominance. From this information, Han Fei knew that the mermen race was indeed very powerful. After all, there were 13 mystic worlds in the inner sea, but so many kings couldn't take down the merman race, which showed how powerful they were. Humans didn't have many battles with the pirates, the undersea human race, and the 100 demons. However, it was another story when it came to the mermen and giant beasts. The most eye-catching part of this complicated network was the Martial Emperor City. This thing was like a bug that no one dared to mess with. Han Fei sneered. He had confirmed that the bulk of the predators wasn't here. The Mad Fourth King might be in the Martial Emperor City, therefore Han Fei was relieved. Without a king, he had no opponents here. Han Fei didn't panic at all. Chapter 1691, Recovery of Strength. Chapter 1691, Recovery of Strength. In addition to the division of forces in the 36 mystic worlds, Han Fei also obtained some other information. For example, the vortex he was in, which was where the Predator's pirate ship was called the Wild Abyss. It was said that this place was connected to the ancient wilderness. In the middle-aged man's memory, he didn't know that the yin-yang world and waterwood world were in this wild abyss. To Han Fei's surprise, in the middle-aged man's memory, more than one person had entered the wild abyss. Yes, someone had entered from here, and even a king had entered and come out. However, no one had mentioned the existence of yin-yang world and waterwood world, and if a king had once descended, where had they gone? Or had someone once visited the yin-yang world and the waterwood world? But ordinary people were too weak to know. Since someone had entered and came out, it meant that the secret of the yin-yang world and the waterwood world was likely exposed. However, for some reason, no one revealed it. Indeed, Han Fei also felt that there seemed to be a problem with yin-yang world. When xuanhuan was awakened, xuanhuan went to the yin-yang world. Later, other people also visited the yin-yang world to find xuanhuan. Then, if the wall of death was really unbreakable, and even kings couldn't enter it, then how did xuanhuan's projection enter it? At that time, his projection was not only in the explorer realm, right? Why did he enter the yin-yang world and take xuanhuan away? Han Fei fell into deep thought. If the yin-yang world and waterwood world had always been exposed, why did no one mention it? Why didn't the other 36 heavenly palaces help? Why didn't the enemies of yin-yang world come to rob it? Han Fei felt that there might be some unknown secret behind this, and advanced venerables knew a lot of secrets. From this person's memories, Han Fei found part of the route of the predators, knew the location of the Martial Emperor city, and knew how to enter the inner sea from the outer sea. However, this way of entry required either the predator's route or someone else's. With his current strength, it was certainly impossible for him to forcefully use the route of the predators. What if he really encountered the Mad Fourth King? He wasn't strong enough yet. The top priority now was to restore his strength. Then, Han Fei saw some of his past experiences from the middle-aged man's memories. These people robbed humans and would attack the 100 demons and the undersea human race sometimes, or even the mermen. Anyway, the predators would simply rob anyone they could rob. However, the style of this pirate team, Han Fei discovered that although they were known as predators, they were not bloodthirsty. In the words of the Mad Fourth King, the people they robbed were their patrons. If they let them go this time, they could rob them again. Of course, this didn't mean that the predators were gentle. Every time they attacked, at least some people would die in their hands. This was completely based on their preferences. Among the 10 pirate teams, there were 2 that were much more brutal than the predators. Among them, the Peace Pirate group ranked 3rd was a strange pirate group. They were pirates who robbed pirates and occasionally robbed others. This Peace Pirate group's target was to end pirates. Therefore, robbing pirates was their specialty, and every time they robbed the pirates, they would kill them. The other pirate team was the Asura pirates. In the middle-aged man's heart, the captain of this pirate team was obviously an evil cultivator, temperamental, cold, and brutal. It was said that none of the venerables caught by the Asura pirates survived. Han Fei slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the dozen or so people on this ship. There were 5 venerables on this ship alone, which showed how powerful the predators were. As far as Han Fei knew, although the outsiders were generally stronger, the venerable realm wasn't that terrifying. At least, from the middle-aged man, Han Fei knew that each of the 13 mystic worlds in the outer domain only had about 400 or 500 venerables. In the 13 worlds in the inner domain, each world had about 700 or 800 venerables. There were indeed a lot of them. If this number of venerables was put in the yin-yang world, the yin-yang world would probably be gone. And this was just the number that the middle-aged man knew. It was probably the number of venerables that the worlds had revealed. It was hard to tell how many venerables there were exactly. However, to Han Fei's horror, there were so many strong masters in merely 26 heavenly palaces. Just the 10 pirate teams alone had 10 kings. Since the Martial Emperor city seemed to be the strongest force in the raging sea, they might have an emperor. In this case, how many venerables and kings were there on the mermen's side? At the same time, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the yin-yang world and waterwood world were both so powerful at the end of the Age of Gods and the Age of Doom. Why were they reduced to hiding in the wild abyss? Han Fei estimated that this matter probably had nothing to do with the vast ocean navigator. Otherwise, why were the 9 Palace world and the Golden Crow world still in the raging sea? After organizing his thoughts, Han Fei glanced at these people and said, "Leave the boat, the resources, the weapons, and the battlesuit. Then get lost. These people were attracted here because of the anomaly in the wild abyss, which might be related to him." Han Fei didn't want to expose too much. Just now, the middle-aged man guessed that he was a merman, and he didn't deny it. Just let these people guess. The pirates were stunned. Did this guy just rob us? Wait, why didn't he release our leader? Han Fei glanced at the middle-aged man controlled by him and said casually, "This man must die." On the Predator, the group of ferocious pirates were horrified. Their leader must die, but they could survive. Why was this person so strange? Seeing that everybody was still hesitating, Han Fei said unhappily, "Those who don't leave in 3 seconds will die." Swish, swish, swish. Those people ran very fast. As the saying went, he who understood the times was a wise man. Since Han Fei let them go, why not go? After all, since he dared to kill their leader, it would be as easy as a breeze to kill them. Sure enough, after those people escaped, Han Fei threw this man to the ground and said, "Old Yuan, you just broke through to the advanced venerable realm and your realm is unstable, so this person is yours." The old turtle put on a smile, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he asked, "Why did you let those people go? Isn't it like releasing fish into the sea? Sooner or later, they will come again." Han Fei smiled casually. "I'm new here. I don't have to offend a king. I'm here to find someone, not to fight a king. Of course, it shouldn't be a problem to kill one or two of them. This person's soul is controlled by me. I don't want to expose this ability." Han Fei reached out and grabbed the sun moon shells and weapons that were left in the air. After a quick glance, he found more than 80 dark moon wolffish in the sun moon shells that had just died. Their dark moon beads had been used yet. Han Fei swallowed the dark moon pearls without hesitation. A moment later, when Han Fei's soul power increased by more than 3,000 points, he couldn't help but grin and sigh. So many venerables, but they only caught so little fish? How do they have the cheek to call themselves pirates? What a disgrace. The old turtle. As for the other resources accumulated by these people, they were basically useless to Han Fei. In addition to some escape pearls, there were also refining materials, spiritual fruits, and nearly 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. The moment he saw some ultra-quality spiritual stones, Han Fei thought, there seems to be a lot of spiritual stones here. Putting away these things, Han Fei turned around and said, "All right, you've made a breakthrough. Help me guard outside for a while. I'm about to return to the peak of the venerable level, but you interrupted me." The old turtle said leisurely, "Go ahead, I'll swallow this person." Han Fei didn't even need to change places. During this period of time, he deliberately didn't leave the vortex. At least he should show up in his peak state. After all, he didn't bring little fatty with him. If he was killed, he wouldn't be able to revive. 2 months passed. Buzz. When Han Fei came out of Forge the Universe, his strength had returned to the level of a half-king. As soon as his strength reached its peak, he immediately came out of seclusion. The old turtle was surprised. "So fast?" Han Fei said casually. "You're right. The increase in the disassembling degree of spiritual energy can indeed accelerate my recovery. By the way, do you want to release the power you're suppressing?" The old turtle said, "I'm afraid not yet, but I can give you some first." Han Fei thought to himself, "Who are you looking down upon? My current endurance is beyond your imagination, okay?" In the next moment, Han Fei's body suddenly trembled. With a buzz, a tremendous amount of essence energy instantly spread throughout his body. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. When Han Fei found that he was getting fat, he quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, that's enough. This is affecting my performance." Hearing Han Fei shout stop, the old turtle hurriedly suppressed the power again. Han Fei couldn't help being horrified. "How much power did you release?" the old turtle said leisurely. 2 or 3%. Han Fei, Chapter 1692, Devil Girl Pirates, Chapter 1692, Devil Girl Pirates. Han Fei was lost for words. How much energy did he have to bear to leave the cage? He couldn't even bear it with his current half-king strength. This energy was not just energy. This kind of power was like the fat in a person's body. You couldn't use it in regular fights. You could only absorb it slowly and exercise it away from time to time. As the old turtle said, unless he practiced the supreme mystic body art now, it would be extremely difficult to digest and absorb this thing. Han Fei didn't think too much about it. Since he couldn't digest it quickly, he might as well take his time. After all, he hadn't reached the peak of the half-king realm yet. No one had come for more than 2 months. It seemed that the death of a venerable wasn't a big deal for the pirates. Therefore, Han Fei released the Predator pirate ship. There were many things to learn about this ship. The Avenger he created back then was far worse than this ship. The Avenger was a complicated boat array built from countless arrays. However, this ship was different. What this ship triggered was a defensive barrier without any complicated arrays. Obviously, it wasn't that this ship didn't need arrays, but that the other party had placed arrays somewhere else. Besides, this ship had an energy cannon that could launch a half-king realm attack. What was that thing filled with? If you wanted to travel in the raging sea, you either had to take someone else's boat or own one. If he took someone else's boat, he could only go to the 13 worlds in the outer domain to take a boat and then went to the inner domain. This was too troublesome. After all, boats usually had fixed routes and he couldn't just go wherever he wanted. As for getting a boat on his own, there was a problem, which was that he didn't have a route. Although Han Fei knew the route of the Predator's pirate ship, wouldn't it be suicidal to go to their route? After all, every safe sea route was opened with manpower and recognized by the major races. Otherwise, as a human, wouldn't it be asking for trouble if you ran into the territory of the merman? However, Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator. With it, he could open a route himself. Although the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day, he just needed a direction. In general, it was better to have a boat than not. Now, although Han Fei had snatched the Predator's ship, he hadn't made a decision yet because it seemed safe to take a normal route. Those normal sea routes were also the normal trading routes in the 13 worlds. Resource transactions between the inner and outer sea areas made the 36 mystic worlds prosperous. It was exactly because of the prosperity of trade that pirates robbed others from time to time. In the raging sea, those who dared to sail on these normal routes were basically not afraid of pirates. It could even be said that there were often people who specifically targeted pirates on the routes. After all, it was impossible for a pirate king to participate in ordinary robberies. Their actions were watched by pairs of eyes. Once a pirate king took action, he would often become the enemy of the world. Because of this reason, the strength of the 10 pirate teams had undergone many rounds of changes. In the middle-aged man's memory, the Asura pirates were the only pirate gang that hadn't been wiped out yet, although their king often came out to rob. However, the Asura pirates were hated by everyone, so they were ranked only 8th among the top 10 now. When Han Fei took out this ship, he couldn't help but put on a smile. It felt so good to be a captain again. Buzz. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Xiaosei and Nianer appeared in it. In Nianer's arms there was a big white bunny. Nianer said in surprise, "Ah, brother, are we finally out?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, we'll have our own territory in the future. Look, this is my trophy, a big ship." A big ship? Holding the bunny, Nianer ran to the edge of the boat and looked at the surging waves, seeming a little excited. She was quite curious about such a world. Although she knew about the ghost ship in the past, she had never gone out. Therefore, this was the first time Nianer had seen a real ship. She ran from south to north, curious about everything. Nianer kept asking, "Brother, what is this? It's so high. This is the mast. What about this?" Han Fei said, "That's a pole. It's used to secure the side and the back cables." Nianer asked, "What are cables?" Han Fei said, "It's a rope or chain that fixes the mast." "What about this?" Han Fei said, "This is the anchor. When the boat stops, drop the anchor into the sea. The huge anchor hooks the boulders on the sea mountain and stops the boat." One asked and the other answered. After all, Han Fei was an old captain. He didn't even need to think to ask such simple questions. Then, Han Fei took out a big pot, which attracted Nianer's attention. At this moment, Han Fei really didn't want to be a pirate. In fact, he was here to find his sister, so he didn't want to be a pirate. Han Fei changed the sail to white, changed the shark head bow into a steel triangle, which was used to brave the wind and break the waves. Of course, at the center of the triangle was still that energy cannon that could unleash a half-king strike. While cooking the hot pot, Han Fei split his attention to refine tools and objects in the void and replace the anchor, the mast, and the axles on the deck. Of course, Han Fei hadn't studied a raise yet. A moment later, while brushing oil on the barbecue, Han Fei said to Nianer, "Nianer, what is time armor? Can you tell me?" Hearing this, Nianer squatted next to Han Fei, her mouth almost watering, and she said without thinking, "Well, there are many ways to use it. For example, you can put the displaced time in front of you. When others attack you, their attack will drop in another timeline. Also, you can slow or accelerate the time around. In this way, the power of others will be beyond their control." "Brother, what are we going to eat?" Han Fei said. "This is called charcoal roasted garlic prawns, iron squid, lobster hot pot. Don't be hasty. Let's wait for a while. Hey Nianer, how do you use the time bind?" Nianer blinked and said, "It's easy. Capture a section of time and bind people with it. Then make time overlap, forming an infinite time barrier. In this way, people will be trapped. However, strong masters can easily escape from it." Han Fei was excited. It sounded interesting. However, it was too difficult to intercept a section of time. Han Fei asked, "What about time conversion?" Watching from the side, Xiaosei was speechless. "You're already a half-king, yet you're fooling a child? Aren't you ashamed?" A moment later, the hot pot was ready, and Han Fei, Nianer, Old Yuan, and Xiaosei sat around it. Nianer had already started eating. Her garlic prawns had been roasted. At this moment, her mouth was full of grease. Han Fei used the divine deceit technique to turn his strength into that of a junior venerable. Han Fei said, "Remember our purpose of this trip. Don't cause trouble. Don't fight for no good reason. You can hunt sea creatures, but don't make enemies with the strong, especially pirates." Well, that's it. From today on, I'll pretend to be a heavenly talent from a big family. Old Yuan, Xiaosei, you two are my lackeys now. When we stop at a place in the 13 worlds and get an identity, this trip will be half completed. Got it? The old turtle couldn't help but say, "As long as you don't cause trouble." Xiaosei, "Okay." However, it's best to let Little Master stay in human society for a while to get used to the human world. After all, Little Master's real realm is actually not weak. She'll break through to the peak of the law enforcer realm soon. We can't wait for Little Master's strength to reach its peak before teaching her some life. Han Fei said indifferently, "What's important is the communication between people. It's obvious that you don't know how to take care of the child. Find a school for your child and let her stay in school for half a year, which is more effective than 10,000 truths you teach her." Xiaosei glanced at Han Fei grumpily, thinking, "It's you who should take care of the child, okay?" Han Fei said, "By the way, in order to avoid trouble, we'll leave here today and go to other places in the 36 mystic worlds." Less than half an hour after Han Fei said that, suddenly, Han Fei and the old turtle both turned their heads. Immediately, Han Fei got up and said, "Son of Abh teach, it's only my first day out, and someone is already targeting me? Is this ship installed with a GPS device?" Buzz. The void trembled, and 3 large ships broke out of the void in a row. These 3 large ships had very clean silver shiny armor. However, these didn't seem to belong to the predators. These ships were clearly different from the one he had snatched. They seemed cleaner and shinier. With a large piece of lobster meat in her mouth, Little Time looked at the big ship curiously. Brother, new ships are coming. Hanfei narrowed his eyes and said casually, Nianer, remember, don't reveal your strength easily. In the next moment, with swishes, 7 or 8 women appeared in a row. The person in the lead was clearly a half-king. One of the women said, Sister Wu, look, this is the person I told you about last time. He's only a junior venerable, but he's extremely strong. The woman named Sister Wu looked at the cannon on Hanfei's hull and asked in confusion, is he a subordinate of Mad Fourth King? Why is the ship changed into this? The woman stepped forward and stopped in front of Hanfei's boat. Who are you? Tell me. Hanfei saw that there seemed to be light surging on the other party's 3 ships, which seemed to be something similar to an energy cannon. So, the other party was going to attack him? Besides, this time, they had a half-king. Hanfei looked at one of the ships in the distance. There seemed to be a woman standing at the bow of the ship. She couldn't be simple. Huff. Hanfei was lost for words. Was he so unlucky after leaving the yin-yang world? He obviously ran into the Devil Girl pirates. Chapter 693, I, Hanfei, the King of Cookery. Chapter 693, I, Hanfei, the King of Cookery. Hanfei was lost for words. So, the 3 women he met last time were from the Devil Girl pirates? Hanfei felt that 10,000 ironhead fish were galloping in his heart. What a day! Why am I so unlucky? My strength was suppressed, and I had to spend 7 or 8 months restoring it. As soon as I came to the outside world, I encountered 2 pirate groups that had a bunch of strong masters. Why? Do you think there are treasures in the wild abyss? So you all want to hunt treasures here? At this moment, Hanfei was sure that there should be 2 strong masters on these 3 big ships. Judging from the size of the hull, the 3 big ships of the Devil Girl pirates were more than 3 times larger than his. For pirates, the hull should not be too big. For example, the dragon boat was huge, but it was also cumbersome. Compared to his ship, their ships were bigger, which was a symbol of high status. At this moment, the woman called Sister Wu was asking Hanfei. From the memory of the middle-aged man, Hanfei had read the basic information about the Devil Girl pirates. The Devil Girl pirates was a pirate team that only accepted female pirates. The king of the Devil Girl pirates was known as the Black Phoenix Demoness. She had 4 generals under her command, respectively leading the 4 strongest warships. These warships were named after their captains, Pearl, Dragon Dance, Cloud Rising, and Cold Moon. If Hanfei guessed right, this person should be one of the 4 generals of the Devil Girl pirates, the captain of the Dragon Dance, Long Wu. But Hanfei found that the woman standing on the big boat behind seemed as intimidating as Long Wu. Hanfei took a closer look. Fuck, the glowing thing on the boat didn't seem to be an energy cannon. If it wasn't a pearl, what was it? Huh. If Hanfei guessed right, that ship should be the pearl. Hanfei didn't know if it was because he had forcibly used the 9-palace luck ruler, but he was still plagued by bad luck now. 2 of the 4 generals of the Devil Girl pirates had appeared. Was it because he made too much noise when he came out? But why didn't he feel anything? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Someone laughed. He must be scared silly. Women, especially female pirates, they were both impatient and fierce. Hanfei was stunned for a moment and then began to nag. Hanfei thought that if he escaped now, he could definitely make it in time. However, there were still Nianer, Xiaosei, and Old Yuan here. They might attack them the moment he took them into the sea quelling painting. Even if they could escape, the boat would definitely be gone. This was a boat that he had just snatched and hadn't had the time to study it yet. Hanfei was lost for words. How did these people discover him? How could they directly appear here with their ships? Unfortunately, he had no time to think about these questions. It was impossible for him to escape now. 2 half-kings shouldn't be a match for him. But the problem was that once he killed the 2 generals of the Devil Girl pirates, the Black Phoenix Demoness would definitely be furious and chase him to the end of the sea. Crunch. Standing next to Hanfei, Nianer looked at the venerables and Hanfei while eating the garlic prawns. Brother, are these the legendary bad people? Hanfei was amused. Poor kid. Even bad guys only existed in legends. Long Wu and the others were puzzled. Why did this person come out with a child? Furthermore, this child looked several years old, but her strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm. Someone couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Sister Wu, did this jerk snatch a heavenly talent from a certain world? Someone nodded. This child is so cute and beautiful. It's obvious that she was not born by this guy. Someone agreed. Yes, Sister Wu, this child is so cute, he must have abducted her. Hanfei frowned and glanced at Nianer. Suddenly, he snorted, Hey, shut up, abducted her. What are you talking about? I didn't know the Devil Girl pirates are gossips. A woman sneered. Humph. Brat, how dare you speak to us like this? Are you ready to be fed to the fish? A woman wasn't worried about the danger at all. She even taunted, What? The strongest of you is only an advanced venerable. What do you have to be proud of? The old turtle was pissed and was about to throw a tantrum. I am an M. Seeing the old turtle blurt out, Hanfei immediately said, Old Huang, that's enough. Don't take their words to heart. Han Fei rubbed Nianer's head and said, Nianer, be good. Whether they are bad people depends on what they do. Just keep eating. It's just a small problem. The woman who had been chased by Han Fei said, a small problem? I'm afraid you don't know your current situation. By the way, didn't you say that you were an old monster more than 4,000 years old? Also, when I saw you last time, I didn't see this old sea demon turtle and this child beside you. Han Fei rolled his eyes at her. What do you know? I don't even know you. How could I tell you the truth? Han Fei sneered and released all his spiritual energy. Han Fei said, okay. Since you want to know who I am, I can tell you that I'm just a legend that travels in the raging sea and chases delicious food, an explorer of delicacies, a master of smell and taste, so talented and intelligent. Clang. A big spear appeared in Long Wu's hand, and she looked at Han Fei coldly. Cut the crap, or die. Han Fei paused and then waved his hand. You're boring, fine. Since you want to know, I have to reveal my secret identity. Ding! With a flash of silver light, Han Fei felt that the woman was about to stab him. Han Fei immediately roared, I, Han Fei, the king of cookery. The group of female venerables looked at each other in bewilderment and giggled. Someone sneered. Are you stupid? You call yourself a king? Who gave you the courage? Someone curled his lips. I hate braggers the most. Sister Wu, kill him. Hey, Han Fei waved his hand and immediately shouted, I said that you are a bunch of fools. I said that I am a king of cookery, not a sea establishment king. In terms of cooking, no one is comparable to me. Even the martial emperor of the martial emperor city have to admit defeat. Long Wu, the female venerables, seeing the speechless faces of these women, Han Fei clasped his hand, and the garlic prawns that were still roasting on the grill flew towards Long Wu and the others. Han Fei sneered. How dare you laugh at me when you haven't eaten my food? Han Fei stroked his hair and put on a disdainful smile. Because Han Fei was already a half-king, he was really not afraid. Even if these people attacked him, he would simply kill them all. As for the Black Phoenix Demoness, where could she find him? Long Wu pinched a garlic prawn with her fingers. When the garlic fragrance wafted into her nostrils, the corners of her mouth twitched. How many years had it been since she ate seriously? Today she was tempted by such a low-level shrimp. Long Wu reached out and was about to take a bite when someone said, Sister Wu, be careful. Long Wu said casually, do you think I'm afraid of poison? After that, Long Wu took a bite. Instantly, she felt that her mouth was filled with fragrance. She was refreshed. How could shrimp be so delicious? The girls watched Long Wu's reaction, and Long Wu saw that Han Fei and Nianer were looking at her eagerly. Nianer even took a bite of the shrimp and said, Brother, why did you give all the foods to sisters? Han Fei said solemnly. Nianer, be good. You have to understand these sisters. They haven't eaten anything good in their entire lives. How pitiful are they? Nianer remembered that she could only eat energy back in the abyssal chasm. Those days were really bitter. She immediately nodded frantically. She even waved at Long Wu. Sister, you are really pitiful. Why don't you follow Brother in the future? Brother will make delicious food for you. Look, there are chips. After that, Nianer took out a bag of chips. They were all made with sea cucumber. With that said, Nianer took a bite. Sister, it's delicious. Long Wu subconsciously took another bite of the garlic prawn only to discover that she had taken another bite. Immediately, Long Wu snorted. Humph, just a cook. However, what she said next stunned all the female venerables. She said, the Devil Girl pirates will confiscate your ship. All of you, board the dragon dance. You know how to cook? Fine, you will have plenty of chances to cook. Aunt Han Fei's face changed greatly. Hey, what do you mean? I, Han Fei, the king of cookery, you want me to cook for you every day? You, seeing that Long Wu was glaring at him fiercely, Han Fei snorted. Fine. I can go to your ship temporarily and let you have a taste of ultimate delicacies. However, it's impossible for me to stay on your ship forever. Chapter 1694, thanks to Little Time. Chapter 1694, thanks to Little Time. The old turtle was speechless. If it were possible, he really didn't want to know Han Fei. This guy had been acting from the beginning to the end. His acting skills were so exaggerated, but people were still tricked by him. After all, he could really make delicious food. Xiao Sei, on the other hand, was speechless. This didn't feel right. Although Han Fei was very naughty the first time he saw him, he felt that Han Fei now, would he really not lead Little Time astray? Nianer looked at Han Fei, the hot pot, and the ships. Brother, were we caught? The girls raised their brows. No, we just invite you to cook. You guys, including 3 men, can cook in the Devil Girl Pirates' ships. This honor is unique. Han Fei looked at Nianer solemnly and said, Nianer, we're not caught. It's just that these sisters are attracted by the delicious food I made. They really want us to stay on their ships, cook for them now and then, and let them taste the true flavor of food. However, women are women. They always say things they don't mean. But I'm a helpful brother. Long Wu turned around. Shut up or I'll stitch your mouth. The dragon dance and the pearl had arrived, and Han Fei's boat was confiscated. Under the fierce stare of the female venerables, Han Fei had no choice but to take Nianer and the others to the dragon dance. Nianer said to him secretly, Brother, poor sister snatched our hot pot. Immediately, the female venerables who were guarding Han Fei and the others blushed. We didn't snatch your hot pot, okay? We just confiscated it. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "Are you going to stay on their ships forever?" Han Fei said, "I think they must be up to something about the wild abyss. Otherwise, why would two generals appear here? It's up to you." The dragon dance was of a higher level than the one Han Fei seized. Although the ship wasn't big, the materials used to build the hull were advanced. For example, the dragon dance was made of venerable bones and some other unknown materials. It seemed that any big ship with a name could be made of good materials. Of course, the hull wouldn't be too big. After all, the materials consumed were astronomical. Among the venerables who were guarding Han Fei and the others, someone said, "Han Fei, right? We made a cabin for you. Besides, you don't need a place to cook, right? Just cook on the deck. Let others go to the cabin. Take the little girl to meet our two captains." Han Fei didn't panic. He said to old Yuan, "Go to the cabin. I'll be back soon." Holding the honor's hand, Han Fei wanted to see what the two captains were up to. A moment later, Han Fei crossed the dragon dance and came to the deck of the Pearl. At this moment, there were only two people on the deck who were Long Wu and a brawny woman who was wearing a gray and pale yellow battlesuit. They looked sassy and valiant. Their oval faces didn't look fierce, but Han Fei could see brutality in their eyes. Seeing the two of them, Nianer said in a low voice, "Brother, the two sisters look so fierce." What Nianer said made Zhenzu and Longwu look at each other. "Do we look fierce? We're smiling, okay?" As the saying went, a child's words carried no harm. The two half-kings certainly wouldn't argue with a little girl. Han Fei said, "Nianer, I have something to talk to the sisters. I'll give you a toy. You can play with it." Then Han Fei threw a third-order cube to Nianer. The cube might not be able to fool others, but it was enough to fool Nianer. After all, Nianer had lived in the time gap of the abyssal chasm alone for tens of thousands of years. Although not everyone liked the cube, it was better than nothing, right? Pa, pa, pa. As Nianer spun the cube, Han Fei looked at the two of them and asked, "May I help you? Why did you ask me to bring the child over?" Zhenju said, "Your name is Han Fei, right? This is Pearl. Now that you know that it's a ship of the Devil Girl pirates, don't act like you're in your own home. I can keep you, and I can kill you too." "Huh?" Nianer suddenly raised her head and frowned. "Brother?" Han Fei smiled. "The sister is just kidding." Han Fei stomped and created a soundproof array between them and Nianer, which surprised Zhenju and Long Wu. Long Wu asked, "Are you a spirit gatherer?" Han Fei said casually, "Sure, I need arrays to cook, okay? How can I cook if I don't know any arrays?" Zhenju and Long Wu looked at each other. "A cook needs to know arrays. Did I hear him right?" Han Fei said, "Just say away. I don't think the Devil Girl pirates are that unreasonable. You can take my ship, but I don't have anything else. If you want my Sun Moon shell, I can give it to you too." Zhenju didn't care about the Sun Moon shell at all. She said coldly, "Speaking of your ship, it's clearly a predator's ship. Although its appearance has been changed, the core of the ship is still there. What do you have to say?" Han Fei shrugged. "Believe it or not, I made them a meal and they gave it to me." Zhenju and Long Wu certainly wouldn't believe his crap. A meal for such a good ship? How could it be possible? Zhenju said again, "Do you really think you can survive by cooking?" Han Fei immediately waved his hand and said, "Okay, you won. I snatched the ship. Otherwise, why would I appear on it?" Long Wu shouted, "How could you snatch it?" "How could the three of you break the ship array?" Han Fei thought to himself. "So that's what you wanted to ask?" However, Han Fei chuckled. "That's not difficult at all. I let them catch me and then take away the ship. Don't you understand such a simple trick?" Hearing Han Fei's words, Long Wu and Zhenzu immediately confirmed the feasibility of this method. After all, there was also an advanced venerable on Han Fei's side. If they purposely let people catch them, it was indeed possible to snatch the ship without touching the ship array. "So," Zhenju continued, "okay, you're quite honest. But how do you explain the turtle demon? You're a spirit gatherer and a real human being. Why are you with a turtle demon? And why does the turtle demon take orders from you?" Han Fei said with a smile, "I thought you wanted to ask why people and sea demons are together. Let me put it this way. Old Yuan is my servant, and Old Yuan's original body is not a sea demon. To be precise, Old Yuan is a giant beast." "Is he from the giant beast race?" Long Wu frowned but didn't say anything. She was a little surprised. This was the first time she had heard of a giant beast turning into a human. Long Wu asked, "Then why are you here?" Han Fei grinned and said, "That's even simpler. We're here for Dao-querying fish." Dao-querying fish is one of the most delicious foods in the world. Nianer wants to eat a Dao-querying fish to nourish her body and transcend a tribulation. Isn't it simple? Hearing that, Long Wu thought that his words seemed to make sense. Everything seemed fine, but Han Fei seemed a bit unreal to her. She had never met anyone who could cook so well before. Zhenju said, "Okay, but this girl is quite talented. How about letting her stay in the Devil Girl Pirates? If you agree, you can take the other two away now." See, Han Fei grinned, looked back at Nianer, and Nianer looked back at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei looked back at Zhenju and smiled. "No." Long Wu's face turned cold and she shouted, "Say that again?" Han Fei still smiled. "No." A suppressing pressure from Long Wu descended on Han Fei immediately. The smile on Han Fei's face turned cold and a terrifying murderous look appeared in his eyes. Han Fei had even slaughtered a king and countless venerables. He could easily kill a half-king. He got on the ships of the Devil Girl pirates just to get some information. Otherwise, he would have killed these people long ago. Sure enough, when Han Fei raised his head, Zhenju was slightly moved. She said, "Okay, stop it, Long Wu. The Devil Girl pirates are the most reasonable of the 10 pirate groups. It's your luck to meet us. Take this girl back." Han Fei immediately restored his smile. "By the way, may I ask, why are the 2 great generals of the Devil Girl pirates appearing outside the raging sea?" Zhenju glanced at Han Fei casually. "This has nothing to do with you. You'd better not pry into things you shouldn't. I'm only keeping you for the sake of this girl. Otherwise, humph." Chapter 1695, Conquer Women with Delicious Food. Chapter 1695, Conquer Women with Delicious Food. Han Fei couldn't help but secretly smile. So he could get on this boat because of Nianer? However, it didn't matter. After all, he was new here. It wasn't enough for him to understand this world through a person's memories. For example, the Devil Girl pirates weren't as terrifying as he imagined. When Han Fei returned to the dragon dance with Nianer couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are we still eating?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, let's go cook." Han Fei didn't panic at all. It seemed that the dragon dance and the pearl didn't intend to leave this area for the time being. They must have a purpose to stay here. Although it might be a waste of time to stay here, it couldn't be a small matter since they took this matter so seriously. Han Fei knew very well that this might involve some secrets of the Wild Abyss. Since it involved the Wild Abyss, it might be related to Yin-Yang World and Water, Wood World. Therefore, Han Fei certainly wouldn't leave now. There weren't many people in the Dragon Dance, a total of 48. Among them, 32 were half-venerables, but none were below the half-venerable realm. It could be seen that the people on the Dragon Dance and Pearl were all elites. Also, according to the situation when Han Fei first met them, these people were exploring the Wild Abyss while training soldiers. The Dark Moon Wolffish was very beneficial to these people, especially the half-venerables. If they had dozens or even hundreds of Dark Moon Wolffish, they might be able to directly make a breakthrough and become venerables. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting on the deck with Nianer and casually took out a big pot. A Dark Moon Wolffish was pulled out by Han Fei. The big fish was thrown into the air, and as Han Fei snapped his fingers, knife chi swept across. The infinity water cut through the Dark Moon Wolffish in an instant. In an instant, tens of thousands of thin slices of fish floated in the air, glittering and translucent. The remaining fish heads, fish bones, fish skin, and internal organs were wrapped in a mass of water. At this moment, Han Fei flicked his finger and threw all of them into the sea. A woman said, "Hey, the bones of the Dark Moon Wolffish are great refining materials. Why did you throw them away?" The one who spoke was a woman in the half-venerable realm, frowning. She meant that since Han Fei was caught by them, he should know that he and the things on him were all theirs. However, Han Fei raised his head and smiled. What's the use of the useless things? How can a member of the Dragon Dance be interested in such garbage? You, Long Wu, and Zhenzu had seen it. Long Wu said, "Zhenzu, this person is too infuriating. He was captured by us, but he didn't seem to be worried at all." "Is he really not afraid that we will kill him?" Zhenju said indifferently. "People are not afraid because they have confidence. Although this person said that he only knows how to cook, did you see his knife technique just now? In an instant, thousands of knives swept across and cut every piece of fish into the exact same size, and he acted as if he only did something trivial. It can be seen how exquisite his control of the knives is." Long Wu frowned. "I don't think it's a big deal. After all, he's a venerable. Besides, Xuanhuan said that this person can jump levels to fight." Zhenju shook her head slightly. "No, a person's temperament doesn't lie. This person controlled the knives so casually, as if it was nothing more than a trivial matter. Also, when he talked to you and me, his tone and attitude showed that he was not afraid at all. Just now, when I said I wanted the girl, his momentum frightened me. This kind of momentum is not something a small family can nurture." Long Wu asked in surprise, "You mean he's a peerless heavenly talent of a powerful family in the 36 mystic worlds?" Zhenju nodded slightly. "Yes. This person is either a hidden peerless genius of a certain family in the 13 worlds of the outer domain, or a peerless heavenly talent of a certain family in the 13 worlds of the inner domain. Do you really think it's so easy to snatch the Predator's ship?" Long Wu's face changed slightly. "Then why did you ask me via voice transmission to keep them here just now?" Zhenju smiled. "I don't believe they're here just to hunt the Dao queering fish. What if they're here for the same purpose as us? Or even, forget it." Zhenju hesitated and didn't continue, because it was just her own guess. Long Wu didn't notice the changes in Zhenju, but her face turned cold. "Are they also coveting the Wild Abyss?" "It's hard to say. However, which world can use the knife best among the 36 worlds?" Long Wu said. "It's hard to say. There are knife cultivators in every world. The people of the Sword God world are good with swords, but so are with knives." Zhenzu nodded slightly. "That's true. Let's observe him for a few more days. This person likes to cook, right? Let him cook. Let's see what he's capable of." On the deck, Han Fei moved and ignited the spiritual fire, making the pot hot. At this moment, Han Fei grabbed a large mass of water from the void. As the water entered the pot, it sizzled and emitted smoke. A spoonful of fish oil was poured into the pot, covering the surface of the water. Han Fei pinched his fingers, and an array seal appeared. Fish slices that seemed to have wings flew in the sky, lined up, entered the pot from the left side, and then left the pot from the right. When the fish slices were out of the pot, they glittered with golden light. This was the shiny effect of the fish oil, but everyone on the boat was dumbfounded. Many people on the dragon dance looked over. So, can fish be cooked like this? Even on Pearl, a group of people were observing with their perception. Nianer, who was closest to Han Fei, swallowed and clapped her hands. Brother, it looks so beautiful. Can I eat it now? Han Fei smiled. Eat? Nianer, good things come out last. Don't rush, okay? Okay? However, Nianer's eyes were all on the fish slices. Han Fei knew that this girl didn't remember anything. Han Fei didn't care. He sprinkled the water in the pot into the sea and then steamed it dry. The fish oil was poured into the pot, and the fragrance of garlic, peppers, and ginger filled the dragon dance. Hiss, gulp. Oh my god, what is that? In the dragon dance, people were talking to each other in amazement. Someone sighed. Making a meal is like practicing an unparalleled technique. How can it be so smooth? Is this person really the king of cookery? Bah. He called himself the king of cookery. Gulp. At this moment, Han Fei put the fish slices into the pot again. Chila, the sound rang again, and Han Fei said, Nianer, the fish meat is fresh and tender. With a layer of oil, it will be more resilient. It won't break easily in the fire. Buzz. After Han Fei said that, he tossed the pot, and a pillar of fire rose to the sky. In the flames, golden light flickered. Han Fei's lips curled, and a spirit-gathering array appeared in the void. When tremendous spiritual energy quickly gathered into the fish slices, this dish was finished. The onlookers all looked at each other in bewilderment. Does cooking require spirit concentration art now? This is simply a visual feast. Even Long Wu and Zhenju couldn't help but look at each other. Was their guess wrong? Was this guy really the king of cookery? Han Fei grabbed at the void and used clear water as plates. In an instant, hundreds of water plates floated in the air. 88 pieces of fish fell from each plate. With the plates as the center line, the fish meat was like a half-rolled lotus petal, directly landing in front of the people who were watching. Of course, he and Nianer both had one serving, and the old turtle and Xiaosei had come to the deck too. They certainly couldn't miss the delicious meal. At this moment, Han Fei said leisurely, Since I've been on your boat and seen that you haven't eaten a single decent dish in your life, I really can't bear it. This million fish slices was made casually. Although its taste is average, it's 1,000 times or 10,000 times more delicious than your daily diet. No need to thank me. By the way, finish it in 100 seconds. Otherwise, the taste will be greatly reduced when it's cold. Then it won't be because I'm not good at cooking, but because you don't know how to enjoy it. Han Fei spoke arrogantly, despising these people's daily diet. Long Wu really wanted to teach this guy a lesson. However, she was the one who got him in the ship, so she said with a black face, Eat it, it's not poisonous. Women were always reserved. Although she really wanted to eat it, she just picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. Hiss number is this still a fish? I didn't know that the dark moon wolf fish could be so delicious. Someone exclaimed, how much dark moon wolf fish did we waste? Someone was shocked. Is this the so-called great Tao of cooking? These women were eating faster and faster. No one stopped eating the fish meat. They didn't come back to themselves until the plate in front of them was empty and the water vapor evaporated. At this moment, the women on the dragon dance in Pearl looked at Han Fei in a different way. Earlier, they hated this man, but now they didn't seem to hate him so much. Someone asked, Hey, are you going to cook some more? Han Fei smiled. First of all, my name is not Hey. I, Han Fei, am the king of cookery. You can call me Han Fei or the king of cookery. Besides, delicious food needs taste. Eating a lot of things in a row is called gluttony. If you still want to eat the food I make, wait till tomorrow. With that, Han Fei took out 2 bags of crisps and shared them with Nianer. Someone said, Didn't you say that people can't eat continuously? Han Fei's lips curled. It's very simple. What you eat is not delicious for me. The Girls, Chapter 1696, Tao Querying Fish, Chapter 1696. Tao Querying Fish, even if he was a captive, he should be a high-level one. Otherwise, if he was as timid and scared as most captives, no one would take him seriously. One morning, 7 days later, Han Fei was fishing lazily on the deck with a fishing pole. Old Yuan and Xiaosei stood behind him like 2 guards. Nianer sat next to Han Fei, eating crisps and playing with the cube. You won't be able to catch any fish this way. This is the wild abyss. Few creatures can survive here, and the dark moon wolffish are few in number. They would have run away by the time you detected them. The success rate of fishing is almost 0. It was the first woman who Han Fei met here. At that time, 2 half-venerables called her Sister Fan. Without looking back, Han Fei said casually, In this world, there is no fish that can't be fished, but only people who don't know how to fish. Hey girl, what's your name? Xuanhuan was almost a peak-level half-venerable, but Han Fei spoke to her as if he were talking to a subordinate. However, the old turtle and Xiaosei were both stronger than Han Fei. However, the 2 of them were protecting Han Fei like his guards. Xuanhuan thought to herself, This person must be a heavenly talent from a powerful family. Otherwise, why would he have 2 venerables guarding him? The raging sea was definitely not small. Although there were many venerables in each of the 36 mystic worlds, there weren't many who could reach Han Fei's level. Zhang was thinking, should I tell Sister Wu to take him down and exchange him for money? Clatter Hanfei didn't care about Zhang response. He simply raised his hand and retracted his fishing rod. In the next moment, the void vibrated, and a big black fish broke out of the void. It was a dark moon wolf fish. Pfuh! With a flick of Hanfei's finger, the dark moon wolf fish had no time to attack Hanfei before Hanfei cut its head apart. Slap! When the dark moon wolf fish landed on the deck, Little Time rushed up excitedly, pressed her little hand on the huge fish, and tried to take out the dark moon pearl on the fish's head. Hanfei smiled and said, Nianer, use your strength to oscillate. Okay, Nianer grabbed the fish head and began to shake her hands. The power of the time dragon carp couldn't be underestimated. However, Nianer wasn't good at using it yet. In order to use the time technique as little as possible, Hanfei had been teaching her some simple techniques. Hanfei asked, Nianer, do you want to eat something delicious? Thinking of the taste of hot pot, Nianer immediately nodded. Yes, Hanfei said, then hammer the dark moon wolffish for half an hour except for its head. Okay, bang. Although Nianer was only a few years old, the power of a peak-level law enforcer couldn't be underestimated. Hanfei drew an array on the side, covering the power that permeated the hull. The others all looked at Hanfei in surprise. How did Hanfei find the dark moon wolffish in the wild abyss where perception didn't work well? Long Wu's heart stirred. To fish in the wild abyss, what mattered was to control the spiritual threads with the power of the soul. After all, the suction force from the wild abyss was very powerful. The slightest carelessness would result in failure. However, judging from the situation just now, Hanfei's fishing range was more than 3,000 kilometers. In other words, Hanfei's soul power on the fishing line was extremely precise, allowing him to use the fishing hook to explore the surroundings. In the wild abyss, even she and Zhenju might not be able to fish 3,000 kilometers away. It was fine for them to perceive such a distance, but fishing in such a large area was impossible. It could be seen that Hanfei's strength was definitely not as simple as the junior venerable realm. However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. Hanfei waved his hand and hung the hook with the chaotic chi as bait. At that moment, Long Wu felt terrible. Use chaotic chi as bait? Is this guy crazy? How many wisps of chaotic chi can a junior venerable have? If you use chaotic chi for fishing, what will you use to save your life? Buzz. Long Wu was about to ask when Zhenju stepped to her side. Zhenju shook her head slightly. As long as you control the power of the soul well, it's entirely possible to take back the chaotic chi. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. He is not a fool. In fact, neither Zhenju nor Long Wu knew that Hanfei's fishing range had reached more than 6,000 kilometers. Some creatures would only appear far away from the ships. Originally, Hanfei was only fishing for the dark moon wolffish to acquire the soul power, because his soul power was only less than 5,000 points away from the 200,000 threshold. Logically speaking, Hanfei hadn't reached the limit of the half-king realm yet. At this time, it should be difficult for his soul power to break through the 200,000 point limit, but Hanfei wanted to give it a try. An hour later, Hanfei accidentally found a white shadow in the sea that quietly came. Hiss! All of a sudden, Hanfei's heart skipped a beat. He didn't use the 9-palace luck ruler when he was fishing today. Did his luck change? He knew what the white shadow was. It was a Dao-querying fish. When he was on the 10,000 Beast Island, Hanfei had eaten the Dao-querying fish. Although he only ate a little bit, he knew that this fish was extremely difficult to catch. Besides, he didn't have any epiphany last time. It didn't make sense that pure chaos chi appeared in this sea. No creatures who could cultivate to this level were fools. Therefore, 6,000 kilometers away, Hanfei had been pretending to be a big clam with chaotic chi as bait. This clam was a half-venerable, but its breath was unstable, and it was crawling out against the turbulence. With Hanfei's current abilities and the usage of the water vein technique, he had planned to lure dark moon wolf fish, but he didn't expect to attract a Dao-querying fish. The Dao-querying fish was carefully probing and observing from a distance. Its half-hidden body looked a bit like when Hanfei learned the concealment technique. It was obviously hunting. Controlling the big clam, Hanfei suddenly became vigilant. As if sensing something wrong, the big clam quickly turned into a stone and stayed at the bottom of the sea. Seeing that the clam was so smart, the Dao-querying fish waited patiently. After about 15 minutes, Hanfei controlled the big clam to move tentatively. The Dao-querying fish seemed to be a little suspicious. How could a creature at this level so stupid? Why did it move so quickly since it had sensed the danger? Therefore, the Dao-querying fish hesitated. Hanfei seemed to expect something. He controlled the big clam to hum and instantly broke through the void, appearing 500 kilometers away. The Dao-querying fish was stunned. What a fast escape speed! It turned out that this big clam was vigilant and deliberately revealed a flaw so that it could escape quickly. However, what kind of a creature was the Dao-querying fish? It was born with a great power of great Dao. It could perceive wherever the power of the great Dao exceeded the limit. Just now, when the big clam ran, its Dao runes were revealed. Therefore, a moment later when the fish approached the big clam again, it became more careful. This time, when the fish was less than 10 kilometers away from the clam was about to escape, but the fish suddenly attacked at a terrifying speed. A white light flashed and the fish caught the big clam. However, the moment the white light flashed, the big clam instantly turned into a net. Han Fei grabbed the Dao-querying fish with the power of his soul and pulled the hook back. In an instant, the void trembled and a white light appeared in the sky. Buzz. The moment the Dao-querying fish appeared, Han Fei suddenly threw the void lines at its body and activated the sky-stealing technique. Everybody on the dragon dance exclaimed. Someone was shocked. It's a Dao-querying fish. That guy caught a Dao-querying fish? Someone gasped. Since when can a Dao-querying fish be fished? Long Wu was also shocked. Zhenju, how did he catch it? Zhenju smiled bitterly. We can't perceive his fishing range at all. This person is very strange. He caught a Dao-querying fish on the dragon dance without being afraid of us snatching it. Long Wu frowned. Should we snatch it? Zhenju shook her head. This person is strange and his identity is unknown yet. Had you ever seen someone take a child traveling out? He has 2 venerables as his guards, from which you can tell that he is not an ordinary person. It's not worth falling out with him over a Dao-querying fish. Let's wait and see. Then why did you keep him? Maybe he knows something that we don't. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. A name, Dao-querying fish. Introduction. A legendary creature that often travels in dangerous places. This fish is born with the power of Great Tao. It devours spiritual energy and can disassemble the power of the Great Tao in them. Therefore, the chaotic chi contained in its body is more than several times that of ordinary people. This fish is good at hiding and is extremely difficult to catch. It likes places with rich Great Tao power. TAU. 811's quality, Legend AUR quality, TAU. Sky fusing. A chaotic chi contained 112 wisps are eatable effect. It can increase perception and strengthen the Tao heart. Eating it, you'll have a certain chance of having an epiphany. AKU. TAUA. T. Dao-querying heart is eaten too frequently, it will lose its effect. Dao-querying heart is eaten too frequently, it will lose its effect. Dao-querying heart, Chila A. A thin hole appeared on the body of the Dao-querying fish, and a fish heart appeared in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei secretly activated the Dao-querying heart. Calabash, absorb it. Chapter 1697, The Predators Came. Chapter 1697, The Predators Came. The most useful thing about the Dao-querying heart was its Dao-querying heart. Han Fei didn't care about the remaining parts of the fish. While stealing the soul power and vitality of the Dao-querying fish with the sky-stealing technique, Han Fei absorbed the chaotic chi in the fish with the demon purification pot. The Dao-querying fish was disassembled into a few parts and wholly absorbed by Han Fei. Han Fei planned to leave the fish meat to make fresh mushrooms and fish. Of course, no one present could see what Han Fei was doing. In their eyes, Han Fei only caught the Dao-querying fish and took back the Dao-querying heart. At that moment, many people turned their eyes to Long Wu and Zhenzu, as if asking, should we snatch the Dao-querying heart? But Han Fei didn't care. If they really dared to rob him, he would beat them to death. There was no such thing that he didn't beat women. In the world of cultivators, there was no difference between men and women, but only difference between the strong and the weak. However, Long Wu and Zhenju didn't say anything, and Han Fei had already put away the Dao-querying heart. Clang seeing that no one was looking for trouble with him, Han Fei took out his big pot and said, I'll only cook 1 dish a day, and you can only have a taste. You want to eat your fill? That's impossible. Humpher, someone was lost for words and mumbled, why are you so cocky? You're just a cook. Someone shook his head. But he is a special cook. He took the Dao-querying heart, but the 2 captains didn't say anything. But secretly, Long Wu was so angry that she couldn't help but ask, Zhenju, what do you like about them? Zhenju said casually, Long Wu, as you know, we must take everything that concerns the wild abyss seriously. I don't believe that someone came to the wild abyss just for food and drink. This person is suspicious. Yu Long Wu couldn't help but say, there are many suspicious people. They even snatched the predator's ship. They must be trying to steal our exploration result of the wild abyss. After a moment of silence, Zhenzu said leisurely, at least there's something wrong with their combination. Among the 3 humans, one is a child who is only a few years old but has reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, and the other is a turtle demon. Have you ever heard of a giant beast transforming into a human? Long Wu shook her head. Never, but someone has guessed that, right? Zhenju looked at Long Wu. Do you remember our purpose of coming to the wild abyss? Hiss. Long Wu took a deep breath and looked at Zhenju in surprise. Do you think they came out from inside? In the place where they were talking, a pure black shadow moved slightly. If this wasn't Han Fei's black fog body, what was it? A strange light flickered in the eyes of Han Fei, who was dissecting the Dao-querying fish. He thought to himself, how did they know that someone would come out of the wild abyss? Zhenju and Long Wu believed themselves to be half-king experts and not ordinary ones. Therefore, they didn't take Han Fei and the others seriously. nor did they think that Han Fei could hear them. Therefore, the two of them chatted casually. Zhenju said, "At least in the past 10,000 years, the wild abyss has had the greatest uproar this time. Not just us, many people have come from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, including the predators. But we met these people, perhaps they were heavenly talents from a certain world, but no matter what their purpose is, they are not simple. Therefore, we can just keep them here and let them make food if they want to. Let the Guardian go back and investigate them. If they are from the outer domain, do you think someone will come to rescue them?" Long Wu's eyes lit up. "So, if we can't find any information about them, and no one comes to save them, it means that they are very likely related to the wild abyss?" Zhenju nodded. "We can't be sure. Let Miss Black Phoenix do it." "Huh?" Long Wu was dumbfounded. "Do we have to trouble Lord Demoness for this trivial matter?" Zhenju couldn't help but look at Long Wu. "You think this is a trivial matter?" Long Wu smiled awkwardly. "Okay, I'll do it now." Han Fei was a little confused. From their conversation, Zhenju suspected that he came from the wild abyss. Why? How could they associate them with the wild abyss? Besides, just for this little bit of suspicion, Zhenju was going to investigate him in the 13 worlds in the outer domain, and she would even call the Black Phoenix Demoness over? Was she out of her mind? However, from their conversation, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that the Devil Girl pirates were very concerned about the wild abyss. It was obvious that the purpose of the Devil Girl pirates that Zhenzu and Long Wu talked about was related to whether or not someone came out of the wild abyss. From this point, Han Fei could be sure. First of all, the Devil Girl pirates were very sure that there were people in the wild abyss. Secondly, the Devil Girl pirates kept an eye on everything that happened in the wild abyss. Just now, they mentioned that the wild abyss was in quite a stir. Now, Han Fei suspected that the so-called noise was probably the energy that old Yuan helped him suppress. With his current physique, he was almost blown up by the energy. When he found this slightly safer exit from the dangerous junction, there was indeed a terrifying force that instantly pulled him out. Logically speaking, with his current strength, it was almost impossible for a half-king like him to withstand that energy. He just withstood it by accident. Long Wu asked one of the 3 ships to turn around and go back. Han Fei thought to himself, "I've just come here, and you're already investigating me? Then how can I show up in the 13 worlds in the outer domain?" At that time, if there was really a problem with him, the D wouldn't be able to catch him. But what if the other pirate teams and the people from the 13 worlds in the outer domain knew that he came out of the wild abyss? At that time, he would definitely become the target of everyone, especially when he had a kid with him. With such obvious features, he would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, the Guardian couldn't leave. Han Fei couldn't wait anymore. No matter what the Devil Girl pirates' purpose was, they had been paying attention to the wild abyss. He had to keep his identity a secret. The locations of Yin Yang World and Waterwood World couldn't be revealed. Otherwise, with the current strength of Yin Yang World and Waterwood World, it was impossible for them to resist any force here. Even if only one pirate team went over, they would be in big trouble. The 10 major pirate groups here all had kings. Even the 10th place, the Devil Girl pirates, had 4 strong half-kings and countless venerables, let alone other forces. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly got up, glanced at old Yuan and Xiao Sei, and said, "Get ready. I'm going to send you into the sea quelling painting. We don't need to stay in the Devil Girl pirates anymore. These women are doomed." However, just as the Guardian was about to leave and Han Fei was about to attack, suddenly Han Fei looked at the distant void, only to see a large area of void shattering. Swish, swish, swish! 5 black shark boats broke out of the void in a row. They were like making a space jump. Those who didn't know it would think they were spaceships. What stunned Han Fei was, how did these people locate him? Why did they suddenly appear without any warning? It must be noted that even Half-King's perception couldn't go very far away here. How did these ships know that the Pearl and the Dragon Dance were here? Ha ha ha! Long Wu, Wang Zhenzu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Phew, Black Phoenix is not here. What a coincidence. The moment the black ships appeared, Zhenzu and Long Wu shouted, "Activate the ship array and prepare to defend the enemy." As they talked, Zhenzu's figure appeared on the top of the mast, and her battlesuit instantly crystallized into a dazzling pearl battlesuit. In her hand, she grabbed dozens of threads. The 3 big ships were led by the threads, and the ship arrays were fully opened. Long Wu drew her saber and shouted, "Phoenix King cannons, get ready." As a bystander, Han Fei saw that the pirates were all tense, but no one panicked. From Zhongfan's eyes, Han Fei could tell that she was determined to fight to the end. It was as if their combat power had instantly soared to 120%. On the other side of the hull, a middle-aged man with a fierce look on his face and his coat unbuttoned held 2 black spikes in his hand and let out a cold laugh. Han Fei immediately recognized this guy. This guy is Mad Fourth King. Han Fei and the old turtle looked at each other. What kind of fucking luck did he have? As soon as they came out of the wild abyss, all they met were boss-level monsters. It was said that the pirate kings wouldn't come out easily. Why was Mad Fourth King here? It seemed that the matter about the wild abyss this time might be beyond Han Fei's imagination. According to what Zhenju said just now, there were also some people from the 13 worlds in the outer domain here. The old turtle said, "You should be able to run away, right?" Han Fei shrugged. It shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 1698, Grand Yin Academy. Chapter 1698, Grand Yin Academy. The result of the Devil Girl pirates would definitely not be good. After all, the other party had a king, while you only had two half-kings. No matter how powerful the two half-kings were, they couldn't be compared to a king. Now they could only rely on the array of ships to withstand the attacks of the predators. Long Wu roared, "Prepare to teleport!" Ha ha ha! On the 5 ships of the Mad Fourth King's side, waves of laughter rang. Mad Fourth King laughed. "Long Wu, I'm here in person. Do you think you can run away? Just try to teleport. I won't stop you." At this moment, Zhenzu shouted, "Don't bother with this lunatic's nonsense. It can't be so quiet if a king comes out. Prepare for void teleportation. Besides, if we can persist until Lord Demoness arrives, we'll be saved." Mad Fourth King rushed out and stood in the void. "Wang Zhenzu, maybe the Pearl and the Dragon Dance can hold on for a while. However, the Guardian is not a general-level main ship. It can't withstand my hammer strikes. Even if I don't attack, the Predator's Fish King cannon is not something they can withstand." Zhenju and Long Wu were shocked. Mad Fourth King was right. Their 2 ships could indeed resist the king for a while. However, the Guardian wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 10 minutes. Mad Fourth King said, "Wang Zhenju, I don't have a deep grudge with the Black Phoenix. As long as you tell me what your team is looking for, maybe I'll let you go," Senju said coldly. "What if I don't?" Mad Fourth King laughed. "You choose not to tell me. But do you think you can wait for the Black Phoenix to come? Well, since I've taken action, how can I give the Black Phoenix a chance? Even if the Black Phoenix is here, do you think she dares to challenge me? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't agree, I'll destroy the Guardian first. As for the Pearl and the Dragon Dance, they will be mine." Ha ha ha, Mad Fourth King laughed hard, seeming to be happy to meet the Dragon Dance and Pearl. Han Fei was lost for words. Were the kings of the 36 mystic worlds so cheap? He remembered seeing Mad Fourth King appear around the Martial Emperor's city from the memories of the advanced venerable he controlled. The Martial Emperor's city seemed quite far away from here. Just as Mad Fourth King was laughing hard, someone seemed to say something to him. He glanced at Han Fei. The Mad Fourth King said, "Oh, brat, you're bold enough to snatch the Predator's ship and kill my people? Who gave you the courage?" Hearing that, the people in the Dragon Dance and Pearl all looked at Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know what to say. He didn't expect to meet Mad Fourth King so soon. He just wanted to find a person. Why did such a simple trip become so complicated? Han Fei shrugged and said, "Your subordinates attacked us first. If I had known it, I would have killed all the people on that ship. A big mistake." What Han Fei said was true. Han Fei didn't think that the death of an advanced venerable would attract the Mad Fourth King over. Besides, it had been months since he snatched the ship. If he hadn't accidentally boarded the Dragon Dance, this wouldn't have happened. It could only be said that something unexpected might happen any time. Anything was possible in this world. In the future, he had to be more ruthless. Otherwise, others would think he was a saint. The corners of Mad Fourth King's mouth twitched. "Brat, you're truly bold, but today will be the day you die." Han Fei, on the other hand, looked at Long Wu and Zhenzu and then at Mad Fourth King. "But you'll have to take down the Dragon Dance first," Long Wu roared. "Han Fei, shut up." Han Fei shrugged. "Will they spare me if I shut up?" What a joke. The flesh on Mad Fourth King's face shivered and he said solemnly, "Wang Zhenju, if you tell me the purpose of the Devil Girl pirates and hand this person over, I can let you go. It's up to you. Well, you have 3 seconds. Zhenju was silent. She didn't really care whether or not to hand Han Fei over. The problem was that whether she handed him over or not, Mad Fourth King wouldn't let them go. Let them go? That was just Mad Fourth King lie. Pearl wasn't stupid. After 3 seconds, Mad Fourth King suddenly attacked. The 2 cones in their hands stabbed out like a rainbow, splitting the seawater vortex. Clank, clank. With 2 consecutive stabs, a shield was lit up outside the Guardian and flickered. Han Fei could tell at a glance that in the face of this terrifying blow of a king, especially one like Mad Fourth King, the Guardian couldn't even last for 50 seconds, or might be broken sooner. Han Fei had already said to the others via voice transmission, "Nianer, stay on my side. Let's go to play hide-and-seek with Earth 9. Nianer grabbed Han Fei's sleeve and said, "Brother, are they bad people?" Han Fei smiled. "Obviously." "Brother, are we going to beat the bad guys?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Nianer, it depends on their strength. If the bad guys are stronger than you, you'll have to wait till you become stronger than them." "This is the right way to beat the bad guys." Nianer asked, "But won't bad guys do bad things during this time?" Han Fei said, "In every second we experience, someone is doing bad things. However, no one can pay attention to all bad things. Nianer, remember, wherever there are people, there will be trouble. There are good and bad things. This is the law of nature. It can't be stopped." "Okay," Xiaosei was already very nervous. Seeing that Han Fei was still lecturing Nianer, he couldn't have felt worse. At this moment, everyone heard Han Fei's sermon. However, no one paid attention to him. Mad Fourth King thought to himself, "When I capture this person, I'll torture him hard." Zhenju and Long Wu, on the other hand, found it strange. How could this man have the time to lecture a kid at such a critical moment? Is he stupid? Bang, 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 bang. At the moment when Mad Fourth King attacked the Guardian, the 5 big ships on the opposite side opened their big fish mouths and fired their Fish King cannons. However, they were bombarding the Guardian. Obviously, Mad Fourth King wanted to take down the Guardian as soon as possible. Then, he could threaten Zhenju with the people on the Guardian, which would become a unilateral psychological suppression. Unless Zhenju had no feelings for her subordinates, otherwise she could only surrender to him. However, Zhenju gave an order. Phoenix King cannons, intercept them. Boom boom booms of powers that were much more powerful than Half-King strikes collided in the void. The aftermath of the explosion shocked the entire sea area, causing waves to rise to the sky. Huh? At the moment when the Pearl and the Dragon Dance bombarded each other, Han Fei was surprised. The power of the Phoenix King cannon was actually a combination of the Pearl and the Dragon Dance. Among them, the Pearl launched the power of the Scorching Sun, and the Dragon Dance launched the power of Ice and Cold. The two powers combined and intertwined in the void, forming ice and fire. Han Fei frowned. Is it a coincidence, or? Mad Fourth King laughed. Wang Zhenzu, how many attacks can you launch with the energy reserve of the Pearl and the Dragon Dance? It won't last more than 10 seconds. Pearl, on the other hand, said without hesitation, Sisters, Mad Fourth King are not credible. Either die or concentrate all your strength. Before Master Black Phoenix comes, there is no third way. Now, everyone, take out all your resources and help me. The old turtle asked. Is the power they use similar to the yin-yang wheel of your yin-yang world? Han Fei secretly said. Yes, but not exactly the same. At this moment, in the ship array, Long Wu asked anxiously, Zhenju, what should we do? Our array won't be able to hold out for more than 200 seconds. However, Zhenju said indifferently, no. If we can't hold on, just teleport to the depths of the wild abyss. Long Wu couldn't help being shocked. Are you crazy? The wild abyss is so terrifying, it's said that even kings will die there. Wouldn't it be suicidal if we teleport there? Zhenzu smiled. Xiao Wu, how long have you been a member of the Devil Girl Pirates? After a brief stun, Long Wu replied quickly, 1206 years. Zhenzu said leisurely, it's been more than 1,000 years. I should tell you some things. At least, before I die, I'll let you know why we've been exploring the wild abyss. Long Wu was refreshed and looked at Zhenju in shock. On the deck, Han Fei put on a smile. It seemed that there was indeed a secret, Zhenju said. Xiao Wu, our Devil Girl Pirates used to be called Grand Yin Academy. We were one of the 2 strongest academies in the yin-yang world, which ranks 9th among the 36 mystic worlds. The wild abyss is very likely to be the place where our yin-yang world hides. Pa. Before Long Wu could say anything, Han Fei slapped his thigh and muttered, Damn, awesome. Chapter 1699, The Avenger reappeared. Chapter 1699, The Avenger reappeared. Han Fei really didn't expect that he would meet people from the Grand Yin Academy the moment he left the yin-yang world. Besides, the Grand Yin Academy had now become the Devil Girl Pirates. Old Ren said that the Grand Yin Academy had disappeared in the war, so there was only the Thug Academy, which was the pure Sundao Palace in the yin-yang world, but no Grand Yin Academy. Now, when Han Fei heard that the Devil Girl Pirates was actually the former Grand Yin Academy, then everything explained. Why had the Devil Girl Pirates been paying attention to the Wild Abyss? Why had the Devil Girl Pirates sent 2 generals over when the Wild Abyss was in turmoil? It turned out that although these people were Devil Girl Pirates, they were originally from the Grand Yin Academy. The Devil Girl Pirates was a pirate team composed entirely of women, and the Grand Yin Academy was an academy composed entirely of women. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He had planned to kill the 2 women, but they turned out to be his teammates. However, after cursing, Han Fei didn't intend to reunite with them. After all, the time was not right. Outside, the Mad Fourth King was attacking. If the Black Phoenix Demoness didn't come within 100 seconds, the 3 boats would be doomed. But on second thought, even if he had the time, there was no need for him to tell them who he was. No matter how low the ranking of the Devil Girl Pirates was, they had a king. The Black Phoenix Demoness was a king, but what about him? The master of the yin-yang world hadn't reached the sea establishment realm yet. Even if the Black Phoenix was willing to hand over the Devil Girl Pirates to him, what could he do with them? Could he control them? Therefore, Han Fei thought that instead of submitting to him, the Grand Yin Academy might as well exist independently as the Devil Girl Pirates. Although they were eager to find Yin-Yang World, he didn't know why they wanted to find it. Besides, the existence of the Grand Yin Academy might be a last resort for him. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately straightened out his thoughts. It wouldn't be nice to reunite with them now. However, in this situation, Han Fei couldn't run anymore. They were his people after all. How could he just let the predators destroy the Grand Yin Academy? At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but shout at Long Wu and Zhenzu, Hey, run! What are you waiting for? Shut up! Long Wu glared at him, and Zhang Fan, who was next to Han Fei, scolded, Don't disturb the captain. If we run now, our route will be destroyed. Han Fei cursed, Are you out of your mind? It's just a route. What's the big deal of losing it? Long Wu was about to scold him, but Zhenzu's eyes glittered, and she stopped her. However, Zhenju didn't do anything more. Instead, she continued to bombard with the Phoenix King cannons. Zhang Fan glared at Han Fei and said via voice transmission, What do you know? This is our main route. Once our route is exposed, we may be chased by the other party, which will be a crisis for the Devil Girl Pirates. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. You're all the fuck going to die, and you're still talking about the route? If you lose the route, you can create one again. But if the 2 generals and more than 60 venerables die, it will be a big loss for you. However, the others despised what Han Fei said. Someone even shouted, "Men are truly unreliable. They're all cowards." That's right. Why don't you escape if you want? Fuck, Han Fei was stunned. What a bunch of blockheads. How do you have the cheek to say that you're from the Grand Yin Academy? The Thug Academy has such an excellent school culture. But look at you guys. Are you stupid? Ha ha ha. Mad Fourth King laughed. This kid is right. Wang Zhenzu, Long Wu, why don't you try escaping? What if you can really make it? Ha ha ha. On the Predator's side, everyone laughed. Someone sneered. Women are just not decisive enough. If they had run away from the beginning, they might have escaped. Someone laughed. That's right. It's just a route. It's not as worthwhile as the Pearl or the Dragon Dance. Someone laughed. Actually, we won't let you die. As long as you girls obediently return to the Predator's camp with us. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter, Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Sure enough, no matter in what realm, human nature was like this. On the Devil Girl Pirates' side, at this critical moment, everyone looked awful. How could they be in the mood to refute them? At this moment, Han Fei took out 2 bags of crisps, one for Nianer and one for himself. Crunch, Nianer, are you afraid? Nianer shook her head. No, brother, are these bad guys? Han Fei nodded. Yes, under normal circumstances, those who speak too much are not very strong. Nianer, let's keep our mouths shut when we're in combat. Nianer nodded. We just need to beat them. Han Fei said with a smile. We can't just beat them. Let's just eradicate them. I spared some people, which led to the consequences. Xiaosei immediately felt terrible. Little Master is still a baby. Why are you teaching her this? Nianer looked at Han Fei curiously. Should we kill them? Han Fei nodded. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't kill, someone will kill you. The reason is so simple. For example, if someone wants to take your great Dao, you'll have to kill them. Speaking of this, Han Fei seemed to remember that back then, Zeman Linglin's spiritual heritage was snatched by someone. Glancing at Long Wu and Zhenzu, Han Fei continued to educate them. However, if the enemy is much stronger than you, it's obviously not worthwhile to fight them head on. At this time, no matter what the price is, we have to run. Don't be afraid of losing face. Those who are afraid of losing face are already dead. A real strong master should have self-knowledge, Long Wu immediately shouted. Han Fei, shut up. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Many people of the Devil Girl Pirates were infuriated by Han Fei's mockery. The Mad Fourth King looked at Han Fei with interest. Boy, you are interesting. Although you are weak, you can join us after I break the ship array of the Dragon Dance. Hearing that, many people on the Dragon Dance looked at Han Fei coldly, waiting to see what Han Fei would say. Crunchfi, however, Han Fei chewed a mouthful of crisps and said, Nianer, there is another kind of person in this world. This kind of person is very scheming. He always wants to scheme against you and use you. There is a saying that you must remember. The best way to destroy a group of people, a force, and an organization is to destroy them from the inside. Nianer blinked her big eyes and scratched her hair, seeming not to understand. Han Fei didn't mind. At this time, he turned to look at Mad Fourth King with a faint smile on his face, saying disdainfully, Fuck, who do you think you are? Join you? Do you deserve it? Son of a beat is Chi. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you yet, I would have gone out and rubbed your head against the seabed. Buzz. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. On the Dragon Dance, the women looked at Han Fei in shock. The ship array might be broken soon, and you're provoking their king? Do you want to be tortured to death? Long Wu was dumbfounded. Did he just scold a king? Holy shit. Even she, Long Wu, had never dared to scold a king, but Han Fei did it. Zhenzu still didn't speak, but her eyes became deeper. Nianer looked at Han Fei in surprise. Brother, you just said that we should keep our mouths shut in combat. Han Fei smiled and said, Nianer, what I teach you doesn't include me. That only works on others. Remember that. Okay, on the Predator's side, countless people were shocked. Did they hear it right? How dare he insult the Mad Fourth King? Is he crazy? Immediately, someone cursed, That bastard, I'm gonna cut your tongue. Someone shouted, Brat, how dare you insult the Fourth King? I'll make you regret being born in this world. Someone laughed creepily. Little bastard, your life is over. I'm going to turn your skull into a wine cup. Even Mad Fourth King was stunned, and the flesh on his face was shivering. He laughed coldly. Good, what a sharp-tongued brat. Since you want to die early, I'll satisfy you. Buzz, clank, 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 clank. Mad Fourth King attacked the Dragon Dance in person and roared, Bombard through the Guardian. Let's see what you can do. Alas, Han Fei heaved a long sigh and turned to Nianer. Nianer, let's go play with the rabbits. What do you think? Nianer's eyes lit up, but then she said, Brother, are you going to fight the bad guys? Han Fei smiled. Of course. Nianer immediately clenched her fists and said, Good luck, brother. Buzz. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Nianer, Old Yuan, and Xiaosei were all taken in. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Han Fei had a small world that could accommodate living people, which immediately made many people interested. Mad Fourth King laughed out loud. I didn't expect I would get a small world on this trip. It seems that my luck this time is extraordinary. Han Fei got up and said leisurely, Mad Fourth King, right? Okay, with a king and 2 generals of the Devil Girl pirates as the witness, it's not bad. At that moment, Han Fei's expression suddenly changed, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the Half-King realm. Han Fei shouted, "My name is Han Fei. From today on, I solemnly announce that the Avenger Pirates are officially established." Chapter 1700, Bibai. Chapter 1700, Bibai. When Han Fei proudly declared the establishment of the Avenger Pirates, many people really thought he was a fool. However, Han Fei's momentum couldn't be underestimated. The murderous aura made both Zhenju and Longwu gasp. Although they were also in the Half-King realm, Zhenju and Longwu felt their hearts palpitate. Han Fei turned to look at Zhenju. He smiled and appeared outside the ship array with a swish. Han Fei's momentum was still soaring, but his voice was casual. He said with a smile, "The purpose of the Avenger is that I will kill whoever dares to mess with me." The Mad Fourth King narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei in shock. Is this guy crazy? How dare he, a mere half-king, challenge me? However, seeing that Han Fei's strength was still soaring, Mad Fourth King instantly broke through the void and his 2 cones penetrated the sky. Han Fei grabbed at the void with both hands and 2 void blades collided with the cones. Boom, rumble, rumble. Within hundreds of kilometers, the sea collapsed and the void shattered. A chaotic storm swept across the sea area. The people on the Pearl, the Dragon Dance, and the Predator's ships all exclaimed. On the Pearl in particular, Longwu exclaimed, "How is it possible? Even if he hid his strength, how could a half-king defeat a king?" As for the remaining venerables who had eaten Han Fei's food, they were all stunned. They thought that he was just a cook, but he turned out to be so powerful. Zhang Fan and the others were even more shocked. They had scolded Han Fei before. As for those who just said that Han Fei was a coward, they were even more shocked. A half-king attacking a king? That was unprecedented. Han Fei was the first. This was the first time they had seen such a person. Mad Fourth King faces changed drastically. What a powerful force. The other party was only in the Half-King realm, but the power he exerted was really in the Sea Establishment realm, and not the ordinary Sea Establishment realm. In an instant, the great Tao powers of the 2 sides collided. The power of Mad Fourth King's second blow suddenly soared. On the surface of his body, there was a pale yellow armor, and he seemed to be going crazy. Seeing this, Han Fei let a wisp of chaotic chi break and be fused into his body, and a sacrificing punch blasted out. Ha ha ha! Today, I'll enjoy the pleasure of slaughtering a heavenly talent. Boom! Han Fei punched out with the sacrificing punch, knocking Mad Fourth King away more than 200 kilometers. However, Mad Fourth King just crossed his arms and blocked it, still yelling crazily. Now Han Fei understood why Mad Fourth King was called Mad Fourth King. It was because this person's strength was increased by nearly 50% when he activated his Great Tao. This was even more powerful than the White Armor Emperor. The White Armor Emperor was powerful in defense, but the Mad Fourth King was very powerful in both strength and defense. However, how rich was Han Fei's combat experience? The moment the sacrificing punch touched Mad Fourth King, Han Fei knew that he couldn't beat him. Since he couldn't beat him, he might as well not fight him head-on. Therefore, the next moment, the embroidery needle appeared in Han Fei's hand. The moment Mad Fourth King retreated, Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate and left a finger-thick crack on the ship array of the Predators. With this gap, Han Fei performed the star teleportation and appeared directly on a ship of the Predators. The Mad Fourth King was a king after all. Although he didn't expect Han Fei to break the ship array in an instant, at this moment he returned in an instant. But it was too late. When Han Fei landed on the ship, he grabbed at the void with a hand and a strange blue light circulated in front of him. With a slash, the hull of the boat was cut apart. A half-king activated the power of his Great Tao, trying to block it when Han Fei took him to his front with near-at-hand technique. Han Fei pierced through the half-king's heart with one hand and tore this guy into 2 pieces. As for Mad Fourth King, he had almost touched Han Fei, but Han Fei smiled and said, "Explode, rumble, rumble." The terrifying explosion directly blew up the pirate ship. On this ship, nearly 50 people were killed. The explosion burst out of the Half-King's body. Caught by Han Fei with the void lines, the Half-King died without any chance of resistance. "Damn it, you must die!" The Mad Fourth King roared and punched Han Fei away. At this moment, the members of the Devil Girl Pirates were all dumbstruck. It was not that they hadn't experienced the Battle of Kings, however. What was terrifying was that Han Fei could destroy one of the ships and kill a half-king under the Mad Fourth King's nose. Long Wu asked in shock, "Is he a king?" Surprised, Zhenju shouted, "Void teleportation, let's go." The battle happened in a flash. In an instant, Zhenju realized that Han Fei's strength was beyond her imagination. Judging from the way Han Fei slaughtered the half-king, it was impossible for her and Long Wu to be Han Fei's opponents. But why did he pretend to be a chef and stay on her ship for 7 or 8 days? If the other party was really so strong, wouldn't he have overheard the conversation between her and Long Wu? She should have been scared. If Han Fei wasn't a good person, the secret of the Devil Girl Pirates would have been exposed. But why did Han Fei attack at this moment? Han Fei could have waited until Mad Fourth King broke through their ship array and fought them. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. However, not only did Han Fei not escape, but he also declared that he established the Avenger pirates. He even fought a pitched battle with the Mad Fourth King himself. He was clearly creating a chance for them to escape. Therefore, Zhenju's first reaction was to run. Mad Fourth King was bogged down, and the predators had lost a ship. Even if the other 4 ships dared to break into their route, she wouldn't be afraid. As soon as Zhenju issued this order, the surrounding space trembled, and streams of light appeared on the surface of the 3 ships. Mad Fourth King certainly wouldn't let the 3 ships of the Devil Girl pirates run away. Taking down Dragon Dance and Pearl meant a lot to him. He roared, "Chase them!" Han Fei charged back with his rod, launching a god-scaring stab and knock on the heavenly gate at Mad Fourth King. Han Fei grinned and said, "Feck, how dare you ruin my plan? The Devil Girl pirates are mine. Who do you think you are?" Our Mad Fourth King was furious. At this time, he was in a dilemma. If he was bogged down by Han Fei, even if his ships caught up with the Pearl and the Dragon Dance, it would be impossible for them to win. Now he needed to make a decision. Should he stay to intercept Han Fei or give his 4 ships to Han Fei? He had to make a choice. Han Fei was not weak, and the Mad Fourth King had never fought Han Fei before. Not knowing that Han Fei could only be strong for 10 seconds, he was hesitating. He wanted to take down the Devil Girl pirates. However, he didn't want his ships to be destroyed. After all, he had brought nearly 100 venerables with him. If he chased them out, half of them might be killed. This price was something he couldn't afford. And Han Fei was also thinking, I can't beat Mad Fourth King. My real strength will be exposed in less than 10 seconds. Therefore, he had to do what he wanted to do in the next few seconds and then run away. Mad Fourth King thrust his cones into the sky, blocking Han Fei's attack. A terrifying power rolled up the surrounding space. Han Fei sneered darkly, "You won't get what I can't get." Buzz! Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water rolled up the waves and turned into infinite water blades, crazily attacking the 4 ships of Mad Fourth King. Seeing this, Mad Fourth King roared and launched tens of thousands of cone shadows at Han Fei, which almost enveloped him. Around Han Fei there were arrays, and he held a big shell shield in his hand. This was not an ordinary shell, but the shell of the white-armored emperor. Han Fei broke a piece of it and refined it into a big shield. However, due to his limited strength, this shell was still a little bit away from a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, its defense power was comparable to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Clang, 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 buzz. At this moment, the 3 ships of the Devil Girl pirates had already teleported away. As for the Mad Fourth King, he was held back by Han Fei alone. The infinity water had just been blasted through by the Kingfish cannons. Unfortunately, the Pearl and the Dragon Dance had escaped. Seeing this, Han Fei summoned the infinity water. Bang, 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 blang, clang, 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 clang. Han Fei retreated while fighting and cursing. Mad Fourth King, be careful. The Avengers have targeted you, and you will never have a day of peace. Go to hell. Bang. With a thrust of the cones, Han Fei's fist mark was pierced through, so was Han Fei. However, as blue light circulated, Han Fei appeared hundreds of kilometers away, unscathed. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Mad Fourth King. The great Tao of time? Han Fei sneered. Old lunatic, bye-bye, bye-bye.